A transfer student named Shen Ting arrived, her beauty strikingly sweet. Not only was she pleasing to the eye, but her academic prowess was equally impressive, swiftly earning her the title of the school's Moonlight Goddess among all the boys. She also became the brightest moon in Jiang Ye's heart. Jiang Ye, often branded as a lunatic by others, harbored the belief that he was indeed unwell. Yet what did it matter? After all, he considered himself a worthless life. Then one day, he encountered a petite girl with a soft smile that was undeniably sweet. It captivated his heart at first glance. He indignantly thought to himself that she must be trying to seduce him. Subsequently, every time Jiang Ye sought her out, she was nowhere to be found. One day, unable to contain his frustration, he cornered Shen Ting against the wall. "Avoiding me?" he inquired. "No, not at all," she stammered. "Then why is it that each time I come looking for you, you're absent?" He pressed. Shen Ting's face flushed crimson, her urgency almost bringing her to tears as she exclaimed, "Because I need to study." 1,000 adorable points struck him. Jiang Ye thought, "This is truly maddening, yet it's exhilarating." Chapter 1. The beginning of a new term. In early September, a rain shower graced City C, and on the day of the new term, the skies cleared. The sun shone gently, neither harsh nor dry, radiating warmth alongside a refreshing breeze that felt delightful. On the main thoroughfare of City C, a green taxi glided by. The driver, seasoned in this profession, was adept at engaging in conversation. He cast a casual glance in the rearview mirror at the young girl seated in the back. The young girl sat upright, her long eyelashes gently curling upwards as she lowered her gaze, her bangs fluttering in the breeze. Upon closer inspection, one could see that she possessed delicate features, her porcelain-like face radiating a soft and gentle aura. The driver inquired, "Are you a student of Yizhong High School?" Shen Ting slightly lifted her gracefully arched eyelashes, revealing a pair of amber-hued eyes, clear and bright, reminiscent of the serene Jiangnan after a rainfall. In a soft voice, she replied affirmatively, but then shook her head in denial, explaining, "I just transferred here, so I'm not quite a student of Yizhong yet." Her gentle speech was tender and endearing. The driver remarked, "Yizhong has an excellent learning atmosphere. You must be quite accomplished to gain admission there, right?" Upon hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly. "No, not really. I would say I'm just average." The driver smiled. No one in C-City was more aware of the caliber of Yizhong students than he was. The girl's modesty instantly endeared her to him. He continued, "Your accent suggests you aren't from around here. Are you from Hangzhou?" Surprised by his accurate observation, Shen Ting merely nodded slightly, embodying the demeanor of a well-behaved child. "Hangzhou is lovely. It has a nurturing environment." It was no wonder the girl had such a pleasant disposition. Before long, the taxi arrived at Yizhong, where stopping at the school gate was prohibited. Thus, Shen Ting alighted from the vehicle beside the entrance. As she was new to the school, she felt somewhat unfamiliar with the surroundings. She recalled her mother, Ms. Qin, mentioning that she should first consult with teacher Yao Yao upon her arrival. Teacher Yao Yao is a close friend of Ms. Qin from high school, and their relationship has always been strong. However, after Ms. Qin married and moved to Hangzhou, their meetings became less frequent. Suddenly, Shen Ting found herself staring at the phone clutched in her palm, momentarily dazed by the string of numbers in her contacts. In truth, she did not require anyone to guide her through the school. It would be rather burdensome for others. Moreover, she had an innate feeling that teacher Yao Yao would be just as fierce and formidable as Ms. Qin. After grappling with her thoughts, she ultimately resigned herself to dialing the number. "Hello, teacher Yao Yao, this is Shen Ting." "Oh, Shen Ting, have you arrived at school yet?" The woman's voice came through the receiver, warm and familiar, evoking a sense of closeness. Shen Ting instinctively nodded, then realized the person on the other end couldn't see her, so she simply replied, After exchanging a few pleasantries, she hung up the phone. Before long, she heard, "Shen Ting? It's me. Hello, teacher Yao Yao." She felt a bit shy. Teacher Yao Yao, dressed in a pristine white suit, bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Yao Yao smiled gently and glanced at her. "Old Qin mentioned you would be coming this morning. How are you finding things here so far?" "It's been fine," the young girl replied. Yao Yao observed the delicate young lady before her, growing increasingly fond of her, especially in contrast to the rascally boys in her class who only seemed to bring her trouble. Furthermore, this young lady performed well academically, finally raising the class average score a bit. However, it is indeed quite a challenge for my friend, with such a fiery temperament, to raise a well-behaved and obedient girl like this. Chapter 2. Although Jiang Ye No. 1 Middle School places great emphasis on academic performance, the atmosphere within the institution is far from oppressive. The surrounding greenery is meticulously arranged, with a harmonious blend of foliage that alleviates the previously stifling environment. Shen Ting finds great pleasure in this liberating ambience. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently raises her gaze and witnesses two boys clad in shirts and distressed jeans scaling the wall. Their voices are filled with urgency as they shout, "Quick, quick, we're going to be late. If Sue catches us, we'll be in for it." The other replies, I know. Neither of these boys is in school uniform, and one has dyed his hair a striking shade of yellow. Shen Ting is momentarily taken aback. Is the school culture here truly this free-spirited? She seems to hear one of them call out, "Brother Yi?" Naturally, Yao Yao also notices this spectacle and is about to reprimand the two boys when a voice from nearby halts her. "Yang Jiang, Chen Shudong. What mischief are you two up to now?" "Oh, Director Su." Yang Jiang grins, playfully pressing down on Chen Shudong's yellow-haired head, bowing together with him towards the man. "Director Su, may you be blessed with longevity." Director Su casts a sidelong glance at them, his smile devoid of warmth. "With talents like you two, I've had no peace these past few years." Chen Shudong steps forward, playfully kneading Su's shoulders, chuckling. "Director Su, without us, where would you find so much amusement?" As the sunlight glints off his glasses, Director Su's lips twitch slightly. "How come you two are not in uniform again? Has the student council failed to catch you?" On the very first day of school, the absence of the school uniform resulted in a deduction of 2 conduct points. Coupled with the mischief from the previous semester, it was decided that the parents would be summoned the following day. Chen Shudong felt a surge of anxiety. "No, Director Su, we did wear it. We have it on underneath." He then tugged at his vibrant floral yellow shirt, completely abandoning his earlier suave demeanor, resembling a flustered student caught in an awkward moment. Beside him, Shen Ting was taken aback and instinctively took a step back. The ground beneath her was littered with leaves, and as she inadvertently stepped on one, the unmistakable sound drew the attention of those nearby. "Director Su, this is Shen Ting, whom I mentioned to you before," Yao Yao interjected, prompting Director Su to recall, "Ah, it is Shen Ting." The man's expression softened immediately, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, showcasing a markedly different attitude. Yang Jiang and Chen Shudong recognized that this individual must be regarded as an exemplary student by the teachers. Otherwise, such a pleasant demeanor would be inconceivable. Upon catching sight of Shen Ting, the eyes of the two boys lit up. Under the shade of trees stood a girl clad in a white shirt and a long plaid skirt that accentuated her slender waist, her calves fair and delicate. Her complexion was porcelain-like, and her petite face, adorned with bright, expressive eyes and rosy lips, boasted features so exquisite they seemed to have been meticulously drawn. She was undeniably more beautiful than Yu Weiwei, who fancied herself the school beauty. Suddenly, their vision was obscured as a middle school uniform jacket was tossed over their heads. Shen Ting looked up to see a boy with sharp features and long legs descending gracefully from the wall. Shen Ting blinked, yet deep within, he was harboring resentment. How could he have jumped down from such a high wall without a scratch? He must have scaled it numerous times. Recalling the descriptions of those unruly students, Shen Ting instinctively took a step back. After speaking, Director Su turned and walked away. Yao Yao, not wishing for Shen Ting to be led astray so soon, continued to remind him, "Shen Ting, you excel academically and are obedient. Keep your distance from this unruly group, especially from that Jiang Ye." Chapter 3, A Model Student? "Hey, Teacher Yao, your words seem quite misplaced." The youth had approached her without her noticing, sunlight casting a radiant glow upon his tousled, raven black hair. His features were strikingly handsome, his dark eyes filled with a wild, untamed spirit, and the black stud earrings glimmered under the light. With 2 buttons of his collar undone, his pronounced Adam's apple and slender collarbone became apparent. Shen Ting felt a flush creep across her cheeks, averting her gaze. The young man's voice bore a slight huskiness, resonating like a bass, and no other male had ever been this close to her. "Teacher, I have never bullied any classmates. Please do not slander me." "Wouldn't you agree? A model student?" Uncertain if it was intentional, he elongated the final syllable of model student, as if it held a deeper meaning. The girl's face instantly turned crimson, akin to a flame. She realized that Jiang Ye must have recognized her. In truth, she had visited the first high school before and had happened upon Jiang Ye. It was at the end of August when Shen Ting accompanied Mrs. Qin to City C, and due to her unfamiliarity with the area, she found herself wandering near the first high school. On the clean and expansive road, a solitary pink bicycle stood out against the backdrop of the setting sun, which cast a resplendent glow across the horizon. Faint and fragmented curses drifted into Shen Ting's ears. Momentarily taken aback, she initially failed to comprehend the words, but soon discerned the profanities that were difficult for her to articulate. "Damn it, Jiang Ye, are you seeking death?" The sounds of escalating violence ensued, and Shen Ting, feeling a surge of trepidation, hastily pushed her bicycle and fled. However, her pace was insufficient. Regrettably, She found herself uncomfortably close to the scene of turmoil. From her vantage point, she bore witness to the unfolding chaos, an unruly group of boys, clad in flip-flops, wielding steel pipes, their hair a riot of colors, yellow, green, blue, creating a dizzying spectacle. In the corner stood a young man in a pristine white shirt, the buttons undone and his tie loosened, exuding an air of nonchalance. He leaned against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and despite the swirling smoke, Shen Ting could discern his sharp features, an undeniable aura of defiance about him. Yet, it was the others surrounding him who appeared even more formidable. With their bare arms adorned with intimidating tattoos, they encircled the boy, and with each passing moment, Shen Ting felt an increasing sense of pity for him. Was she witnessing an act of school violence? Overwhelmed by fear, her legs turned to jelly, yet she summoned the courage to dial 110 and report the incident. Perhaps it was due to her lingering gaze that one of the thugs shouted, "Boss, there's a girl over there. Damn it, that girl is calling the police." A multitude of gazes were fixed upon her, as though in the next moment they might surge forth, wresting her phone from her grasp and leaving her in ruin. How terrifying. Her entire body became rigid, as if the CPU of her mind had short-circuited, rendering her motionless. She stood there, staring blankly, awaiting their advance. The boy surrounded by the throng seized a steel pipe from the hands of a small thug. With a fierce precision, he pressed it against one boy's head. A swift twist sent the lad crashing to the ground, motionless. Without pause, he struck another in the back, each blow finding its mark. Though he did not intend to deliver a fatal injury. Soon, a sea of bodies lay strewn around him. His dark, menacing visage reached its zenith in that moment. His brows arched fiercely, and his gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding a ferocity akin to that of a wolf. Shen Ting couldn't help but feel that this individual was even more intimidating than the gang that had encircled her. As if sensing her scrutiny, he ceased his actions and turned his fierce gaze towards the mouth of the alley, his piercing eyes locking onto Shen Ting's. Jiang Ye squinted slightly. Fatigue and impatience etched in the corners of his eyes, presenting an unfriendly countenance. Ah, so this was the person summoned by that girl. Chapter 4. The first encounter with the man wielding the steel pipe. Only the two of them remained standing amidst the chaos. Shen Ting was uncertain of his thoughts. Yet she sensed that he had misunderstood something. Trembling with fear, her legs weak, she stammered. I am not one of them. So, could you possibly let me go? The girl, delicate and fair-skinned, resembled a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, with a pair of clear, soothing eyes that evoked a sense of comfort. Yet, in her cowardly demeanor, Jiang Ye truly could not fathom how she summoned the audacity to conceive such ideas. Nevertheless, that voice was melodious. Perhaps it was the essence of Wu Nong's soft speech. Just as this thought emerged, Jiang Ye furrowed his sharp brows. This woman was profoundly enigmatic, and he still found her voice pleasing? Upon perceiving the pallor of his countenance, Shen feared for her life. Remaining utterly still, her heart lodged firmly in her throat. It was terribly fierce. Beneath the tousled, dark hair, his eyes glinted with ferocity. He had never laid a hand on a woman, yet he coldly commanded, "Leave." The young girl hastily pedaled away on her bicycle, her little legs pumping adorably. Jiang Ye cast a fleeting glance, his fingertips brushing against the blood at the corner of his lips. He then leaned against the wall, tilting his head back, and lit another cigarette. Suddenly, the girl's voice echoed in his ears, soft and sweet, suffusing the very air with a sense of sweetness. He absent-mindedly held the lit cigarette, the image of her timid face and her clear, luminous eyes surfacing in his mind. Damn it! He could not suppress his inner irritation. He stomped on the leg of a nearby thug, eliciting a cry of anguish. For the first time, Jiang Ye found the taste of the cigarette in his hand oddly off-putting. The cigarette fell, striking the thug's hand, prompting yet another shrill scream that startled the cicadas in the trees, their cries intertwining like a duet of fervent high notes. Jiang Ye found the cacophony bothersome, yet remained unmoving. In his stillness, the thugs, beleaguered by the assault, dared not exhale, shrinking into the shadows. Sucking on a mint, he pressed his tongue against his molars, finding a modicum of relief from the irritation. How dare they summon others to confront him while waiting for an opportunity to rescue him? To win his favor? Such cunning schemes. After a moment of reflection, sensing the imminent arrival of the police, Jiang Ye turned his head, casting a menacing glance at their ostentatious motorcycles. "Shall I take your vehicles?" This was the latest acquisition of the boss, yet none of this motley crew dared to dissent. Thus, they fervently nodded, pleading for this devil to depart. Even a lecture from the police would be preferable to the education imparted by this fiend. Each step he took landed with precision. piercing deep into their bones. Such hardships were foreign to these ruffians. One by one, they sprawled on the ground, groaning, lamenting their poor business decisions. Jiang Ye, having procured a motorcycle, felt elated. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle adorned with flashing police lights halted at the alley's entrance. As the officers disembarked, the thugs, bruised and battered, willingly submitted to their admonishments. At the end of the alley, a girl, having adorned herself for the day, joyfully approached the vicinity of Third High School, only to behold this bizarre spectacle. Those on the wrong side of the law were being escorted away by the police with remarkable eagerness. She twitched her lips in bemusement, realizing that the dashing young man, Jiang Ye, whom she had hoped to rescue, was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, frustration bubbled within her, compelling her to stomp her foot and depart in indignation. Chapter 5. Truly obedient returning to reality. Shen Ting lowered her head, silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye regarded the girl before him. She appeared startled, her eyes reflecting a hint of innocence, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. A feather-like sensation brushed through his heart, but before he could grasp it, this peculiar feeling vanished. Shen Ting pinched her palm, stifling her shock as she contemplated the events she had witnessed earlier. Indeed, this boy exudes a certain ferocity. She ought to maintain her distance. Thus, she nodded earnestly and took a step back. The teacher was right. I should heed their advice. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Shen Ting's chestnut locks to sway. Yet her petite frame remained remarkably upright. This was likely her first instance of standing her ground against such unruly students. The girl clutched her checkered skirt tightly, beads of perspiration forming on her brow, consumed by trepidation. Jiang Ye found the scenario somewhat amusing as he languidly observed her, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if to say that indeed, the diligent student truly listens to her teacher. His voice was slightly husky, almost reminiscent of the brawl she had witnessed a few days prior. The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her once straight posture now wilting like a flower battered by storms. Her gaze appeared equally deflated, and as the breeze tousled her hair, a stray lock stood askew, leaving her with a rather dazed expression. Clearly, the conscientious student dreaded the prospect of her teacher discovering that she had witnessed the altercation. Shen Ting, however, was not particularly concerned with that incident. Her greater worry lay in the fact that Yao Yao had informed Mrs. Qin, who, in turn, feared that Shen Ting might be led astray and would necessitate a change of schools, a rather troublesome affair. The young girl continued to grip her skirt, her delicate fingers turning a shade of red. Jiang Ye led his two awestruck companions, captivated by the good student's appearance, towards the academic building. The class had only just begun. Typically, the first 5 minutes were reserved for reading, and the second-grade classroom was bustling with noise. The first class was originally Yao Yao's, as she was also the homeroom teacher of Class 2. She stepped onto the podium and cleared her throat. Class, please be quiet. Today we have a new student joining us. Let's invite her to introduce herself. Please give her a warm welcome. Sparse applause erupted, and numerous curious gazes fell upon Shen Ting. My name is Shen Ting, Shen from Shen Kongwen, and Ting meaning obedient. The boys in the class, captivated by Shen Ting's beauty, her pristine complexion, delicate features, and slender waist, were particularly enchanted by her gentle demeanor. Typically, a science class was filled with assertive personalities, some more masculine than the boys themselves, so the arrival of such a girl stirred a sense of protectiveness among them. Yet, there were always those who enjoyed nitpicking. What did you say? Can you even write that down? Spoke Ji Fei, who had previously been deemed the class beauty. Shen Ting, oblivious to any underlying criticism, amiably took the chalk and meticulously wrote her name. The boys, who had previously been dozing, lifted their heads from their arms, their sharp, clear eyes scanning her from head to toe. The little girl was quite short. As she wrote, her head tilted, causing the little tuft of hair atop her head to sway. Her earnest expression and delicate profile were endearing. How easily she seemed to follow others' words. This girl truly was obedient. Yet, it remained uncertain whether she would heed her own voice. The elegant script of the girl adorned the blackboard. That day, a youth named Jiang Ye recognized the girl on the board. Her name was Shen Ting, with the surname Shen, meaning obedient. However, amidst the cacophony of applause, no one noticed that the boy had also lazily clapped for this new student. Chapter 6. The so-called mixed blood. Class 2 had only one vacant seat, so Shen Ting promptly took it. Beside her stood another girl, possessing a delicate beauty, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with mischief, and a smile that lit up her face. revealing a shallow dimple at the corner of her mouth, sweet as honey. She deliberately shared her books with Shen Ting and whispered to her that the person who had just asked her to rewrite was being intentionally cruel. This girl was named Ji Fei, known for her proud demeanor. She often exploited her good looks and superior grades to command others in class. A false white lotus with no genuine friends. Today's actions were motivated by Ji Fei's long-standing skill in calligraphy, which had consistently earned her praise from their Chinese teacher. Yao Yao, the teacher at the podium, cast several warning glances at the two. Yuqiqi concealed her face behind her notebook, secretly smiling at Shen Ting, sister. Don't be afraid. Teacher Yao Yao may seem fierce, but she means no harm. Shen Ting, with her eyes curving into crescents, softly replied, I'm not afraid. Soon, a group gathered around the new student, and one girl asked, Shen Ting, where are you from? Shen Ting's voice was soft and melodious as she responded, I'm from Hangzhou. It was no wonder her voice seemed to carry the gentlest breezes of Jiangnan. And what about you? A sweet-faced girl, her desk mate, chimed in. They are all natives of City C, but I am different. I am a blend of City C and City S. As she spoke, she slightly lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with a sense of uniqueness, as if to say, I stand apart from the crowd. How utterly charming. Moreover, City C and City S are neighboring cities, making this explanation of being a mixed heritage something Shen Ting had never heard before. She couldn't help but smile, and that smile left Yuqiqi utterly enchanted. Miss Shen is truly captivating. Her smile radiates an exquisite beauty, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The misty rain of Jiangye pales in comparison. Just as Jiang Ye, who had leisurely wandered outside after class, re-entered, he was met with Shen Ting's enchanting smile. Her eyes, remarkably beautiful, sparkled with a clarity that seemed to hold starlight. Whether she smiled or not, although youthful, her beauty peered through the veil of innocence. Damn, how utterly infuriating. Her smile is irresistibly sweet. This woman is undoubtedly alluring him. Typically, he is not one to act impulsively. He knows Shen Ting to be rather timid, and surmises she is not the one who approached him that day. Thus, he had sent someone to investigate and identify the true culprit. Now, confronted with her smiling visage, he could not help but feel a twinge of mockery. Indeed, another who is enamored with him. Yet, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curving upward slightly. Shen Ting was perplexed, prompting her companion, Yuqiqi, to elucidate the situation. Yuqiqi cautiously glanced at Jiang Ye before whispering about him, stating that he preferred quietude. The reason for their apprehension towards him was steeped in history. She spoke mysteriously, revealing, he is not from our year. He is a year older than us, and throughout middle school, he was the pride of the school, perpetually at the top of his class. However, during his first year of high school, he suddenly fell from grace, spending time in internet cafes and engaging in brawls. A quintessential delinquent. At this juncture, those seated in front turned to listen, their expressions tinged with regret for his downfall. She continued, despite his numerous transgressions, the school never expelled him, seemingly due to his family's influence. However, Jiang Ye's behavior escalated over time, culminating in an incident during his second year of high school, where he plunged a dagger into a man's abdomen, allegedly due to the latter's volatile mental condition. Remarkably, he was subsequently released on bail and had his charges reduced. From that point onward, no one dared to provoke him. Chapter 7. Bullying. Shen Ting had not been paying much attention, but Yuqiqi's animated storytelling captivated her, and she grasped the gravity of the situation. Her fingers tightened slightly, and her delicate brows furrowed, reflecting a serious demeanor as if she were contemplating a monumental decision. She realized that she could not afford to provoke Jiang Ye and needed to maintain her distance from him. In the corridor, Jiang Ye, dressed in a white shirt with 3 buttons undone, revealed his alluring collarbone. He sauntered forward, approaching Shen Ting. The strikingly handsome youth exuded a nonchalant yet rebellious charm, attracting numerous overt and covert glances, oblivious to the attention. He approached Shen Ting, but she deliberately turned away, engaging with another girl and ignoring him entirely. Jiang Ye fiddled with his lighter, his well-defined lips pressed together in contemplation. If memory served him correctly, he had noticed Shen Ting laughing with a younger student before he arrived. Why did she suddenly act as though she had encountered a plague? Wasn't she fond of him? Good student, if you enjoy helping others so much, would you assist me in moving some books? Chen Shudong, who was trailing behind Jiang Ye, nearly burst into tears from laughter. Damn, Brother Yi is bullying people and expecting the girl to help him move books? Yang Jiang also chuckled heartily. The new student is truly unfortunate to be entangled with such a rogue. The new student stands before Jiang Ye, his height barely reaching the latter's shoulder, creating an impression akin to that of a child being bullied. Furthermore, this newcomer possesses an undeniable charm and is favored by the homeroom teacher, embodying the quintessential model student whom they cannot provoke. While his attractiveness is evident, such individuals often harbor lofty ambitions, looking down upon those like them, regardless of their wealth. Thus, the two of them awaited the new student's refusal, anticipating an outburst. However, the newcomer appeared unfazed, his delicate, slightly upturned eyelashes casting shadows upon his face, exuding an air of innocence. Shen Ting nodded slightly, realizing she could not stand up to Jiang Ye, and thus chose to acquiesce to his wishes. A glimmer of amusement finally flickered in Jiang Ye's dark eyes. Was he not rather fond of this? He indeed assisted him in transporting the books. Class monitor Han Qing had already organized the books into stacks, each one towering high, and Shen Ting, with her slender arms and legs, found it impossible to carry even her own stack, let alone two. As she struggled to embrace the pile, faint red marks appeared on her arms from the book's edges, prompting Jiang Ye to glance at her and inwardly exclaim his disapproval at her fragility. With an unkind gaze fixed upon her, Shen Ting slowly rose. At that moment, Chen Shudong, with a sarcastic tone, interjected, "New student, could you also lend me a hand with my books?" Yu Qiqi, unable to bear this any longer, had initially intended to assist Shen Ting in carrying the remaining books. Jiang Ye is not someone to be trifled with, yet Chen Shudong, that little ruffian, is someone she cannot tolerate. The words she was about to utter, ready to blossom forth like fragrant blossoms, were abruptly interrupted when a pack of cigarettes soared through the air and struck Chen Shudong on the head. The boy's brow was sharp, his disdainful gaze imbued with a hint of menace that was truly intimidating. At that moment, Chen Shudong quickly became subdued, realizing he had invoked Jiang Ye's ire, and hurriedly clutched his books and fled. The tall figure of the boy shielded Shen Ting. As he snatched away the hefty stack of books, his expression foul. The sun shone brilliantly that day, and the boy, standing at an impressive 182 centimeters, cast a striking silhouette before her. Sunlight filtered down like fine gravel, and aside from his brawny hands, all that remained was the boy's pristine white shirt. Chapter 8. Truly sensitive after enduring all the classes with great difficulty, Chen Shudong finally mustered the courage to tap the shoulder of the person in front of him. "Jiang Ye, are you going to Ji-Fei's birthday party?" Jiang Ye had been involved in a brawl the previous day, and though he initially felt no pain, his head now throbbed painfully after being struck with a stick. He buried his head in the crook of his arm and replied, "Not going." Chen Shudong found himself in a quandary. Having lost a bet to Ji-Fei earlier, he had promised to bring Jiang Ye along that evening. However, Jiang Ye had little interest in others, and given his current condition, he clearly showed no desire to attend. Sighing, Chen Shudong felt a pang of frustration. Ji-Fei, who had always held herself in high regard, was now intent on humiliating Shen Ting, especially since the latter had overshadowed her. At this age, girls are particularly prone to holding grudges, and Ji-Fei was no exception. She was also remarkably envious. "Shen Ting, it's my birthday today. Will you come?" Upon hearing his name, Jiang Ye lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes, profound and luminous, resting upon the slender silhouette of the girl. Instinctively, he reached for the cigarettes in his drawer, his long fingers momentarily hesitating. He had forgotten. His cigarettes had already been used to strike Chen Shudong's head. Thus, she wished to refuse. Yet, the individual before her offered no opportunity for refusal, directly thrusting a card for a certain restaurant into Shen Ting's hands. Chen Shudong felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't Ye Ge just mentioned he wouldn't go? Why the sudden change of heart? However, a change of heart was indeed welcome, as it spared him the trouble of concocting an excuse. After standing for a moment, with Jiang Ye's figure having vanished, he turned in perplexity to inquire, "Does Ye Ge have other matters this afternoon?" Yang Jiang interjected. As soon as the monthly exam results came in, Director Su routinely kept Ye Ge in the office for criticism and education. "Oh." Chen Shudong nodded, pausing for 2 seconds before chuckling lightly, casting a playful grin at Yang Jiang. "Yang Jiang, will you take me flying later?" Yang Jiang immediately erupted, well aware that Chen Shudong purposely called him Yang Jiang instead of his proper name. He feigned a chase. Yang Jiang is a local dialect in City C, referring to a type of ginger. The folk remedy of Yang Jiang could promote hair growth, while the real Yang Jiang had sparse hair, which led to continuous mockery from his peers. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, who was supposed to endure ideological education, had already exited the school gates, trailing behind the girl in the checkered skirt. The girl walked for a stretch before finally pausing at the bus stop. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and her bangs gently swayed in the autumn breeze, exuding an indescribable aura of purity and elegance. Beneath the checkered skirt, her calves were exquisitely proportioned, slender and graceful. The dusky twilight cast a delicate veil over her, accentuating the girl's complexion, which was as smooth and translucent as fine jade, devoid of any blemish. Earlier, while moving books, his fingers had brushed against her fingertips, tender as a flower, smooth and delicate. The imprint left on her slender arm hinted at her fragility. Jiang Ye approached her, his dark eyes fixated on the petite figure amidst the crowd waiting for the bus. Shen Ting, I am heading to Ji Fei's birthday party, and I can give you a ride. Shen Ting lowered her head, evading his gaze, attempting to feign ignorance, to appear as if she neither saw nor heard him. Yet this diligent student, who had never told a lie, felt her cheeks flush crimson at her first act of pretense. Chapter 9. In a foolish mood, Jiang Ye found himself both amused and vexed, striding towards her. His tall frame exuded an imposing presence. Shen Ting, are you pretending to be deaf? Shen Ting's face turned a deep shade of red. It was the first time her indifference had been noticed. I can take the bus by myself. I don't need you to drive me. She took a step back, distancing herself from him. The smile on Jiang Ye's lips faded, his eyes turning frigid. He understood that someone like Shen Ting, raised with the finest upbringing, would inevitably accept the invitation if given the card. However, he never anticipated that she would refuse him, feeling as though he was presenting warmth to an unyielding coldness. Shen Ting glanced at the bus and turned away, her pace measured while others hurried past. Jiang Ye could only see her retreating silhouette, and inexplicably, his feet moved forward. Driven by a sense of foolishness, sensing a push from someone, Shen Ting turned her head to see Jiang Ye, his demeanor languid and indifferent. Two individuals squeezed onto the bus amidst the bustling crowd. For Jiang Ye, the young master of the Jiang family in the capital, a life devoid of ambition and marked by mischief could never harbor the notion of shame. Yet, shame he now felt. Not only was he not in his own vehicle, but he also found himself jostling for space alongside a throng of elderly women on the bus. This alone could be tolerated. But the fact that the fare was paid by a young girl added to his discomfort. Lacking change, the smallest denomination in his possession was a 50 yuan note, leaving him no choice but to direct his gaze towards Shen Ting. She, perceptive to the unspoken plea in his eyes, after a moment's hesitation, retrieved two still warm coins from the depths of her skirt pocket. Jiang Ye, just extend your hand, she softly urged. However, Jiang Ye was unwilling to perform such a foolish gesture. Yet, confronted by her downcast gaze and the delicate flutter of her trembling lashes, he found himself momentarily frozen. One coin settled quietly in the palm of his hand. Just one was enough each time, she gently reminded him. Throughout his unrestrained life filled with indulgence and surrounded by numerous companions, Jiang Ye had always been generous, never allowing others to shoulder the burden of expenses. In this moment, however, his emotions were tumultuous. This was the first instance he had ever experienced being reimbursed for travel expenses. During the peak hours of school dismissal, which coincided with the end of the workday, the bus was heavily overburdened, originally designed to accommodate 30 passengers but now crammed with nearly 50. This unfortunate reality meant that they were compelled to brush against other individuals. For instance, an oblivious elderly woman persistently nudged him, oblivious to the fact that she was forcing him further into the crowd. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth, veins throbbing at his temples, gripping the armrest with increasing intensity. When had Jiang Ye ever endured such indignities? The young girl sheltered beneath him suddenly spoke. Jiang Ye, you really don't need to squeeze onto the bus with me. Her voice was like a blend of the sweetest honey and the gentle waters of ancient southern towns. Yet, he was acutely aware of her distant, frigid demeanor. Indeed, he could have comfortably ridden his own bike, basking in the cool breeze and relishing the moment. Yet, he chose to endure the bus ride, and to his dismay, he was met with disdain. Was he not merely inviting trouble upon himself? Jiang Ye chuckled suddenly. You truly are heartless, Shen Ting. His tone was chilling, somewhat intimidating. Shen Ting felt a pang of anxiety. She was at a loss as to what she had said to provoke him, her unease mounting. It was as if, despite her having done nothing to irritate him before, he still compelled her to move books. Why had he grown to detest her so? Shen Ting could not comprehend. And neither could Jiang Ye. He was merely simmering in his own frustration, causing even the nearby elderly lady to feel intimidated by the young man's ferocity. Chapter 10. The birthday banquet. In the private room, an array of fruits and snacks was available, alongside microphones, dice, and liquor. Shen Ting spotted many classmates from her class. Yet her desk mate, Yu Chi-Chi, was notably absent. Lowering her head, she opened her phone and found several messages from Chi-Chi. On the first day of school at No. 1 high school, it was permissible to bring mobile phones. However, if discovered later, they would be confiscated. Adorable you Chi-Chi from the Invincible Universe. Ji-Fei and I aren't on good terms, so I wasn't invited. Please take care of yourself, stay away from alcohol. Adorable you Chi-Chi from the Invincible Universe. If it's possible to leave early, do so. Adorable you Chi-Chi from the Invincible Universe. If it's really unbearable, just call me. Don't bear it alone. A plethora of words followed, all imbued with concern for her, which made Shen Ting smile unconsciously. Her eyes curving like crescent moons. They resembled a serene lake shimmering with gentle ripples. Upon meeting her gaze, Jiang Ye felt his simmering frustration dissipate like mist, and he graciously offered her a place. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, Shen Ting chose a corner to sit, which happened to be the farthest spot from Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's eyes fixed intently on her as she settled in, yet she seemed utterly oblivious to his gaze. It felt as though his irritation had been absorbed by cotton. Did Shen Ting not harbor feelings for him? Was she merely shy? Nearby, Chen Shudong, having received a signal from Ji-Fei, recalled the wager he had made and resigned himself to approach her. Ji-Fei, I would like to have some of the fruit over there. Could you kindly shift your seat? Naturally, Ji-Fei obliged with delight. Meanwhile, Chen Shudong could only force a smile while enduring the incessant insinuations from Yang Jiang. Ji-Fei, having achieved her desire, seated herself beside Jiang Ye, deliberately tossing her hair aside to showcase her most flattering profile. Others may only recognize Jiang Ye for his formidable lineage. But Ji-Fei was aware that he was the esteemed young master of the Jiang family from the capital, his wealth rivaling nations. The advantages of being his girlfriend were abundantly clear. The young man on the sofa lazily lifted his eyelids, his striking features exuding a wild charm. Devoid of any discernible emotion, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Shudong quickly interjected to lighten the mood. These songs are repetitive. If we are to play, let us engage in something more daring. The crowd awaited his next words, but he inadvertently shattered their curiosity with his suggestion. How about a game of truth or dare? Seeing the lack of response from the crowd, he remarked, it's not as if we can't afford it, right? Are you all feeling timid? The youth of this year are particularly easily stirred into a spirit of competition. And before long, everyone acquiesced. Shen Ting had never played before. In fact, she had never even heard of it. Her childhood had been spent within the confines of classrooms. Dance classes, piano lessons, and at home, this was her first time in a private room. Fortunately, Chen Shudong altered the rules slightly. Those who failed to complete the truth or dare must drink 3 glasses of alcohol. In a moment of focus, Jiang Ye finally lifted his gaze, his shirt unbuttoned at 2 places. Previously, he had casually rested his legs on the coffee table, but now he abruptly stood up, his dark eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth as they met the gazes of those around him. It was as if a silent explosion reverberated at the center of the room. Everyone could tell that this gentleman was clearly up to something. With a faint smile playing on his lips, the boy spoke, his captivating pupils extraordinarily profound. I will draw the numbers. The rule for this round is to kiss any part of the body of any present opposite sex. Chapter 11. Confession. The moment those words escaped his lips, the others erupted in excitement. Such an exhilarating game was something they yearned for yet feared at their age, filled with limitless imagination regarding kisses. As the crowd settled into silence, Jiang Ye lowered his eyelids, hands in his pockets, and approached Chen Shudong to draw lots. Shen Ting harbored a quiet wish to avoid being chosen. The dim light of the room cast a glow on the girl sitting in the corner, her pale complexion radiating softly, her slightly curled eyelashes fluttering. Her fingers were tightly intertwined, and her delicate brows were knitted in worry. While the group was collectively anxious, none exhibited fear quite like hers, which seemed to merely skim the surface. As the card dealing was about to commence, a sudden flick of fingers struck Chen Shudong's forehead, causing him pain as he innocently raised his gaze. Under the dim light, Yi Ji's profile appeared sharp and defined, standing there with an air of authority. Looking down at him, his dark eyes reflecting a languid amusement. Smoke hung in the atmosphere. Shen Ting, positioned near the door, seized the opportunity to exit the private room. Upon witnessing Shen Ting's departure, Jiang Ye, who initially intended to confront Chen Shudong, merely cast him a glance before turning on his heel and leaving the room. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shudong had narrowly escaped a predicament, scratching his head in confusion. Once the door to the room closed, the palpable tension finally dissipated. prompting Yang Jiang to deliver a playful slap to the back of Chen Shudong's head. You truly are a fool. Who doesn't know that Jiang Ye hasn't seriously dated anyone in years? The one he did date was a beauty among the top students. Furthermore, in C City, who is unaware of Jiang Ye's lofty standards and his disdain for the ordinary. Chen Shudong was indeed foolish. Assisting Ji Fei was akin to treading on dangerous ground, a self-inflicted demise. After exiting the room, Jiang Ye noticed a girl being obstructed by someone. The girl's figure was strikingly familiar. Observing her slender frame, accentuated by the plaid skirt that emphasized her waist, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. It truly was her. He ambled leisurely to the corner and paused. Shen Ting, oblivious to her misfortune, had never anticipated that, despite transferring schools, she would encounter Su Liang, who now stood at the far right of the horizontal corridor before them. From his vantage point, Jiang Ye could distinctly overhear their conversation. Shen Ting was acutely aware of the numerous subtle advances made by the young man before her, and she understood the reason for his presence. He was likely here to confess his feelings. Although she had never experienced such moments, she recognized that no one would shower kindness without a motive. Yet, fearing she might be overthinking, she patiently inquired, Su Liang, is there something you wish to discuss? Shen Ting, there has been a sentiment I've harbored in my heart for quite some time, and I've come here secretly. As he spoke, his gaze flickered slightly, and his hands clenched tightly around something. Shen Ting realized that for the ensuing conversation, she ought to comprehend that she should not halt her listening. Just as she intended to apologize, the words had barely left her lips when he declared, Shen Ting, I like you. Alas, she was too late to respond. The girl furrowed her brow in distress. This won't do. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, why? With her pale face taut, Shen Ting frowned slightly, her tone grave and earnest. You are still young. Your studies should take precedence. How can you aspire to attend university without solid academic performance? If you do not strive, who will strive for you? Do you even understand what it means to like someone? Your future is long. It must not be hindered. After imparting her mother's earnest teachings, Shen Ting felt a sense of resolution. Chapter 12. I will accompany you who? Upon being seen rejecting a confession, the young man's expression darkened. Yet he could not direct his anger towards the beautiful girl before him. Consequently, he unleashed his frustration upon the eavesdropper. A youth emerged from the shadows, with light and shadow cascading over his tousled ebony locks. His nose was prominent, lips thin, and his facial contours sharply defined, with wild and untamed depths reflecting in his dark eyes. He exuded an air of nonchalance, unmistakably a product of indulgence, a wayward youth. Just as Su Liang was about to unleash his anger, he suddenly deflated. The young man held a cigarette between his cool, thin lips, his expression obscured by swirling smoke, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. He wore a languid smile, yet a single glance pierced through the fade of lethargy. What? This path is here, and I am not to be heard? Su Liang shook his head timidly, at a loss for how to confront Shen Ting. He felt as though his presence here was a mere farce, prompting him to flee. Shen Ting watched Su Liang's desolate figure retreat, feeling equally helpless. Yet, she was powerless to act, for any attempt might lead to misunderstanding and hinder his progress. Disappearing without a word was an inexcusable act. Suddenly, she felt a tug on the back of her shirt. The enigmatic figure extinguished his cigarette, leaving a faint scent of smoke on the youth's white shirt. His voice slightly raspy from smoking. I shall escort you. Shen Ting gazed into his profound eyes, blinking in disbelief. Could she decline? Jiang Ye gently pulled the fragile girl from the tavern. The streetlights cast a warm, yellow glow, and rows of motorcycles lined the street. Jiang Ye halted before a striking crimson motorcycle, nonchalantly taking a seat, yet the rear remained empty. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the motionless girl for several seconds before clicking his tongue and averting his gaze. Is riding a motorcycle not an option? No, it is not permissible. The seemingly delicate young girl appeared pale, her hands gripping the straps of her backpack tightly. He, unusually benevolent, offered to accompany her, yet she remained unresponsive. Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable restlessness surge within him, akin to molten lava coursing through his veins, igniting a fire that blazed in his heart. However, he was unable to unleash this turmoil, nor did he have a suitable outlet. Suppressing his agitation, he firmly grasped the girl's backpack and coldly inquired, Is it that you dislike riding motorcycles, or is it my motorcycle that you find unappealing? The girl offered no explanation, merely standing there, her expression a mix of fright and vulnerability. her pale face accentuated by a hint of rosy lips. The chestnut strands of her hair danced in the gentle breeze, brushing against her lips and accentuating her already exquisite features, hinting at the striking beauty she would undoubtedly embody in the future. Jiang Ye's irritation intensified as he turned her to face him, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Ting, who clutched her plaid skirt nervously. At that moment, Jiang Ye began to comprehend. Even a long skirt could reveal too much. Such a girl would be particularly sensitive to this. Ultimately, Jiang Ye relented and led Shen Ting to take the bus. As he looked at the 2 coins resting in his palm, a flicker of frustration arose within him, remnants of the fare she had given him. A gentle voice broke the silence. "Thank you." A ripple of sweetness stirred within the young man's heart. Chapter 13. Indeed, he is quite liked by her not long after the school term commenced. The autumn sports meet at the first high school was scheduled to take place from September 25th to September 28th, with the new basketball cup competition set for September 20th. For instance, in Class 2 under the leadership of Yao Yao, being a science class, there is a significant number of boys, and participation in the basketball tournament is mandatory. Yao Yao stands at the podium, emphasizing the importance the school places on this tournament, hoping that capable students will contribute their efforts. As for the sports meet, I aspire for every student to participate. A few boys, in jest, proclaim, "Rest assured, our class will undoubtedly secure first place this time." Although it is common knowledge that Class 2 is merely a group of frail bookworms, harboring the ambition to achieve first place is commendable. A smile graces Yao Yao's face, encouraging them to focus on their efforts. Once Yao Yao exits, the classroom erupts into a cacophony of noise. Chen Shudong tilts his head and inquires, "Hey, does it feel like the teacher is subtly hinting at you?" With a sharp slap on his back, Yang Jiang retorts, "You fool, if you understand it. Doesn't that mean he does too? Do you think everyone is as dim-witted as you?" The two engage in playful banter. Shen Ting glances over at the commotion. At this moment, Jiang Ye lifts his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he intently studies those of Shen Ting. Though the owner of those eyes is youthful, their features resemble distant mountains emerging from the mist, subtly hinting at a future beauty. Once Yao Yao departs, Shen Ting's attention shifts solely to him. Typically timid, he surprises himself by stealing glances at Jiang Ye, revealing his fondness. "Jiang Ye, are you going to sign up?" The sports committee member has already heard of Jiang Ye's reputation since freshman year. He is nothing short of the prince of slam dunks. He had only witnessed Jiang Ye's performance during the first half of the sophomore basketball game. After that incident, they had little opportunity to see him again. Now, with another basketball match on the horizon, other classes were filled with formidable players, while their own Class 2 seemed to consist solely of diligent students focused on their studies. The other classes mocked them, claiming that if Jiang Ye were present, victory would be assured. Yet, would Jiang Ye even consent to participate? Shen Ting blinked, genuinely not intending to eavesdrop on their conversation. It was merely that their voices were rather loud. When the sports representative posed this question, a hush fell over the crowd. Thus, Shen Ting had no choice but to feign interest in waiting. Unbeknownst to her, someone misinterpreted her demeanor as eagerness for him to join, thinking that since she admired him so much, he might grant her wish to play. The moment the words left his lips, an uproar of cheers erupted. Other classes, witnessing the excitement in Class 2, assumed they had secured an impressive ally. However, upon hearing the news, they were taken aback. Was this all? Many were unaware of Jiang Ye's true abilities, only knowing him as a delinquent with no academic merit. He remained in Class 2 for 2 reasons: his affluent background and the lack of distinction between good and bad classes in the first 2 years at No. 1 high school. It was only in the 3rd year that students were categorized based on their capabilities, allowing for greater potential to be realized among similarly skilled peers. Yet, Yang Jiang understood that Jiang Ye had once been a prodigy at No. 1 high school, a brilliance extinguished too soon. True to his name, Jiang Ye exuded an inherent wildness. Raised under the strict tutelage of the Jiang family's patriarch, his academic achievements were nothing short of enviable, serving as the quintessential model student. Even with his debauchery, his impressive grades ensured that he remained well-liked by his peers. Indeed, Jiang Ye endured a frail constitution during his childhood, shaped by the rigorous training instilled by his grandfather, who was a soldier. Under such formidable conditions, Jiang Ye thrived. Not only could he excel in basketball, but he could also shatter records in the 5,000-meter run. Chapter 14. The basketball match time at the first high school passed swiftly. The daily academic rigors were demanding, yet the teachers possessed an exceptional flair for instruction, which captivated Shen Ting. Before long, the basketball match arrived, the annual friendly competition between the 1st and 8th high schools. While the principals feigned amiability, an underlying rivalry simmered between them. After all, who was devoid of a competitive spirit? It was rumored that students from all grades, from freshmen to seniors, would participate to uphold the school's honor, thus inflating the scale of the event. Yuchichi finally persuaded Shen Ting to attend the match. Upon arrival, they found the expansive basketball court teeming with spectators, a veritable sea of humanity. The atmosphere buzzed with fervent cheers. Shen Ting, however, was indifferent to the match itself. Her primary concern lay in the participation of Fu Jianxing, the academic prodigy from 8th high school. Previously, during a mathematics competition in BJ, Shen Ting had received a favor from Fu Jianxing. On that day, she had awoken late and rushed to the examination venue, equipped with her admission ticket, a 2B pencil, and an eraser, yet lacking a 0.5 gel pen, which was quite disheartening. A distant, unapproachable boy seated in front of her kindly lent her a pen. That day, she learned his name, as simple and unblemished as he himself, Fu Jianxing. According to the invigilator, Fu Jianxing hailed from the 8th high school in City C, boasting an impressive array of accolades, though his health was somewhat frail. Shen Ting's purpose in attending was merely to repay a debt of gratitude, which, in essence, amounted to offering him a bottle of water. Whether to engage or not is of little consequence. A group of girls gathered around the periphery of the court, where the first match featured Class 6 from the 3rd year of high school won against Class 3 from the 2nd year of high school 8. Both teams displayed a lack of finesse, resulting in a narrow victory for high school 8 with a score of 10-11. As the subsequent matches commenced, the intensity escalated. Among the players was a young athlete named Qiu Shujia, who made an immediate impact by scoring a goal upon his entrance. Shen Ting was somewhat taken aback, while the girls nearby were in a state of fervent excitement, their beautiful apricot eyes sparkling with delight. In that moment, Shen Ting realized that Yuchichi had harbored a deep affection for this boy, Qiu Shujia, throughout the 3 transformative years of their youth. Yuchichi gazed at the boy on the stage, exuding vitality and exuberance, his laughter bright and sunny as he dribbled the ball. After the match concluded, countless girls rushed to offer water to Qiu Shujia, a testament to his popularity. Yuchichi, with her unwavering focus, remarked, "Ting Ting, that boy who plays the best is truly exceptional and well-liked. It's wonderful." Shen Ting sensed a pang of discomfort at her words and gently clasped her hand, saying, "Chi-Chi, you are wonderful too." The girl could not help but laugh at this statement. In that year, Yuchichi stood at a height of 1.60 meters and weighed 101 pounds, teetering on the edge of being slightly plump. Yet she possessed a charming face and a good-natured temperament. Without these attributes, she might have struggled to even make friends. After spending over half a month with Yuchichi, Shen Ting came to understand her as an endearing girl, a bit silly yet delightful. Witnessing her discomfort for the first time left Shen Ting somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, Chi-Chi's nature allowed her emotions to arise and dissipate swiftly, and she soon became engrossed in the match once more. At last, I have arrived at Class 2 of the 2nd year, and as the mealtime approaches, the crowd continues to swell, and the atmosphere grows increasingly lively. Yigo! Look, Shen Ting has also come," Chen Shudong exclaimed, rushing to Jiang Ye's side. Chen Shudong was quite captivated by beautiful women, especially by the enchanting allure of Shen Ting, who embodied what many would call the quintessential national first love. However, Chen Shudong felt no romantic inclination towards Shen Ting. He simply admired her beauty. "Jiang, do you think Shen Ting is here to see whom?" Several boys gathered together, merrily discussing. Duan Sheng, the top student of the 2nd year at No. 1 high school, had consistently held the first position year after year, with no one able to dethrone him. Jiang Ye overheard their banter and cast a cool glance in their direction. Someone chuckled and quipped, "Surely, she can't be here to see Yigo." Ha ha. This elicited another round of laughter. It is noteworthy that these boys had previously dared not approach Jiang Ye, yet now they felt emboldened to jest at his expense. Such is the simplicity of youthful camaraderie. Merely playing basketball together can forge bonds of brotherhood. Nevertheless, when Jiang Ye heard that remark, an inexplicable irritation washed over him. What did they mean by implying that Shen Ting could not possibly be here to see him? Why could she not be here for him? With a serious demeanor, he declared, "She is indeed here to see me." Unaware of the happenings on the court, Shen Ting leisurely strolled to the periphery, casting a sweet smile at the group of young men. "Go for it," she cheered, her voice imbued with such softness that one could hardly resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. Amidst the throng, Countless voices urged him on, yet in the gentle breeze, he could only hear Shen Ting's words. Through her exceptionally pure eyes, reminiscent of mist-laden azure, that audacious youth seemed to hear the uncontainable rhythm of his own heartbeat. This basketball match proved to be the most captivating spectacle. Jiang Ye dominated the court single-handedly, his dribbling both skillful and deft, effortlessly evading the players from Class 8. He advanced to the three-point line and suddenly glanced towards the sidelines, as if searching for someone. Upon spotting the person, he lifted his chin, revealing his striking jawline, while a carefree smile graced his lips. With a gentle wave of his hand towards the audience, he executed a movement that, though fleeting, elicited a chorus of high-pitched screams from the girls present, exclaiming how handsome he was. Subsequently, with a flick of his arm, the first three-pointer was born. Fu Jianqing, having had a prior acquaintance with Jiang Ye, was well aware that he was merely showing off, akin to a peacock displaying its splendor to attract a mate, unabashedly radiating his charm. During the halftime break, the students of Class 2 naturally tended to their own, while those from Class 8 were not lacking in attention. From a distance, Jiang Ye spotted the bottle in Shen Ting's hands, a subtle smile gracing his cool lips as he recognized her approach. Was Shen Ting genuinely bringing water to Yigo? This seemed improbable. As a paragon of good student behavior, she had consistently avoided Jiang Ye. He had declined water offered by others, patiently awaiting Shen Ting's arrival. That day, with the weather turning cooler, the school's uniform regulations were relaxed, allowing Shen Ting to don a ginger-colored knitted top adorned with exquisite embroidery of intertwining green leaves. This choice inexplicably enhanced her already delicate and graceful demeanor, rendering her beauty even more enchanting. The boys both on and off the field were somewhat exhilarated. They had never encountered such a captivating girl at school. Her airy bangs were gently lifted by the breeze, adding an ethereal charm to her appearance. It was said that her name was Shen Ting, a transfer student. No one could have anticipated that this day, the notorious Jiang Ye would become one of the most talked-about subjects alongside the exemplary student Shen Ting on the school forum. One was admired for his striking handsomeness, while the other was praised for her exquisite beauty. Although both were featured on the forum, they seemingly had no connection whatsoever. Jiang Ye, awaiting water, feigned indifference until he witnessed Shen Ting bypassing them to hand a bottle of water to Fu Jianqing. The crowd erupted in laughter, nearly gasping for breath. Just minutes earlier, Yigo had confidently declared, "Just watch me." One could not help but wonder if this was a slap in the face. Chapter 16. Yigo is stunningly handsome, damn it. Isn't she fond of him? She truly has fickle affections. Although Chen Shudong did not fully comprehend Yi's meaning, he chimed in, "Yigo, that is called fickle affections." Jiang Ye shot a chilling glance at Chen Shudong, who silently touched his nose and retreated beside Yang Jiang. After handing water to Fu Jianqing, Shen Ting felt she had been somewhat ostentatious, realizing her initial intention was rather juvenile. After all, when could one not repay a kindness? Yet, in a moment of impulse, she had acted. A group of boys teased her, exclaiming, "Look, our academic powerhouse Fu has garnered yet another little admirer." Their voices were loud, making it impossible for Shen Ting to ignore. Her fair face flushed crimson. Suddenly, someone wrapped an arm around her, breathlessly exclaiming, "Ting Ting, how did you manage to bring me water so quickly?" A group of individuals began to comprehend the situation. Oh, it turned out that the delightful young lady was not the one who had sent it. It was intended for a friend, which swiftly alleviated the awkwardness. Yuchichi smiled, her eyes curving with delight, glimmering with a touch of mischief. "Hello, Fu Jianqing. I am Yuchichi from Class 2 of the second year. This bottle of water is my token of sympathy for you." She cast a glance at the emptiness in Fu Jianqing's hands, noting that everyone else had water. And in comparison, he seemed rather unfortunate. With a slight lift of her chin and a hint of pride, her chubby cheeks appeared irresistible to pinch. Truly, she was charming. Fu Jianqing suppressed the amusement in his dark, clear eyes and maintained a distant demeanor, replying, "Thank you, Yuchichi." Yuchichi waved her hand graciously, dismissing any need for formality, before pulling Shen Ting away. The two girls began to converse in hushed tones. "Ting Ting, how did you end up delivering water to the 8th middle school?" Shen Ting felt rather foolish for her impulsive act, and recounted the entire story to Yuchichi. Yuchichi understood. In one's youth, one often acts impulsively, reminiscent of her past when she crossed the basketball court merely to deliver water. However, she had since learned to view such incidents with indifference, pretending not to notice. Shen Ting's behavior was indeed a classic example of impulsiveness. The intermission concluded. Whether it was merely their perception or not, Yang Jiang felt that Yi Ge was exceptionally fierce, denying the opponents any opportunity to seize the ball. Before long, the score between Class 2 of the first year and Class 7 of the third year at the 8th middle school had widened to 40-21. A stark contrast to the previous match's score of 23-21. Yi Ge wasn't merely playing, he was fighting with fervor. The entire scene was dominated by the solitary figure of Jiang Ye, his youthful form radiating like the blazing sun, seemingly boundless in energy. The members of Class 2 were encountering Jiang Ye for the first time. They had perceived him as merely a troublemaker, fighting, smoking, and skipping classes, believing this to be his complete persona. Now, they realized this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Such a wild brother, he was utterly magnificent. Fu Jinxing found the match rather uninteresting. His health was not particularly robust, so he decided to exit the game early, soon followed by Jiang Ye. Clad in his basketball uniform, with short hair dampened by sweat, Jiang Ye settled beside Fu Jinxing. He remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at him, his dark eyes reflecting a chilling indifference. "Water," he said, his tone audacious and carefree. Yet there was a hint of vulnerability in his gaze as it fell upon the bottle of mineral water. Fu Jinxing and Jiang Ye had been neighbors in their early years. As children, they had naturally developed a bond. However, due to Fu Jinxing's declining health, he had moved to the countryside of City C for recuperation, leading to a gradual decline in their communication. Yet, Fu Jinxing was well aware of Jiang Ye's brash nature. It was unlike him to regard anything with such a longing gaze. It appeared he had taken a liking to that girl. "I haven't drunk this water," Jiang Ye remarked, accepting the bottle and giving Fu Jinxing a knowing look. Chapter 17. She truly does not like him. Fu Jinxing crossed his legs, observing as the youth gulped down a generous mouthful of water. His gaze then shifted to the lovely girl standing nearby, alongside another girl with a long ponytail and wispy bangs, whose profile was strikingly beautiful. She excelled academically and had become the envy of all the other girls. "Jiang Ye, do you truly mean it?" he casually inquired. Jiang Ye halted his drinking, his dark pupils fixed intently upon him. "It is she who likes me." A faint laughter wafted through the air. "Jiang Ye, how was I unaware of your self-absorption before?" the girl remarked, clearly intimidated by him. Jiang Ye chuckled non-committally, poised to retort, yet memories of Shen Ting's previous retreats flooded his mind. Perhaps she truly harbored no affection for him? He swung the bottle and strode outside, only to hear a boy's voice behind him. "That bottle of water was borrowed from Shen Ting when I returned to Pin." The boy shrugged indifferently, feigning a lack of concern, yet his pace quickened noticeably. Shen Ting had initially intended to watch the match, but ended up accompanying Yu Chi-Chi to the restroom. Waiting outside, she found herself unexpectedly confronted by Jiang Ye. A small grove stood beside the restroom, and Jiang Ye approached, his chest heaving violently, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to his forehead. The youth emanated an intense heat, causing Shen Ting to instinctively take a step back. Jiang Ye, oblivious, fixated on her and inquired, "Shen Ting, why didn't you bring me water?" The girl clutched the hem of her shirt, feeling somewhat at a loss. She feared that speaking further might lead others to misinterpret her intentions. Observing the girl who had been staring at her toes, Jiang Ye noticed her delicately fluttering eyelashes and her beautifully soft lips pressed together. It dawned on him that her avoidance whenever she saw him was not shyness, but rather fear. "Huh." The boy's gaze bore down on her, making Shen Ting hesitant to meet his eyes. "Shen Ting, do you absolutely despise me?" For the first time, Shen Ting faced such a blunt inquiry regarding her feelings, leaving her speechless like a quail. Yet, Jiang Ye discerned the guilty evasion in her eyes. It turned out that she truly harbored a dislike for him, even fearing him. After a prolonged silence, Shen Ting softly uttered an apology in response to his palpable agitation. His irritation found no outlet, inexplicably simmering beneath the surface. She had always despised him, looked down upon him, and was reluctant to engage in conversation. The once spirited youth, who had sailed through life on a tide of adoration, now faced the harsh realization that he too was subject to the disdain and fear of others. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, as the veins in his hands stood out in stark relief. In a fit of vexation, he kicked the large locust tree, startling Shen Ting into a tremble. He began to comprehend the reasons behind Shen Ting's apprehension towards him. He was a person plagued by severe rage issues, and should he ever lose control, no one would be able to restrain him. Throughout the year, Jiang Ye had been a figure of disarray, the archetype of a troublesome student, a wealthy scion whom everyone had given up on. No one dared approach him, nor did anyone genuinely care for him. Conversely, Shen Ting, as he had heard from Yao Yao, was the top student from Hangzhou, excelling academically and displaying commendable upbringing. She was unlike him, a delinquent who engaged in fights and smoking, and it seemed implausible that their worlds could ever intersect. Furthermore, with Shen Ting's evident distaste for him, why should he extend warmth to someone who rebuffed him? Had he become addicted to self-deprecation? In this lifetime, Jiang Ye would never bow to anyone else. Chapter 18. Sports Day. The basketball tournament concluded, with Class 2 of the second year securing second place, while the first was claimed by Su Jia in their sports class. Since the last basketball match, Jiang Ye had not exchanged a word with Shen Ting. Even in passing, he would feign ignorance of her presence. He remained unchanged, playing basketball, smoking, skipping classes, and engaging in fights, doing whatever he pleased. Shen Ting was aware that she had provoked Jiang Ye. Since he did not wish to see her, she too would learn to evade him. During the opening ceremony of the sports meet, all the students stood on the playground under the sun, clad in their black and white mixed uniforms. Jiang Ye leaned against the wall by the school gate, smoking. The girls from Class 3 passing by discreetly glanced at him, whispering in excited tones, "Ah, that's Jiang Ye. He's so handsome. I heard he's exceptional at basketball. Oh my, I'm about to fall for him." Someone cautiously warned, "Don't even think about it. I heard he's really fierce, and he's not just any thug. He could actually..." But before she could finish, another girl shot her a warning glance. "Shoo, someone is coming." Yang Jiang cast a glance at them, fully embodying his delinquent persona. "You want to die?" The girls, frightened, scampered away. Yang Jiang then approached Jiang Ye, seeking to confirm his suspicions. "Bro, are you still going to play games today?" Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, "Yeah." However, it was the first day of the sports meet, and many from their class were participating in competitions. He had heard that Shen Ting had signed up for the 800 meters. Suddenly, Jiang Ye lifted his gaze, extinguished his cigarette, and after a moment, he turned on his heel, saying, "If you mention her again, I'll make you regret it." She had made it clear that she did not like him. If he were to glance at Shen Ting running even once more, he would be nothing short of pathetic. He had no intention of watching her run. He was going to play games instead. At the internet CAF, Jiang Ye, a person of his ilk, typically frequents internet cafes, where the proprietor grants him a private room, replete with delectable refreshments. A group of wayward girls, upon spotting Jiang Ye entering the establishment, gravitate toward him. These girls, accustomed to the ambience of the internet CAF, are well aware of Jiang Ye's reputation. Handsome, affluent, and rebellious. Each trait serves as a magnet to draw them in. One girl, slender with an ample bosom, deliberately collides with Jiang Ye, feigning injury with a theatrical gasp. The young man's lips curl into a faint smile, his eyes subtly raised, exuding an enigmatic charm. Yet, within the depths of his inky gaze lies a chilling indifference. "Get lost," he mutters, embodying a certain aloofness. In truth, the girl is not unattractive. She possesses a striking and alluring beauty, her figure undoubtedly appealing, likely to garner admiration. However, Jiang Ye finds himself inexplicably irritated by her presence. The memory of her tea-colored eyes, reminiscent of her hair's hue, shines with an astonishing brightness even in the absence of a smile, as if she were destined to dazzle. Such thoughts only heighten his inner turmoil, amplifying his agitation. He retrieves his jacket and strides toward the exit. Yang Jiang inquires, "Where are you headed, Ye Go?" He merely smiles and remains silent. Jiang Ye is acutely aware of his lack of resolve in this situation, yet he feels helplessly ensnared by his own desires. Chapter 19. A fall today marks the sports meet, and the school gates are unusually lenient. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Ye rushes, anxious that he might miss Shen Ting's event. Clad in a white shirt, he stands out amidst the sea of black and white uniforms, exuding a distinctive individuality. Shen Ting is on the track, sporting a high ponytail, her headband a vivid blue, a stark contrast to the pale yellow he had assumed she preferred. The fringe of her hair gently lifted as she turned to follow the direction of the wind, allowing it to tousle her airy bangs. Jiang Ye suppressed a smile at the corners of his lips. It was evident that even diligent students have a penchant for beauty. Shen Ting, following the same breeze, spotted Jiang Ye amidst the crowd, a rebellious youth clad in a pristine white shirt, exuding an aura of cleanliness reminiscent of an exemplary student. Yet, beneath the facade lay a hint of mischief. When Shen Ting caught his gaze, she hesitated, seemingly fearful of any association with him, and quickly averted her eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a touch of madness. He found himself thinking that even avoiding Shen Ting made her all the more endearing. Jiang Ye's gaze fell downward, noticing that the laces of his clean canvas shoes were slightly loose. in a moment of impulsive warmth. He intended to tie them for her, but instead uttered softly, "Shen Ting, your shoelaces are undone." Jiang Ye had always been a rule-breaker, his actions often surprising, driven solely by his own inclinations. Yet, he was Jiang Ye, the archetype of a rebellious student, notorious for being at the heart of every scandal at Yizhang. If he were to tie Shen Ting's shoelaces today, their budding romance would inevitably be plastered across the bulletin board by tomorrow. He feared the world's gossip would tarnish the reputation of his sweet girl. Indeed, any association with a delinquent like him would likely lead to disappointment in her from all around, and she would inevitably face the brunt of countless bullies. Shen Ting lowered her head, her delicate fingers deftly tying a bow with grace. Her slender, exquisite hands glowed under the sun, the fair skin radiating brightness. Jiang Ye's eyes darkened slightly. Since that basketball match, Shen Ting's reputation soared, overshadowing the previous campus belle, prompting discontent among the boys who began to believe that Shen Ting was the true embodiment of beauty. A significant number of first-year students gathered to witness Shen Ting, hoping to win the favor of the goddess, even if only by accruing goodwill. As the crowd swelled, bodies pressed together. Jiang Ye, a carefree and charming youth, stood among this throng of boys, quietly harboring his affections for the girl. The sound of the gunshot echoed, and the girl's agile figures darted past. To be honest, Jiang Ye had not anticipated that Shen Ting, with her petite frame, would manage to sprint down so effortlessly. To his surprise, she maintained a commanding lead with apparent ease, rendering the other girls mere background figures in her wake. As the first lap concluded, the next would test their endurance. Following closely behind Shen Ting was a girl named Yu Weiwei, who had once been widely regarded as the campus belle. Many cheered for Yu Weiwei, yet an even greater number supported Shen Ting. Observing the continuous stream of Shen Ting's name being submitted from the podium, the officials were intrigued, wondering who this girl was that garnered such fervent encouragement. Yu Weiwei, feeling the pressure, secretly quickened her pace. Her title of campus belle was slipping away, and she could not afford to lose in the one event she excelled at, running. As the distance dwindled, nearing a corner just over 100 meters away, a sudden thud echoed, causing the hearts of the boys and girls present to seize with concern. Shen Ting had fallen. Chapter 20 is in the autumn breeze swept through, and all Shen Ting could feel was the sharp sting radiating from her knee. In a moment of weakness, Shen Ting could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. She bit her lip fiercely, striving to conceal her distress. Before anyone could react, a figure dashed forward. The referee, who was supposed to maintain order, was unable to intervene. The young man rushed to her side, his strong arms lifting Shen Ting gently. Words of comfort swirled within him, yet when they reached his lips, they vanished into silence. In that instant, as Shen Ting fell, he realized his fate was sealed. He would forever be at her mercy. Shen Ting's porcelain-like face was still glistening with tears. Her eyes, red from crying, gazed up at him as she stifled her sobs. "Jiang Ye, please put me down. I can walk on my own." Jiang Ye cast a cool glance at her legs. Her dark pants concealed the extent of her injury, yet he understood that she had fallen hard. With a sardonic smile, he teased, "Do you really want me to let you go?" He lowered his arm slightly, causing her to feel a moment of weightlessness, which turned her face pale with fear. She clutched tightly at Jiang Ye's shirt, her soft voice trembling. "Jiang Ye, please don't. I'm scared." A surge of frustration welled up within Jiang Ye. Hearing her express fear softened his heart, and he could no longer bear to tease her. Instead, he held her close and quickened his pace. The school infirmary was not far from the playground, and he hurriedly carried Shen Ting inside. The school nurse, a woman nearing 50, approached Shen Ting's wounds with a leisurely demeanor. Jiang Ye's irritation grew, and he felt a fire igniting within him. Shen Ting sensed his agitation and tugged at his shirt's hem with a pitiful look, extinguishing his anger entirely. "She is hurt. Could you please attend to her quickly?" Although the tone was somewhat indifferent, the use of the word trouble still conveyed a sense of concern. If Chen Shudong were to witness his friend Digo acting so considerate, he would surely be taken aback. Upon hearing this, the doctor hastened his actions, instructing, "Young man, please assist your girlfriend in rolling up her pant legs." As soon as Shen Ting heard this, her cheeks flushed with heat, and she stammered, "Doctor, we are not." However, Jiang Ye was quicker, responding with a smile, "Sure." It seemed that being mistaken for a couple brought him a peculiar sense of joy. Shen Ting, on the other hand, wore a serious expression and asserted to Jiang Ye, "Jiang Ye, we are not in a relationship. How can you?" "Shen Ting, if you keep moving, I might just squeeze your wound," he retorted, adopting a fierce demeanor. Shen Ting was genuinely startled. Lowering her gaze and missing the amusement glimmering in Jiang Ye's eyes, truly believing he might bully her. After Jiang Ye rolled up her pant legs, his expression turned somber. Shen Ting revealed a slender, pale leg, marred by a bleeding scrape on her knee, the sight of which was rather distressing. The doctor, taken aback by the severity of the injury, felt a twinge of guilt, recalling a recent incident involving another couple who had come to him, making a fuss over what turned out to be a mere scratch. "I assumed you were the same. I am truly sorry, young lady." Shen Ting lifted her head and smiled, assuring him, "It's all right." The doctor's gaze met the young girl's eyes, which were a delicate amber, pure and beautiful like a piece of exquisite glass, mirroring her striking appearance. The young girl is undeniably beautiful. As she matures, she may surpass even the most renowned starlets on television. "Is it all right if I apply some medication, dear classmate? The bandage will be kept on for 3 days to facilitate quicker healing and minimize scarring." Shen Ting nodded in agreement, displaying an obedience that was almost unsettling. She cooperated splendidly, enduring the application of the medicine without uttering a sound, her understanding nature evoking a sense of tenderness. Chapter 21. Divorce, the doctor advised. "This is not acceptable. We must inform your parents." Shen Ting, feeling a sharp pain in her knee, nodded in acknowledgement. The doctor proceeded to prescribe additional ointment to aid in recovery and expedite healing. After expressing her gratitude to the doctor, Shen Ting noticed a curious girl peeking in, Chi, who regarded Jiang Ye with a hint of wariness. Initially, upon witnessing Shen Ting's fall, Chi dashed forward, but her short legs hindered her, allowing Jiang Ye to reach Shen Ting first and lift her into his arms. Chi harbored a certain fear of Jiang Ye, which kept her lingering outside. Jiang Ye caught sight of her and recalled the doctor's earlier words, "I will find Yao Yao. Chi can stay here to keep you company." Shen Ting, who had initially worn a sorrowful expression, suddenly blossomed with joy, gratefully thanking Jiang Ye, her demeanor radiating warmth. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel amused. Shen Ting's delight was so apparent, it was almost endearing. Once Jiang Ye departed, Chi finally dared to exhale deeply. Ting, how could you suddenly fall like that? It must have hurt terribly. What if it leaves a scar?" She fretted, resembling a concerned mother with her incessant chatter. Such was Chi's nature, talkative. Yet, Shen Ting found comfort in her words. Chi, it's nothing serious. I will be fine in a few days." Chi rested her chin on her hand, her bright, glistening apricot eyes fixed on her with an almost ethereal glow. Is there something you wish to inquire about?" Shen Ting asked. Chi blinked. "Listen, are you and Jiang Ye in a relationship?" "Thank you. That startled me." "Oh, so it seems not then." Chi mused, somewhat contemplative. Clearly, Jiang Ye was quite attentive to Shen Ting. However, perhaps it was for the best that they were not together. Jiang Ye had previously been involved with a senior, Ran, during their final year, and he exhibited little consideration for her. Ran had to bring him milk tea, fruit, and snacks every day. Yet, Jiang Ye was generous. Being his girlfriend meant financial comfort. And let us not forget, Jiang Ye was undeniably handsome, though it remained a mystery why they had parted ways. Indeed, Chi was a veritable gossip connoisseur, her eloquence flowing effortlessly when discussing the affairs of others, far surpassing her prowess in classical Chinese literature. Shen Ting harbored no particular feelings towards Jiang Ye, but she was keenly aware of one fact. Jiang Ye could be rather intimidating, even threatening to aggravate her wounds. Such behavior was truly reprehensible. Unbeknownst to him, the girl he fancied was subconsciously striving to distance herself further from him. In the office, Jiang Ye approached Yao Yao, outlining the situation. Yao Yao found it rather troublesome. Shen Ting had only one close relative, a friend who had relocated to City C following a divorce. Yet, that very friend had just called to inform her of a 2-day business trip, which Shen Ting had completely forgotten about. It was surprising that such a predicament arose within a single morning. The girls in her class were certainly not up to the task, and most of the boys were rather frail. Her class was a gathering of the ailing. At this moment, Yao Yao's gaze fell upon Jiang Ye. Despite Jiang Ye's habitual irresponsibility, his penchant for skipping classes and smoking, he had never brought any trouble upon her. The murder incident that had previously occurred was nothing but a fabrication. Fundamentally, this boy was not of a bad nature, and she had once held him in high regard. Regrettably, he had subsequently succumbed to a life of debauchery, which was quite a pity. Jiang Ye remarked, "I do not engage in these acts to hear your expressions of gratitude." Listening to the little one, who appeared somewhat bewildered, Jiang Ye lifted her and dashed outside, declaring, "What I desire is none other than you, Shen Ting." Chapter 22. On the brink of ruin, completely unaware of the dreadful decision that Yao Yao had just made, Shen Ting was engrossed in conversation with Yu Chi. "Ting Ting, are you aware of the recitation competition in the city?" Shen Ting shook her head. Yu Chi, understanding that Shen Ting, the beautiful girl who was solely devoted to her studies, had little else on her mind, continued, "I heard from Director Su that this year the city has introduced a new English speech competition with a prize of 3,500 for the first place. I believe your spoken English is exceptionally pure, and you are bound to succeed." The little girl encouraged her fervently, her eyes sparkling with confidence in Shen Ting's abilities. "There are many outstanding students in the city's schools. Why do you think I could secure the first place?" Shen Ting inquired. Yu Chi, smiling, replied, "You are the most formidable, Ting Ting." The two girls playfully exchanged laughter. Deep down, Shen Ting truly absorbed those words. She had harbored a dream since childhood. But after the passing of her grandmother and the endless quarrels between her parents, despair had set in. Ultimately, it was Shen Ting who had suggested they divorce. From the beginning to the end, she had always been remarkably understanding. The understanding nature of the neighbors around her evokes an uncontainable sense of sympathy. Shen Ting has always been a person of strong opinions. However, under the oppressive policies of Ms. Qin, she gradually concealed her dreams, becoming merely the model student of others. Known for her diligence and good grades, nevertheless, she yearns to strive for her own aspirations. At this moment, what she lacks the most is financial support. Suddenly, the once cheerful Yu Chi wore a serious expression, saying, "I almost forgot about Senior Ran. Senior Ran is truly remarkable, consistently securing first place in the school's English recitation competition with an abundance of awards to her name. With someone as formidable as Senior Ran as your competitor, Shen Ting, your challenge is indeed substantial." In truth, Shen Ting had not disclosed to Yu Chi that she too was among those who had accumulated numerous accolades. A gentle smile graced Shen Ting's lips, her tea-colored eyes shimmering with a radiant light, reminiscent of shattered lake waters, exuding a sense of expansive beauty. At this moment, Yu Chi transformed into an adoring fan. Shen Ting declared, "I will strive with all my might." She glanced at the composed Jiang Ye beside her and pointed out, "Isn't there a tall boy supporting us? Our delicate little girls need not exert themselves so fiercely." Jiang Ye had heard many words from Yao Yao, and this one seemed the most reasonable. She need not struggle, for he would naturally draw closer to her. He could never bear to see her hurt. Yao Yao inquired once more about Shen Ting's adaptability at school and similar topics. At that moment, as Shen Ting was drinking water, it unexpectedly lodged in her throat, leaving her in an uncomfortable predicament. Her tea-colored pupils glimmered with a sheen, resembling someone on the verge of tears. Moments later, the situation escalated. Jiang Ye, unable to endure any longer, approached Shen Ting. He grasped the young girl's shoulder with one hand in a rather rough manner, while his other hand attempted to soothe her. The pain in her shoulder was excruciating, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yao Yao frowned and admonished, "Jiang Ye, be gentle. The girl is delicate, and you might injure her." She heard Jiang Ye mutter a curse under his breath, and then his grip loosened slightly. With his gaze lowered, he exuded a sense of reluctant surrender. "Shen Ting, stop crying. I shouldn't have squeezed you. I was wrong, all right." He was utterly at a loss. With her tears, he felt powerless, not even knowing how to proceed. Chapter 23. Shen Ting's home was relatively close to the school. It took merely 10 minutes by taxi. However, the residential complex was quite expansive, and her building was the farthest one within it. Observing the girl shivering in the cold, Jiang Ye frowned. Autumn in City C was like this. The midday sun could be warm, yet the evening brought a chilling breeze. He hesitated for a moment, then removed the school uniform jacket that he had been compelled to wear. After pondering for a couple of seconds, he draped the garment over her head, which was adorned with a ponytail of chestnut brown hair. Suddenly, the world around Shen Ting darkened, and she felt as if she had been enveloped in a sack. She attempted to remove the jacket, but the boy restrained her hand, his tone languid yet tinged with a hint of amusement. "Put it on, my girlfriend?" Shen Ting was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Jiang Ye spoke so nonsensically. They had been misunderstood, yet he offered no explanation, seemingly relishing in the misinterpretation. Just as Shen Ting was about to explain, her thoughts were interrupted by the driver's words. The youth of today really lack the ability to care for others. In our day, we would walk 20 kilometers just to catch a glimpse of someone. Shen Ting, feeling exasperated, replied, "We are not a couple. We are classmates." The driver, with an understanding nod, responded, "Oh, I see. Classmates, but perhaps evolving into something more. How could these people be so open-minded?" The driver continued rambling. "You youngsters have it so easy. Back in my day, even the thought of dating in high school was exhilarating." Resigned to her fate, Shen Ting slowly pulled her jacket down from above her head and slipped into it. With an extra layer, she felt warm, yet she politely inquired of Jiang Ye, "Are you cold?" Jiang Ye gazed at Shen Ting's porcelain-like face, noting the delicate fuzz that adorned her cheeks, soft as her demeanor. When the taxi arrived, Jiang Ye did not follow through with the plan to carry her on his back. Instead, he scooped her up effortlessly. Shen Ting, taken aback, exclaimed, "Jiang Ye, weren't you going to carry me?" The young man flashed a mischievous grin, his expression brimming with playful defiance. Due to the angle at which he held his head, Shen Ting could only admire the sharp contours of his profile. "Shen Ting," he declared, "I've changed my mind. I just want to hold you. Is that all right?" "Jiang Ye." The young girl maintained her composure, though irritation tinged her voice. Perhaps Shen Ting perceives her own demeanor as imposing. However, in the eyes of the local ruffians, she is merely a weaned kitten, mewing softly. Damn, how can Shen Ting be so adorably charming? The girl, brooding in solitude, may never realize the hidden sentiments of the young man that day. In truth, he feared that while carrying her, he might inadvertently harm her knees. Jiang Ye cradled Shen Ting as they traversed the expansive residential complex, which boasted a total of 20 buildings. In those years, the community was quite rudimentary, featuring but a single exit gate. The path he walked with her felt as if he had traversed a lifetime. Upon reaching the entrance, she stood there, frozen, not opening the door. Jiang Ye remained unperturbed. He was confident that one day, he would coax Shen Ting to unlock that door. Previously, he hadn't noticed how oversized her clothing was, but now, draped on Shen Ting, it gave the impression of a child donning adult attire. The child smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Jiang Ye." Only he knew how close he was to losing control of his heartbeat. Damn, her smile is exceedingly sweet. Chapter 24. Dating the sports meet concluded successfully, and the atmosphere of academic diligence returned to the school. How delightful. During the days Shen Ting recuperated at home, Jiang Ye found himself somewhat concerned. He had initially wished to keep Shen Ting away from his affairs, yet upon her fall, he could not restrain himself and soon became the talk of the school forum. Shock. The newly crowned school beauty's romance with the campus overlord exposed. There were thousands of comments beneath, but Jiang Ye hardly glanced at them, only hearing Yang Jiang mention that some had made rather harsh remarks. Jiang Ye, lacking the ability to manage these matters, chose to spend money to suppress the posts. If discussions continued, he would resort to forcefully deleting them. Yang Jiang hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts, as even he could not conceive of a more effective solution. As classes commenced on Monday, Yao Yao received notification of a recitation competition and rushed to the classroom early to share the news. This competition, organized by the city, allowed participation from everyone, offering substantial prizes along with certificates of honor. In terms of physical prowess, our class may not excel, but English recitation requires no physical strength and serves as an excellent opportunity to hone our spoken English skills. If you perform exceptionally well, a bit of pocket money awaits you. Upon hearing this, Class 2 erupted into a flurry of discussion. Yao Yao tapped the podium to signal for silence, instructing those interested to sign up with the class monitor, while reminding everyone to focus on their studies and memorize their lines. As soon as Yao Yao left, the chatter resumed. Yu Chi, unable to sit still, hid behind a book, believing this would render her invisible to the teacher, and inquired, "Hey, are you going to participate in the recitation competition?" Jiang Ye, with keen hearing, caught her words even from 2 rows back and noticed the delicate girl nodding. Her high ponytail swayed with a gentle motion, causing a cascade of hair to fall forward, revealing her fair nape. Watching Shen Ting laughing and conversing with Yu Chi ignited his irritation. She always scurried away faster than anyone else whenever he approached. It was not as if he intended to harm her. "Hey, Yigu, want to play some games? Come help me rank up today." Chen Shudong ingratiated himself with Jiang Ye. Yang Jiang observed Yi Ji's demeanor, and it was evident to anyone that Yi Gu was in a foul mood today. Chen Shudong, that impudent fellow, truly lacked the ability to read the room. Thus, he seized Chen Shudong by the neck and declared, "I will assist you in improving your rank, for even Yi Gu can barely tolerate your foolishness." Chen Shudong erupted in anger, tugging at Yang Jiang's hair. Damn it, Yang Jiang. Have you been itching for trouble lately? How much better can your skills possibly be compared to mine? And yet you dare to criticize me? Yang Jiang initially intended to offer assistance, but being yanked by his hair genuinely irked him, leading to a scuffle between the two boys. Suddenly, Jiang Ye interjected, asking, "You previously mentioned that high-achieving students cannot afford to indulge in romantic relationships, so why do they still engage in love affairs?" Yang Jiang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jiang Ye was referring to whether Shen Ting would engage in a relationship. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Was it enough to be exceptionally talented? Jiang Ye had always been aware of his own shortcomings. Although many exhibited affection towards him, few feelings were genuine. He was indifferent to such matters, yet facing Shen Ting's fearful gaze directly made him uneasy. Even if he were reckless, uneducated, prone to smoking and brawling, and had mental health issues, he, Jiang Ye, possessed wealth and charm. Moreover, he was willing to cherish her with all his might. Why could she not harbor feelings for him? Chapter 25. Chemistry class. The English recitation competition is scheduled for the Wednesday after next. Leaving only a little over 10 days for preparation, the upcoming monthly exam will consume 2 days of this time. Shen Ting felt a pang of anxiety regarding the competition. For Sea City was teeming with talent, and securing first place would be no small feat with the exam looming tomorrow. Shen Ting resolved to focus on her studies before preparing for the English recitation contest. Teacher Qin spoke eloquently, while the students below appeared to be in a state of drowsiness. Does anyone know how to solve this problem? Ji Fei was still quite perturbed by the events surrounding Jiang Ye and Shen Ting from a few days ago. Although the rumors had been largely dispelled, she felt uneasy and wished to make Shen Ting uncomfortable in return. After all, wasn't Shen Ting an excellent student? Surely, she could tackle these questions effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Teacher Qin's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but admire the clarity of her thought. Despite the fact that he had yet to teach this particular problem, she was able to resolve it with ease. Moreover, even though she did not explicitly state the true elements involved, she had effectively stimulated the thinking abilities of her peers. Teacher Qin was quite pleased. Observing Teacher Qin's admiration for Shen Ting, Ji Fei realized her attempt to undermine was in vain, leaving her feeling frustrated. It was unclear who started the applause, but soon the classroom resonated with clapping. Yu Chi gave Shen Ting a thumbs up from the side, exclaiming how impressive she was. Shen Ting smiled shyly. She had practiced many similar problems during her summer tutoring sessions, and practice had indeed made her proficient. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye found himself captivated by the side of Shen Ting he had never encountered before. She truly was an exemplary student. After class, Shen Ting devoted her time to studying, embodying diligence and a thirst for knowledge. Yu Chi felt inspired, with a desk made achieving such remarkable grades. She had no excuse not to strive for excellence herself. For those who work hard, time always seems to fly by, and before they knew it, the school day had come to an end. Jiang Ye leaned against the doorframe, clad in a stark black and white school uniform. Yet he wore a black jacket that seemed out of place. The unruly strands of the youth's hair were tousled by the autumn breeze, exuding a certain rebellious charm. Nevertheless, given his current posture and the striking black ear studs, he undeniably resembled a quintessential delinquent. Shen Ting, having gathered her belongings, cast her gaze downward, burdened by an unsettling premonition. Ahead, a group of students obstructed the path. With ample space at the back door, she contemplated slipping past him discreetly. However, he cursed under his breath yet could not suppress a smile, saying, "Hey, Shen Ting, did you not notice that I'm deliberately blocking your way?" After extinguishing his cigarette, Jiang Ye discarded it, adding, "A little delay, one tea hurt." Chapter 26. The little deceiver, fearing she might slip away in a flash, and reluctant to tug at her hair, he grasped her backpack, saying, "Good student, may I pose a few questions to you?" At this moment, more students began to glance their way. Jiang Ye was already a figure of interest, and with the self-proclaimed school beauty, Shen Ting could easily envision the rumors that would circulate the following day. Helpless against Jiang Ye's brazen disregard, she reluctantly nodded. "Can we go somewhere less crowded?" The only relatively secluded spot was perhaps the small grove. Jiang Ye, known for his notoriously unruly nature, leaned down to meet her gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What if I refuse, Shen Ting?" Shen Ting struggled to comprehend how Jiang Ye could possess such an ingrained malevolence while exerting his efforts to bully her mercilessly. His temper flared quickly, yet it dissipated just as fast, especially when he witnessed her vulnerable demeanor, akin to that of a distressed little bride. "All right, I concede. Let us go, Shen Ting. As the setting sun cast its golden hue, the leaves in the small grove were tinged with a crimson shade, enveloping the landscape in a picturesque splendor. Whenever Shen Ting found herself alone with Jiang Ye, she wore an expression of wariness. He approached her, the faint scent of smoke and an unfamiliar perfume wafting from his presence. Are you afraid of me? He inquired. Shen Ting quickly shook her head. Yet the act of lying caused her cheeks to flush, her fingers tightening around her book bag. The young man couldn't help but scoff at her innocence. She was perhaps unaware that her deception rendered her blushing and fidgety, a true little trickster. He understood that their previous encounter before the school year had unnerved her, instilling a lingering apprehension towards him. Frustration bubbled beneath the surface as he coolly commanded, "Then look me in the eye and say, I do not dislike Jiang Ye." She hesitated, gazing at him with her light brown irises that reflected all things beautiful, a crystalline allure. For a fleeting moment, he was entranced, his heart racing uncontrollably. How disgraceful, he mused. He once mocked his mother for her infatuation with a man like Mr. Jiang, yet upon reflection, he recognized the man's merits. In his youth, Mr. Jiang was refined, erudite, and exceptionally talented, the object of many women's affections. Thus, he married a wealthy heiress like his mother. However, the year Mr. Jiang's infidelity came to light, he resolved that such brilliant individuals were often heartless and debauched, much like his father. Initially, his willingness to pursue a relationship with Ran stemmed from the amusement of watching a girl of her caliber attempt to win him over, while he remained emotionally detached, secretly ridiculing her like a jester. However, Shen Ting seemed to be an exception that he had shattered. Initially, he believed that Shen Ting could not live without him, that she held affection for him, only to later realize that it was he who had been enamored with her all along. In truth, he was the one whose heart had been stirred first. As leaves fluttered about, Shen Ting's hair was no exception, with a few small leaves caught in her ponytail. Jiang Ye raised his hand, causing Shen Ting to hastily retreat, somewhat flustered, her gaze reflecting a hint of fear. Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, even as a twinge of bitterness brewed within him. With one hand buried in his pocket, he lowered his gaze to meet hers. Though he wore a smile, his mood remained tumultuous. Shen Ting, do you think I am easy to bully? After a moment of suppressed frustration, Shen Ting softly replied amidst his agitated demeanor. I was wrong. From the accounts of others, she understood that Jiang Ye was a domineering and unreasonable individual. Although she was unaware of the cause of his anger, she knew it was best to avoid provoking him. Acknowledging her fault was always prudent. Chapter 27. The disparity. His restlessness had no outlet, inexplicably simmering beneath the surface. He had intended to draw closer to her, to coerce her into becoming his girlfriend. Yet, Shen Ting remained aloof, perpetually inciting his ire. You look down upon me, don't you? If anyone were to hold disdain, it would be Jiang Ye towards Shen Ting. Do you, for some reason, find me repugnant? Are you afraid I might harm you? Shen Ting felt a pang of distress. If she spoke the truth, Jiang Ye would become enraged, while falsehoods would likely be uncovered. Thus, she chose silence. Unable to vent his frustration, Jiang Ye delivered a fierce kick to the tree behind Shen Ting. The great tree, with its stout trunk, is older than the combined ages of the two of them. No matter how much strength Jiang Ye possesses, it remains utterly unyielding. The only testament to Jiang Ye's prowess is the scattering of a few fallen leaves. Damn, even a tree knows how to bully me. Yet, ironically, he finds himself drawn to the challenge, relishing in the pursuit of Shen Ting, an elusive prize he cannot grasp. Is it merely because he was the first to harbor feelings for her? Shen Ting, typically astute and adept in social interactions, now stands perplexed by his sudden discontent. Aware of his ferocity and feeling a tinge of fear, she refrains from speaking. Jiang Ye gazes intently at her, with a few trees looming overhead, the evening sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a gentle glow upon her. She stands there uneasily, devoid of any signs of anger or complaint, so obedient, so very obedient. Deep down, she is terrified and harbors intense disdain for him. In a fit of rage, Jiang Ye abruptly storms off, even forgetting the very question he intended to ask. Shen Ting's knee has healed substantially, though she still experiences occasional twinges of pain. The security that year was not particularly reassuring, yet there were no real villains, allowing the two girls to walk together. At the school gate, Chen Shudong crouched down, engrossed in a game, and upon spotting the furious Jiang Ye, greeted him with a bright smile. Brother Ye, Brother Ye. Though Jiang Ye was seething, he paused for a moment at the sight of that small figure in a school uniform and ultimately chose to follow behind Shen Ting. Regardless of her disobedience, her aversion, or her fear of him, he found a certain comfort in his actions. As various residents of the community passed by, a few elderly ladies inquired with concern, "Little girl, does your leg still hurt?" Shen Ting gently shook her head, revealing a faint smile, soft and tender. "Grandma, I'm not in pain anymore. Mom is still waiting for me, so I'll head upstairs now." Jiang Ye understood that Shen Ting had only been in Sea City for 2 months, yet she was already the object of such concern, indicating her popularity. Indeed, the young girl was beautiful, gentle, and considerate. Who wouldn't be fond of her? It was unfortunate, however, that she came from a single-parent family. Children from single-parent households often exhibit a maturity that evokes sympathy. Yet, the sympathy of outsiders rarely translates into action, and they seldom extend their care to Shen Ting. Only after she had descended the stairs did Jiang Ye truly depart. That year, no one noticed beneath the osmanthus tree in the still unrenovated community, a young boy with black hair and earrings clad in a white shirt, enveloped in the fragrance of flowers. Gazing intently at the delicate silhouette of the girl, he concealed himself in the shadows, afraid to reveal his affections in front of others. It was at that moment he began to comprehend the chasm that lay between him and Shen Ting. One basked in the adoration of many, while the other struggled through the mire of solitude. Chapter 28. The so-called tenderness due to Shen Ting's knee injury. Mrs. Qin had taken half a day off recently to accompany her at home. Early in the morning, Mrs. Qin prepared breakfast and knocked on Shen Ting's door. "Listen, it's time to wake up and eat breakfast." Shen Ting had already freshened up and, sitting obediently, began to eat her noodles. Mrs. Qin suddenly inquired, "How's your experience at the first high school? Are you managing well with the exams?" "I'm fine, Mom. Just enjoy your breakfast and focus on work. I'm adapting well. My classmates have been very kind to me." Upon finishing her words, she suddenly recalled the boy with the black earrings, who smoked and fought. Perhaps, in this world, only Jiang Ye took pleasure in tormenting her? Truly, he was a scoundrel. Some admired his handsomeness, while others condemned him as a delinquent, advising their children to steer clear of his example. Jiang Ye had grown accustomed to disregarding the opinions of others, neither listening nor observing, until the moment the delicate figure of a girl appeared before him, still clad in that school uniform he deemed unfashionable. Her chestnut hair was tied into a high ponytail, with soft strands cascading down, exuding an indescribable charm and grace. The girl possessed an admirable physique. The simplicity of her uniform rendered her strikingly distinctive, her entire demeanor evoking a sense of shame in someone like him, who was devoid of ambition. Jiang Ye had never held any sense of shame and did not perceive himself as inferior to others. "Hey, Shen Ting, I've been waiting downstairs for you for ages. Dare to make a run for it?" he threatened, his tone unwaveringly menacing. Shen Ting had no intention of fleeing. Her clear, pure eyes regarded him with a hint of confusion. Approaching Jiang Ye's side, he was somewhat restrained, waiting for her in the corner. Shen Ting merely lowered her gaze slightly, her expression soft and tranquil, yet she remained silent. Jiang Ye was well aware of her nature. She would engage with anyone in the world except for him. He yearned to draw closer to her, knowing that she carried a faint fragrance, reminiscent of delicate, budding jasmine. However, he was suddenly reminded of yesterday's events. Though he was angry, Jiang Ye later inadvertently discussed Shen Ting with them and realized that all his actions had appeared to them as bullying her. Chen Shudong even assumed Jiang Ye harbored deep disdain for Shen Ting. Although Chen Shudong still does not comprehend why Jiang Ye harbors feelings for Shen Ting, he recognizes that among those rough-and-tumble boys, it is merely a form of bullying. It's no wonder she is so terrified of him. However, he never intended to intimidate her. Truly, he simply wished to draw closer to Shen Ting for reasons that could be manifold. When she distances herself, he internally curses but cannot help but smile and call out, "Shen Ting, I'm calling you. If you don't come over soon, everyone will witness our little interaction." How shameless. Shen Ting thinks to herself that he is indeed a domineering rogue, yet she gradually approaches. The young man's grip is so strong that he effortlessly lifts her and places her on his motorcycle. Shen Ting is momentarily stunned, managing to utter, "Are you insane?" He seems to be acting quite madly. The boy revs the motorcycle and takes Shen Ting to a nearby alley by the school. There, she witnesses a group of boys who have been thoroughly beaten, their faces battered and bruised, and she can only imagine the grim scene that unfolded. Surely, he wouldn't resort to violence against her simply because she ignored him moments ago? The boy lowers his head, his sharp brows and fierce gaze piercing. He states, "Shen Ting, These boys never listen to me, and I've already been quite gentle with you. Do you understand? Suddenly, she finds herself at the receiving end of a broomstick without warning. Chapter 29. Monthly exam. Upon seeing the agony etched on the faces of the boys behind her, Shen Ting dares not refuse any longer, thus becoming the sole person to attract the attention of the entire school, who buys candied hawthorns with a broomstick in hand. Eventually, upon reaching the classroom, Shen Ting heeds Yuchichi's advice and takes a seat in the back corner. As she is a transfer student, she has no ranking and is relegated to the last position in the classroom. In a surprising turn of events, Jiang Ye, perpetually at the bottom of the rankings with a string of 0 scores, appeared as a mere participant in the examination. Yuchichi, performing commendably with an average score, was assigned to the 13th examination room, while Shen Ting found herself in the 34th room, necessitating their separation. Jiang Ye sauntered into the examination hall with an air of nonchalance. Although the students around him were not entirely engrossed in their own pursuits and were still reviewing their materials, the atmosphere was palpably less vibrant than that of Class 2. Suddenly, Chen Shudong, who had rushed over in a somewhat haphazard manner, exclaimed softly. Hesitating to approach Jiang Ye directly, he instead tugged at Yang Zhang's sleeve. "Isn't that Shen Ting seated behind our wild brother?" Jiang Ye lazily lifted his indifferent gaze, allowing a faint smile to escape his lips as he observed the young girl sitting obediently. The girl's back was impeccably straight, and she neither perused her books nor conversed with her peers. Instead, she rested her chin on her palm, gazing out the window. A gentle breeze wafted outside, tousling her bangs, framing her youthful yet elegantly poised visage. It was as if one could glimpse the ethereal beauty that she would one day embody, reminiscent of misty, shadowed mountains after a rain, shrouded in clouds. The first examination was in Chinese, and as the teacher distributed the test papers, Shen Ting, being the last in line, fortuitously found herself seated directly in front of Jiang Ye, following the S-shaped seating arrangement. During the paper exchange, Jiang Ye could not resist poking Shen Ting playfully, grinning mischievously. "Good student, I've run out of pens. Might I borrow one from you?" In the background, Chen Shudong, placed third from the bottom, erupted in laughter, incredulous. Is wild brother joking? Borrowing a pen? Even if he did, he wouldn't write with it. It's well known that throughout his high school years, wild brother has never brought a pen to any exam. Even his examination number, name, and class are written by the invigilators. The trio of rascals had always been a hindrance, causing many teachers to be reluctant to accept them, ultimately resulting in their being forcibly assigned to Yao Yao. Now, for Yi Gu to request a pen is nothing short of absurd. Chen Shudong and Yang Jiang, out of respect for Yao Yao, would diligently complete the multiple-choice questions. And if fortune smiled upon them, they might score a total of 200. As for Yi Gu, his prowess guaranteed him a resounding 0. Yet he still managed to secure first place. He held this unassailable honor for 2 consecutive years. Shen Ting's delicate fingers, fair and beautiful, gracefully opened her pencil case. The young girl lowered her gaze, her softly curled eyelashes creating an impression of innocence and vulnerability. Her alabaster fingers grasped a pen and handed it to Jiang Ye. "What?" Chen Shudong gasped in disbelief, astonished that Shen Ting would actually lend a pen to Yi Gu. The girl regarded him earnestly, her long hair cascading smoothly, her eyes sparkling with purity. Jiang Ye couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, suppressing a smile as he accepted the pen. How could Shen Ting be so endearing? Whatever he said, she believed without question, such a well-behaved little student. Jiang Ye held the pen in his hand, its soft yellow casing adorned with delicate floral patterns, perfectly reflecting Shen Ting's charming and gentle nature. After passing the pen, Shen Ting turned her attention to the exam paper. Throughout the examination, Jiang Ye remained awake, resting on his desk as he observed the fair-skinned girl. She was intensely focused on her paper, seemingly oblivious to the whispers of others, as if the exam paper was the sole object of her attention. With such dedication from the young student, perhaps he too should strive to bring honor to Yao Yao. Behind him, Chen Shudong glanced at the soft yellow pen in Yi Ji's grip, a stark contrast to his wild demeanor. Chapter 30. The examination. Chen Shudong rubbed his eyes, feeling still dazed, and gave himself a sharp pinch, wincing at the pain. To his surprise, Yi Gu was indeed engrossed in the test. His series of movements, however, failed to capture Jiang Ye's attention. Instead, they drew the gaze of the invigilator. "Chen Shudong, you rascal, do you not realize this is an examination hall, a place where discipline must be upheld? If you continue to fidget like that, you will be asked to leave." Shen Ting remained unfazed, her focus steadfastly on the paper before her. Jiang Ye had completed several questions, but was beginning to feel drowsy, while the girl in front of him was still contemplating her answers. The girl, nibbling on the end of her pen, possessed strikingly beautiful lips, a vivid shade reminiscent of a flamboyant rose. Back then, the moral education department was always reprimanding girls for wearing makeup. Yet Shen Ting's beauty was encapsulated in her delicately sculpted neck, luminous and captivating, evoking a multitude of thoughts. As Jiang Ye struggled with the exam, his initial fatigue was suddenly interrupted. A flicker of obsession glimmered in his eyes. Damn it, he thought. He wanted to press Shen Ting down and kiss her fiercely. Jiang Ye, do you think the invigilators are blind? Why are you staring at Shen Ting? Do you think that merely gazing at her will reveal the answers? Should I personally write them out for you? He felt no urgency. His gaze was unashamedly direct, and he had no intention of cheating. Thus he was in the clear. In youth, when one harbors affection for a girl, is it not natural to gaze at her incessantly? At that moment, Shen Ting realized that the intense, burning gaze she had initially sensed was indeed genuine. Soon, she immersed herself in the examination. The boy's bold black earrings stood out, and as the restless heart gradually calmed, it found solace in the rhythmic sound of writing. He gazed at the pale yellow pen in his hand and smiled unconsciously. You see, although Shen Ting was frightened of him, she still chose to lend him the pen, much like how he, despite his disdain for individuals of her ilk, found himself inexplicably drawn to her. One represented inherent grace, while the other embodied a core of stubbornness. With the conclusion of this examination, only the mathematics test remained in the afternoon. Apart from those engaged in revision, the classroom was populated solely by 3 aimless students. Shen Ting, troubled by the bulging corner of her backpack, realized she could not return the pen to him just yet. So she suppressed her thoughts and resolved to return it after school. Ji Fei, what did you select for the last multiple-choice question? Ji Fei replied indifferently, C. The boy, brimming with delight, turned to his deskmate and exclaimed, Ji Fei chose C, and I happened to pick C as well. My luck is extraordinary, isn't it? Ha ha. Ji Fei paid no heed to those around her and turned to Shen Ting instead. Shen Ting, what did you select for the last question? A momentary look of confusion crossed the face of the previously jubilant boy. Upon reflection, he mused, how could the last question possibly be A? From the first to the second year of high school, the mathematics teachers had never posed a final question with A as the answer. Statistically, it should be C. Those unaware of Shen Ting's capabilities harbored doubts. The boy, who had been resting with his head nestled in his arm, lifted his dark eyes and fixed an inscrutable gaze upon Shen Ting. He had also chosen A, just like her. Did that not bring them a fraction closer? Chapter 31. Don't leave after school during the examination period. Even after completing the test, students were prohibited from leaving early, as per the tradition of the prestigious school. So Shen Ting planned to review her notes. Tomorrow marks the comprehensive science examination, a subject in which Shen Ting struggles. Jiang Ye, slowly awakening, rests his chin on his hand, gazing at the girl seated upright before him. Amidst the crowd, her poise is unparalleled. A delicate strand of hair cascades gracefully over her fair and elegant neck. For the first time, Jiang Ye perceives the black and white school uniform as less drab, especially when worn by Shen Ting. He nearly forgets that her pen remains in his possession, while his own uniform resides at her home. The diligent student seems reluctant to engage with him. Yet, what can he do? Their connection only deepens. The sharp sound of a hand striking the desk jolts Shen Ting from her reverie. Jiang Ye hands her the pen and leans closer, whispering, Good student. Don't leave after school. His voice is low and clear, imbued with a slight huskiness and brimming with an audacious charm. Shen Ting's grip on the pen tightens imperceptibly, but fortunately, no one notices. Jiang Ye flashes a mischievous grin, thanking her for the pen. Shen Ting turns away, ignoring him. The soft curls of her high ponytail seem to convey, a good student requires no thanks from you. How absurd it is that he feels enchanted by her every trait. Suddenly, he recalls reading in a history book about how Fu Chai fell to defeat because of Shi Shi. Is it not possible that he, too, is utterly captivated by Shen Ting? As Jiang Ye departs, Yu Chi, ever the gossip, pretends to ponder a question while actually inquiring about Jiang Ye's intentions. Tell me, he hasn't bullied you, has he? I previously found Jiang Ye to be quite charming and respectful towards women. However, witnessing his incessant bullying of you has revealed his true nature. Yu Chi, filled with righteous indignation, finished her scolding only to notice an additional pen on Shen Ting's desk. Her previously chattering lips fell silent, and she timidly raised her eyes to inquire. Could it be that Jiang Ye is here to return the pen? Shen Ting found Chi-Chi's expression, oscillating between hope and despair, rather amusing. In truth, he had come to return a pen. Who would have imagined that this unruly school bully would suddenly feel inclined to borrow a pen for studying? She whispered, "Tell me, I won't become the first girl Jiang Ye strikes, will I?" The round-faced Chi-Chi, with her timid demeanor and a woeful expression, was undeniably adorable. Shen Ting couldn't help but pinch her cheek, reassuring her, "Chi-Chi, he won't." As he uttered these words, he was uncertain whether he genuinely believed Jiang Ye would not bully girls, or if he simply wished to comfort Chi-Chi. Yao Yao, seemingly concerned about the discipline in the class, had come to inspect Class 2 before departing. Some students were still quietly exchanging answers, and even Chen Shudong, who ranked third from the bottom, was participating in the exchange. Damn it, this math answer must be the work of a devil. After over a decade of struggling with mathematics, it could all come crashing down. Yang Jiang, in stark contrast to Chen Shudong's frantic antics, calmly asked, "Chen Shudong, how many did you get right to be making such a fuss?" The despondent Chen Shudong raised 3 fingers, prompting a wave of cheerful laughter. "Only 3. Chapter 32. The young child chuckled. "Come on, just agree to the friend request." Chen Shudong felt weary from the laughter directed at him. He observed the papers flying about on Yi Ji's desk, chuckling in a manner reminiscent of a villain from a television drama. As he flipped through the papers, his connection faltered. Suddenly, a loud exclamation erupted. "What the hell? Yigo actually got the last question right. He must have stolen my luck. How else could he have gotten 8 answers correct?" Yang Jiang raised the corner of her mouth. Although Yigo had not studied much in recent years, he had once been a prodigy at the top school. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he performed decently on such assessments. Chen Shudong never anticipated that upon finishing, he would find Yang Jiang, who had performed as poorly as he had, to also have achieved commendable results. The expression on her face clearly conveyed the sentiment. "Did you all conspire to copy the answers behind my back?" Jiang Ye snatched the test paper from his hands with remarkable speed, creating a gust of wind. Although it was merely the coolness of autumn, Chen Shudong felt a chill and instinctively shrank his neck. "Yiga, did you peek at Shen Ting's answers?" The young man scoffed softly, irritably kicking Chen Shudong's chair, his dark eyes gleaming with intensity. "Chen Shudong, hurry up and go play some games." Chen Shudong complied. Sensing that he had provoked Yiga, he quickly grabbed his phone and opened the game, his fingers trembling slightly. He truly felt intimidated. Although Chen Shudong had a reputation for being a troublemaker, it was merely a fade supported by his family's wealth, allowing him to act like a spoiled young master at school. Eventually, he encountered a boy clad in leather, his demeanor cold and detached, mercilessly striking the boy on the ground with his fists, as if devoid of sensation or consciousness, his expression utterly indifferent. At the conclusion of the video, the boy on the ground coughed up blood alongside a gleaming knife, stained with a hint of crimson. Although it was the boy who wielded the knife first, the scene was utterly terrifying, akin to a nightmare for the youth. Chen Shudong came to realize for the first time that Jiang Ye's behavior was a manifestation of his rage disorder. It was a genuine threat of violence. However, despite Jiang Ye's ferocity in confrontations, he had never resorted to actual murder, and the instigation often came from others. Grandfather Jiang indulged this grandson, investing considerable sums in his welfare. Subsequently, Jiang Ye was consistently bailed out of trouble. At last, the school day came to an end. Shen Ting, clutching her backpack, waited until the crowd had thinned before approaching to within a meter of Jiang Ye. Upon noticing her with the backpack, Jiang Ye anticipated the words that would incite his ire. He preemptively declared, "Shen Ting, are you not planning to return my school uniform? What is this? Have you developed a crush on me?" His tone was flippant, a smile dancing in his eyes. Shen Ting widened her gaze, unable to fathom the audacity of his remarks. She had assumed her intentions were evident. She did not wish to draw near to Jiang Ye. The lessons she had learned and the words she had heard all urged her to maintain her distance from such a person, arrogant, reckless, unruly, and fierce. He was unlike anyone she had ever known. Inherently gentle, Shen Ting felt compelled to keep Jiang Ye at bay, suppressing the flush that crept to her cheeks. "Jiang Ye, I will bring your uniform tomorrow," she began, but he interrupted, "Yet I wish to wear it today." Shen Ting bit her lower lip, her gaze meeting Jiang Ye's amber eyes, clear and bright. She recognized that he was intentionally provoking her with his words. Jiang Ye's disdain for wearing school uniforms mirrors teacher Qin's shoes contempt for students like Jiang Ye, who are devoid of ambition. He tilted his head, a smile lingering on his lips as he regarded her, thinking that if she intended to return the uniform, she ought to contact him first. Little one, why not accept my friend request? It seemed she could find no justification to decline Jiang Ye. As she opened QQ to add him, Shen Ting suddenly realized that this account belonged to the very person who had sent her multiple friend requests each day. She had always assumed it was some classmate attempting to harass her. Chapter 33. A drop of kindness repays a fountain of gratitude, having added him as a friend. Shen Ting lowered her head, rummaging through her backpack. Her air of innocence was softened by her bangs. However, upon catching sight of the broom at the back of the classroom, Jiang Ye's expression soured considerably. Shen Ting, how dare you leave the gift I gave you in the corner? His voice was low and laden with a palpable intensity. For the first time, Jiang Ye found himself trying to please someone, only to discover that she was indifferent to his efforts. Shen Ting shrank back slightly, feeling a sense of trepidation in the face of Jiang Ye's sudden fury, sensing that his temper was quite volatile. Jiang Ye, she was of a gentle disposition, unable to fathom what had incited his anger. No free lunches. I cannot accept your belongings. As she lifted her gaze, her hazel eyes reflected a seriousness that suggested she was merely stating an obvious truth. In that moment, Jiang Ye began to comprehend something profound. The girl before him was as delicate as a budding flower, her features exquisitely crafted, and her eyes twinkled with a hint of mirth that made one yearn to offer her their very heart. Yet, she was oblivious to the nuances of such sentiments. Accepting his gift would necessitate her reciprocation in kind. She was unaware that a young man might give gifts not only out of gratitude, but also out of affection. Dull, languid, academically proficient, mild-tempered, and handsome. These were all qualities possessed by the girl he admired. The youth tilted his head back, his jawline sculpted and alluring, and he felt a smile tugging at his lips. He had once overheard the boys from Class 8 discussing her, remarking that she stood there like a radiant moon in the clear sky. Such a Shen Ting should be gracefully suspended in the heavens. She was the light of the first high school, the first love in every boy's heart, the unattainable moon goddess they yearned for in silence. Viewed through this lens, it was indeed true. Yet, that madman Jiang Ye had other thoughts. He wanted to pull the moon down to accompany him in the depths of the night. Shen Ting, this is the payment for the pen I borrowed from you. If you don't want it, feel free to discard it. Huh, the young girl softly exclaimed, blinking several times. Was she really supposed to throw it away? Damn. He kicked over the trash can and grasped Shen Ting's hand. Shen Ting, do you dare to toss it? Jiang Ye found her speech rather pretentious, yet he understood her intent. She did not want it. Later, the youth's smile turned cool as he mentioned needing to go to her home for a school uniform. Shen Ting appeared torn between nodding and shaking her head, a gesture that Mrs. Qin quickly understood. Shen Ting remained silent. If Mrs. Qin were to discover Jiang Ye's true nature, she would surely have a lecture in store for him. The youth's eyelids drooped, his brows furrowed slightly, his features cold and seemingly indifferent, exuding a hint of impatience. Jiang Ye had not slept a wink the previous night, and now the fading sunlight cast its rays upon his eyelids, making him drowsy and unable to keep his eyes open, until a pair of shoes appeared in his peripheral vision, clean, white sneakers, with slender ankles adorned by the edges of short socks. Though her legs were obscured, he was well aware of the delicate whiteness of her calves. The mischievous boy was equally cognizant of the girl's slender waist. His Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze ascended, only to be met with a blinding sight, her school uniform. He curled the corner of his mouth, finding a hint of mockery in Shen Ting's swift decision to turn and leave. At that moment, Jiang Ye grasped her wrist. Chapter 34. A desire to kiss good students repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Is this how you treat your benefactor? In the gentle breeze of late September, tinged with the lingering restlessness of summer's end, the boy's voice resonated, clear and clean, with a slightly husky timbre, exuding an audacious and unabashed air. The cicadas in the trees erupted into a chorus, their strident calls unsettling Shen Ting's heart. The soundproofing in this neighborhood was decidedly inadequate. Jiang Ye could even hear what mother was saying on the third floor, though, to be fair, Mrs. Qin had spoken quite loudly in her last remark. Shen Ting genuinely wished to maintain a distance from Jiang Ye. She had initially planned to return home after returning the clothes and carrying the fruits, resigned to the notion that Jiang Ye might consider her ungrateful. She had also prepared a set of explanations for Mrs. Qin. Even if discovered, Her mother would likely not admonish her. However, all of this was shattered by the presence of this young man. Shen Ting bit her lip, the delicate skin becoming slightly reddened, her soft, rosy lips seemingly beckoning him closer. The boy's throat moved as he leaned in. In a moment of confusion, Shen Ting assumed he desired the fruit and handed it to him, murmuring, "Here, it's yours. Thank you for what you did earlier." Jiang Ye remained unmoved, embracing Shen Ting, though merely feigning proximity without truly drawing closer. For the first time, he caught a whiff of the girl's delicate fragrance, reminiscent of fresh tea mingled with the tender scent of gardenias. The girl's porcelain skin seemed tantalizingly close, and Jiang Ye could discern the faint outlines of her veins beneath her fair complexion. His cool fingertips curled around her warm, soft fingers, his gaze meticulously tracing the contours of her lips. A surge of desire washed over him. He yearned to kiss her. Shen Ting felt a twinge of fear under his intense stare, her eyes meeting his, revealing a glimmer of infatuation intertwined with a hint of mischief. With a sudden push, she forcefully shoved Jiang Ye away. He stumbled a few steps, the evening glow casting a warm hue upon the leaves, his dark hair seemingly tinted by the sunset's brush. He wore a stoic expression, silent and brooding. When he smiled, it bore a roguish charm that sent many girls into a flurry of excitement. Yet, in moments of seriousness, his demeanor turned cold, his gaze fierce and intimidating, as if he were ready to lash out. Shen Ting, already timid by nature, cautiously lifted her eyes to meet his and softly murmured, "I didn't mean to push you. Please don't hit me." Jiang Ye found himself amused by her words, realizing for the first time how fearsome his visage could appear. The little girl, with her fingers intertwined and lashes softly lowered, seemed quiet and obedient. Yet inwardly, she was in a state of utter panic. Jiang Ye pondered what had led Shen Ting to believe he would resort to violence. Was he truly the sort to pin a girl against the wall? Or perhaps she genuinely held such perceptions of him. After all, in her eyes, he was not merely a rogue but a bully, a scoundrel devoid of decency. She harbored such disdain and fear towards him, undoubtedly thinking in such a manner. Yet, in a moment of impulsive affection, he could not resist testing the faintest possibility of intimacy by kissing Shen Ting. However, Shen Ting did not reciprocate his feelings. Her upbringing forbade her from associating with someone as troublesome as him. The youth held a broom in his hand, thrusting it toward her while glaring fiercely, proclaiming, "If you dare to throw it away again, do you believe I will truly hit you?" Shen Ting, terrified, shrank her shoulders and timidly nodded, appearing utterly pitiful, as if she had been wronged. Her voice was soft and delicate, reminiscent of a gentle breeze sweeping through the southern rivers. "Jiang Ye, I will take good care of it," she said, looking at him with anticipation, though her face was puffed up in anger. The glimmer of expectation in her eyes seemed to plead, "Please leave now." Jiang Ye could not help but find it amusing. How could she be so endearing? So charming that he felt that being looked down upon by her was inconsequential. However, who could have imagined that the following day, he would see every member of Class 2 holding a candied hawthorn? A delicate girl extended one towards him, and in a moment of foolishness, he said, "Thank you." In the end, he thanked himself. Chapter 35. Becoming notorious on the day the monthly exam results were released, Shen Ting began to subtly distance herself from Jiang Ye. Unable to locate her, and burdened by his own family troubles, the two had not crossed paths since the exam results were announced. Yuchichi sat at her desk, slumped over. Noticing her gloomy demeanor, Shen Ting inquired, "Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" In the front row, Han Qing smiled and remarked that it was merely due to her grades that she felt a bit embarrassed. In truth, Yuchichi's academic performance was decent, yet not particularly remarkable. Shen Ting assumed she was apprehensive about her parents' reproach and offered comforting words. The questions were rather challenging this time. "It's perfectly understandable if you didn't perform well. Your parents should be sympathetic." Upon hearing this, Han Qing couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Shen Ting, do you think she cares about her parents scolding her? Her parents only expect her to do her best. It's just that Yuchichi is unable to reconcile with her own modest performance." After listening, Shen Ting felt somewhat bewildered. However, upon further reflection, she found herself envious of Yuchichi. Mrs. Qin had always emphasized the significance of education, and this constant influence had ingrained a habit of study in her. Yet, she was not the perpetual genius that others perceived her to be. Her grades had not always been stellar. Shen Ting vividly recalled the first time she performed poorly. Mrs. Qin had punished her with a 5-kilometer run and required her to transcribe the exam paper 10 times. From that moment on, Shen Ting's grades never faltered again. Mrs. Chen had always been deeply concerned about her academic success, yet she had shown little interest in her personal life. Hey, aren't you going to check your grades? The crowd around the results board was thick with people, all vying for a glimpse. Yu Qiqi replied, pretend I didn't ask. Ji Fei's friend, Li Yushan, mockingly commented, Fei, with your excellent grades, I suppose you'll be among the top 10 in class this time. Ji Fei smiled gently. My grades pale in comparison to Shen Ting's. She transferred here from a school where she was the top of her year. Li Yushan dismissed her words with a scoff. Who really knows which high school she attended? In the event that it is merely an underperforming high school. Ji Fei kindly interrupted her words, Yushan, please do not speak of classmate Shen Ting in such a manner. Yu Qiqi furrowed her brow even tighter, retorting, if you cannot articulate properly, then refrain from speaking. What concern is Shen Ting's performance to you? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, as a classmate exclaimed, oh my goodness. Shen Ting is ranked first in the grade. The rankings were based on the results of the last examination, in which Shen Ting had been at the bottom of her class, unnoticed by anyone. The news of her being first in the grade had reached the class teacher. Yao. The entire class erupted in excitement. Ji Fei wore an awkward smile, her nails digging into the table, as she reluctantly managed to utter a congratulatory remark. Yu Qiqi was equally astonished. She knew Shen Ting was capable, but never anticipated she would achieve the top rank. She enveloped Shen Ting in a bear hug, affectionately nudging her. Ting, you are absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, in the office, the teachers engaged in lively discussions. The head teacher of Class 3, Director Su, cheerfully remarked, Yao, it seems you have an exceptional new student whose results surpassed the previous ones. The head teacher of Class 8 added, Shen Ting is indeed a promising talent. Despite the intentionally challenging questions, she scored 697. If these questions were given to last year's students, they likely would not have achieved such a score. Yao smiled, maintaining her composure while feeling elated internally. The average score for Class 2 was likely to exceed by at least 0.5 points. With Shen Ting securing the top position, she had outstripped the second place by a remarkable 20 points, marking a significant and unprecedented gap. The distinction between the first and second place is generally minimal. On this day, Shen Ting truly gained prominence. The entire high school was praising her. Not only was her essay profound, but her analytical prowess in science was also commendable. And she was undeniably beautiful. As autumn approached in Sea City, the osmanthus blossoms filled the branches, and the fragrance permeated the campus of the high school. Teacher Yao summoned Shen Ting, while Director Su was engrossed in organizing math problems and consolidating knowledge points. Upon noticing Shen Ting's arrival, he greeted her with a warm smile. Shen Ting, you ranked first in the grade this time. I see your mathematical reasoning is quite impressive. Do you have any effective strategies? Practice problems, she replied succinctly. Yao, sensing the child's bluntness, interjected to alleviate the situation. While practicing problems can indeed create familiarity, remember that questions are dynamic. Shen Ting, you must not keep your effective study methods to yourself. Shen Ting attentively listened to teacher Yao, and with each word she spoke, Director Su exaggerated his gestures while sipping water. The girl smiled sweetly, her tea-colored eyes sparkling. Is the director suggesting I give a speech about study methods? Director Su, realizing his thoughts had been uncovered, sighed. You clever child. I initially thought I would have to navigate a long detour. He unfolded the exam paper, pointing to the last question of the multiple-choice section. This question had very few correct answers, yet only 2 names remained etched in my memory, yours and Jiang Ye's. Shen Ting was somewhat taken aback. Observing her surprise, Director Su's expression shifted slightly. He reconsidered, acknowledging that a newcomer like Shen Ting might not have much knowledge, and the most she had likely heard about Jiang Ye were tales of his illness and altercations. Initially, Jiang Ye was a member of my class. Although that child was somewhat unruly, he was, in truth, a promising talent. However, due to certain circumstances, he has now become what he is. Shen Ting blinked, indicating her attentiveness, yet beyond that, she merely listened as if it were a tale she had heard before. Director Su found it amusing to suddenly discuss Jiang Ye with a young girl. Recalling the matter at hand, he stated, every student possesses their own unique talents, yet they lack your diligence and earnestness. Therefore, I would like you to deliver a speech beneath the national flag next Monday. Would that be agreeable? Shen Ting nodded, her obedience endearing her to him from the depths of his heart. Today is Friday. By by next Monday. She would have ample time to prepare her speech and dedicate herself to the English recitation competition. On Monday, the monotonous and cliched speech typical of the school's weekly assembly would commence, the kind that induces drowsiness at first listen. Following that would be the remarks from the homeroom teacher of the previous week. Among the students below, the girls were either playing with the hair of those in front or engaging in hushed conversations, while the boys lounged about, drawing the teacher's attention. Only a few students remained focused, studying vocabulary or reading. Director Su had warned several times for certain classes to tone down their exuberance. And only then did the cacophony begin to subside. At the podium, a girl's sweet voice resonated. Her tone was delightful, yet not overly affected, reminiscent of the gentle breezes of the Jiangnan region. Hello everyone, I am Shen Ting from Class 2 of the second year. Regarding the recent monthly examination, I believe there are both those who are pleased and those who are disheartened. Here, I shall share my study methods. Yet, upon her appearance, one could not help but notice her exceptional poise. Shen's methodical approach to learning is thorough, devoid of superficial platitudes, and instead offers genuinely practical techniques. Many listeners attentively absorbed his words, and upon his conclusion, a wave of synchronized applause resonated throughout the room. As Shen descended from the podium, he unexpectedly caught sight of a rebellious youth below, whose dark eyes held a gaze that was both playful and enigmatic. Chapter 37. Conflict. Jiang Ye sprawled languidly on the sofa, appearing devoid of any rigidity. With a mere glance, someone beside him offered a fine cigarette. The young man exhaled a ring of smoke, seemingly indifferent. Ultimately, it was only after the elder Mr. Jiang intervened that Jiang Ye agreed to attend. However, he went alone, as the elder harbored a dislike for Min Su and therefore did not make an appearance. Mr. Jiang's new affections were still directed towards that woman, Min Su. She held on to a 5-year-old boy, while Mr. Jiang attentively pulled out chairs for them, embodying a harmonious family scene. It is worth noting that his foolish mother never in her lifetime experienced Mr. Jiang's gentlemanly gesture of pulling out a chair for her. Both he and his mother were disliked by Mr. Jiang, as they each bore their own mental afflictions. Mr. Jiang found his mother's obsessive nature intolerable, even when she, pridefully reduced to tears, smeared her makeup and cast aside her dignity, pleading for his belief in her reform. He never bestowed upon that pitiable woman a single glance. Just as he had tirelessly strived to be the top of his class without ever receiving a compliment from Mr. Jiang, he curled his lips in derision, remarking, "Oh, Mr. Jiang has yet to tire of this after all these years. It seems there has been little growth." Mr. Jiang has always been known for his calm demeanor, yet he becomes thunderously irate when faced with Jiang Ye. With a resounding clap, he slammed his chopsticks onto the dining table. "Jiang Ye, Min Su is your stepmother. Do you comprehend the essence of filial piety? Filial piety? What reason do I have to show respect to a mistress?" The mere mention of Min Su as a mistress was intolerable to Mr. Jiang, who was on the verge of striking Jiang Ye. However, the youth, with his long and powerful hands, intercepted his father's strike. Mr. Jiang realized that he could not overpower his son at that moment. Noticing his younger son was frightened, he adjusted his glasses and added, "Eat if you wish, just don't frighten Chinny." Min Su shielded her son, offering quiet reassurances, while Mr. Jiang attempted to comfort him with a smile. Jiang Ye, feeling like an outsider, merely curled his lips into a cold smirk, exuding a rebellious charm. What was he to do? He simply wanted to remain and intimidate his father. Taking advantage of her mother's paranoid delusions, Min Su had climbed into Mr. Jiang's bed. What harm would it be if he frightened her son? It was fortunate that he hadn't ended Min Su's life. In a moment of conflict, Mr. Jiang struck Jiang Ye, who turned his head away, the force of the blow causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, leaving half of his face flushed crimson. The final meal ended in discord, with Jiang Ye nursing his wounds as he retrieved a shirt from the butler, one that carried the faint scent of Shen Ting's laundry detergent, a delicate fragrance. Jiang Ye hesitated to wear it, fearing that his own smoke-laden scent would taint the garment she had washed. Scaling the school wall, he spotted Shen Ting dutifully participating in class. With his keen eyesight, he observed the girl reading from her notes, her lovely silhouette softened by lowered lashes, exuding an air of gentleness and obedience. She stood in the sunlight, her elegantly exposed neck radiating a hue reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, so translucent and beautiful. After speaking, she raised her eyes, her gaze warm and gentle, a light akin to that of a bright day. Upon meeting her pure, tea-colored eyes, his previously restless heart found an unexpected tranquility. In that moment, the youthful fervor within him was entirely captivated by the young girl, his heart flowing with the serenity she brought. He fervently wished for the girl on the stage to glance his way once more, wondering if that radiant light could also illuminate the path of a rebellious student like him. Chapter 38, Mathematics Class. After the speech, Chi applauded enthusiastically. If she could, Shen Ting would have clapped until her palms turned crimson. Chi, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, listen. You are the first person in our class, aside from the class representative, to take the stage." Shen Ting shyly smiled, her porcelain-like face tinged with a subtle blush, resembling a delicate application of rouge. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, complementing her pure and unblemished visage, creating an inexplicable allure. Chi feigned seriousness, pinching Shen Ting's cheek, and earnestly advised, Ting, you must never smile at those men like that again, otherwise, I fear they might simply swoop in and take you away." Shen Ting's bashful smile exuded a blend of innocence and allure, melting even the hardest of hearts. Such was her charm that if she were a man, she would have already swept Shen Ting off her feet. Suddenly, Chi paused mid-sentence, prompting Shen Ting to raise an eyebrow. Otherwise what? Chi shook her head and smiled softly, yet there was an oddity in her smile that gave Shen Ting an unsettling impression, as if she were concealing something that might influence her. As Director Su entered, he strategically unfolded the papers and sighed. "Although our class boasted the highest score this time, we also had the lowest, didn't we, Chen Shudong?" Suddenly called upon, Chen Shudong appeared momentarily stunned. But even if he got 8 math problems right, he completed many lengthy questions, so he must have scored at least 60. How could Yigo possibly rank last with just 40 points? That doesn't add up. He scratched his head and glanced at Director Su, whose glasses glinted ominously, causing Chen Shudong to instinctively recoil. "Aren't you going to submit your answer sheet?" Students like Chen Shudong, who were indifferent to their grades, were reluctantly enrolled in the prestigious school and paid little attention to rankings or scores, leaving him oblivious to the situation. As he reluctantly approached to hand in his answer sheet, he caught sight of Yi Ji's score, 88, tantalizingly close to passing. In stark contrast, Shen Ting's answer sheet bore a strikingly impressive score of 105, clearly illustrating the teacher's affection for her. This month's exam papers were all graded by hand. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather because the machine was under repair. Otherwise, Chen Shudong might not have noticed Jiang Ye's score at all. After distributing the answer sheets, Chen Shudong discreetly inquired of Jiang Ye, "Yiga, did you really not copy Shen Ting's answers for math?" Jiang Ye remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Director Su glanced at the blackboard, cluttered with writing, and, due to the time constraints, the duty student had forgotten to erase it. "Gentlemen, could someone please come up and clean the board?" Director Su held the examination papers and remarked. The volunteer, Yang Xiong, stepped forward, who happened to be the representative for mathematics. Yang Xiong was of modest height, making it somewhat challenging for him to wipe the blackboard. Director Su jokingly commented, "You must adopt a handsome posture while erasing the board, and your movements should be swift. Are you dawdling because you find it difficult?" Laughter erupted among the boys and girls below. "Teacher, I believe in the adage that slow work yields fine craftsmanship," Yang Xiong retorted, but Director Su ignored him, urging the students to carefully examine the problems and rectify their mistakes, while he himself reviewed the error rates of Class 2 to discern which types of questions required emphasis in his instruction. Jiang Ye suddenly felt a smile creeping upon his lips, his expression involuntarily lifting. It was worth noting that among those present was a young girl who had made not a single mistake. What could possibly require her attention for correction? Although Shen Ting had no incorrect answers, she had guessed correctly on the final multiple-choice question, albeit through a flawed method. Thus, she meticulously reread the question during this brief interval. Director Su typically addressed questions based on their error rates. Generally, the first 8 questions posed no challenge save for a few students who had opted not to study them, with most errors stemming from carelessness in writing. Consequently, he moved directly to the 9th question. Director Su elucidated multiple methods to solve the problems, broadening each student's thinking, and soon, the entire blackboard was filled with notes. Enthralled by his explanations, Director Su transitioned to the next section of the blackboard to continue his teaching. As Shen Ting turned around, she caught sight of Jiang Ye seated behind her, blinking in mild confusion. Nevertheless, she calmly held her pen and paper, attentively listening to the lecture. Jiang Ye observed the girl before him, deeply engrossed in her studies, and found himself amused despite his irritation at being overlooked. He was a strikingly handsome young man, possessing both an admirable physique and attractive features, far surpassing the looks of the 40-something director Sue by several degrees. Yet, why did she fail to see his worth? Feeling somewhat vexed under Jiang Ye's gaze, Shen Ting remarked, "Jiang Ye, Teacher Sue is lecturing. Could you please refrain from staring at me?" Her voice was soft and gentle, evoking a sense of vulnerability. The young man felt a sweetness welling up within him, a delicate contrast to the endless bitterness he had endured. He replied, "All right." With no further mischief on his mind, Shen Ting finally relaxed and immersed herself in Director Sue's lecture. Unbeknownst to her, the young man was captivated by her every aspect, his heart yearning for her attention. When it came to the last problem, Director Sue found himself momentarily puzzled. Upon reviewing the answer, he could scarcely believe he had made an error, yet the reality was undeniable. After attempting it once more, he confirmed his mistake. The solution was intricate, and he could not conceive a more effective approach at that moment. Remembering that Shen Ting had arrived at the correct answer, he inquired, "Shen Ting, you solved the last problem. Did you employ a straightforward method?" She candidly admitted, "Teacher, I didn't calculate the precise answer. I merely determined a range, which led me to select A." The young girl graciously acknowledged her inability to arrive at the correct answer, refraining from pride despite her success. Director Sue admired her modest demeanor and invited her to take a seat. He then asked, "Now that we know the answer, does anyone have alternative methods to solve this problem?" The once lively mathematics class fell into a profound silence. With no other option, Director Sue began to elucidate the complex method. "Old Sue, I can do it." The youth rose, a mischievous grin illuminating his features, his laughter an exuberant expression of freedom. The black ear studs gleamed, starkly contrasting with the ensemble of diligent students surrounding him. Director Sue was acutely aware of Jiang Ye's remarkable prowess, having long regarded him as his most esteemed pupil. However, circumstances had arisen that rendered him unable to manage Jiang Ye. Watching helplessly as the boy gradually dimmed his own brilliance, a pang of regret echoing in his heart. Now, as Jiang Ye willingly volunteered to solve problems, Director Sue could not help but feel pleased. "Jiang Ye, please come up and present." The young man, tall and handsome, held the chalk with a casual grace, methodically dissecting the problem before the class. His approach was not complicated, yet it imparted a profound sense of enlightenment. The question relied on an obscure concept, one even Director Sue had nearly forgotten. That day, a gentle breeze rustled outside, leaves cascading softly to the ground, while Shen Ting beheld the youth's upright silhouette, his soothing voice resonating in her ears. In that moment, Shen Ting realized that even a delinquent, one who fought, smoked, and intimidated others, could excel in academics, demonstrating an unexpected aptitude for solving problems with finesse. Chapter 40. The speech competition. Autumn had fully arrived, heralding the imminent onset of winter. Mrs. Chen was aware that Shen Ting had entered an English recitation contest, and she offered her encouragement at the door, urging her to perform well without succumbing to pressure. The autumn air was crisp, and as the English speech competition was scheduled for Saturday, Shen Ting donned a thick, buttery yellow sweater. For the formal occasion, she paired it with a white fleece-lined skirt. Meanwhile, in an internet CAF booth, a group was engrossed in gaming. "Damn, is that guy on the other side really that foolish? He couldn't even shoot straight. How ridiculous. Here I am with nothing, and yet they dare to bully me." Chen Shudong, despite his lack of gaming skills, never hesitated to hurl insults at others. Suddenly, Jiang Ye stood up, startling Chen Shudong, who then fumbled and dropped his phone. Fearing he had disturbed Brother Yi, Chen Shudong quickly muted his microphone. Jiang Ye kicked Chen Shudong's leg, which was resting on his gray jacket, demanding, "Can't you move your leg?" Chen Shudong promptly withdrew his leg, dusted off the fabric, and handed it back to Jiang Ye. As he observed Jiang Ye's departing silhouette, Chen Shudong belatedly pondered, "Brother Yi, where are you off to? After all, weren't they all summoned to accompany him in play? Why was Brother Yi leaving on his own?" The city was placing significant emphasis on the upcoming English recitation competition, held in a certain auditorium at C University. Jiang Ye rode his beloved bike to C University, but upon reaching the entrance, he was stopped by security. "Hey there, student. While our university does not discriminate against those with poor academic performance, your appearance makes it seem as though you are here to steal someone's girlfriend." Indeed, clad in an outlandishly modified gray jacket, with ripped pants revealing alarming tattoos and sporting ear piercings, he hardly projected an image of a respectable individual. Jiang Ye, feeling increasingly irritable, rummaged through his pockets only to find them empty of cigarettes, amplifying his frustration. He was well aware that Shen Ting consistently kept his distance, and the scent of smoke was undeniably a contributing factor. Hence, he had chosen not to carry any today. Now, he felt particularly vexed. He forced a strained smile, stiffly articulating, "My classmate is here for the English recitation competition, and I've come to cheer her on. May I enter?" The security guard, still furrowing his brow, inquired, "What is your classmate's name?" "Shen Ting," she replied, "Shen, as in Shen Kongwen, and Ting, meaning obedient." The youth regarded the girl with a casual indifference. Yet unbeknownst to him, he quietly etched her self-introduction into his memory. The guard held a list of participants, each a first-place winner from their respective grades in high school. Only around 30 individuals in total, until he swiftly spotted Shen Ting's name. Consequently, he granted her passage, advising Jiang Ye, "Young man, it would be wise to refrain from dressing so uniquely in the future. Next time, they may not be so generous in allowing you entry." Jiang Ye nodded, but whether he truly absorbed the advice remained a mystery. Once inside, Jiang Ye wandered around C University for quite some time before finally locating the auditorium. Just in time for Shen Ting's speech, she appeared immaculate, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom. The yellow of her attire accentuated her fair complexion, and a rose brooch adorned her thick sweater. The moment she took the stage, she emanated an aura of softness and grace. She spoke in English, a language Jiang Ye struggled to comprehend, though he occasionally caught the words you and we. As Shen Ting delivered her speech, her eyes sparkled with stars, as if she was born to captivate the attention of others. Her English was impeccable and fluid, garnering admiration from the audience. In the midst of this, Fu Jinxing also participated in the English speech competition. Logically, he had no need for this accolade. His achievements were stable, and his future was promising, rendering any competition against a group of youngsters unnecessary. Upon the conclusion of Shen Ting's speech, a slightly plump girl in the front row rushed to embrace her, her eyes sparkling with joy. The speech delivered by Shen Ting was so stirring that it left one speechless. "Wow, your presentation was truly remarkable. Such authentic American pronunciation." Shen Ting smiled softly, lowering her head to explain, "I grew up with my father and encountered many foreigners, so I naturally learned these things." Yu Chi couldn't help but marvel at how beneficial an exceptional family can be for learning. Throughout her life, Yu Chi had always been quite ordinary, her family barely scraping by with a modest lifestyle. She had diligently progressed from middle school to high school, realizing it would be more worthwhile to invest her efforts in herself. As the next round of speeches commenced, Fu Jinxing donned a classic black suit, his youthful visage complemented by gold-rimmed glasses. His dark, cold eyes possessed a hint of warmth, while the crisp white collar of his shirt added an air of refined sophistication, resembling a cunning doctor from a novel. A well-behaved girl like Shen Ting would likely be drawn to such a well-matched young man. Jiang Ye sat at the back, surrounded by university and high school students in a bustling crowd. For the first time, he patiently listened to the cacophony of languages from early morning until 3 in the afternoon, without succumbing to irritation or lighting a cigarette. His gaze was fixed on the girl seated by the glass window, her knees neatly together, her speech draft spread across her lap. A soft golden light streamed in, illuminating her delicate features. With her hair cascading gently and her eyes lowered, she exuded a serene demeanor. While others spoke, she remained quietly attentive, diligently absorbing their pronunciation. How could she possess such a passion for learning? The awards and prizes were eventually presented on a small dais outside. The host smiled and announced that the speech competition was nearing its conclusion. Curiosity about the results was palpable, so I shall dispense with any further preamble. The third-place winner is Ran from number 1 high school. The second place goes to Shen Ting from the same institution. And the first place is awarded to Fu Jinxing from number 8 high school. Congratulations to all the victorious students. The presenting teacher is a knowledgeable female professor from the foreign language department of C University, who, addressing Shen Ting, remarked, "Young one, your pronunciation is impeccable. The future holds great promise for you." Beside her, Ran wore an expression of disbelief. In previous years, she had consistently secured the first position in the school's English speech competitions. Placing third this time left her feeling quite defeated. Turning her gaze to the last row, she caught sight of Jiang Ye, a rebellious youth with striking features and a refined profile. Without his black ear studs, he retained his charmingly roguish demeanor. When they had quarreled, he had said let's break up, and now it was evident that he was not present to witness her performance. Such a heartless individual could hardly be expected to compromise for the sake of others in this setting. The second-place girl stood in the center. Her beauty was undeniable, exuding an aura of innocence and charm, her youthful contours and delicate features captivating those around her. Below, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of frustration. Shen Ting's purity and excellence incited envy among her peers. Clutching her trophy with a beaming smile directed towards the audience, her white dress fell gracefully just below her knees, revealing a slender, fair calf, both elegant and appropriate. She radiated a pristine quality reminiscent of a gardenia poised to bloom. Chapter 42. Like a crimson apple. As the competition concluded, Yuchichi took Shen Ting's hand, chattering excitedly. Listen, you surpassed Senior Ran Ran. How are you so exceptional? Indeed, Fu Jinxing from the 8th middle school is remarkably impressive. During the last basketball match, I initially thought he was quite frail, yet it turns out his intellect is exceptionally advanced. With his long legs, he stood right beside them. Yuchichi promptly closed her mouth and, like a sycophant, offered Fu Jinxing a colorful candy, apologizing, I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. The young girl exhibited a surprising swiftness in her apology. Fu Jinxing, not one to take offense at her words, accepted the candy and walked away. Upon exiting the school gates, Shen Ting spotted Jiang Ye leaning against his motorcycle, his mouth slightly bruised, possibly from yet another fight. He still maintained that charmingly rogue demeanor. Shen Ting pulled Yuchichi aside to avoid the young man, resembling a quail in her timidity. Jiang Ye found the situation amusing, wondering just how much disdain they held for him. A long, powerful hand appeared before her, as he offered a cup of bubble tea, saying, Shen Ting, trying to evade me? Startled by being caught, Shen Ting looked up at him, her cheeks flushed. He chuckled, what are you staring at? Just take it. Shen Ting, already apprehensive of Jiang Ye, hesitated to accept his offering. She lowered her gaze to her toes and quietly asked, see, can I not? Glancing at Jiang Ye's expression, she felt the weight of his gaze. Do you truly think I have such a forgiving temperament? Dare to utter another word? His demeanor turned severe, his eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity, akin to a wolf poised to pounce on an unsuspecting lamb. Left with no choice, the intimidated Shen Ting extended her hand to accept the drink. As she drew closer, Jiang Ye caught a whiff of the fragrance she carried, a subtle, youthful scent. Though she did not drink from the bubble tea, she still managed to utter a soft thank you. Jiang Ye harbored no doubt. If he were to depart, Shen Ting would, in the next instant, offer her milk tea to another or discard it entirely. Young Master Jiang was oblivious to the fact that a well-mannered girl like Shen Ting would not simply cast aside something she did not fancy, nor would she ever waste it excessively. At most, she would pass it on to someone else. Meanwhile, Yuchichi trembled slightly, for the serious Jiang Ye was indeed quite intimidating. The delinquent youth extracted a straw from the cup and inserted it for Shen Ting, his voice unexpectedly pure and innocent, a stark contrast to his demeanor. Shen Ting, I'll watch you drink. Though it was ostensibly a gesture of goodwill, in that moment, it seemed to impose a burden upon Shen Ting, akin to bullying her. Shen Ting's approach to Jiang Ye, the troublemaker, was to maintain her distance. If they were to confront one another, compliance would be her only recourse. She feared Jiang Ye's wrath. She had witnessed his violent outbursts, frenzied and dangerous enough to threaten lives. Shen Ting obediently took a deep sip, but the force of her action caused her to choke, leading to a fit of agonizing coughs. Her delicate face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as described by Jiang Ye's literary prowess, evoking the desire to take a bite. Damn it! Even in the throes of choking, she remained endearingly charming. Yuchichi attempted to soothe her, though the girl lacked finesse. Suddenly, a gentle pressure on her back offered some relief. Shen Ting quickly steadied herself, her complexion gradually returning to normal. Thank you, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible, akin to a whispering mosquito. Feeling better? Upon hearing the boy's voice so close, Shen Ting's face flushed once more, not from shyness, but purely from fear. Jiang Ye felt that her adorableness was of utmost importance. Even her strands of hair exuded sweetness. Shen Ting, do you truly enjoy studying? The youth suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his chest vibrating with mirth. She inexplicably felt a tinge of embarrassment. Touching her nose softly, she inquired gently, why are you laughing? Only her scientific reasoning remained intact. Chapter 43. Can I eat? The youth spoke candidly. Are you laughing at my hypocrisy? If you like it, then you like it. If you don't, then you don't. If your grades are at the top, how can you not enjoy studying? What do you think of the people beside you? Yuchichi remained speechless, feeling subtly criticized. Shen Ting was puzzled. Who decreed that good grades necessitate a love for studying? For Shen Ting, studying was frustrating while solving problems, yet upon arriving at answers, it evoked an entirely different sentiment. She both liked and disliked it. However, Shen Ting did not refute Jiang Ye, sipping her milk tea subtly. Hey Shen Ting, if you don't receive any awards today, what would you say to the top 3? Congratulations? Jiang Ye laughed even more heartily, the branches behind him swaying, the flowers trembling. His own pair of passionate peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of enchantment. This time, Shen Ting did not notice Jiang Ye wearing earrings. Nor did she catch the intense scent of smoke that had nearly choked her during their first encounter. The youth seemed to have transformed somewhat, yet at the same time, nothing had truly changed. Shen Ting, you are indeed quite hypocritical. Aren't you jealous? Jealous? Certainly. Yet more than that, she felt an overwhelming drive to double her efforts. Though her nature was gentle, she was also tenacious, and thus she resolved to strive to outpace them all. In her world, her education has instilled in her the values of humility and gentleness, teaching her to avoid pride and arrogance. Thus, she readily expresses her congratulations. In stark contrast, Jiang Ye embodies the essence of rebellion and freedom, devoid of any semblance of humility. Perhaps he even curses inwardly. However, Shen Ting does not share this disposition. Her upbringing and everything about her stand in stark opposition to Jiang Ye, as if they hailed from entirely different realms. Yuchichi too feels the sting of Jiang Ye's words. Is he bullying her? Jiang Ye finds it laughable, for it is Shen Ting, the heartless one, who persistently tests his patience. He observes her going from morning to afternoon without a sip of water, prompting him to rush out and procure her a cup of milk tea, a beverage he has never tasted. Under the scornful gaze of the milk tea shop staff, he earnestly places his order. Throughout his life, all his frustrations stem from Shen Ting. If anyone is to be considered bullied, it is he who is at the receiving end. What business is it of Yuchichi's if he teases Shen Ting? The young man's expression darkens. Yuchichi is more frightened of Jiang Ye than Shen Ting is. She clutches Shen Ting's hand tightly. Jiang Ye, with his serious demeanor, appears truly fearsome. Oh, how terrifying. Shen Ting is her good friend, and when Jiang Ye bullies her friend, of course, she feels compelled to intervene. Yet, she feels utterly powerless against Jiang Ye. Yuchichi scans the surroundings. At this hour, their classmates have long departed, leaving no one to assist them. Jiang Ye gazes coldly at Shen Ting, illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun. Her porcelain-like complexion and downcast eyes render her breathtakingly beautiful, captivating to behold. Nevertheless, Shen Ting sips her milk tea delicately, steadfastly protecting her friend. Despite their pitiable appearances, she remains resolute in her defense of Yuchichi. Jiang Ye refused to let go, and Shen Ting felt the force around her wrist. The young girl was both shy and angry. Can I go eat? The boy, with his hands tucked into his pockets and a charmingly roguish smile, replied, Sure. I'm quite hungry myself. Chapter 44. My desires. Was he implying that he wanted to dine with them? Yet, they were hardly acquainted. Moreover, even if they wished to eat, she had no desire to join him. The boy walked ahead, glancing back at Shen Ting and her companions. Come on, classmates, as a united and friendly youth. I invite you to dinner. Is that all right? His serious demeanor was somewhat intimidating, just as Yuchichi, who had taken a step back, turned around. Her eyes wide with fright at the scene before her, she bravely declared, Jiang Ye, Shen Ting is the top student from our school. If you dare bully us, our school will expel you. Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, casting a sharp glance at her, his features exuding a domineering air that silenced her further words. Did he truly care about this school? Yuchichi's courage dissipated in an instant. Reluctantly, Yuchichi walked into a hot pot restaurant, her movements awkward and synchronized with her apprehension. This time, Jiang Ye truly realized how intimidating his presence was among a group of young girls. Sea City is renowned for its hot pot, and the waiter enthusiastically presented the menu to Jiang Ye. Without even glancing at it, he handed it to Shen Ting. She casually ordered a few items, and when the dishes arrived, both were still quite nervous. Jiang Ye casually cooked lamb and beef slices, while Shen Ting ate quietly, savoring each bite, an image of grace and poise. Jiang Ye suddenly recalled the first time he encountered her. She stood beneath the street lamp of Sanzhong, bathed in the tender glow of the setting sun, exuding a softness that enveloped her entirely. She appeared utterly devoid of shadows, radiating an unblemished purity. In truth, it was likely that he was already captivated then. Otherwise, how could he have foolishly attributed his predicament to Shen Ting? Yu Qiqi could no longer restrain herself and excused herself to the restroom. Shen Ting was genuinely curious about Jiang Ye's purpose for attending the speech competition. Surely, he could not have come merely to see her, although she harbored a hint of that notion, which made her feel somewhat vain. After much internal conflict, she mustered the courage to inquire, "Jiang Ye, what brings you to see university today?" Jiang Ye cast his gaze downwards, sensing her unease, and chuckled unabashedly. "Why? Am I not here at the behest of my father to see you diligent students? Do you really think I came to see you?" Shen Ting, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush, only to be further startled by the spiciness of her food, tears welling in her eyes. Her delicate, fair hands fumbled for water, inadvertently brushing against something cool, reminiscent of human skin. The person holding the cup leaned close and menaced her. "Are you afraid I'll poison you? Drink up, don't dawdle." After sipping the milk, Shen Ting finally felt some relief, exhaling softly, "Jiang Ye, thank you." Jiang Ye scoffed inwardly, merely uttering thanks while still harboring fears within. The hot pot bubbled as Shen Ting observed the perfectly cooked meat. "Jiang Ye, your meat is ready." He only eats meat. And reflecting on the little kindness he has shown towards me, I adopt a tone reminiscent of an adult, saying, "Jiang Ye, it is not good to eat only meat. One must maintain a balanced diet." The youth wipes the corner of his mouth with paper, revealing his desire. Not only does he indulge in meat, but he also craves the exquisite piece before him. His slender fingers trace the rim of the cup filled with milk, following the spot where the girl had just sipped. At this moment, Shen Ting is enjoying enoki mushrooms, while Jiang Ye grips the cup, his lips pressed tightly against it as he drains the remaining milk. His beautiful peach blossom eyes, with their slightly upturned corners, exude an irresistible allure. It is evident that Jiang Ye is quite pleased. A hint of sweetness rises within him, instantly overshadowing all bitterness. If being shameless is what it takes, then so be it. He yearns solely for this young girl before him. Chapter 45. Not yet departed. The three individuals present during that hot pot meal have since refrained from discussing it. Later, Shen Ting added Jiang Ye on WeChat and transferred him 100 yuan, ostensibly for the meal. When young Master Jiang saw the message while playing a game, he kicked Chen Shudong, causing him to tumble off the sofa. Chen Shudong, having played games all day, had nearly dozed off, only to be abruptly awakened by Jiang Ye's kick, yet he dared not speak. With a look of misery, he leaned against the sofa's edge and attempted to continue his slumber. Subsequently, Yiga kicked him again and picked up his neatly packed school uniform. Monday morning arrived, casting a somber atmosphere over Jiang Ye's surroundings. In fact, the school typically prohibits mobile phones, yet persistent individuals like Chen Shudong, Jiang Ye, and Yang Zhang managed to sneak them in. One after another, they buy replacements. Director Su eventually grew weary of searching for them, and ultimately, he acquiesced. After leaving the restroom, a group of girls surrounded Shen Ting. The one at the forefront looked disdainfully at her and said, "I hear you are the newly crowned campus belle, Shen Ting?" Shen Ting quickly shook her head. She was not lying. She was not the campus belle. One girl, with striking pink hair, mischievously laughed. "Sister, why waste your breath on her? Look at the photos those people have spread. Who else could it be? A seductress. I shall uphold justice today and show you the might of the Dark Knight clan." Shen Ting was taken aback. In this 21st century, such behavior seemed archaic. "Are you referring to me?" she asked, pointing at herself. Then, she felt a strange curiosity. She had been busy all her life, learning dance and piano during her childhood. On her way home from school, boys would often say she resembled the moon goddess from fairy tales. Being called a seductress felt rather different. "My boyfriend broke up with me because of Shen Ting, claiming he needed to focus on his studies." As she spoke, tears began to flow. The group was in an uproar. Shen Ting, inadvertently seen as their enemy, felt somewhat helpless and seized the opportunity to slip away amidst their chaos. The girl who called herself Yi poured a bottle of ink directly onto Shen Ting's back. The chilly autumn air carried a biting cold. Shen Ting's uniform was stained black, the ink spreading and dripping down. For a moment, there was a silence in the air. In Shen Ting's world, panic and chaos reigned. And drenched in ink, she felt utterly unfortunate. She was both anxious and furious, washing her clothes under the outdoor faucet, determined not to let the ink stain the garments beneath. Those wicked girls. She removed her school uniform, resigned to cleaning it. Perhaps feeling triumphant, the group of girls fell silent. Then, she heard their stuttering voices. "Jiang. Jiang Ye. The boy, upon his arrival, noticed the beige long sleeves of a girl marred by splatters of ink, and the girls laughed maliciously. Shen Ting, though soft-hearted, felt a flicker of anger. In the cool breeze, their breaths were audible. The boy suppressed his agitation and kicked the wooden door of the girls' restroom, splintering it. It hung there precariously. "Aren't you leaving? Do you want to fight me?" Chapter 46. Running 10 laps. This was Shen Ting's first glimpse of Jiang Ye's volatile temperament. As the group of girls dispersed, Shen Ting found her uniform unwearable, and the ceremony for the flag raising was about to commence. The school placed great importance on this event, and those not in uniform faced penalties, including additional laps and deductions from their conduct grades. With no other choice, she stepped outside. Just halfway through, she was suddenly yanked back. Panting slightly, a pair of deep, dark eyes locked onto hers. The back of Shen Ting's long sleeve was damp, revealing her delicate butterfly bones like tender shoots breaking through the earth. The straps of her pale yellow undergarment peeked through subtly. Jiang Ye, being a boy, understood the allure this presented. Pressing against Shen Ting, her back against the wall, she had already been bullied enough, and now faced his torment as well. For the first time, her eyes reddened slightly, a mix of anger and indignation directed at Jiang Ye. What madness is he indulging in? What are you doing? The wind, laced with her scent, rudely invaded his lungs as he pressed his hand against the wall, confining her to a mere square inch of space. This posture was undeniably humiliating. Shen Ting reached out to pry his arm away, but the boy's muscular limb rendered her efforts futile, and her face turned crimson from the exertion. She was infuriated. How could he take such pleasure in bullying her? Lifting her gaze, Jiang Ye noticed her eyes were tinged with anger, resembling the vibrant blossoms of March peach flowers. Exquisite beyond compare. Suppressing his impure thoughts, he offered her his school uniform, glaring at her menacingly, threatening that she must don the clothes, or he would not allow her to leave. Shen Ting clutched the uniform and softly inquired, "What about you?" Jiang Ye let out a light chuckle, a sound as delicate as willow fluff tickling his heart, his profile strikingly handsome in the wind. "Shen Ting, I am not the kind of diligent student you are. I despise such ugly garments. Besides, don't you understand the concept of freedom in dress?" Shen Ting was no fool. She recognized that Jiang Ye had her best interests at heart. A thought flickered in her mind. Did Jiang Ye harbor some affection for her? Though she ought to dismiss it. The ink on her back had yet to dry, and she could not bear to appear so disheveled. Turning, she murmured her gratitude. "Wait." The boy suddenly called out to her, his fingers warm as they brushed against the nape of her neck, adjusting her collar. Startled, she froze, her body tense with apprehension. Fearful that he might be a rogue, her heart raced uncontrollably. As Jiang Ye's fingertips grazed her delicate skin, his heart pounded fiercely, reminiscent of the sensations during a seizure. However, he did not possess a violent impulse. The mere touch of her fingertips evoked an indescribable thrill. He released Shen Ting and leaned against the wall. "Shen Ting, you should leave now," he said. "If you don't go soon, I might not be able to resist kissing you." At that moment, Shen Ting was surprisingly compliant. Standing at 1.60 meters, her short legs propelled her swiftly. Before long, she entered the classroom. The national anthem began to play. When attendance was called, it was noted that Jiang Ye was not in his school uniform, which was reported to Director Su. Although Director Su had a fondness for Jiang Ye, he also harbored a certain disappointment, especially with the principal present today. Thus, he could only order Jiang Ye to run 10 laps around the track. The boy maneuvered from the back to the front row, grinning mischievously at the little girl who dutifully sang the national anthem, and exchanged a few words with her before heading to the playground. Yu Qiqi whispered, "Ting Ting, what did Jiang Ye say to you?" Shen Ting shook her head, uncertain. Her pale fingers clutched the school uniform, wrinkling it in her grip. Noticing Shen Ting's confusion, Yu Qiqi refrained from pressing further, but suddenly felt that Shen Ting appeared quite slender. The uniform seemed almost oversized on her. Chapter 47. A disaster looms. Shen Ting donned his school uniform, feeling a pang of guilt as her hand slipped into her pocket, brushing against a cool metallic box. It was a pack of gum, from a brand she had never seen before, exuding an air of luxury. Jiang Ye was a person of fine taste, indulging even in expensive snacks. Recalling that Jiang Ye had claimed she owed him, though uncertain of his intentions, she instinctively stepped back upon seeing him. The boy, having just completed his run, had his tousled black hair slightly damp. His ragged, torn jeans revealed his knees, which were strikingly bony. He had just washed his face, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline. The youthful exuberance and striking handsomeness of the boy drew the attention of others. Jiang Ye was the kind of person who elicited both disdain and fear, yet simultaneously inspired envy and jealousy. One could detest his rebellious nature and disregard for rules, while also coveting his unrestrained freedom and spontaneity. That day, Shen Ting navigated through a haze of anxiety, relieved that Jiang Ye did not cause any disturbances. Otherwise, he would have been utterly terrified. As school ended that afternoon, Chen Shudong observed Jiang Ye, who was loitering in the corridor, rummaging through his pockets, and assumed he was searching for cigarettes. He offered his own pack, saying, "Brother Ye, if you want to smoke, just say the word. I'll share." Jiang Ye leaned against the balcony, his gaze fixed on the small playground below, where a girl was sweeping the ground, completely engrossed in her task. He replied coolly, "I don't smoke." It seemed Jiang Ye recalled how the girl had been avoiding him, and he snapped, "Keep your distance when you smoke." Chen Shudong was left speechless, wondering why he suddenly seemed to be rejected. He glanced at Yang Jiang, who ignored him and handed Jiang Ye a piece of mint candy. Jiang Ye accepted it, having heard that girls with such pristine qualities preferred similarly clean boys. They disliked the smell of smoke and favored the refreshing aroma of mint. He swallowed his aversion to the candy, pressing his tongue against the back of his teeth, enduring its peculiar coolness. He no longer desired to smoke, nor did he wish for Shen Ting to be far from him. He gazed at the soft, obedient figure of Shen Ting, whose delicate brow furrowed slightly as the wind scattered the debris she had gathered. She muttered something under her breath, a stray lock of hair accentuating her innocent charm. Jiang Ye, with the mint candy resting on his tongue, found himself almost laughing at the absurdity of it all. TM, how can Shen Ting be so adorable? The craving is indeed challenging to endure, akin to a tiny insect gently gnawing at one's heart. His life is undeniably miserable. Yet, upon seeing Shen Ting, it feels as if blossoms bloom amidst the bitterness. This sensation has become an addiction. On a night filled with classes in their third year, Ran waited for Jiang Ye at the entrance of Class 2. She had spotted Jiang Ye again, and those memories resurfaced. Unable to resist, she approached him. Jiang Ye had been fixated on Shen Ting, only glancing at her after a lengthy pause. Ran admired the youthful figure before her, still handsome and rebellious, which she found utterly appealing. With heartfelt sincerity, she implored, "Jiang Ye, shall we start anew?" Jiang Ye clicked his tongue, responding, Ran, I have no interest in you." A girl from her group, who was sweeping the floor, called out, "Shen Ting, why are you down here again? Did you forget something?" It was a disaster. The young man acted swiftly, his lips curling into a mischievous grin as he teased, "Shen Ting, are you afraid of me?" Chapter 48. He needs extra lessons. The boy's voice, laced with laughter, held a magnetic quality. Shen Ting felt her face flush as she was caught eavesdropping. I wasn't intending to listen. It was you who chose to converse in the corridor." The girl's words grew increasingly uncertain, yet her ability to turn the tables surprised Jiang Ye. "Shen Ting, I'm not a monster. Come up here quickly." Ran noticed the new campus beauty, feeling a pang of jealousy. Shen Ting's skin was fair and delicate, her face exquisite, with a complexion that resembled the most exquisite blend of snow and jade. Beneath the ample school uniform, every curve subtly hints at the nascent allure and vibrancy of youth. What boy could resist such an innocent and pristine appearance? Beautiful, immaculate, and academically accomplished, she embodies the ethereal moon goddess revered in the hearts of many, a visage reminiscent of the nation's first love. Ran yearns to grasp Jiang Ye's hand, seeking reassurance for herself. The boy gazes at her with indifference, instilling a sense of fear within her. "Jiang Ye, you know I hold deep affection for you. I can tolerate your temper and will be obedient." Jiang Ye, feeling vexed, casts her a lingering glance and retorts, "Do you perhaps overestimate your own allure? Why should I concern myself with your feelings? Must I enumerate every single misdeed of yours before you come to your senses?" Ran, I am not foolish. Ran froze at his words. He knew. He surely knew everything. It was during their sophomore year when Ran first encountered Jiang Ye. Although he harbored no affection for her and possessed a peculiar temperament, he was generous, refraining from violence and exploitation. Ran perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. She was willing to be his girlfriend, seeking financial support in her time of need. Coming from a poor background, she relied on his assistance to foster a more comfortable life, believing her dreams were finally materializing. However, her stepfather shattered this illusion. Her biological father favored sons, dismissing her existence, while her mother, a submissive and indecisive woman, later married her stepfather. Initially, he seemed tolerable, but soon succumbed to gambling and smoking. When finances dwindled and his mood soured, he resorted to domestic violence against her mother. She too had endured his wrath. Ultimately, she opted for boarding school, seeking refuge from her stepfather's abusive tendencies. However, due to her dire financial situation, she found herself unable to pay her tuition fees and thus set her sights on Jiang Ye, hoping to acquire some money from him. Everything seemed to be taking a turn for the better. Yet, that terrifying voice returned, causing Ran to flee in fear. Her stepfather lunged at her, covering her mouth and dragging her into a dark alley. He cursed her, calling her a whore, claiming that after all the time he had supported her, it was merely for his own gratification, and now she dared to escape. The night was eerily silent as he, with his unspeakably filthy hands, lifted her skirt and unfastened her clothing. She was terrified. She screamed, yearning for a passerby to come to her aid, but there was no one. No one. Tears flowed endlessly as, in her despair, she retrieved something from her bag and plunged it into her stepfather. As the blood gushed forth, Ran was filled with dread. She used the phone Jiang Ye had given her to call for help, then fled, placing all blame on Jiang Ye. Her stepfather was left in a vegetative state, and Jiang Ye was labeled the murderer. She believed that this would shield her from discovery. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ye was fully aware of everything. It was rather amusing that she had come here seeking reconciliation. Cornered by Jiang Ye, Shen Ting hesitated before asking, "Jiang Ye, what do you want from me?" The youth observed her flustered demeanor, suppressing a laugh as he tossed her a book titled 5 Years of Simulation. 3 years of college entrance examination. I need you to tutor me. Will you do it? Chapter 49. Who did it? Shen Ting was initially taken aback, then nervously grasped her clothing, contemplating how to refuse Jiang Ye with some excuse. Unbidden, memories of the morning flooded her mind, the boy's playful smile and the low, teasing tone of his voice lingering in her ear. At last, unable to restrain herself, she let out a soft sigh. This was something owed to Jiang Ye. Finally liberated from his grasp, Shen Ting stepped out of the school gates and caught sight of the group of girls who had tormented her. They leaned against the wall, smoking and whispering amongst themselves. Shen Ting tightened her grip on her backpack, a smile curving her eyes, her bright, captivating gaze slightly narrowed, with elegantly curled lashes that exuded an innate shyness and innocence. The girls failed to notice Shen Ting's sly smile. Upon seeing her, they were momentarily entranced. Regaining their composure, they rushed after her, intending to intimidate her into silence regarding the events of the morning. These girls were originally from Sanzhong, and having ventured to Yizhong today, they had dared to bully the top student there. If Sanzhong were to learn of their actions, expulsion could be the consequence. Sanzhong was akin to a vocational school, and they were already looked down upon by their families. The thought of being expelled was daunting. Shen Ting stood near the entrance of the school, within view of the surveillance cameras. With her high ponytail and warm chestnut eyes, she exuded an air of delicate beauty. Her gaze was cast downward, emanating an inexplicable charm, her lips a vivid red, appearing almost vulnerable. The girls approached, brandishing their lit cigarettes as they menacingly warned, "Shen Ting, if you dare to speak of what happened this morning, we will make your life a living hell." The image of the soft, easily intimidated girl was shattered as Shen Ting coldly regarded them. "Is this how you bully your classmates?" Under the scrutiny of her clear, crystalline eyes, some of the girls averted their gaze. The leader of the group, unfazed and even somewhat proud, retorted, "Yes, and what of it? Are you dissatisfied?" Shen Ting was well aware that the girls from Sanzhong were nothing but ruffians. Lowering her head, she let out a sardonic smile, the corners of her eyes slightly lifting, a subtle deviation from her usual demeanor. "Today, the bullying I endured from Class 1 was likely due to other matters." For a moment, silence enveloped the group. Shen Ting then asserted, "There are surveillance cameras from Class 1 present here. If you fail to disclose who instructed you, I can report you for bullying at any moment." The leader of the group steadied himself. A beautiful girl, composed and calculating, interjected, "Just a reminder. The cameras capture everything clearly. Should you lay a finger on me, it would serve as irrefutable evidence of your harassment." Suddenly intimidated, the group confessed to Shen Ting that it was Yu Weiwei who had paid them 500 yuan to bully her, intending to humiliate her before everyone. Yu Weiwei? Shen Ting recalled the girl who had inadvertently pushed her during the sports meet, causing her to fall. It now appeared that Yu Weiwei's intentions ran deeper than mere mischief. Shen Ting adjusted a rebellious strand of hair, presenting a seemingly innocent demeanor, hoping their words held truth. After Shen Ting departed, the group felt a wave of relief. They had initially underestimated her, perceiving her as an easy target. But it was evident that the top student from class 1 was far more formidable than she appeared. A girl possessing a delicate beauty with an alluring innocence. Smiled at them and remarked, "By the way, regarding the protection money you collected, I hope you will return it, otherwise." She left her sentence unfinished. The group understood the implication and realized they could not challenge her. The girl then hailed a taxi and departed. Once inside, Shen Ting felt her legs weaken. Yet her smile radiated with unparalleled brightness. Chapter 50. He was furious early on Tuesday morning. Many people inexplicably found themselves with extra money, ranging from 10 to several hundred yuan. The girls from class 3 were not afraid of trouble, yet they dared not resort to violence. Moreover, Shen Ting, a model student, commanded greater credibility in the presence of the police, teachers, and the principal. Thus, they hastily gathered to repay the extorted fees. Should they encounter Shen Ting again, they vowed not to let her off easily. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ye had arrived, lifting his eyelids to cast a cold, piercing gaze upon them. Dare to speak another word against Shen Ting? The youth, just finished with basketball, crushed a soda can in his hand, rendering it unrecognizable. He declared, "If you dare to bully her, although I do not strike women, I make no promises about delinquents." A crowd dispersed in haste. Yang Jiang teased, "Yi Go, are you truly serious about Shen Ting? Though she is beautiful and innocent, she is rather naive, unlike Yu Weiwei, who is attractive and has a curvaceous figure." His comment was merely an attempt to gauge Jiang Ye's sentiments. The crisp sound of the soda can being tossed into the trash resonated. The young man, with an unruly demeanor, cast a sideways glance at him, his tousled hair falling into his eyes. "I simply have a penchant for her type." Yang Jiang found it surprising how much Jiang Ye cared for Shen Ting. He chuckled softly, recalling how just last year, Jiang Ye had expressed a preference for women with ample bosoms, slender waists, and long legs, exuding an air of seduction. Now, his taste seemed to have shifted dramatically. TSK. Yang Jiang also noticed a figure leaning against the basketball court, nodding towards the other side. Jiang Ye followed the gaze and noticed a boy standing before Shen Ting. The young girl wore a gentle and serene smile, seemingly engaged in a conversation with the person opposite her. He stared for a while, an unspoken emotion gradually settling in his brows and eyes, before he abruptly tossed aside the basketball. "Hey?" Chen Shudong jumped at Jiang Ye's sudden action. "Bro, do you still want your limited edition basketball?" Today, the sun shone faintly, casting a warm, golden light like a delicate veil over the two of them. Shen Ting, with her head bowed, had her bangs obediently framing her face, her rosy lips moving to form words in a melodious, clear voice, speaking in a language he could not comprehend. The sound of a nearby small fountain only intensified the restlessness that had unexpectedly taken hold of him. The boy held a book, claiming to ask questions, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Ting. His intentions were painfully obvious. "Damn it, Shen Ting, come here." As he uttered those words, he felt as if he might explode, the symptoms of his irritability nearing a breaking point. Shen Ting lifted her eyes, her chestnut orbs wide and innocent, a stray lock of hair cascading softly behind her ear, exuding an aura of both sweetness and vulnerability. She did not move. Jiang Ye, with a surprisingly good-natured demeanor, approached her. The boy merely edged closer to Jiang Ye and was visibly intimidated. After all, Jiang Ye was known as a delinquent, known for his violent temper, and if he were to unleash his wrath, it could be catastrophic. Such a dangerously volatile presence was indeed fearsome. Shen Ting, puzzled, with a silly tuft of hair atop her head, looked at him earnestly and asked, "Jiang Ye, is there something you need?" "Damn it, so obedient." Jiang Ye averted his gaze, his long fingers rummaging through his pants pocket until he finally extracted a piece of paper. It bore a list of basic English vocabulary. Shen Ting couldn't help but feel a smile creeping onto her face. She had originally intended to go to the classroom office to submit her assignment, but was halted by a fellow student who had a question. Now, she finds herself once again stopped by Jiang Ye, who seeks clarification on a matter. Chapter 51. 10 yuan received via Alipay. Wasn't Director Su supposed to have mentioned that his grades were quite commendable? The delinquent stumbled through the unfamiliar words, his pronunciation far from melodious, even bordering on unpleasant. If others were to discover that the notorious bully Jiang Ye struggled so with his reading, it would surely elicit uncontrollable laughter. Shen Ting bit her lip, suppressing her amusement for a considerable time before finally breaking into a smile. This was the first time she genuinely smiled at him, even if it was merely due to his comical reading. Her eyes gleamed with a crescent shape, reminiscent of a starry expanse, captivating and sweet enough to make one's heart flutter. She felt a twinge of remorse for her amusement and, with a blink, endeavored to stifle her laughter, her voice soft and sweet. "I apologize. I am not laughing at you." Upon hearing her laughter, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet it was overshadowed by the sweetness enveloping him. For within the girl's pure and unblemished gaze, he perceived a reflection of himself, creating an illusion of being profoundly cherished. Shen Ting quickly regained her composure, pointing at the word, "Jiang Ye, this word is not pronounced that way. Follow my lead. Excellent." Her voice was soft and melodious, almost like a gentle whisper. Jiang Ye repeated the word, finally achieving a satisfactory tone. Shen Ting then provided him with several similar-sounding examples. Jiang Ye was a quick learner with a commendable memory, and by the end, he produced results that left Shen Ting, the little teacher, thoroughly satisfied. The boy who originally posed the question felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding his own foolishness, especially when someone casually glanced at his exercise book, which intensified his discomfort. He could only leave in a huff. Yang Jiang gave him a light tap. Chen Shudong had no ulterior motives. He sensed something was amiss and quickly caught on to the situation, smirking mischievously. "Hey, are you flirting with the school beauty?" At a distance. Shen Ting was somewhat hard of hearing and did not catch the words clearly. However, Jiang Ye heard everything distinctly and lowered his gaze to observe Shen Ting's expression. The girl's hazel eyes appeared somewhat bewildered, innocent, and naive. Jiang Ye recognized that she hadn't fully comprehended, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Shen Ting, may I treat you to something as a token of my gratitude?" His unusually gentle demeanor for the first time made it difficult for Shen Ting to decline. Yet, she was more apprehensive of incurring his wrath. Moreover, even if she were to refuse, Jiang Ye would find a way to place it in her hands. Thus, she obediently nodded. The little tuft of hair that curled up slightly made Jiang Ye's heart flutter with a delightful itch. After playing basketball and not having rested enough, he went to buy a bottle of water. Shen Ting, not particularly desiring anything, was soon handed a cup of hot milk tea. Puffing her cheeks softly, she inquired, "Jiang Ye, why do you enjoy giving me milk tea so much?" The girl's pale, round face appeared both adorable and gentle. Jiang Ye was instantly captivated, his heart swelling with sweetness. "Don't you like it?" Shen Ting felt it was somewhat impolite to speak ill of someone else's treat and decided to bring it to Chi later. Chi only enjoyed the milk tea from this particular shop, while she herself had a penchant for sweets. She resembled an addict, albeit her vice was sugar. The young girl softly murmured her gratitude before departing. Jiang Ye observed the petite figure beneath her oversized school uniform, and, upon witnessing her acceptance of his milk tea, a faint smile graced his lips. A clear, mechanical voice resonated, indicating a Tianyuan transfer via Alipay. Did Shen Ting just return the money to Brother Yi, with an extra yuan as a supposed fare for a hasty escape? The laughter of Chen Shudong and Yang Jiang was nearly uncontrollable. Jiang Ye's expression darkened like ink as he cast a cold glance at them. Indeed, he felt somewhat humiliated, though it was not an unprecedented experience. Chapter 52. The little brat spotted him from the balcony on the second floor and scampered away. Was this the much-touted insistence on meeting him? Jiang Ye remained skeptical. After sipping tea with the elder, he endured a few rounds of admonishment. The little child, both obedient and gentle, crouched by the staircase, watching him with a blend of fear and longing. Jiang Chenyi bore little resemblance to Jiang Ye. The latter inherited his mother's striking beauty, characterized by a sharp elegance. In contrast, Jiang Chenyi resembled his innocent yet mischievous mother, possessing a sweet, clean beauty in his eyes. From Jiang Chenyi's birth, Jiang Ye recognized him as a sworn rival. He understood that Jiang Chenyi was blameless, yet he could only maintain a distance, for any closer connection would betray his mother. Jiang Ye donned his coat and traversed the hall, while Jiang Chenyi, barefoot, treaded softly on the plush carpet, his large black eyes blinking innocently as he gazed at him. "Brother." Jiang Ye did not respond, choosing instead to turn aside and walk away. Jiang Chenyi lay sprawled across the coffee table, his fair skin pressed into red imprints by the sharp edges, a delightful and endearing young master who captured the affection of all. Yet, his heart belonged solely to his formidable older brother. Jiang Ye had just entered the school, and dismissal was imminent. Approaching the school gates, he spotted a group of unruly girls from the bicycle shed beside the security room, tools in hand, vandalizing a pink bicycle. Jiang Ye recalled the first time he encountered Shen Ting. She had been riding that very bicycle. A smile tugged at his lips. It seemed ironic that he had once feigned indifference towards Shen Ting, yet he could vividly remember the type of bicycle she rode. The once charming bicycle lay in a state of disarray, its chain broken, and even the basket was damaged by their antics. The wreckage was a pitiful sight. I recall having warned not to touch Shen Ting, he thought. Who gave you the audacity to tamper with her bicycle? One girl, startled, dropped her iron tool, which landed painfully on her toes, eliciting a scream that pierced the air. The security guard had stepped away, leaving no one to hear her distress. And even her companions were frightened. Jiang Ye, inherently rebellious and notoriously temperamental, found the shriek grating, stirring his irritation. Dare you to scream again? His gaze was chilling, as if he harbored murderous intent. He glanced at his phone. Class was nearly over. He anticipated Shen Ting's arrival, aware of her potential fury. I don't hit women, he declared, leaving the tools behind. Now get lost. Upon the end of her class, Shen Ting immediately spotted Jiang Ye, who was removing the basket from his own bicycle with his bare hands, the chain sullied with grime. Seeing her father's gift, the bicycle, in such a state, Shen Ting was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. A bittersweet sensation spread through her heart. It was physical education class, and they were dismissed a few minutes early. Yu Chi-Chi, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed, Jiang Ye, why are you so cruel? Why do you keep bullying Ting Ting? As Shen Ting gazed at Jiang Ye, her eyes brimmed with tiny, glistening tears. That bicycle was the last present from her father. How could Jiang Ye be so wicked? He was nothing but a loathsome villain. She pushed Jiang Ye aside and attempted to move the bicycle, but the chain was broken, and her fingers turned red from the effort. Shen Ting was both anxious and furious. Chapter 53. Repairing the bicycle, she was on the verge of tears. Yu Chi-Chi, unable to help, suggested, Ting Ting, let's leave the bike here for now and find someone to fix it tomorrow, shall we? Shen Ting had always shared a close bond with her father. After her parents' divorce, she moved to City C with her mother, and the bicycle was her sole companion. She shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. I want to fix it myself. Jiang Ye, unable to tolerate Shen Ting's pitiful demeanor, pried her hands away, intending to assist her. Don't touch it. This was the first time Shen Ting had lost her composure, glaring at him fiercely, though her disdain was palpable. Yu Chi-Chi was utterly astonished. Sister, you do realize you're confronting the notorious Jiang Ye. Although we once shared a bond over hot pot, still. Upon hearing Yu Chi-Chi's outburst, Jiang Ye, who had always been the center of attention, felt his expression darken. All right, Shen Ting, do you think I have a good temper? This piece of junk isn't even my doing. I'm trying to help you fix it, and you scold me? Shen Ting, do you still possess a shred of conscience? Shen Ting, feeling both anxious and exasperated, had reddened eyes. She gazed at Jiang Ye with a wary expression, clearly lacking trust. The young girl lowered her head, her curled eyelashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. The slight flush at the corners of her eyes resembled the mark of someone wronged by Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye caught sight of the subtle rise in her school uniform collar, his throat tightening with a sigh of resignation. Shen Ting, I will assist you with the repairs. As school dismissed, a throng of students passed by, and the boys turned their heads upon spotting Shen Ting, captivated by her beauty. The atmosphere shifted as they noticed the presence of the notorious school bully, Jiang Ye, who wore a displeased expression. He crouched on the ground, attending to a bicycle. Jiang Ye borrowed some lubricant and gloves from the security guard. His slender fingers moved with practiced ease, swiftly fixing the chain. However, the true challenge lay with the bicycle's basket, a wretched contraption that seemed almost cursed. Shen Ting stood nearby, observing as autumn leaves blanketed the ground in hues of gold. The girl appeared pristine and radiant amidst the fallen foliage. She watched him intently, anxious that he might cause further damage. The bustling crowd passed by, yet none dared to meet Jiang Ye's gaze. His profile was sharp and rebellious, a juxtaposition of mischief and wildness. Before long, Jiang Ye successfully repaired the chain and decided to test it himself. He pushed the pink bicycle a few paces, finding it in working order, and a hint of a smile graced his features at last. Thank you, she uttered, her voice somewhat muffled, revealing her lingering irritation. He couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Ting was not easily appeased. Shen Ting, bewildered, remarked, after being in such a state, can it really be fixed? He was about to retort, insisting that if he said it could be repaired, then it could indeed be repaired, but restrained himself. The boy's voice echoed through the autumn landscape. It can be fixed. Shen Ting's laughter curved her eyes into crescent moons, radiating a unique, pure, and unblemished beauty that left him utterly disarmed. His heart softened beyond measure. Hold on tight. "Dear brother will take you flying," he said with a mischievous nonchalance, a playful swagger in his tone. Brother? Jiang Ye was hardly deserving of such a title. He was merely a scoundrel who took pleasure in tormenting her. Shen Ting mounted the bicycle, but refrained from embracing the audacious youth. She wouldn't even grip the edge of his garment. Instead, she merely clutched one side of the bicycle seat. A gust of cold wind swept by, leaving Yuchichi momentarily dazed as fallen leaves obscured her vision. Why did Shen Ting suddenly climb aboard? Chapter 54. The big white rabbit. The autumnal night descended more swiftly than usual, and the young man pedaled with fervor, a playful impulse igniting within him as he contemplated teasing her. Yet, at the thought of the slight blush at the corners of her eyes, he felt a pang of tenderness, a bittersweet ache. Shen Ting held onto the back seat, her delicate fingers gripping tightly. The boy slowed his pace and asked, "Do you truly detest this bad boy?" Shen Ting blinked and deftly diverted the topic. "Jiang Ye, who is responsible for damaging my bicycle?" With a playful glint in her eyes, she noted how Jiang Ye had branded himself a rogue. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips, a joy so profound it was impossible to contain. Unable to suppress her laughter, she let out a soft giggle. It was the first time she had encountered such self-aware mischief. Seeing her delight eased Jiang Ye's concerns. Her laughter was so sweet it melted into his heart, nearly erasing the bitterness he felt when she distanced herself from him. The bicycle wove through the narrow alley, leaves swirling in a whimsical dance. The girl in her school uniform appeared charming and refined, while the young boy exuded a spirited nonchalance. The repair shop was an old establishment, where a seasoned craftsman diligently worked on the machines, while an elderly woman sat outside on a rocking chair, mending clothes. She adjusted her glasses and called out, "Child, we have a visitor. Hurry up." The craftsman emerged at the entrance, and Jiang Ye, holding a mismatched bicycle basket, inquired, "Can it be repaired?" Jiang Ye disregarded Shen Ting's presence. The craftsman, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and smoke swirling around him, replied, "Young man, to be frank, it would be more sensible to purchase a new bike than to fix this basket." Unperturbed by the craftsman's words, Jiang Ye pressed on, "Can it be repaired properly?" The craftsman, recognizing the boy's stubbornness, conceded, "Yes, it can be repaired, though it may be somewhat costly." As Jiang Ye's craving for nicotine surged, he irritably searched his pockets for gum, but found none. Outside, the clean and beautiful girl in her school uniform engaged in light conversation with the elderly woman. The soft yellow of her hairband fluttered in the breeze, momentarily distracting him. He declared, "Any price is acceptable, as long as it can be fixed." Suddenly recalling something, he added to the craftsman, "Once it's done, just tell them that, for my sake, there will be no charge for the repair." The craftsman chuckled in agreement, reflecting on the youthful antics of these youngsters. "If it's broken, it's broken. Why bother repairing? Just get a new one," he mused internally, bemused by the idea of deceiving a girlfriend. Yet, despite his private musings, he swiftly repaired the bicycle as Jiang Ye had instructed, without taking any payment from Shen Ting. The late autumn afternoon lacked a twilight, filled only with the rustling sound of leaves stirred by the wind. Shen Ting pedaled her bicycle, just as she always had, the corners of her eyes slightly raised in a soft, sweet smile. "That, Jiang Ye, I truly appreciate you." The girl's gentle voice, laced with sweetness, floated on the breeze and nestled into the heart of the wild, unruly boy. It was Jiang Ye's first time experiencing such profound affection for someone. The youth was at a loss on how to express his feelings for this delicate girl. He had pondered whether, had he encountered Shen Ting a few years earlier, she might have developed feelings for him. But there were no what-ifs. He couldn't help but call her name, Shen Ting. She looked at him with curiosity. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Shen Ting expressed her gratitude and placed 2 large white rabbit milk candies in his palm. The little girl, resembling a rabbit evading a big bad wolf, scampered into the neighborhood. Gazing at the red building, Jiang Ye unwrapped the candy, savoring its taste, and couldn't help but chuckle. How incredibly sweet it was. His tone was somewhat impatient, uncertain whether he was referring to the person or the candy. He then solemnly tucked away the other piece, concealing it in his palm and heart. Chapter 55. She wants to distance herself from him. Yuchichi often arrived at the classroom punctually, rushing in early. Shen Ting was reciting classical poetry. "Listen. The white rabbit milk candy you gave me yesterday was delicious, so different from the ones I've had before. Where did you buy it?" Yuchichi blinked her eyes, looking at her with eager anticipation. The girl in the front row turned her head as well. "Yes, Shen Ting, the candy you gave was truly delightful. I want to know where you got it." Yuchichi leaned closer, her eyes sparkling, and whispered, "Listen, 5 pieces of candy are simply not enough. Could I possibly have 2 more?" The first to arrive early, Jiang Ye naturally overheard these words. A fiery sensation surged in his chest, accompanied by an unparalleled bitterness. What was this? It was akin to receiving a gift from her that filled his heart with joy, as he believed it to be unique. Little did he know that one day, upon stepping outside, he would discover that she bestowed identical gifts upon others, some even superior to his own. It was utterly disheartening. Even more distressing was the fact that he had never received a gift from Shen Ting. The sound of a chair being overturned echoed. Shen Ting ignored him, oblivious to the unfolding events. From beneath the desk, she retrieved a few candies for Yuchichi. The joy radiating from Yuchichi in front was matched only by Jiang Ye's growing annoyance behind her. For the first time, he felt inferior to a little chubby girl. Glancing at the string of English letters in his notebook, a wave of frustration threatened to engulf his reason. Jiang Ye's temples throbbed. Chen Shudong had spent the entire night gaming, and now he was suffering from a severe headache. To make matters worse, he was feeling lightheaded from hunger. Spotting the milk candy beneath Jiang Ye's desk, Chen Shudong immediately deduced which girl had secretly placed it there, enamored with Jiang Ye. Knowing that Jiang Ye had little fondness for sweets, he usually discarded them. However, since Jiang Ye wouldn't eat it, and Chen Shudong was ravenous, he took the large white rabbit candy. Just as he was about to unwrap it, Jiang Ye's warning grasp tightened around his neck. Chen Shudong's face flushed red. Cough, cough. Jiang Ye, must you be so ruthless? Is a mere candy worth attempting fratricide? Jiang Ye lifted his eyelids, casting an impatient glance at Chen Shudong. His hands did not cease their movements, yet he showed restraint, merely issuing a cautionary warning. Chen Shudong immediately begged for mercy. Brother Ye, I was wrong. I will never touch your things again. Please refrain from meddling with my belongings in the future. Chen Shudong was puzzled, after all. It was merely a piece of white rabbit candy. Why take it so seriously? What he did not realize was that Yang Jiang was well aware of the candy's ownership. Brother Yi was indeed earnest for a mere sweet. As for Shen Ting in the front row, despite her hearing difficulties, she caught wind of their conversation. Moreover, she had just witnessed Jiang Ye's frenzied grip on someone, his gaze so fierce that it left Shen Ting trembling in fear. She suppressed her racing heart, more resolute than ever to distance herself from Jiang Ye. Although he had once aided her, people naturally harbor a fear of the presence of villains. And Shen Ting was no exception, particularly when it came to someone as unpredictable as Jiang Ye. Her aspirations were simple: to study diligently, to strive earnestly, and to persuade her mother in pursuit of her dreams. Chapter 56. The Olympiad Mathematics class director Su had just received the notification regarding the Olympiad Mathematics class. Each year, there are national-level competitions in mathematics, and securing a championship or outstanding award comes with a prize of 12,000 yuan, along with the privilege of guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University. Thus, upon receiving this announcement, Director Su promptly informed all the teachers. For Class 2, he held high hopes for Shen Ting and the class leader, Han Qing, as both exhibited strong analytical skills in the sciences. In previous years, Director Su would have eagerly anticipated Jiang Ye's participation. However, given Jiang Ye's temperament, it was unlikely he would attend. Shen Ting signed up, motivated by the prospect of that 12,000 yuan prize. It is not merely a matter of materialism for her. Rather, she genuinely requires financial support to pursue her dreams. A sum of at least 40,000. Over the years, her pocket money, combined with her previous scholarship, has only amounted to 30,000 thus far. The upcoming mathematics competition is of utmost importance. Once the list of participants for the competition is confirmed, Shen Ting will be required to remain at school an additional hour and a half every afternoon for study. Furthermore, she must attend classes taught by a teacher specifically designated for the mathematics competition during lunch. Her schedule has suddenly become exceedingly full. For several consecutive days, Jiang Ye has been unable to locate Shen Ting. It is inconvenient for him to express his frustration in the classroom, so he resorts to waking up early to seek her out, only to find her absent each time. One day, unable to contain his irritation any longer, he overhears that Shen Ting has joined the mathematics competition class, whatever that may entail. As he traverses the corridor, he finds her with her head bowed, diligently working on an exam paper, seemingly troubled by a headache, biting her pencil. Beneath her long hair, her fair neck is subtly visible. The classroom is devoid of any other students, as everyone else has gone to lunch, leaving only this foolish girl engrossed in her work. feeling exposed by his gaze. Shen Ting, for the first time, finds herself cornered by a male in such an embarrassing position, her cheeks flushing with shame. Stammering, she murmurs, "No. Then why is it that every time I come looking for you, you are never around?" Jiang Ye has sought her out numerous times. The memory of his intimidating demeanor sends a shiver down Shen Ting's spine, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Yet, the young man insists on closing the distance. For every step she takes back, he advances further until there is nowhere left to retreat. Jiang Ye inquires, his voice carrying a hint of allure. Shen Ting's face flushed crimson, her anxiety palpable as she struggled for quite a while without finding a solution. The young girl was on the verge of tears, her gaze landing on the paper before her as she declared loudly, "Because I want to study." Her delicate visage now tinged with a rosy hue, and beneath her fluttering lashes, a pair of clear, expressive eyes shone. As she uttered those words, her eyes darted away, unmistakably revealing her disdain for him. Yet, he felt an overwhelming surge of affection, 1,000 charming points igniting within him. No matter her antics, he found himself enamored with Shen Ting, even if it meant she was deceiving him. The urgency in her demeanor caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears, and Jiang Ye felt an infatuation brewing. Quite fond of this vulnerable version of Shen Ting, which only fueled his desire to cherish her more. "Damn, this is truly intoxicating. Jiang Ye, could you possibly let go of me? My wrist hurts." Shen Ting shifted her restrained wrist, revealing a patch of her fair skin marked with red imprints from his grip. Observing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but think how delicate she truly was. It reminded him of what Yao Yao had previously mentioned about possibly breaking her, and he realized that today, it was indeed a possibility. However, no one would ever know. In the days that followed, this somewhat obsessive and temperamental youth would tenderly kiss her skin inch by inch, reverently, as if he were the most devoted follower of the lunar goddess. Chapter 57. A little more affection in recent days. Jiang Ye's frustration stemming from Shen Ting's avoidance dissipated, and he finally released her hand. Shen Ting blinked and softly inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Jiang Ye discerned the underlying message in her words. She was urging him to leave, expressing her desire to distance herself from him. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and remarked, "Shen Ting, sometimes I wonder, do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending not to? A man who is willing to humble himself for a girl undoubtedly harbors feelings for her. Do you not comprehend this?" Shen Ting found herself momentarily stunned, perplexed by Jiang Ye's kindness toward her. She then replied earnestly, "Jiang Ye, please refrain from speaking nonsense. We are merely students." The young man leaned closer, and Shen Ting was enveloped in the warmth of his breath, which had lost its initial scent of tobacco, replaced now by a refreshing hint of mint. Jiang Ye positioned himself before her, captivated by the sight of her delicate, fair collarbone, reminiscent of a budding green sprout. A flicker of desire danced in his eyes. Shen Ting, merely lifting her gaze, could discern the faint, infatuated look upon his face, tinged with a hint of obsession. Yet, a wave of fear washed over Shen Ting, causing her to fixate on her watch with her fluttering eyelashes. "Shen Ting," he called softly. She glanced up, and the classroom, filled with students absorbed in their meals, was so quiet that the sound of a falling pin could be heard. She inquired, "Jiang Ye, do you have something else to discuss?" Jiang Ye's dark eyes were fixed upon her as he replied, "Nothing in particular. I simply seek clarity on your thoughts." Shen Ting, fearing that an admission of disinterest might provoke him, swiftly changed the subject. "I'm hungry. I wish to go eat." Her soft, melodious voice was like a feather devoid of weight, yet it gently tickled the depths of his heart, leaving him unsettled. Abruptly, a surge of irritation coursed through him as he grasped her wrist. "Hey, Shen Ting, do you truly despise me? Every time I wait for you in the classroom, you ignore me, chatting and laughing with Chi. And now, you're outright avoiding me. Just how frightened are you of me? How much do you detest me?" Feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutiny of others, Shen Ting made an effort to keep her eyes wide open, striving to appear convincing as she softly replied, "I am studying and have no time." Little did she realize how endearing her demeanor was. Her efforts at deceit were utterly charming. Jiang Ye understood that his predicament was not a recent development. In the presence of such clear and innocent eyes, he suppressed his emotions and, with a playful grin, said, "Shen Ting, I can also strive to study hard." Shen Ting could not fathom the origins of Jiang Ye's affection. It was reminiscent of her elementary and middle school days when boys would trail behind her, cautiously stealing glances. Back then, Her talents in dance, piano, and drama made her the center of attention, garnering considerable admiration from her male peers. However, at this moment, she had subdued all her brilliance, becoming an ordinary high school student. Yet, Jiang Ye still found himself drawn to her. Biting her lip, Shen Ting pushed Jiang Ye away, firmly declaring, "Studying hard has never been for someone else. It is for my own future." Clutching her book tightly, she summoned her courage, asserting, "I do not engage in romantic relationships, nor will I develop feelings for anyone else. Your actions will only squander your energy." For she was indifferent to everything he did. The air fell silent. Unable to meet his gaze, she turned away, and Jiang Ye made no attempt to stop her. The young man with dark eyes watched her retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his face after a long moment. She did not harbor feelings for him, yet he cherished her all the more. If she did not like him, then he would simply like her a little more and transform himself into a diligent student, the kind she might come to appreciate. Jiang Ye pondered, "You do not fancy me?" Sensing his gradual descent into madness, Shen Ting embraced him, murmuring, "I adore you, every part of you." Chapter 58. Welcoming new members. Regarding this mathematical Olympiad training class, the roster comprises over 20 members. Most students from the first high possess a keen self-awareness. Aside from Yu Chi, who is determined to accompany Shen Ting in her endeavors, the majority of the students rank within the top 20 in mathematics. This time, the 8th high has also joined the fray. The principal of the first high feels a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Fu Jianxing from the 8th high participating in this Olympiad. The rivalry between the first and 8th highs has always been fierce, with both institutions vying relentlessly for the top position in competitions. The principal has harbored concerns regarding the capabilities of the current cohort from the first high, and the prowess of Fu Jianxing remains elusive and difficult to gauge. Consequently, the principal conceived a brilliant strategy to invite Fu Jianxing for a 2-week academic exchange. With the accolades Fu Jianxing has garnered, admission to prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Peking is virtually assured. Currently, he occasionally skips classes at the 8th high, as he is already guaranteed a spot, rendering attendance somewhat irrelevant. However, his sudden decision to participate in this Olympiad seems rather absurd. After all, he had previously claimed the top prize in the last competition. Why is he registering again? Should he falter this time, it would be a significant blow to the first high's reputation. Moreover, if Fu Jianxing were to join for the exchange, it would undoubtedly enhance the competitive edge of these otherwise lackadaisical students. The principal increasingly felt that his plan was splendid. Resolute in his decision, he placed a call to the principal of the 8th high, employing both persuasion and subtle pressure, ultimately securing an agreement to inquire about Fu Jianxing's willingness. The 8th high adopts a more lenient approach to uniform regulations, and clad in a sleek black coat, Fu Jianxing, tall and striking, exudes an air of sophistication. The boy, with his golden-rimmed glasses, bore a somewhat pallid complexion, exuding an air of cleanliness. In the summertime, clad in a crisp white shirt, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the campus heartthrob by the girls. The principal of the 8th school, with his round belly, amicably discussed this matter with Fu Jianxing, inquiring about his thoughts. The youth sat upright, a scion of wealth, yet harbored a profound respect for his teachers. Unlike that ruffian Jiang Ye from the first school, the principal harbored concerns that Fu Jianxing might feel psychological pressure. Thus, he gently advised, "Student Fu, there is no need for anxiety. This matter largely rests upon your opinion. If you do not wish to attend, you are free to decline." Fu Jianxing, with an air of cultured aloofness, his pair of dark, clear eyes devoid of any concealment, maintained his habitual gentleness. A smile graced his lips, delicate yet sincere. "Principal, I find it quite agreeable." The principal, pleased with his agreeable nature, inwardly mused that this was indeed a well-behaved child, sparing the school from any difficulties. Unbeknownst to the principal, beneath the gentle demeanor of the clean-cut boy lay profound depths of meaning in his cool gaze. The teacher in charge of the mathematics Olympiad class from the first school was Director Su, who radiated exuberance that afternoon, as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. Today, our mathematics class was to welcome a new member, someone they all should recognize. Observing Director Su's delighted demeanor, Shen Ting felt an ominous premonition. It was likely Jiang Ye. At the moment the figure clad in a black coat entered, all present were momentarily stunned. Only a handful of girls enthusiastically applauded. The new member, oh, so handsome, with long, slender fingers, exquisitely defined features, and a melodious voice, His only flaw was a somewhat stern demeanor, rarely indulging in laughter. Observant individuals recognized Fu Jianxing as the top student from the 8th school's senior year, engaging in hushed conversations with his desk mate. There was another youth, dressed in a rather disheveled manner, the only redeeming quality being that he had removed his earrings. Jiang Ye possessed a strikingly aggressive appearance. A mere arch of his brow could evoke the impression of impending violence. Yet, he undeniably exuded a certain charm. Director Su, known for his generous praise of talent, regarded Fu Jianxing with evident satisfaction. This individual hailed from the prestigious No. 8 high school and was here to engage in academic exchange at our institution. A warm welcome ensued from the assembly. Chapter 59. He approaches her. Jiang Ye rolled his eyes at Director Su's ostentatious compliments. At that moment, he felt a distinct envy toward such individuals. All others had formed pairs, effortlessly creating groups, while Jiang Ye seemed to dismiss Fu Jianxing altogether. However, this scene appeared quite differently to Yu Qiqi, who mentally filled in the gaps. One was a reckless, domineering academic slacker, while the other was an aloof, noble scholar. The potential drama was palpable. She had once again found herself shipping a couple. Ever since Shen Ting had spoken about avoiding romantic entanglements, he had kept his distance from Jiang Ye. Seeing him today stirred a complex mix of emotions. Director Su had thoughtfully organized study groups, resulting in a total of 28 participants, perfectly dividing into 7 groups. Everyone present was reluctant to be paired with Jiang Ye. Even if Fu Jianxing were to team up with him, they were averse to diminishing their own group's standing. Meanwhile, Shen Ting, a formidable presence, had paired with Yu Qiqi, a novice. Consequently, these two groups were left isolated, attracting disdain wherever they went. Ultimately, Director Su made the final decision, and the 4 of them formed a group, humorously dubbed the Trash Team. Director Su's strategy involved initially presenting several exemplary cases, followed by distributing worksheets, grading them, and subsequently adding points to the group scores. In the group of first place, Director Su promised to award them with additional conduct points and a mysterious reward, which stirred considerable excitement among them. After only solving 2 problems, Yu Qiqi found herself at a loss, biting her pencil and occasionally glancing at Shen Ting. Shen Ting was no stranger to Olympiad mathematics. She recognized the problem types and worked through them swiftly. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had not studied seriously for 2 years, leaving him somewhat bewildered by many concepts, yet he managed to deduce some solutions. Gazing at Shen Ting in her black and white school uniform, he observed her unwavering focus on the problems, embodying the essence of concentration. Her porcelain-like face and delicate features revealed a purity and charm rare for someone her age. The slight lift at the corners of her eyes suggested an alluring depth, both innocent and enticing. Director Su instructed their group to exchange papers for grading. Someone mistakenly took the wrong paper, placing Jiang Ye's test in Shen Ting's hands. The handwriting was hasty, exuding a certain bravado. Shen Ting merely glanced at it. The paper provided by Director Su was rather fundamental, yet for those unacquainted with the material, it posed a considerable challenge. Jiang Ye, however, answered 7 out of 10 questions correctly, which was unexpected. She was suddenly reminded of the young man from late autumn, the corner of his paper fluttering in the gentle breeze. His clear voice dissected the problem piece by piece. At that moment, she regretted her words from yesterday. She had thought Jiang Ye's affection was merely a fleeting whim, that his claims of change were insincere. Yet, he was gradually integrating into her life, and his mathematical reasoning and foundation were undeniably strong. Jiang Ye, you are remarkable. As she looked at him, her demeanor was almost purely obedient, her serious expression seemingly holding the stars, leading him to believe that he occupied her thoughts entirely. Yu Qiqi was genuinely astonished, wholeheartedly supporting Jiang Ye, who was undeniably impressive. Despite merely 2 years of study, he had surpassed her in knowledge. Jiang Ye, without even a glance, was already aware that Shen Ting was entirely correct. However, upon hearing her acknowledge his prowess, the corners of his lips couldn't help but rise in a fervent smile. Shen Ting, does this qualify as a compliment? For someone like Jiang Ye, who was deemed a ne'er-do-well, sitting among the diligent students in the seminar room felt distinctly out of place, marking him as an oddity in their eyes. Yet now, he found himself among them, recognized and accepted. In this early winter, with the biting cold winds outside, a flicker of warmth blossomed within him, sweetened with the essence of honey. Chapter 60. Could you please not fear me so much? Upon entering the Olympiad math competition class, Jiang Ye seemed to genuinely temper his demeanor. He refrained from smoking and fighting, dedicating himself earnestly to his studies. Yang Jiang initially found it amusing, believing Jiang Ye was merely joking. No matter how breathtaking Shen Ting appeared, it hardly warranted such self-deprecation. Moreover, altering deeply ingrained habits is an arduous task. Whether Shen Ting would truly be moved or develop feelings for Ye Gu was uncertain. The concept of persistence was foreign to Jiang Ye. However, as time progressed, he realized he might have been mistaken. Even Chen Shudong recognized Jiang Ye's sincerity. Once again, they found themselves gaming in a booth, only to awaken in the dead of night, groggily hearing Jiang Ye articulating words one by one. It was remarkable that someone seemingly devoid of passion could become focused and earnest in pursuit. Shen Ting was indeed beautiful, with a kind disposition, the most dazzling light in the eyes of the entire school. Yet, such an endeavor was exhausting. No one could sustain that level of effort indefinitely. The winter of December this year is particularly frigid. During the lunch break, everyone is indulging in slumber. Outside the window, a young boy seeks out Shen Ting, claiming he has something to present to her. Jiang Ye, each time witnessing this, grows increasingly irritated and warns these boys. Though their numbers have diminished, a few persist. His vexation deepens as he searches his pockets, only to find no remnants of cigarettes. He has refrained from smoking this month. His appearance already irks her, and he cannot afford to aggravate her further. Since the moment he first perceived her fear of him, he has made a concerted effort to refrain from foul language and insults in her presence. Now, Shen Ting is also willing to assist him academically, though she remains steadfast in not crossing any boundaries. Within and outside the room, there exists a slight temperature disparity, with layers of condensation adorning the window. The girl's features, shrouded in the mist, possess an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of glimpsing a fragment of the serene allure of distant azure mountains. Shen Ting's reputation for beauty precedes her. Everyone knows there is a little fairy at number 1 high school, excelling academically, with a gentle disposition and a delightfully sweet smile. Duan Cheng contemplates his daily persistence, braving the cold of winter to deliver warm milk tea, an act that has endeared many girls he has courted in the past. The boy, holding the milk tea, possesses an unremarkable appearance, exuding an air of honesty. Shen Ting declines his offering, urging him not to bring her such gifts in the future. Her words, soft as the sweetest honey, cut like a knife. Despite his unsuccessful endeavor, Duan Cheng feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. Behind him, a dark-haired youth with obsidian eyes remains fixated on Shen Ting, his long, elegant fingers clutching those unfamiliar love letters, which, under normal circumstances, bear the handwriting of an amateur, now appear almost calligraphic in this moment. He was infatuated with Shen Ting's indulgence towards Yuqiqi, yet deep down, he was obstinately torn between the desire to relinquish and to possess Shen Ting. Nevertheless, he was ultimately tender-hearted. He longed to draw closer to Shen Ting, rather than incite her repeated disdain towards him. Suddenly, a firm grip seized his wrist, and the boy's warm breath enveloped him, compelling Shen Ting to turn her head to face him. The young man was tall and strikingly handsome, gazing intently at her. Jiang Ye grasped her delicate hand, inhaling deeply. Even her fingers exuded a sweet fragrance, soft and inviting. An audacious boy tightened his hold, a playful smile dancing between his sharp brows as he declared, "Shen Ting, if you move, I will let the entire class know." Shen Ting felt an overwhelming urge to slap this scoundrel. Frustrated, she ceased her struggles. The boy pressed his lips, which were curving upward in a mischievous grin, and found himself utterly charmed by Shen Ting's adorably exasperated demeanor. "Good student, look at me. I am making an effort too. So, could you please stop fearing me so much?" Chapter 61. Hitting the boy's tone was almost pleading, his lips brushing against her index finger, lightly grazing it. He even licked his tongue. Was Jiang Ye a dog? Shen Ting genuinely feared he might do something utterly outrageous. In the dim light, he continued to scrutinize her, a blatant threat urging her to promise not to fear him. Shen Ting felt a rush of anxiety and embarrassment, her fair face flushing a deep crimson. In a soft voice, she acquiesced. "All right, I won't be afraid of you anymore. Please let go of my hand." As she lifted her gaze, she met the boy's eyes, which sparkled with boundless amusement. His lips curved high as he regarded her flushed cheeks. Jiang Ye was experiencing joy for the first time, his smile exuding a mischievous charm that illuminated the bleak winter, almost blinding in its brilliance. Shen Ting could not comprehend the source of his laughter, nor did she wish to. Observing her hand, which bore the marks of a dog's teeth. Irritation bubbled within her. This incorrigible rascal was pushing his luck. Shen Ting poured a bit of water to cleanse her hands. Despite her disdain for him, Jiang Ye found her flustered demeanor strikingly beautiful and endearing, igniting a desire within him to become utterly enmeshed in her sweetness for a lifetime. Shen Ting, disturbed by Jiang Ye's antics, decided to quell her tumultuous thoughts and take a nap instead. As the bell for the afternoon break rang, classmates stirred lazily, making their way to the restroom. Jiang Ye, having memorized vocabulary for too long the previous day and feeling a rush of excitement from having touched Shen Ting's fingers, found himself unable to sleep. He resolved to splash some cold water on his face to invigorate himself. In the biting cold of December, the restroom water was frigid and stung against his skin, trickling down the contours of his youthful face, dampening his neatly cropped hair. His profile was strikingly handsome. Voices from two boys echoed in the restroom. Duansheng chuckled dismissively, shaking the water off his hands, speaking with a light-hearted tone. Shen Ting, girls like her rely on their academic prowess, believing no one is worthy of them. Yet, such girls are often tender-hearted. If you treat them well for long enough, they become inseparable. Typically, these girls hold themselves in high regard, yet in private, they can be quite uninhibited, each more delightful than the last. When you're done with your fun, let me have a turn with Shen Ting. Duansheng wiped his hands with a tissue, chuckling as he remarked, "Don't worry, once I grow weary of her, I'll deliver her to your bed." The subsequent words became increasingly incomprehensible and vulgar. Before the two boys could react, a figure approached from a few steps behind. The youth kicked one of the boys aside. His head bowed as he slammed another's head against the ground. The young man's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, his mind consumed by licentious thoughts. Relishing the thrill of the moment, he casually seized a nearby piece of wood and brought it down forcefully. Jiang Ye, who could scarcely tolerate such words, refrained from hurling profanities at Shen Ting, yet these individuals so casually demeaned her. Witnessing someone dear to him being spoken of in such a manner drove Jiang Ye into a frenzy. His muscles tensed, veins bulging in his hands, and no one dared to intervene, for they all understood that Jiang Ye was unhinged, an unequivocal lunatic. Duansheng cowered, cradling his head and pleading for mercy. The commotion swiftly attracted a crowd's attention. Some boys, unable to stand by any longer, attempted to restrain Jiang Ye. However, Jiang Ye was devoid of reason, his eyes cold and wild, radiating an intensity that instilled terror. Chapter 62. She was frightened, stunned by the scene before her. Shen Ting trembled as she gripped Yuqiqi's hand tightly, overwhelmed by fear. Why was Jiang Ye so fierce? At that moment, he resembled a ferocious wolf, tearing away the fade he once wore, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. Shen Ting was pulled away by Yuqiqi, terrified of being caught in the fray. Under the dim light, the boys lowered their gazes, speaking in a tone almost subservient. "Good student, look at me. I am also trying my best. Therefore, could you refrain from fearing me so much?" Shen Ting gazed at the youth, her heart filled with compassion. He turned his head to look at her. Despite being a fierce little wolf, there was now a glimmer of moisture in his eyes, evoking pity. He moved his lips, struggling internally, not wishing for Shen Ting to be afraid of him, yet he found himself unable to control his emotions. Jiang Ye had been labeled a patient with aggressive tendencies by medical experts since birth, with a high likelihood of becoming a criminal. He endeavored to embody the guise of a diligent student, yet his father remained indifferent to him. Later, he observed the delinquents, accompanied and cared for by his father. Though they were scolded, he discerned the underlying concern. He pondered whether, if he were to become a similar troublemaker, Mr. Jiang might show him some attention. Yet, in Mr. Jiang's eyes, he was merely a murderer, a stain on his life. His world was shrouded in darkness, no one cared for him, and no one would genuinely love him. Nevertheless, he found himself experiencing affection for someone for the first time. "Jiang Ye, I am afraid." In the mist, the girl's voice was soft and melodious, as if dispelling the darkness, casting down a beam of moonlight. The boy's gaze, initially as frigid as ice, held no warmth. Shen Ting felt a twinge of trepidation, believing her words to be futile, for in her eyes, Jiang Ye's affection seemed insignificant. Moreover, he was indeed ruthless in his violence. He struck mercilessly. His eyes were pitch black, devoid of any light. "You see, does your family value money, or you as a person?" Duansheng recoiled in terror. Although his family was wealthy, they were merely newly affluent, far inferior to the Jiang family's substantial fortune. His father, with such a disposition, began to indulge in reckless affairs upon acquiring wealth, and now has two illegitimate children outside. Even in death, his father remains indifferent. Although Jiang Ye finds it intolerable, he has no choice but to endure. Lacking Jiang Ye's affluence, he also harbors a fear of death. Shen Ting felt a sense of relief. Jiang Ye exited clad in that absurd leather jacket, not even casting a glance at Shen Ting as he strode away. The classmates, feeling helpless, sought assistance from the homeroom teacher amidst a flurry of chaos. Yu Chi pulled Shen Ting away, insisting they could not linger to observe the commotion. As they reached the classroom doorway, news of Jiang Ye's violent outburst had spread wildly, leaving those who witnessed it shaken. Jiang Ye, already exhibiting erratic behavior, was beyond the restraint of anyone, resembling a living embodiment of madness. How could such a troubled student, with poor grades and character, even gain admission to such a prestigious institution? Chapter 63. It rained when he struck. It was with the intent to cause severe harm. Having coexisted with someone like Jiang Ye for so long now evokes a chilling sense of dread. If he is indeed unwell, he ought to seek treatment. Yet who can predict when he might next unleash his fury, potentially leading to fatal consequences? I heard that Jiang Ye suffers from more than just rage issues. A person, grinning, pointed at his head and remarked that there is indeed an affliction present. Someone from the front row chimed in, affirming, absolutely, I once witnessed Jiang Ye solving problems. A group erupted in exaggerated laughter, incredulous that someone like him could possibly engage in academic pursuits. Could he even comprehend them? Various insults erupted in a torrent. Shen Ting felt a surge of denial. Jiang Ye could indeed solve problems. He understood them better than anyone else. Her logical thinking was quite remarkable. She lowered her eyelashes, tapped the blackboard, interrupting their conversation to announce the collection of math assignments. That year, Director Su had made an exception and appointed Shen Ting as the mathematics class representative at the beginning of the term. At this moment, the chatter in the classroom abruptly ceased. As the boys submitted their homework, they shyly averted their gaze from Shen Ting. A girl who had not finished her assignment blinked and asked if she could hand in the later ones first. Shen Ting gently acquiesced. Meanwhile, Yu Chi epitomized the last-minute crammer. When math assignments were due, she would copy from the math representative. For physics, she would copy from the physics representative, and so forth, always resorting to this method for any subject she had not completed. Observing Yu Chi busily transcribing her work, Shen Ting suddenly turned her gaze outside. The day was overcast, with an unusually strong wind. Following the incident involving Jiang Ye, Director Su had gone to handle the matter, resulting in the cancellation of the Olympiad class. The gloomy weather had turned into rain, which, though light, was refreshingly cool, falling softly on her cheeks. Neither she nor Yu Chi had an umbrella. As they walked down the corridor, a tall boy with a dazzling smile passed by. Yu Chi's eyes sparkled. Her affection was unambiguous, clear, and radiant, evident to anyone who looked. The boy was named Qiu Shujia, and he was quite courteous. You both don't have umbrellas? Then let me lend you mine, he said, handing his umbrella to Yu Chi, his smile bright and revealing a set of white teeth as he waved goodbye to them. Truth be told, Yu Chi felt a rush of joy within her, akin to a pot of honey bubbling over, sweet and effervescent. Halfway through, she spotted her chubby little sister, who was holding an umbrella, accompanied by another one. The younger sister, frustrated for missing the drama while delivering an umbrella to Yu Chi, exclaimed, Here, take it quickly. Why are you like this? I am your sister. What is wrong with gifting you an umbrella? The banter between the two sisters was quite amusing, and Shen Ting's eyes sparkled with laughter, radiating an innocent shyness amidst the gentle drizzle. Beneath a grand tree, a youth clad in leather grasped the umbrella's ribs, resembling a creature of the shadows, greedily gazing at the illuminated world outside, akin to a goddess adored by all. Fu Jianqing, who resided nearby, couldn't he help but notice Jiang Ye's disheveled appearance. Leaning against the tree, droplets of water adorned his coat, yet he humbly wished to lend his umbrella to Shen Ting. This umbrella was newly purchased, never before touched by him. He worried that Shen Ting might reject one he had previously used, so he opted for a pink one. His gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth, while the soft pink umbrella appeared somewhat ludicrous in his grasp. Amused, Fu Jianqing watched Jiang Ye, his spirits lifted. After all, what could be more delightful than witnessing the most unruly young master of the Jiang family conceal his claws and lower his stance to pursue a young girl? Chapter 64. The deity. As the night deepened, a vehicle was parked beneath a gnarled tree outside the community. The streetlights flickered dimly, casting a somber glow in the oppressive darkness. The tall, elegant silhouette of the youth stood out against the night, the pink umbrella unmistakably vibrant. Shen Ting had not noticed closely, but he was observing her intently. The boy's eyes were unnervingly dark, fixated upon her like a wolf stalking its prey, as if he intended to devour her whole. Startled, Shen Ting's hand trembled, causing her autumn garment to slip from her grasp. Miss Qin heard a sound, turned off the running water from the kitchen sink, and tilted her head to ask, "Did you hear that? What was that sound just now?" Shen Ting gazed at the bare pink coat rack and softly replied, "It's nothing, Mom. Just clothes that accidentally fell." Miss Qin acknowledged her response and resumed washing the dishes. Despite her reluctance, Shen Ting felt compelled to go downstairs. Her mother was busy, and it was her own carelessness that had caused the clothes to fall. Wrapping herself in a heavy down coat, she steeled herself to descend. Her delicate yellow autumn shirt fluttered precariously among the leaves. When Shen Ting arrived downstairs, she did not see Jiang Ye. She held an umbrella and, straining on tiptoe, attempted to retrieve the shirt. At 16, Shen Ting was considered tall, standing at 161 meters, yet she still could not reach it. She worried that Jiang Ye might come out later, only to find she could not reach the clothes. And her frustration bubbled over as she bounced in place. The white down coat appeared somewhat oversized, making her awkward movements all the more endearing. Jiang Ye watched her from the rain, a twinge of sweetness piercing through his pained heart. She was utterly adorable. The youth, tall and strong, effortlessly retrieved the shirt. What had once been slightly damp was now completely soaked. In the hands of the boy, her intimate clothing felt decidedly uncomfortable. Shen Ting puffed her cheeks in irritation. "Jiang Ye, give me back my shirt." The young man, with his strong hands, grasped her shoulders and sheltered himself beneath her umbrella, as his gentle lips brushed against her. Shen Ting felt as though her clothing had been desecrated. At that time, she was unaware that the term flirtatious could be used to describe boys. All she felt was that Jiang Ye, the rascal, was being unreasonable. He lifted her delicate face, compelling her to gaze at him. A playful smile gracing his features as he said, "This clothing is for you." The rain poured heavily, yet the wind was gentle. In the dim light, he fixated on her flushed cheeks, which appeared irresistibly soft. She blinked, her thoughts darkening with a desire to obliterate this man. Jiang Ye's gaze was unrelenting as it lingered on her waist. He was acutely aware of its slender softness. As he looked down, the unbuttoned-down jacket revealed a glimpse of her tender, delicate neck, so pale that the faint blue vein seemed almost visible. He couldn't help but swallow hard, teasingly remarking, "I only kissed the clothing, not you. If you're unhappy about not being kissed, would it suffice if I kissed you instead?" She was momentarily stunned, her ears flushing a deep crimson. Jiang Ye was exasperating her to no end. What a scoundrel. Initially, she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. But now all she could think was that he was nothing but a contemptible fool. He chuckled softly. Shen Ting's strength was slight, her grip not particularly painful. Jiang Ye couldn't fathom why Shen Ting was so stunning in every way. It felt as if he had fallen under an ancient spell, sinking deeper and deeper. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he held her hand, burying his face into the softness of her fair neck. Yet, the closer he drew, the more he felt he was dishonoring her. For the first time, he understood that to love someone meant to drag them into hell while simultaneously cherishing them as a deity. Chapter 65. Would you pity me? Please. Shen Ting was so startled that she dared not utter a sound, her face ablaze with embarrassment. She was acutely aware of the boundless strength in the arms of the young man before her. If she were to lower the umbrella and be seen by their neighbors, how would she explain it to her mother? Even without the umbrella, she could not push Jiang Ye away with her strength. That scoundrel. He felt no pain from being hit, nor did he heed her scolding. He was utterly shameless. In such an environment, overwhelmed by shame and anger, she finally broke down in tears. A sense of despair enveloped her. She could not fathom how Jiang Ye could be so utterly wicked. She simply came down to retrieve her clothes, only to face the consequences of being kissed. The more she thought about it, the more distressing it became, and her shoulders trembled with sobs. The delicate frame of the young girl appeared fragile and vulnerable amidst the downpour, akin to a blooming flower forced to endure the torment of wind and rain. The contours of the boy's profile were dampened by scattered tears. Jiang Ye lifted his gaze, noticing her lashes, which, glistening with tears, made her eyes resemble those of a captivating mermaid. Clenching her fists, her gaze seemed to threaten a fierce bite. Although he had yet to do anything, Shen Ting was already in tears. If he truly acted on his impulses, one could only imagine how furious this diligent student would become. Jiang Ye felt powerless against her. Unable to bear her tears, he gently wiped them away. His roughened fingertips, accustomed to brawling, moved with surprising tenderness, fearful of reddening her cheeks. Her eyes were rimmed with red, resembling a little rabbit that had been cruelly bullied. Under the gaze of such a frail girl, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Lowering his voice, he urged, "Stop crying. I haven't done anything yet." Shen Ting was even angrier, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could this wicked scoundrel truly speak such nonsense? What did he mean by not having done anything? If he were to truly act, she would not hesitate to slap him into oblivion. Though she longed to do so now, she lacked the capability. With fluttering eyes and a soft whimper, she expressed her disdain for Jiang Ye. Observing the little girl before him on the verge of tears, Jiang Ye gently said, "I was wrong. Please stop crying. I truly did not touch you." He humbly coaxed her, setting aside his usual authoritative demeanor, intent on soothing the distressed child. Watching her petite frame tremble with sobs, his heart ached intensely, prompting him to tentatively suggest, "Perhaps you could strike me a few more times?" Shen Ting, having dried her tears, took her coat and prepared to leave. Infuriated like a wronged bride, she had no desire to exchange another word with him. All she wanted was to escape his presence. Noticing her departure, Jiang Ye teased her with a playful tone that was just audible enough for Shen Ting to hear. "Shen Ting, I am not afraid of pain. Hit me as hard as you like." Shen Ting found his words absurd, for she harbored no sympathy for Jiang Ye. In fact, she longed to take a knife and rid herself of this insufferable scoundrel. "Jiang Ye, my silence does not imply that I condone your actions today. I simply wish to spare my mother any worry." Her voice was soft, like a gentle rain amidst a misty haze, evoking unspoken emotions yet quietly drifting away. Displaying a resolute heart, Jiang Ye merely suppressed his impish grin, his youthful strength astonishing as he grasped her hand. He bowed his head, resting his chin on her shoulder, resembling a forsaken wolf cub as he murmured, "Shen Ting, no one cares for me. Could you show me some pity? Just a little concern, please." Internally, Shen Ting rolled her eyes, acknowledging that even if she were to sleep on the streets, Jiang Ye would never be without attention. She unexpectedly stepped on Jiang Ye's shoe and swiftly dashed into the building. Turning her head, the young girl playfully remarked, "You don't deserve it." In the darkness, a tall figure grasped the umbrella's handle, his chest rising and falling with laughter. Damn, she was utterly adorable. Chapter 66. Captivation. Amidst swirling smoke, it gradually dispersed. In a sea of scattered peach blossoms, he instantly spotted Shen Ting, adorned in a charming floral mini dress. Previously, the most he had seen of her was in a plaid skirt, or that ethereal white dress. Now, he was fortunate enough to witness Shen Ting's bashful smile, the spring essence of the peach blossoms in full bloom, yet her eyes shimmered with a captivating allure. The purity of youth radiated from her, and among the flowers, she embodied both innocence and desire. The short skirt elegantly accentuated the contours of her figure, her developing bosom perfectly shaped and exquisite. Jiang Ye embraced her from behind, one hand covering her face while the other encircled her waist. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Shen Ting's lips. Damn, they felt soft and warm. The girl tilted her head, attempting to pry Jiang Ye's hand away, wanting to push the young man off her. Her voice was sweetly insistent. "Jiang Ye, what are you doing?" Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on the slightly lowered neckline of the girl, the shallow valley of her delicate skin almost blindingly alluring. He had always been audacious, living freely and rebelliously for years, and he had an undeniable penchant for beauty, especially for Shen Ting. His fingers remained over her eyes, yet his attention was captivated by the fine skin of her neck, his atoms apple bobbing. He could distinctly feel the whimsical sensation telling him that he was dreaming, and the dream was anything but light. After all, if it was merely a dream, he pressed his burning lips against her shoulder. In her dream, Shen Ting's cheeks were flushed to the point of resembling crimson, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she bit her lip and implored, "Ye go. Please let go and speak properly. Ye go." Jiang Ye felt as though he might shatter from the revelation before him. The entity standing there truly was Chen Shudong. "Get away from me," Jiang Ye exclaimed, flicking away any remnants of Chen Shudong's presence from his clothing. The mere thought that he had actually kissed Chen Shudong made him feel nauseated, deeply, profoundly nauseated. Chen Shudong, however, appeared innocently bewildered. "Ye go, don't take it to heart. I understand, brother. Men have their desires. Sometimes, one must release pent-up feelings." He fell silent, gazing at Chen Shudong for an extended period before suddenly bursting into a laugh tinged with an unsettling urgency. Chen Shudong promptly ceased his chatter. Jiang Ye gathered his books, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he prepared to head to school. Chen Shudong stood there, momentarily stunned. Even after nearly sending someone to the intensive care unit, Yigo remained remarkably composed as he made his way to school. Truly, he was deserving of the title Yigo. What Chen Shudong did not realize was that Jiang Ye was holding on, clinging to that faint glimmer of stubbornness. Today marked the intergroup competition for the Mathematics Olympiad. He wished to demonstrate to Shen Ting that he was earnestly striving to improve, that he was not fearsome, and that he too could dedicate himself to his studies. Just as she did, he was acutely aware that his recent outburst had been a result of his volatile temperament, which was notoriously difficult to control, relentlessly assaulting his mind. He had even forgotten that Shen Ting was observing him, her hazel eyes filled with trepidation. Yet, he noticed her taking a step closer and heard her soft confession. She was afraid. He felt as if the blood coursing through his veins had suddenly frozen, causing his teeth to chatter and ache. He understood how these individuals perceived him, yet he was acutely aware that Shen Ting harbored an equal fear of him. Even though Shen Ting stepped closer, it was merely a gesture of pity. The young man was oblivious to the fact that when a girl expresses pity, it signifies that she will inevitably succumb to her feelings. Chapter 67. The group competition. The group competition organized by Director Su consisted of 4 problems, with pairs competing to see which group could solve them first, earning points in the process. Given the intense atmosphere of the mathematics competition, Director Su had invited numerous students to observe. The event took place in the seminar room, drawing an increasing number of attendees to the audience, many of whom were there to catch a glimpse of the school's belle, Shen Ting. The problems set forth by Director Su were of considerable difficulty, and the order of participation was determined by a draw. As anticipated, Shen Ting's group was the first to compete against the group led by Han Qing. Everyone knew that Shen Ting was the top student in her grade, but prior to her arrival, Han Qing had held that title since the beginning of high school. Thus, there was considerable curiosity regarding the showdown between the top and second-ranked students. The order was swiftly established, and Director Su projected the problems onto a screen, ensuring that each group sent a representative to solve the questions. The first problem was relatively straightforward, a deliberate choice by Director Su to ease the tension. Yu Qiqi confidently took the lead, her writing swift. Even if her logical reasoning did not match that of her peers, she was not at a disadvantage. The first question ended in a tie. Among the spectators of the mathematics competition were also many students with commendable math skills, including some from the first year of high school. If the first question served as an appetizer, the next one is truly the main course. The complexity of the question is utterly devoid of any discernible pattern. At this moment, not only the 8 competitors, but also the onlooking classmates have pulled out their paper and pens, attempting to tackle the problem. Fu Jianxing glanced at the question, which indeed posed a considerable challenge. For students in their second year of high school who had only recently encountered Olympiad mathematics, it could be classified as a 5-star problem. He cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qiqi, who, unable to discern any rationale, nibbled on her milk fruit like a little squirrel indulging in a secret snack. Shen Ting displayed considerable interest in this question, yet the final segment eluded her understanding. Due to Fu Jianxing's formidable prowess, Director Su provided Han Qing's group with some hints to ensure fairness. As he began to write out the solution, Fu Jianxing's handwriting, much like his persona, was remarkably elegant. His logic was coherent, allowing him to outpace Han Qing by a fraction. Han Qing accepted this with admirable grace, yet the others harbored different sentiments. Han Qing's opponent was none other than Fu Jianxing, the very embodiment of excellence from the city's premier high school, No. 1 High School, which had found itself on par with No. 8 High School. Competing against such a prodigious talent, the classmates could not help but express their admiration for Han Qing. The third question, equally challenging, presented an unusual format. Moreover, Shen Ting's adversary was a mathematical prodigy, a formidable opponent indeed. Realizing it was Shen Ting tackling the problem, Yu Qiqi set aside her snacks, her gaze fixated on the question. After contemplating for 5 minutes, she let out a soft yawn and resumed her munching, resigning herself to the fact that she could not assist Shen Ting and thus chose to abandon the effort. All eyes were fixed upon Jiang Ye, who seemed to be idly passing time. If Director Su had set an easier question, perhaps Jiang Ye could manage it. However, if it were more challenging, the 2 groups would be evenly matched. According to Director Su's usual practice, the final question would not be overly difficult, yet it would not be trivial either. When the problem was presented, a brief line of text appeared, which, after several readings, remained incomprehensible. Surrounding students were visibly distressed, scratching their heads in confusion. Those diligently working nearby filled 2 pages of draft paper, yet still failed to arrive at a solution, frustration mounting as they crumpled their papers. Shen Ting found herself ensnared in a similar quandary. This time, Director Su offered no hints, merely observing Jiang Ye. After nearly a month of training, Director Su was acutely aware of the students' capabilities. Those capable of solving this problem were few and far between. Minutes passed, and the youth in the black jacket, with chalk in hand, lazily extracted a pen and began to outline the steps to the solution. As Jiang Ye worked through the problem, many scoffed at him. A mere troublemaker, known for fighting, smoking, and skipping classes, how could he possibly solve such a problem? Did he even comprehend those symbols? It was laughable. Jiang Ye remained unfazed by their derision. Meanwhile, Han Qing, with an obsession for mathematics, stared intently at Jiang Ye's hasty scrawl, witnessing him meticulously break down the problem's solution. Han Qing's expression gradually shifted, her mind filled with expletives. What on earth were these people thinking? Director Su's gaze on Jiang Ye grew more intense. This year's youth, in the prime of his life, with a head of black hair, exuded an air of defiance and unrestrained vigor. However, he also radiated an intense brilliance that astonished everyone. Director Su had always recognized Jiang Ye's exceptional cognitive abilities. The phrase "the future is promising" perfectly encapsulated him. On that day, the wind howled outside, causing the curtains to flutter. Yet not a single person diverted their attention from Jiang Ye on stage. Although the problem posed some challenges, Director Su understood that for someone with a robust logical reasoning skill, it was merely a trivial task. After all, Jiang Ye had previously participated in international mathematics competitions, tackling far more complex problems than this. Nevertheless, this remained a secret. Even if Jiang Ye succeeded in solving the problem, his classmates would hardly acknowledge his intelligence. After all, who would believe that the perennial bottom of the class student was a genius? Yet, they seemed to forget that this young man before them was Jiang Ye, the top scorer of the C-City High School entrance examination, a prodigy of number 1 high school. The world only recognized him as the delinquent who fought, smoked, and frequently skipped classes. Shen Ting observed the sharp-featured boy as he completed the problem, sending a piece of chalk soaring in a parabolic arc. A smile danced in his eyes, revealing his tiger-like incisors, and he appeared radiant, entirely unlike the rogue from the previous day. When Jiang Ye met her gaze, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth, Shen Ting turned her head, her high ponytail swaying as the tips of her delicate earlobes blushed faintly. Jiang Ye's gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon her. Shen Ting suspected that if not for the presence of others, Jiang Ye would have lunged forward, eager to show her that he too was striving to improve. In truth, Shen Ting had underestimated Jiang Ye's audacity. If he wished, even amidst a crowd, he could directly approach her, repeatedly asking if he was indeed becoming a better person and whether she could stop fearing him so. A portion of the onlookers eagerly anticipated a confrontation involving Jiang Ye, only to be taken aback when Director Su applauded him, exclaiming with radiant enthusiasm that Jiang Ye had indeed answered the question entirely correctly. Liang Wei, whose initial 3 steps were accurate, found himself utterly flabbergasted by the subsequent errors that marred his solution. How could this be? Liang Wei, who had been observing with keen interest, suddenly felt disoriented. After all, he had diligently worked on the problem. He was the 3rd best student in mathematics in his grade. How could he possibly be outdone by the eccentric Jiang Ye? He was indignant. Director Su called for silence, announcing the next group's competition, with the correct answers disseminated in the group chat for everyone to ponder. The principal was currently beset with headaches over the incident involving Jiang Ye, as the old master Jiang insisted that he find a way to suppress the matter. He demanded an apology from Jiang Ye. Left with no alternative, the principal instructed Yao Yao to summon Jiang Ye. However, just as Yao Yao exited the office, the principal hurriedly followed, inquiring about Jiang Ye's whereabouts in order to seek him out himself. Chapter 69. Yu Weiwei. The uproar surrounding Jiang Ye's altercation had stirred considerable commotion. If the matter were simply brushed aside, who could predict how the students of number 1 high school would react? The potential for parental discontent loomed large, threatening the tranquility of the institution. When the principal finally located Jiang Ye, he approached him with a tone of cordiality, wary of inadvertently provoking the young master. Regarding the apology, would that be acceptable? The principal broached this subject in the corridor, while a group gathered in the research room leaned against the window, straining to overhear their conversation. Unfortunately, the window's superior quality rendered their efforts futile. Only a pale young girl sat upright, her high ponytail cascading down, revealing her elegantly elongated neck, with her long eyelashes gently lowered. Her chestnut eyes were obscured as the girl diligently worked through the problem at hand. When faced with difficulty, her delicate brows knitted slightly, only to later reveal a look of enlightenment. The young maiden, tender and fresh, resembled a delicate flower nurtured in a pristine and clear place. She was so pure and beautiful, a goddess in the eyes of all. The boy gazed at Shen Ting, a being akin to light, and thought it was good. The principal, taken aback, momentarily failed to comprehend, as it was the first time he noticed this rebellious student being so agreeable, almost uncharacteristically unlike the obstinate troublemaker he had come to know. No one was privy to the boy's inner turmoil, and thus, no one could understand him. He merely wished to convey to that exceptional girl that he had erred, but would amend his ways. He hoped she would not fear him for his flaws. When she looked at him, even a simple step backward made his heart ache profoundly. During the grand break, Shen Ting did not anticipate encountering Yu Weiwei. It had been quite some time since their last encounter, and noticing that Yu Weiwei had not engaged in any further malfeasance toward her, Shen Ting refrained from seeking out trouble. Though she appeared gentle in disposition, Shen Ting harbored a memory of grievances. Yu Weiwei lit a cigarette, her fair fingers delicately holding it, the smoke swirling around her, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. With a smile, she inquired, "Classmate, would you like a cigarette?" Shen Ting, disliking the scent of smoke, frowned and stepped back, yet maintained basic courtesy, politely declining, "No, thank you." Having said this, she turned to leave. Yu Weiwei let out a cold laugh, inhaling from her cigarette, and remarked, "Shen Ting, don't you get tired of pretending to be a good student every day?" Individuals like Yu Weiwei were indeed among the lowest ranks of their school, yet she was distinctly different from Jiang Ye. She was ushered in through countless connections arranged by her parents. Her family lacks the wealth of Jiang Ye, and she does not possess the intelligence of Shen Ting. But she is endowed with beauty. Should she cause any trouble, expulsion would be inevitable. The jealousy of young girls can easily ignite. A girl like Shen Ting, upon her arrival, becomes the brightest star in everyone's eyes, a breathtaking presence that captivates life. With excellent grades and striking looks, she embodies the adoration of all. Consumed by jealousy, she seeks to ruin Shen Ting. Discarding her cigarette, but she instructs others to capture Shen Ting, intending to photograph her in a compromising state, thereby tarnishing her reputation and rendering her life unbearable. Shen Ting, having grown up relatively unscathed and devoid of jealousy towards others, finds it incomprehensible that someone could be so malicious, bullying without any moral boundaries. Chapter 70. Together, although Shen Ting possesses a gentle disposition, it does not imply a willingness to be victimized. Yu Weiwei, it is now the break period, and my classmates are just outside. If I linger here too long, what will you do? Will you enter or report me to the teacher? As for evidence, my mother is a lawyer, should you dare to lay a hand on me. I could ensure you serve a lifetime in prison. I advise you to refrain from any rash actions. Her tea-colored eyes radiated calmness. Her delicate fingers trembled slightly, the wind brushing past her, leaving her expression indifferent. With a gentle elegance, her youthful age belied a beauty that penetrated to the core. Yu Weiwei felt the sting of jealousy, yet, despite her youth, she was ultimately filled with fear. She dared not take risks, for she was afraid of such cunning individuals. Even if she succeeded in capturing compromising images of Shen Ting today, Shen Ting could certainly ensure her own retribution. However, even so, if she were to spare Shen Ting, could Shen Ting ever forgive her? The girl extinguished her cigarette and coldly instructed the others, continue to assist her. Shen Ting's beautiful tea-colored eyes grew increasingly frigid. Her crimson lips were pressed tightly together. Throughout her life, Shen Ting had possessed little more than her academic achievements and an impressive speed. Her short legs propelled her swiftly, defying the pace one would expect from someone of her height, barely reaching 1.60 meters. As she dashed away, someone seized her arm, hushing her, "Do not speak." It was a boy's voice, unfamiliar to Shen Ting. Upon glancing up, she noticed the boy's sunny smile, his slight display of canines evoking a sense of warmth. This was Qiu Sujia. Shen Ting remained silent, deliberately avoiding him. Once the crowd dispersed, she expressed her gratitude. Qiu Sujia, however, appeared nonchalant, stating, "I helped you without ulterior motives." Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Qiu Su Jia, the current boyfriend of Yu Chi. Shen Ting experienced a moment of realization, but refrained from taking Qiu Su Jia's outstretched hand. He, undeterred by any awkwardness, smiled and continued. Chi mentioned you were missing and might have been bullied, which prompted me to assist. Shen Ting nodded, her pristine gaze diverting from him to the distant Yu Chi, whose eyes sparkled with innocent beauty. Clad in such a simple outfit, Shen Ting resembled a starlet on a campus drama set, her beauty transcending any humble attire. Seeing that Shen Ting was unharmed, Yu Chi hurriedly approached, her affection evident in her eagerness. When she liked someone, she rushed towards them, her heart and eyes filled with unreserved admiration. Yu Chi was known for her straightforwardness, incapable of concealing her feelings. Shen Ting listened without inquiry. She could articulate everything in one breath. Previously, when Qiu Su Jia had injured himself while playing basketball, Yu Chi had rushed out to care for him for quite some time, sharing stories with him daily. They both found immense joy in their companionship. Subsequently, they ventured out together several more times, and after watching a movie one day, as she stepped outside, Qiu Su Jia grasped her wrist and asked, "Shall we date?" She understood that Qiu Su Jia might not be entirely sincere. Being only a sophomore, she felt it was inappropriate to acquiesce. Yet, she could not resist the tender emotions of youth and nodded in agreement. This was undoubtedly the most courageous decision Yu Chi had ever made, embarking on a romantic relationship with Qiu Su Jia. Today marked the second day since they had confirmed their relationship. Yu Chi had no intention of concealing this from Shen Ting. Observing the youthful girl, brimming with fervent hope for love and the future, Shen Ting could no longer contain her curiosity. Did he truly harbor feelings for you? That day, the delightful girl had smiled so gently, for emotions are nurtured over time. What is absent now may flourish later. Shen Ting remained silent. Chapter 71. Reflection on Monday. The usual proceedings at school unfolded. Since that day, Shen Ting had taken it upon herself to inform teacher Yao about Yu Wei's misconduct after each class. It was expected that a prestigious institution like their school would be free from such malicious bullying incidents. However, the surveillance footage they reviewed compelled Yao to acknowledge the severity of the situation. This was indeed a grievous act of bullying. Having experienced similar trials at that age, Yao understood the intensity of jealousy among girls. Nonetheless, she had never anticipated such occurrences within the school. Turning her gaze, she beheld Shen Ting beside her, a striking young girl, akin to a solitary plum blossom in full bloom amidst the winter chill. The girl was not dressed in that typical school uniform. Instead, she wore a simple pair of jeans, a reflection of the trend for wide-legged trousers that year. Her sky-blue cotton coat was understated yet elegant. Such attire had long been considered unfashionable, yet on her, it appeared anything but. She looked exquisite, embodying a gentle and refined aura. In her youthful prime, her innocent age, her clear eyes glimmered with a tender allure. Shen Ting's audacity to voice her experiences of being bullied revealed a new facet of her character to Yao amidst a crowd of timid girls. Beautiful, academically accomplished, diligent, and respectful to her elders, Shen Ting now exhibited commendable courage. She possessed a bravery that many lacked, and this Shen Ting, both striking and self-assured, shone even brighter. Yao had witnessed other instances of school bullying. Many bullied girls often chose to endure in silence. Ultimately, those who perpetrated wrongdoing continued to thrive, while the victims tragically ended their lives. Yao resolved to comfort Shen Ting, thus requesting a leave of absence for her. It was Monday, and Jiang Ye was set to deliver a long-prepared speech under the national flag, expressing his regrets. Today, the young man appeared notably more composed. Clad in a black wool coat, his tall and upright figure commanding attention as he stood at the podium. I found myself at a loss. How could a man be so easily shaken? His voice, languid yet imbued with a hint of charm, elicited laughter from the crowd, and Shen Ting smiled as well. Before and behind, Jiang Ye saw nothing but the trembling figure of Shen Ting, her laughter like flowers swaying in the breeze, her face soft and inviting. Subsequently, the vice principal announced the names of students who had violated school rules. Yu Wei had repeatedly engaged in acts of campus violence. She was the instigator, bullying her peers and frequenting bars. Even the naive Chen Shudong recognized that despite Yu Wei's beauty, a woman like her could betray you multiple times without hesitation. This was the true essence of a verdant pasture above one's head. The school showed no mercy towards Yu Wei, The emergence of each villain stemmed from repeated indulgence, leading to her expulsion. Jiang Ye remained indifferent, fully aware of the misdeeds Yu Weiwei had committed against Shen Ting. When he had confronted her that day, she was likely entangled in the bed of some decrepit old man. Jiang Ye abhorred striking women but wished to see Yu Weiwei suffer. Observing her in her pitiful state, he couldn't help but chuckle, for even without his intervention, her life would be a continuous struggle. Beyond her beauty, Yu Weiwei possessed nothing, merely existing as a lovely parasitic flower. In Chapter 72, Scoundrel, Shen Ting had not seen Jiang Ye for several days. With the recent month-end exams, the inter-school examinations, and the comprehensive assessments approaching, she focused intently on her studies, dismissing the events that had transpired beneath her apartment. Even though Yao Yao had excused her from class, Shen Ting remained absorbed in her exercises. Not every top student is a genius. Rather, Shen Ting relished the process of learning, embracing challenges, and striving diligently. After school, she joined Yu Qiqi and Xiu Jia for lunch, but felt it inappropriate to intrude as a third wheel, so she leisurely descended to the dining area. As the youth stood beside the withered old tree by the flower bed, he idly toyed with a metal container of chewing gum. His profile was sharp, with defined facial features. His jawline slightly tense, lips pressed together, and a high, prominent nose. The expression he wore suggested he had been waiting for someone for quite a while. His demeanor somewhat sulky. Jiang Ye obstructed her path, a casual smile playing on his lips as he said, "Shen Ting, don't evade me. I wish to take you somewhere." Shen Ting's long, slightly curled eyelashes cast a shadow over her beautiful eyes, which flickered with a hint of evasion. A flutter of anxiety gripped her. This troublemaker Jiang Ye, could he not keep his distance? She remained silent, fearing the gaze of others, and turned to flee. Every movement of Shen Ting was keenly observed by Jiang Ye. Should she dare to take a step back, he would seize her hand without hesitation. While she seldom gauged expressions, her instincts were remarkably attuned. She could not shake the feeling that Jiang Ye harbored dubious intentions and sensed his inexplicable obsession with her. Shen Ting found herself puzzled by Jiang Ye's affection, especially given his unwavering determination. Was it truly the allure of the unattainable that stirred such restlessness? The cold wind swept past, brushing against the delicate pallor of her face, tousling her bangs and creating an ethereal charm. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "Jiang Ye, I'm heading to eat. Could you please step aside?" Her voice, sweet as honey, belied the sharpness of her words, which pierced like a finely honed blade. Jiang Ye chuckled in irritation. Shen Ting is quite the rebellious one, it seems. He grasped her wrist, feeling the delicate softness beneath his palm. The young girl, deep down, still harbored a fear of him, trembling slightly. Jiang Ye let go. She had spent a considerable amount of time in Hangzhou, and her speech flowed naturally. Soft and sweet, with eyes as gentle as water, capable of drowning a soul. Jiang Ye inwardly cursed, frustrated by her constant attempts to entice him, especially since she claimed to harbor no affection for him. "Shen Ting, I never intended to bully you. I merely wished to show you something," he said, raising his chin slightly to indicate another path. Shen Ting was reluctant to go, but the boy's grip was astonishingly strong, holding her hand firmly, rendering her unable to break free. Shen Ting felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. The day's breeze was gentle, softly brushing against her forehead, illuminating her tender, fair face with a hint of cherry blossom pink. The girl was quite delicate. The pressure of his grasp had left her slender wrist slightly reddened. Jiang Ye frowned, softly clicking his tongue, easing his grip just a bit, then continued to pull her along. "Jiang Ye, where exactly are you taking me?" Shen Ting inquired softly several times during their walk. The boy frowned, still clutching her gentle hand, pressing her against his chest. "Shen Ting, I am known for my flamboyant nature, accustomed to being audacious. What do you suppose I brought you here for?" This path led to the library, which was usually deserted at noon. Jiang Ye was notoriously unpredictable. Who could fathom his intentions? She was certainly not a mind reader privy to the thoughts of this rogue. Leaning closer, he inhaled her fragrance. Noticing the faint blush on her earlobes, and with a mischievous grin, he suggested, "How about we have some fun first, then see what happens next?" Chapter 73. Taking her for a spin, Shen Ting's delicate visage turned pale with fright as she struggled to push Jiang Ye's hand away, her soft voice trembling with fear. "Jiang Ye, although you possess a somewhat irritable temperament, I know your true nature is not malevolent. You have assisted me before. You wouldn't harm me, would you?" Jiang Ye found her earnest words somewhat amusing. In her eyes, He was usually portrayed as a villain, one deserving of the deepest circles of hell. Yet now, she was attempting to appease him. He gazed at her, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. With a straight nose, thin lips, and sharp brows. His facial contours were distinctly defined, his features deep and resolute. Previously, his eyes had been filled with wild abandon. Now, they sparkled with a hint of amusement. They descended to the basement level of the library, an area yet to be explored, shrouded in darkness, accompanied only by the echo of footsteps in the stairwell. Shen Ting tightened her grip on her clothing in trepidation. She heard Jiang Ye's voice reassuring her. "Shen Ting, I won't bully you." Beneath them lay a game room. A veritable treasure trove of popular games, akin to a clandestine hideaway. There was also a portion of food. Uncertain if it was Jiang Ye's intention, she noticed a single meal presented with 2 bowls. Shen Ting, feeling hungry, mused that this food could hardly be considered a mere charity. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing something she liked. With a serious glint in her amber eyes, she proposed, "Jiang Ye, let us share it equally." Initially, Jiang Ye believed Shen Ting would never relent to eating. However, she yielded surprisingly quickly. This was his first encounter with her gluttonous nature. And amusement danced in his eyes as he replied with good humor, "All right." She was astonished at how affable he was, a glimmer of starlight sparkling in her eyes. "Then please don't bully me anymore, and do not take my things," she implored, referring specifically to the milk candies in her drawer that Jiang Ye always snatched away. The most infuriating part was that he didn't even eat them. Jiang Ye had never intended to take her belongings, yet the notion of teasing Shen Ting. What sort of bullying was that? However, the first request was simply out of the question. Shen Ting furrowed her brows in discontent. Unable to believe what Jiang Ye had just said, that shameless Jiang Ye only knew how to pick on her. You better not provoke me. I can be quite fierce." The phrase quite fierce was something she had recently learned from Yu Chi, who had claimed it to be the latest term for intimidation. Highly effective indeed. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his chest vibrating with amusement. How could Shen Ting be so adorable? She was like a soft little creature. And her attempts at intimidation sounded merely like sweet coaxing in his ears. Unaware of the reason behind his laughter, Shen Ting felt her face grow even warmer. In the dimly lit alley, the faint sounds of others conversing could be heard, heightening her embarrassment. She timidly inquired, "What are you laughing at?" The boy ceased his laughter, guiding her to the pool table. "I wasn't laughing at anything. You should eat your meal." Jiang Ye consumed his food swiftly, as if it were mere cat food. He had brought Shen Ting along simply to enjoy himself, and thus he let her watch. The youth's demeanor was tranquil as he grasped the cue stick, rubbing its tip against the chalk before leaning down. From Shen Ting's perspective, he appeared in striking contrast with his dark hair and white attire, his gaze steady. With poised fingers, he applied a gentle force, and with a swift collision, the red ball was sent into the pocket by the white one. He exuded an air of languor, yet his actions were unrelenting. The atmosphere was serene. Shen Ting focused intently on his play. Suddenly, she recalled the basketball match from before, where the youth, clad in a crisp white shirt, ignited the entire arena with fervor. Chapter 74. He quite likes her. The young man possessed a striking posture. His slender brows arched slightly, and her reflection shimmered within his beautiful pupils. With his fingers resting on the cue, his jawline was aesthetically pleasing. He asked, "Shen Ting, would you like to play this?" Shen Ting shook her head. Although she possessed a hearty appetite, she would not approach Jiang Ye for the sake of anything else. As for the meal expenses, she intended to repay Jiang Ye shortly. No entanglement was necessary. This was, in fact, the best scenario for Shen Ting. A hint of frustration flickered in the young man's expression, darkened by irritation. Damn, she had no appreciation for his intentions. Jiang Ye seized her, their proximity causing the youth to press down on Shen Ting's delicate frame. The air was thick with the sweet, soft scent of the girl. Shen Ting felt a mix of embarrassment and fear, her cheeks flushed crimson. She wriggled, attempting to free herself from Jiang Ye's grasp. However, she was unaware of his considerable strength, compounded by his weight upon her. In her struggles, Shen Ting resembled a lovely caterpillar, soft and pliable. Jiang Ye's countenance darkened further, his Adam's apple sensually bobbing as he spoke in a slightly husky voice. "Shen Ting, don't move. Otherwise, I will kiss you." Shen Ting nearly wished to strangle Jiang Ye. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. The young man's cool, thin lips curled into a slight smile as he placed her hand on the cue, striking true. The sound of the ball sinking into the pocket brought a flicker of joy to Shen Ting. In her beautiful, innocent eyes, twinkling fragments of starlight shimmered. As she momentarily focused her attention on her hands, she had witnessed the allure of billiards on the competition stage, and Shen Ting found it quite captivating. She yearned to embrace such a life. The youthful heart is profound, inherently rebellious, and often acts in eccentric extremes. Yet, he possessed a clear understanding of the emotions of those around him. Shen Ting harbored a fondness for billiards. As Jiang Ye restrained her, she could only gaze upon his taut cheekbones and sharp jawline. "Jiang Ye, let me go," Shen Ting implored, wishing to break free from his grasp. She held no affection for him. Her disapproval had been resolute since their first encounter. Previously, guilt and a lack of complete understanding had softened her heart towards him. But now, Shen Ting regretted that decision. He was undeniably a rogue. Although she had shamefully felt a stir of excitement for billiards moments ago, she was confident she could learn it on her own, without Jiang Ye's guidance. Today, Shen Ting wore a pale yellow coat over a high-neck white cashmere sweater, which not only accentuated her elegant neck, but also highlighted her fair complexion. Her chin grazed the collar, and the chestnut-colored ends of her hair cascaded softly onto her shoulders, creating a delicate, picturesque image. She possessed a strikingly beautiful and innocent face, coupled with an irresistibly charming personality, exuding a kind of earnest and gentle foolishness. Despite her gentle nature, she bore a memory for grievances. Jiang Ye retrieved an item from his pocket, a sticky note and a small notebook. He released her hand and opened the notebook for her. Inside were the boy's rather unrefined handwriting. "These are my daily tasks: to memorize a classical Chinese text, complete a comprehensive science paper, a mathematics exercise, and an English test each day." The small notebook is filled with densely packed English words. The young boy lowers his head, the light cascading upon his eyelashes, casting shadows upon his eyelids. "I no longer smoke, engage in fights, or skip classes. Shen Ting, I am improving. Could you refrain from dismissing all my efforts outright?" It is pertinent to note that upon realizing his affection for Shen Ting, he refrained from uttering profanities in her presence, for he was afraid. Chapter 75. A relentless resolve. Everything the boy has done lies bare before Shen Ting, her delicate brows knitting together in a disapproving manner. "Jiang Ye, do not place your future upon my shoulders." Jiang Ye comprehends the essence of her words, his expression sour, his obsidian eyes fixed intently on Shen Ting. "Here is the cue. You are not permitted to speak further." Shen Ting finds herself abruptly thrust a cue by him, and upon witnessing her silence, Jiang Ye's gaze turns frosty as he strides over. "Fine, if you don't want it, so be it." He is well aware that Shen Ting looks down upon him. Jiang Ye is known for his fiery temperament. Time and again, he has attempted to win her favor, yet she remains aloof. The boy snatches the cue away and tosses it aside, producing a resounding thud. Shen Ting lifts her gaze to him, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Why is he so domineering? He gives and takes as he pleases, and she is merely contemplating how to play the game. Never mind, she is not destined to spend her life with him, so she will not squabble with the fool. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she gently states, "Jiang Ye, the improved version of you is quite commendable, but your future cannot hinge upon others." Her hair, soft and illuminated in the dim light, takes on a warm hue. Jiang Ye remained stoic, and Shen Ting let out a gentle sigh. She retrieved an item from her pocket and softly uttered, "I apologize. Today was my fault. I should not have declined your kindness." Her fingertips trembled slightly as she instinctively reached out. At that moment, the air carried a chill. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the girl as delicate, pink mittens cradling a small milk candy. "Jiang Ye, please do not be angry. I understand you act to please me. Yet each individual has their own reasons to strive. I wish for your future to be bright and promising." Jiang Ye's lips twitched, but he softened his piercing gaze, clutching her candy while maintaining a serious demeanor. Shen Ting gently bent down to retrieve it, her voice soothing as she inquired, "How do I hit this?" Jiang Ye's expression remained unchanged, yet he took the cue stick, deliberately slowing his movements to demonstrate for her, and elegantly sank the ball. Shen Ting, eager to try her hand, accepted the cue stick from him. Her grip was tentative, and her motions languid. She sought not elegance, but merely to land the ball. With a slight shift of her hand, she missed entirely, failing to strike it. Shen Ting, known for her unhurried nature, continued at her leisurely pace. Despite her slender frame, she appeared adorably soft, bundled in winter layers as she twisted and turned. Jiang Ye approached, his presence devoid of the scent of smoke, instead carrying a faint hint of laundry detergent. Yet, the warmth of his aura enveloped her. As she turned her head, she beheld Jiang Ye's austere visage. His jawline elegantly defined. With a subtle movement of his throat, he advised, "Shen Ting, pay attention to your aim." Yet, he still held her hand firmly. The fingertips of Jiang Ye were warm, in stark contrast to the unloved hands of the young boy, whose touch was even warmer. With skillful precision, Jiang Ye guided Shen Ting, allowing her to score her first goal. Although it was somewhat aided by another's influence, Shen Ting felt an overwhelming joy that dispelled the anger and frustration brought on by Yu Weiwei, replacing it with a delightful exhilaration. "Jiang Ye, thank you," she expressed, her eyes shimmering with tender warmth. An inexplicable softness enveloped Jiang Ye's heart. Perhaps his motivation for striving lay in the smile of the girl before him. Though he lacked ambition, being entirely focused on romance, it was the first time he felt such profound affection for someone, yearning to wager his entire life on her. He adored her, pledging unwavering devotion. Chapter 76. Crying blood. The sound of the lunch bell echoed outside, prompting Shen Ting to set down her cue and offer Jiang Ye a genuine smile. "Thank you, Jiang Ye." With delicate fingers, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blinking softly, her voice a gentle melody, eyes slightly upturned, exuding an irresistible charm. "I inadvertently consumed your lunch today. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Jiang Ye remained silent, entranced by her allure, a hint of infatuation evident in his gaze. He followed Shen Ting as she exited the school gates. The cafeteria had already closed, leaving them with no choice but to seek food outside. Shen Ting simply flashed her student ID at the gatekeeper, who beamed at her, remarking on her beauty and commendable academic performance. "Go on, enjoy your meal." Jiang Ye observed coldly from the side, noting the stark contrast in the gatekeeper's demeanor towards him previously. Indeed, it seemed that exemplary students were treated differently upon leaving the school grounds. Shen heard the disdainful expression on his face and felt a hint of amusement, the corners of her lips curving slightly, her beautiful, lustrous eyes shimmering with a gentle glow. She tucked her student ID away and turned to Jiang Ye, explaining, "I am allowed to leave because I have the highest conduct score, which permits me to step out of the school thrice a month to improve my meals." Jiang Ye remained silent, one hand clutching a milk candy in his pocket while the other rested atop a piece of chewing gum. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he ultimately indulged in the candy. Shen felt a bubbling laughter rising within her, a delightful struggle to contain her mirth. It was her first encounter with Jiang Ye's bad temper as he earnestly deliberated over which candy to choose, resembling a child faced with a dilemma between two delights. Just outside the school was a modest and affordable spicy hot pot establishment. The two of them could enjoy a meal there for merely over 30 yuan. Upon sitting down, Jiang Ye's aristocratic temperament flared again as he surveyed the shabby surroundings. He stood with his arms crossed, resembling a stubborn iron statue, utterly unmoving, his slender, beautiful pupils filled with disdain. Shen, who had initially intended to repay a kindness, noticed Jiang Ye's refusal to sit, and as time passed, even the owner began to find it peculiar. She tugged at the hem of Jiang Ye's shirt, her amber eyes reflecting his, her tone almost tenderly obedient as she spoke. "Jiang Ye, the food here is truly delicious. I come here often." It was unclear which of her words struck a chord with him, but the young man finally took a seat, allowing her to order. Shen inquired if he had any dietary restrictions, to which Jiang Ye replied in the negative. Thus, she approached the front counter to place the order. At this hour, the owner was away, having taken his daughter for a midday nap, leaving only his elderly parents in the shop. Shen did not order much, just enough for one, as she was not particularly hungry and decided to order solely for Jiang Ye. The elderly woman beamed as she served the dishes, accompanied by a bowl of steaming rice. "Little sister, you are truly beautiful. When you first arrived at the shop, I thought a celebrity had come in," she remarked. Shen Ting smiled shyly, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Ye, grasping his chopsticks, spoke with a hint of coldness. "Shen Ting, is this little amount of food enough for you to feed a cat?" Shen Ting blinked, taken aback by Jiang Ye's appetite, and softly inquired, "What else do you need?" Jiang Ye shook his head. "By the time it's ready, I will have already eaten." Shen Ting, with her gentle nature, chose not to argue with him. In the future, that boy's eyes would bleed, for although he believed himself to be fierce and formidable, they were filled with the warmth of affection for that obedient girl, a love both ardent and profound. Chapter 77. The Unified Examination in mid-December. The time for the Unified Examination for second-year high school students arrived. a pivotal test determining whether they would obtain their high school graduation certificates. The first high school enforced stringent measures regarding this examination, with around 10 students failing each year. After completing the exam, Shen Ting realized for the first time that more than half of her high school life had passed, and her future was quietly approaching. She had never confided in anyone about her dream of becoming an actress, to embody the lives she longed to experience. Yet, dreams remained merely dreams. Despite her grandmother being a somewhat renowned actress, and having absorbed many of her performance techniques over the years, Shen Ting relished the exhilaration of acting and the sensation of exploring diverse lives. However, her grandmother had succumbed to public scrutiny, and her mother had confiscated all her costumes, forbidding her from pursuing anything related to acting. She walked alone on the road, catching sight of the audacious youth leaning against a grand tree, a cigarette dangling from his lips yet unlit. He exuded a defiance distinctly divergent from that of his peers. This was the first individual Shen Ting encountered since leaving the examination hall. She yearned to inquire, but hesitated. He, too, noticed her presence. As she approached his side, she could no longer suppress herself and uttered, "Jiang Ye, are you busy at the moment?" A light, mocking laugh floated through the air. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm idling away my time? I've been waiting for you for almost 2 hours." Since their last encounter at the billiards hall, Shen Ting had grown accustomed to his harsh words, feeling no shame. Yet, she cautiously raised her gaze and asked, "So, Jiang Ye, do you have dreams?" Jiang Ye chuckled, "A diligent student, are we? What is this? Concern for me?" The more he looked at her, the more he relished the moment. Shen Ting took a step back but mustered her courage to say, "Jiang Ye, I'm asking you seriously." In truth, he merely wished to engage in conversation with her, not intending to be flippant. Typically, this diligent student would keep her distance from him, but today, she had finally initiated dialogue. Shen Ting, exasperated, called out sulkily, "Jiang Ye." "Shen Ting, I'm not deaf. I can hear you just fine." Shen Ting realized her efforts might be in vain, contemplating whether to withdraw her question. However, Jiang Ye was not inclined to relent. "Hey, Shen Ting, aren't you going to ask me?" She averted her gaze, ignoring him. Her long, curled eyelashes cast a delicate shadow beneath her eyes, and though she stood still, there was an aura of softness about her. "Shen Ting, dreams belong to you. Pursue the things you cherish with earnestness, just as my fondness for you is unwavering." This boy exhibited a seriousness he had never shown before. It stirred something deep within Shen Ting, her eyes curving into a gentle smile, reminiscent of a tranquil lake shimmering with rippling reflections. "Jiang Ye, I understand now." This smile seemed to melt his heart, sweetening his very essence. He too smiled softly, uttering, "Shen Ting, no need to thank me." His voice, delicate and airy, lingered in the atmosphere, and he thought she probably did not hear it. Shen Ting remained unaware that had the first person she encountered today not been Jiang Ye, she might have regretted it for a lifetime, for she might have met that other person who would ask, "Little girl, do you believe dreams can serve as nourishment or currency? Are dreams truly beneficial? Please do not chastise me for my ignorance. I merely serve the narrative." Seeking refuge in humor. Chapter 78. Enrollment. High school days passed swiftly. For reasons unknown, the mathematical Olympiad was postponed, and Fu Jianxing withdrew from the competition. Shen Ting did not ease her efforts for the upcoming third monthly exam. However, after the unified examinations, she became even more resolute in her aspirations, deciding to participate in more competitions to earn enough money for art examination classes and other expenses. Initially, Shen Ting contemplated seeking part-time employment, but that notion was soon abandoned. Mrs. Qin could discern the issue at a glance. Now, Yu Chi-Chi, who spent her days with her boyfriend, resembled a little bundle of sweetness. Holding flyers for the New Year's Eve gala, Yu Chi-Chi mumbled, and Shen Ting's eyes brightened. She could go and enroll. Suddenly, a cup of milk tea appeared before her. The boy smiled with a purity that resonated. "Chi-Chi loves milk tea, and knowing you are good friends, I bought 2 cups at once. You need not feel embarrassed." For Chi-Chi's friend, who is also my friend, Jiaosu Jia, speaks quite freely and comfortably, never making anyone feel uneasy. However, Shen Ting, upon receiving this interaction, revealed a faint smile and handed him a 10 yuan note. "Thank you for the milk tea, but I prefer not to owe anyone a favor." The charming girl smiled softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, pure and alluring. Yet, her exquisitely shaped, crimson lips uttered words that were decidedly distant. Jiaosu Jia, understanding the nuances of social etiquette, accepted the money with a smile. He gently ruffled Yu Chi-Chi's hair, his eyes seemingly filled with mirth. Chi-Chi, the sports class has training today. I must take my leave. Chi-Chi grasped his hand, exclaiming, wait, I have something to give you. In a flurry, she retrieved the cookies she had baked from her backpack, her eyes crinkling with delight as she said, I made these myself. They're delicious. Aren't I quite the homemaker? The boy chuckled as he accepted them. Indeed, Chi-Chi, you are quite the homemaker. He then took his leave. Chi-Chi rummaged through her bag once more, producing a small box containing similarly appealing cookies. Listen, these are for you. Shen Ting accepted with a smile, inquiring, but Chi-Chi, don't you dislike spending time in the kitchen? How did you come to make these cookies? Shen Ting knew Chi-Chi well. Once she mentioned something, he would remember it. Sipping her milk tea in small gulps, she confessed, though I don't particularly enjoy it. When you like someone, you should treat them kindly. After all, mutual affection is what sustains a relationship. She felt an incessant sense of peculiarity about Xiao Sujia. Shen Ting lowered his gaze and pulled out his 5-year examination guide and 3-year mock tests. With utmost seriousness, she said, Chi-Chi, the monthly exams are approaching. If you wish to achieve the goals you have set, you must not neglect your studies. Chi-Chi felt as though even her beloved milk tea had lost its charm. The pearls within it seemed to choke her. With a sincere expression, she blinked and asked, can we take a short break today? Shen Ting pinched her chubby cheeks and replied, no. Her attempt to appear cute had failed. Chi-Chi felt a wave of despair wash over her. They had initially planned to attend Xiao Sujia's basketball game in the afternoon. What if a beautiful girl confessed her feelings to him? Shen Ting had already signed up for the piano piece Claire de Lune. The name alone made Chi-Chi feel an inexplicable sense of grandeur. Although she did not fully comprehend it, she felt an ineffable admiration for Shen Ting. Wow. Ting, you are so amazing. You can even play the piano. Chapter 79, Provocation. Beside them, Ji Fei was somewhat speechless. She had also considered signing up for the same piece, thinking the literary committee was merely an excuse to inquire about Shen Ting's attractiveness. It was quite amusing. After all, she had won first place in a piano competition. Shen Ting truly was overestimating her abilities. Li Yushan was one who loved to show off, had a poor temper, and was not particularly bright, often used as a pawn by others. Despite her claims of good grades, she was merely a bully. In an instant, she attracted the attention of many onlookers. Several boys began to cast sidelong glances at Shen Ting. Chi-Chi could not bear to see Shen Ting being pointed at by these people, especially the boys who were all too eager to spread rumors. She felt compelled to step forward and explain the situation to Shen Ting. Shen Ting set aside her book, her brows and eyes serene, as the cool light from outside enveloped her. Her delicate figure resembled a blooming gardenia, exuding a subtle fragrance and an air of elegance. From the very beginning, I was unaware that Ji Fei desired to play the piano. Li Yushan, do you lack confidence in Ji Fei? Li Yushan found herself at a loss for words in response to Shen Ting's remarks. I certainly believe in Fei Fei. She will undoubtedly succeed. Shen Ting smiled gently, not even lifting her eyelids. If that's the case, refrain from idle chatter that might disrupt my studies. Chi-Chi stifled a laugh, marveling at how formidable Shen Ting appeared. Typically perceived as delicate, her words now poured forth like bullets from a machine gun. The boys and girls below continued their animated discussions, creating a cacophony of noise. Jiang Ye had spent the entire night memorizing the lute song. He could not comprehend Bai Ji's mindset, being exiled, yet choosing to vent his emotions through poetry. Jiang Ye found it perplexing and irritating, lacking the elegance of cultured scholars. He felt rather ordinary, drawn instead to Shen Ting. The young man stirred, squinting slightly, weariness and impatience evident in the corners of his eyes, giving him an unfriendly demeanor. He casually kicked the nearby table with remarkable force, causing it to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. A hush fell over the room, everyone abruptly silencing themselves. The atmosphere became palpably still, with some individuals dutifully writing their own tables. Jiang Ye observed the girl in front of him, diligently working on her problems. A delicate curl of hair slightly raised, exuding a gentle foolishness. In that moment, despite his youthful aggression, he found a sense of tranquility. As Chi-Chi noticed Jiang Ye had also fallen asleep, she whispered to Shen Ting, listen, these people are truly excessive. They blindly follow the crowd and exhibit a complete lack of principles. They only bully the weak. The moment Jiang Ye makes a move, they become mute. Such cowards, fearful of strength. There was a certain girlish innocence in Chi-Chi's words. Her soft and endearing demeanor made her a joyous presence. Shen Ting envied Chi-Chi. You still have half of the assigned exercises from the 5th grade syllabus to complete. If you keep chatting, you won't finish. Yu Qiqi widened her eyes, impressed by Shen Ting's scholarly diligence, and resignedly lowered her head to continue her work. In the quiet classroom, only the soft sound of pens could be heard. That year, they were all striving together. Chapter 80. A wager. The time without classes seemed to pass particularly swiftly, especially during this month's examination. As long as the results remained unknown, everyone felt at ease. With the absence of demanding lessons, there was ample opportunity for afternoon naps. However, joyful moments always seemed to fly by. The results of the monthly exam were soon to be released. This time, the results were significant due to the unified examinations of the C-City higher education institutions. The school took it seriously, the teachers were attentive, and the parents were even more concerned. Consequently, an unfortunate parent meeting for the second-year students was being organized. Oh my, I just heard from our homeroom teacher that the results are out. They are still in electronic format and haven't been printed yet. Logically, the one most eager to know the results would be Jiang Ye. He excelled in the sciences and mathematics, but his weaknesses lay in Chinese and English. He consistently ranked in the top 3 in sciences, yet his overall ranking never placed him in the top 10 of the class. Upon hearing that the results were out, I thought to myself that my performance in the comprehensive science exam must have gone smoothly. Surely, my grades would improve. If my rank were to rise a few places, wouldn't my parents reward me with a bit more pocket money? Thus, I hurriedly sought out our homeroom teacher, Yao Yao. The office was currently bustling with students checking their scores, a veritable sea of faces. Eventually, Yao Yao painstakingly printed out the score sheets and handed them to our class leader, Han Qing. The classroom was alive with the excitement of students reviewing their results. Some were even wagering whether Shen Ting would secure the top position in the grade. This speculation stemmed from the recent efforts of Li Yushan, whose endeavors had proven rather thankless. Listening in, Chen Shudong found it amusing and nudged his companion Yang Jiang, raising an eyebrow with a cheeky grin. Yang Jiang, disapproving of Chen Shudong's effeminate demeanor, retorted disdainfully, "Get lost, I'm straight." Chen Shudong, incensed by his words, exclaimed, "Damn you, Yang Jiang, are you out of your mind? I'm straight too. I was just wondering if you'd like to place a bet on how well Ye Ge has performed after all his hard work." Yang Jiang, frustrated, tossed his phone aside. "The game screen frozen on you have died." He kicked Chen Shudong's chair and scoffed. "How can you be so idle every single day? Have you played enough games? Or do you want me to beat you up?" Chen Shudong, being the more timid of the two and a privileged rich kid who shied away from hard work, had started hanging out with Jiang Ye out of convenience. Initially, he had even competed with Yang Jiang for the positions of 2nd and 3rd, but ultimately, he had surrendered after a close encounter with Yang Jiang's hand and an impressive display of martial prowess. Chen Shudong acquiesced. "Bro, no, I mean, Dad, I'm simply curious. You have observed that Ye Ge has been striving diligently of late, and it pains me to witness his efforts, especially since the one he admires seems utterly indifferent to him. In my opinion, this campus belle is exceedingly difficult to pursue." Yang Jiang slapped Chen Shudong on the back. "Chen Shudong, this is all of Yi Ge's own volition. Moreover, in my realm of gaming, how do you intend to compensate?" Chen Shudong recoiled in trepidation. Yang Ge, are we truly not wagering? If you correctly predict Ye Ge's score this time, I shall relinquish my gaming account to you, no matter how many levels I lose. Conversely, should I be right, you will address me as father. What say you?" Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement finally graced Yang Jiang's face. "All right, I wager that Ye Ge will place within the top 500. Chen Shudong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, Yang Ge, you are indeed bold to stake such a claim. Given Ye Ge's usual performance, he is unlikely to achieve even that." He confidently declared, "I bet on Ye Ge placing within the top 800. Chen Shudong felt quite astute in his judgment. The science students totaled 1,000. And Ye Ge typically ranked beyond the 1,000th position. Even with diligence, he could hardly break into the top 500. Furthermore, these past few days, he had witnessed Ye Ge dozing in class. Chapter 81. He plagiarized. Liang Wei was not particularly tall, yet he was nimble, swiftly obtaining the report card from Han Qing. Following the rankings, he began searching downwards from the first place, Shen Ting, becoming increasingly anxious. By the time he reached the 20th position, he had yet to see his own name. That troublesome student, Jiang Ye, was in the 30th position, and he found himself ranked just below Jiang Ye. This was inconceivable. He had executed his answers so smoothly. How could his total score in comprehensive science be merely 220? Moreover, he was even outperformed by Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's aggregate scores stood at 260, with mathematics at 130, Chinese at 83, and English at a mere 59, placing him at a dismal rank of 491. This is implausible. Jiang Ye must have resorted to cheating. If he were to speak, he would surely claim that only his English score was genuinely his own. The last time he encountered that Olympiad problem, he was utterly perplexed. Upon reflection, it is evident that Jiang Ye's ability to solve it must have stemmed from copying the answer. A person who cannot even read simple characters, how could he possibly tackle such problems? He is nothing more than a scoundrel, a poor student who, buoyed by his family's wealth, believes himself to be exceptional. Chen Shudong, noticing Jiang Ye's daze, snatched the report card away. Chen Shudong was entirely different from Liang Wei. He preferred to examine the ranks, starting from the bottom. In the last place, Chen Shudong, ranked last in the entire school. Jiang Ye. Goodness. Brother Yi is ranked over 400? Is this even discernible? Surely, it cannot be that he did not cheat. Yang Jiang, ranked 8th from the bottom. At 813 in the school. What? Jiang Ye may have exerted effort, but how could Yang Jiang possibly have studied? Isn't he always engrossed in gaming? He refused to accept it. An entire group must have been secretly studying behind his back. This defies logic. Chen Shudong, holding the report card, felt a sense of despair. Would his father not skin him alive at the upcoming parent-teacher conference? In the past, Brother Yi had cushioned his position at the bottom. Now, all those profound emotions ultimately went unreciprocated. Yang Jiang, without even lifting his eyelids, clutched his phone, withdrawing his account and the game password. He would also have to endure the agony of being demoted by Yang Jiang. Brother Yang, are we not good friends? Yang Jiang lifted his gaze. And it was precisely because we are good brothers that I shall ensure your descent is gradual, until you are left with naught but your undergarments. Eventually, the report card found its way into Shen Ting's hands, revealing that Yu Chi had advanced 10 places, while Shen Ting steadfastly held the first position, indeed, the foremost among all the institutions involved in this examination. The girl's chestnut-colored eyes were particularly enchanting, clear, and pristine. Her gaze ultimately settled upon Jiang Ye, who was positioned towards the lower ranks. Chen Shudong felt a twinge of despair. Every time grades were announced, it was always during Director Su's class. Director Su did not extend the same leniency to underperforming students as Teacher Yao Yao did, opting instead for unrestrained criticism. Chen Shudong, once again, your performance is at the bottom of the class. Could you possibly allocate some of your gaming time to your studies? Chen Shudong, maintaining silence, bowed his head and quietly endured the tirade. As the class supervisor, Director Su was particularly attentive to his students. While he would highlight those whose grades had declined, he never targeted the girls. Recently, some students had experienced significant academic improvement, such as Jiang Ye. What do you think, Liang Wei? Being called out, Liang Wei felt a surge of embarrassment, his neck stiffening. Teacher, Jiang Ye must have copied the answers. Otherwise, how could he have improved by several hundred places in one go? Director Su, upon hearing his justification, felt a surge of irritation. Liang Wei, with a hint of disdain, added, you must know that Jiang Ye was once your favorite student. Perhaps the answers were provided by you. Why are you so agitated, teacher? I wouldn't be surprised if the answers were indeed what you gave Jiang Ye to copy. Chapter 82. Please call the parents. Director Su was both infuriated and amused. Here he was, a dedicated educator, being accused by his own students of facilitating academic dishonesty. Liang Wei, my dear classmate, while one may indulge in the pleasures of food, one must refrain from making reckless utterances. Are you aware that your current behavior amounts to slandering your teacher? This is a transgression. Now that you have spoken, it is imperative that you do not further disrupt the situation. Who can ascertain whether Jiang Ye has bribed you for answers? Moreover, it is common knowledge that Jiang Ye ranks last in the entire school. How could his grades possibly improve so dramatically in just 1 month? To be candid, even Chen Shudong harbors suspicions that Jiang Ye may have copied answers, not to mention you, Liang Wei. In the eyes of the public, this reflects a deeply ingrained belief. They will not recall that this individual was once the top student in the city. They will only remember his fall from grace and the shadows of his past. They know Jiang Ye as a ruffian who engages in fights and smokes, yet they refuse to acknowledge that he was once a distinguished scholar. People invariably wish to perceive themselves as superior to others, and Liang Wei is no exception. He cannot fathom how Jiang Ye could possibly attain such levels of achievement. Director Su, infuriated, instructed Liang Wei to stand outside as punishment. Coincidentally, the vice principal was on patrol, assessing the academic conditions of each class. To his surprise, he overheard such a scandal upon his arrival. The vice principal is familiar with Jiang Ye, the once esteemed top student. However, he has heard more about this boy's lackadaisical approach to studies, his truancy, and his consistent bottom-ranking scores. With a stern countenance, he called out, "Director Su, please bring Jiang Ye out." Liang Wei, reveling in schadenfreude, watched as Director Su and Jiang Ye emerged, further solidifying his conviction that Jiang Ye's grades must have been obtained through deceit. The vice principal summoned Liang Wei to the office and also invited several teachers who had instructed Jiang Ye. The vice principal places great importance on the matter of plagiarism, and if the allegations hold any truth, it reflects poorly on Director Su's character as an educator. The atmosphere in the office is tense. Liang embellishes his opinions and shares them with the other teachers. Director Su, having dedicated over a decade to teaching and nurturing students, has never been subjected to such slander. What nonsense! As a teacher, I uphold my own integrity. Is it necessary for me to provide answers for students? Liang sneers, questioning how. If Director Su claims he did not assist Jiang Ye, the latter could achieve such a ranking given his abilities. Director Su finds this notion amusing. After all, the emergence of an unexpected contender is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Thus, both parties remain steadfast in their positions, yet neither can produce evidence. The vice principal, not one to act impulsively, inquires, "Jiang Ye, tell the truth, did you copy this test?" The young man, with tousled black hair and a piercing gaze, smirks and retorts, "Don't you all have your own assumptions? Is there really a need to ask me?" Liang seizes this opportunity, intent on discrediting Jiang Ye completely. The vice principal ponders for a moment before nodding. "My goodness, I never would have suspected Jiang Ye to be the type to engage in such deceit. Isn't it rather obvious? He has nothing more than a delinquent with violent tendencies. Surely the school will expel him. Indeed, how could a troublesome student remain at the top school? Plagiarism is a matter of character. If he is expelled, Jiang Ye may find himself relegated to a vocational school in the future." Meanwhile, Shen listens to this unpalatable conversation, biting her lip before suddenly rushing out. "Hey, where are you going, Ting?" Behind her was the call of Yuchi as the cold wind brushed against her face. Shen Ting could only hear the remnants of their earlier discussion. He would surely be expelled, relegated to a vocational school. Amidst the crowd in the office, she caught sight of Jiang Ye. His short, black hair was neatly styled, and his youthful features radiated a rebellious spirit. His gaze was both icy and wild, instilling fear in those who met it. Yet, Shen Ting understood that the impenetrable facade Jiang Ye presented was merely a means of self-protection. Chapter 83. Defending him. Though the reasons for Jiang Ye's downfall remained a mystery to her, she recognized that beneath his cold and ruthless exterior lay a disdain for plagiarism. For she had witnessed his unwavering dedication on that fateful day. No one would believe that this young man was capable of crafting his own work. But Shen Ting had observed both his brilliance and his pride. Individuals like Jiang Ye would never resort to cheating. It was beneath them. He possessed his own sense of dignity and intellect. However, amidst such slander, Jiang Ye had been unfairly branded as a delinquent from the outset, and no one was willing to believe in his innocence. Shen Ting understood this helplessness, for no one would listen to Jiang Ye's explanations. While Shen Ting harbored no affection for Jiang Ye, she could not bear to see such a formidable opponent, one with a scientific mind, unjustly maligned. Nor could she tolerate the tarnishing of her esteemed mentors. She clutched the hem of her garment, casting a few more glances into the office. Inside, Jiang Ye seemed to sense her presence, his steely gaze lingering on her for a moment, surprisingly softening into a hint of a smile. In the past, he had longed for Shen Ting to notice him, yet now he felt a sense of disarray, wishing to chastise this kind-hearted girl with a short memory. Was she here now out of pity for him? The mischievous lad entered the office, attracting onlookers, some drawn by curiosity, others by a fondness that stirred sympathy within them. He was exceedingly narcissistic, undoubtedly believing the latter was true. Outside the window, Shen Ting hurried over, her delicate face pale, large eyes shimmering with moisture, enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. Mr. Jiang, having been sent over by the elder Jiang, who had encountered countless individuals in his lifetime, felt a pang of astonishment upon seeing such an innocent girl. It was not a matter of infatuation, but rather sheer disbelief that a girl of her age could possess such beauty, pure yet alluring. Upon entering the office, Mr. Jiang paid no heed to whether Jiang Ye had committed plagiarism. Regarding Jiang Ye's transgressions, I would invest another billion in the school. All you need to do is ensure he graduates from high school. With a swift motion, a check worth 1 billion was torn from the assistant's hand. The vice principal felt a sense of humiliation, yet shamefully accepted it. Mr. Jiang, it's hardly a significant matter. Jiang Ye is simply a bit extreme. His act of plagiarism was likely an attempt to amuse you, the vice principal suggested. Mr. Jiang did not even lift his eyelids, offering no additional glance towards Jiang Ye. Your grandfather has indeed spoiled you. To engage in such morally reprehensible actions as plagiarism is unconscionable. Plagiarism had always been a thorn in Mr. Jiang's side. Jiang Ye, with a twitch of his lips, mockingly queried, "If I claim I did not plagiarize, but rather created it myself, would you believe me?" Still attempting to argue. You may have struck someone, but now you've brought disgrace upon yourself in front of your grandfather, utterly lawless. A sharp slap resounded against Jiang Ye's face. The youth's complexion was strikingly pale, and Mr. Jiang was undeniably harsh, showing no mercy whatsoever. A prominent handprint marked the boy's face. Shen Ting, observing from outside, noticed the young man tilt his head after the blow, his hair in disarray, dark strands falling against his cold, pale forehead, adding an air of desolation. Beneath that tousled hair lay a pair of indifferent and detached eyes. His gaze appeared hollow, steeped in a chilling sense of alienation and disdain for the world. He then offered a mocking smile. Although he was clearly laughing, Shen Ting sensed that he was on the verge of tears. She had initially believed that Jiang Ye's father would intercede on his behalf. Jiang Ye did not cheat. Chapter 84. I am a good student. The soft, melodic voice of the girl mingled with the biting cold wind that swept in as she opened the door, dispersing some of the warmth from the office and invigorating those within. Mr. Jiang regarded the beautiful girl with an elegant demeanor standing outside and declared emphatically, "I can attest that Jiang Ye did not copy the answers. If only he could have another chance to take the exam, with the teachers supervising in turns, everything would be made clear." Liang Wei was taken aback by Shen Ting's defense of Jiang Ye. However, upon reflection, he thought to himself that with Jiang Ye's lack of answers and a group of people overseeing him, it would be nearly impossible for him to perform well. Yet, arranging for the teachers to supervise in turns was indeed a cumbersome task. The vice principal remained silent, as there was still a prominent figure in the room who had yet to speak. Mr. Jiang, wearing a pair of clear gold-rimmed glasses, lazily fixed his gaze upon Shen Ting, his dark pupils narrowing slightly, maintaining his usual cool demeanor. "This classmate," he began, "Jiang Ye is my son. I believe I am far more acquainted with his character and academic performance than you are. Or do you wish to protect my son?" The smile directed at Shen Ting carries an unsettling chill. Shen Ting's face flushes with embarrassment, a blend of shyness and anxiety for Jiang Ye. If she were to acknowledge Mr. Jiang's last statement, it would imply a relationship with Jiang Ye that transcends the ordinary, and if that were to spread, she would be irrevocably tied to him. Yet, do any among you genuinely desire to ascertain whether I have plagiarized? Your sole concern lies in branding me a wayward student, convinced that my grades cannot possibly reflect my capabilities. Indeed, I have engaged in brawls, smoked, and played truant. But I wish to convey that I am also a diligent student. I did not cheat. Your dichotomy of good and evil is merely a reflection of your habitual perspectives, conditioned to perceive individuals through such a lens. Internally, I cry out, asserting that I have strived, I have been earnest, I have invested my heart, and I yearn for progress. Yet, you remain oblivious, as if viewing me through tinted glasses, unable to recognize my endeavors. You have grown accustomed to deeming me inadequate. Merely because I have yet to achieve true success, you stifle my potential before it can even flourish. However, this does not signify that I am inherently devoid of worth. I was not born a delinquent. The light glimmers upon his tousled, dark hair, his features sharp and defined, the youthful profile radiating a wild and untamed spirit. In the eyes of all, he embodies the essence of a troublesome rogue. As he has stated, the prevailing assumption is that his sudden academic improvement is a mere result of cheating. No one cares to acknowledge the genuine effort he has put forth. It is akin to a thief in a vast courtyard. When something goes missing, the immediate suspicion falls upon him. However, did that little thief truly steal? Everything must be substantiated by evidence. The vice principal found himself in a somewhat embarrassing predicament. To be honest, the very moment the initial results were announced, he had already contemplated whether Jiang Ye had resorted to cheating. When he heard someone raise the point, he instinctively believed it to be true. A group of teachers exchanged glances, for as educators, they ought to treat their students with impartiality. Yet, through their narrow judgments, they hastily condemned Jiang Ye. Director Su was left speechless by the three teachers in the office, but the most infuriating was Jiang Ye. Realizing his error, the vice principal stated, "Jiang Ye, I shall grant you the opportunity to retake the exam next Saturday." Jiang Ye slightly curled the corners of his lips. "I will take the exam. However, if I have not cheated, you all must apologize. If I have cheated, I willingly leave the first high school." Director Su felt a sense of relief, initially fearing that Jiang Ye would stubbornly refuse. Fortunately, that was not the case. This year, the youth was rebellious, indulgent, and full of life, brimming with ambition, never once surrendering. Chapter 85. Whether or not Mr. Jiang gazed at Jiang Ye before him, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. Just moments ago, he suddenly recalled the 6-year-old Jiang Ye. At that time, he wore a small red shirt paired with jeans, his features exquisitely beautiful and his complexion fair. He was cradled in his mother's arms, clutching several test papers marked with perfect scores. Jiang Ye cautiously showed them to him, his large eyes filled with anticipation, yearning for praise. Yet, he, as a father, was filled with disdain, merely uttering, "I am at work. Do not disturb me with such trivial matters in the future." At that moment, the light in the child's eyes extinguished. Subsequently, he never again witnessed Jiang Ye gazing at him with anticipation, and eventually, Jiang Ye became a true rebel. It seemed he had indeed erred. Upon rushing in just moments ago, she still felt a pang of fear. "Are you all right?" The girl initially intended to inquire if he was in distress, but the question morphed into a mere, "Are you okay?" His father had unceremoniously struck him, not even bothering to ask if he had cheated. She suddenly felt a wave of pity for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, nonchalant, remarked, "What's the big deal? My reputation is already tarnished. Their lack of trust means little to me." His words flowed with such ease, yet they inadvertently evoked a tinge of sorrow. She recalled the whispers of her classmates regarding him, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Ye, perceptive to her sympathy, retorted brusquely, "Shen Ting, spare me that pitiful expression. I am not to be pitied, nor do I require anyone's compassion. I am not pitying you, Jiang Ye. I merely wish for no one to be wronged. If it were someone else, I would extend my help as well." Jiang Ye silenced her with a hand over her mouth, unwilling to hear Shen Ting hastily disavowing any connection. Yet, he alone comprehended the truth. This extraordinarily beautiful girl possessed a heart of steel. "Shen Ting, refrain from uttering those words I disdain, will you?" The youth assumed a fierce demeanor, threatening her, but the final plea carried an air of vulnerability, reminiscent of a helpless wolf cub, having threatened, yet seeking comfort. What a peculiar metaphor this is. If Jiang Ye were to hear it, he might very well be infuriated. Shen Ting could not restrain herself and let out a soft laugh. The girl was remarkably pure in appearance, and when she smiled, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, akin to a flower branch swaying in the breeze. "What are you laughing at?" the boy asked, looking rather foolish. The girl shook her head and pointed at a bird flying by. "It looks rather ugly and fierce, yet there is something comical about it. That is what I'm laughing at. Not at you." Jiang Ye, feeling somewhat offended, closed his overly talkative mouth. Liang Wei remained, unwilling to concede, wanting to argue his point. He had just offended Director Su. Mr. Jiang glanced at the people outside and inquired of the vice principal, "Who is that little girl? She seems quite courageous." The vice principal, with a sense of pride, replied, "She is the top student of our school, and she also ranked first in the entire city." "First?" Mr. Jiang strode outside and called Jiang Laozi. "Rest assured, your precious grandson is fine. It appears there was some misunderstanding regarding the plagiarism issue." Jiang Laozi's previously anxious heart finally found solace. Throughout his life, he felt a deep sense of debt towards Jiang Ye's mother, who passed away early. Jiang Ye had grown up under his care. He had always cherished Jiang Ye like the apple of his eye. The plagiarism matter was taken very seriously in City C. But now that it was resolved, he could finally breathe easy. Chapter 86. Enchanting Beauty Qin Shu, upon seeing Shen Ting and Jiang Ye together, let out a cold snort. Irritated, spending the day with this slacker Yuchichi instead of studying hardly seems beneficial, and now she has even learned to argue back. The chemistry teacher, Qin Shu, had previously held a fondness for Shen Ting, but now regarded her as a thorn in her side. It was precisely because of his affection for the student Liang Wei that he endeavored to resist Jiang Ye. Unexpectedly, Shen Ting emerged from nowhere, introducing a new examination. What could Jiang Ye possibly score with his inadequate grades? Chu Shu, unwilling to acknowledge his own faults, found his sentiments towards Shen Ting soured as well. Moreover, aside from the troublesome Yuchichi, who struggled with chemistry, there was Jiang Ye, a source of distress. Teacher Chu Shu, although Yu Chi-Chi's chemistry results are lacking. She excels in biology, ranking first in her year, and her physics is commendable. How can you label her as a student who does not study diligently? Chu Shu felt somewhat embarrassed. Look at you, mingling with students who perform poorly. Will you still be able to secure the top position in the future? Shen Ting could not tolerate anyone speaking harshly about her friends. Teacher Chu Shu, I hold you in high regard as my mentor. But that does not imply I will blindly accept everything you assert as the truth. The wind outside was rather strong, tousling the girl's airbanks charmingly. Her nose was slightly red from the cold, yet her eyes shimmered with a captivating light. Jiang Ye's heart raced. She spoke with remarkable seriousness, in the absence of evidence. Your previous remarks can be perceived as malicious slander. Chu Shu was effectively silenced by Shen Ting's words and ultimately left in embarrassment. To be honest, he had almost convinced himself that Shen Ting harbored feelings for him. However, upon witnessing the pure light in her eyes, Jiang Ye felt a mix of resignation and secret delight. At the very least, she no longer feared him and regarded him as a friend. Upon returning to the ancestral home, he found a meticulously dressed woman conversing and laughing amiably with a group of servants, truly exuding warmth towards others. The air conditioning in the old house rendered the room quite comfortable, yet Jiang Ye felt a growing restlessness within. The young man shed his outer coat, his slender, bony fingers deftly unfastening the 2 buttons of his bow tie, revealing a pronounced Adam's apple and delicate collarbones. He disregarded Min Su entirely, ascending the stairs to retrieve his scarcely used backpack, within which lay a single milk candy, resting peacefully. His wrist hung limply, his eyes half closed. The lively commotion below contrasted starkly with his isolation, leaving him feeling desolate and cold. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to see Shen Ting surged within him. He longed to bind her to him, desperately inhaling the sweet scent of milk that lingered about her. His notorious temper flared once more. Each time he witnessed others reveling in joy, a compulsion to disrupt their merriment seized him. Outside, someone called for him to come down. Jiang Ye descended the stairs, hastily donned his coat, and rushed out the door, stepping into the rain. Inside, the elderly Jiang voiced his bewilderment. At this hour, why is that child still running about? Others remained silent, acutely aware that Jiang Ye's presence here would surely incite his fury, resulting in familial discord. The winter rain was both cold and biting, the incessant drizzle outside instilling a sense of dread. A slender, delicate girl with a pastel umbrella danced on tiptoes amidst the rain, her movements hardly qualifying as a dance. She simply sought to keep her dainty shoes dry, playfully splashing like a mischievous child. Her footsteps echoed softly, with her eyes cast down. Her long lashes resembled a petite fan, and her gaze was devoid of any trace of negativity. Suddenly, a phrase from some distant memory surfaced in his mind. In your eyes, there are stars and oceans, where crushed stars and galaxies intertwine, surpassing all the spring blossoms and autumn moons I have ever beheld. And tonight, Shen Ting appeared as a graceful fairy dancing in the rain. Chapter 87. Longing to kiss her, the girl's delicate feet frolicked in the rainwater, her eyes slightly arched at the corners, exuding an innocent charm that was utterly captivating. So this is what joy looks like for Shen Ting. What a coincidence, Shen Ting. In the stillness of the night, the boy's cool, languid voice resonated ominously, amplifying the eeriness of the evening. She had merely come down to buy salt. How did she encounter Jiang Ye? What had she done wrong? Why did fate allow her to run into him here, especially while she was blissfully splashing in the puddles? The girl's fair, soft fingertips grasped the umbrella's rib, appearing petite and endearing under the night sky, yet betraying a hint of trepidation. Her cheeks flushed with a tender pink. Jiang Ye tugged at the corners of his lips, attempting to smile, but the movement sent a sharp pang through him. Are you scared of me? Shen Ting shook her head, clutching the salt behind her. Though she did not retreat, fear coursed through her. She vividly remembered that Jiang Ye had also visited on a rainy day. Deep down, she remained wary of this lecherous man. Jiang Ye approached her, clutching the candy he had just seized from Jiang Chun's hands. He gazed at her intently. Shen Ting, extend your hand. Reluctant to comply, she still found herself extending her hand silently. Although she had started to regard Jiang Ye as a friend, it was evident that he was a rogue at heart, and she yearned to flee. Noticing her apprehension, a chill flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes, intermingled with a dim glint. Perhaps, in Shen Ting's eyes, he would always remain a scoundrel. The remnants of his mischievous nature resurfaced as he curled his lips into a smirk, the sharp contours of his profile illuminated in the light, exuding a rebellious air. At this moment, the outside world was chilly and desolate. As your classmate, I have assisted you in numerous ways. How about I head upstairs to chat with your mother? Shen Ting felt a surge of anger, wishing to strike him down. What a mischievous rascal. What on earth do you intend to do? I wish to do nothing but bestow upon you a fervent kiss. Under the moonlight, the tall, slender figure of the boy approached her. Outside, the rain fell like wisps of smoke, accompanied by the soft patter of raindrops, while before her stood the illuminated youth. The rain had ceased. Shen Ting awkwardly folded the umbrella, her eyes searching for a place to rest. The sky cleared, and the moonlight spilled across the ground, casting an imposing shadow of the boy, whose features remained stern even in the glow of the moon and streetlights. Yet Shen Ting, clad in her beige coat, exuded a gentle grace akin to flowing water. After the rain, he often detected a lingering, unpleasant scent. However, in Shen Ting's presence, he was enveloped by a subtle fragrance. The essence of youth is inherently beautiful, especially nurtured within an elegant and cultured family, producing a delicate girl with skin as fair as fresh snow, as fragile as gossamer. Even the moonlight seemed to cherish her. Jiang Ye remained silent, leaving Shen Ting uncertain of how to proceed. The boy halted at a slight distance, his gaze lowered, his dark eyes deep and enigmatic. Shen Ting, come here. Though a flicker of fear lingered, she found herself compelled to approach him. She dreaded the thought of Jiang Ye calling Mrs. Qin down, and the neighborhood hearing it would not bode well. Extending her hand, she obediently offered it, receiving a small box of soft candies nestled in her palm. Let us be off. Despite being reluctantly drawn closer to him, he remained utterly content. Shen Ting felt an immense sense of relief as she hurried into the building. Below, only the tall figure of a youth remained, and she suddenly experienced a pang of sadness, her eyes curving into a smile, a pure and beautiful moment. Jiang Ye, do your best in the next exam, she said. That night, he beheld a moon so luminous, it seemed to illuminate all the shadows of his past. Chapter 88. The first trial, some even donned exquisite garments solely to captivate the judges and garner additional points. Shen Ting had been learning the piano since childhood and had participated in numerous competitions. She was unperturbed by the stage or the possibility of mishaps. Yu Qiqi observed her calm demeanor, while Ji Fei dazzled in her resplendent attire, and Li Yushan was practically beaming with pride. Suddenly, she recalled her own floral scrunchie. Though it was modest, it certainly surpassed Shen Ting's understated look. With her already exquisite features, Yu Qiqi gathered Shen Ting's long hair into an elegant bun, securing it with a white floral scrunchie. The girl's slender and graceful neck, accentuated in this manner, rendered her an undeniable darling of creation. Yu Qiqi felt a sense of satisfaction, and truth be told, had she possessed the tools, she would have adorned Shen Ting with a stunning makeup look, sure to astonish everyone present. Wouldn't the male students at school be utterly captivated? Although Shen Ting was already striking without makeup, a touch of artistry would undoubtedly elevate her beauty to astonishing heights. The first trial took place in the music hall, which housed a grand piano and offered ample space. The 10th contestant was now ready to perform. Ji Fei chose the challenging G major third violin concerto, a piece originally performed by Mozart, where the themes intertwined between the violin and the accompaniment, creating a bright and cheerful atmosphere. However, now there was no one to accompany her. Ji Fei had initially sought a fellow violinist to join her, but later succumbed to the fear that her presence might overshadow her own performance, thus opting to participate solo. As Ji Fei settled down, her fingertips danced gracefully over the strings, producing a rendition that adhered to the established norms. Li Yushan, witnessing the unanimous approval from the judges, beamed with delight, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, Fei, your piano playing is truly exquisite. The judges have unanimously approved. I wonder, though, if a certain student who likes to inflate their own importance can achieve such unanimous acclaim. Yu Qiqi felt an urge to roll up her sleeves and confront them. She had encountered many unpleasant individuals, but had never met anyone as insufferably odd as this. What did their opinions on approval matter to her? The moment someone opened their mouth, it was evident they were merely rambling. Yu Qiqi and Ji Fei had always been at odds, initially due to Ji Fei's feigned kindness when she approached Yu Qiqi, masquerading as her friend. It later became apparent that Ji Fei merely saw Yu Qiqi as a foil, given Yu Qiqi's slightly plump figure, thus making Ji Fei appear more favorable by comparison. Others not only praised Ji Fei's beauty but also lauded her supposed kindness. Meeting Ji Fei was perhaps the worst stroke of luck for Yu Qiqi. Shen Ting sat quietly, disregarding all of Li Yushan's taunting remarks. It was somewhat awkward for Li Yushan to speak solely to herself, as she pondered what Shen Ting's piano skills might be like. Given her striking looks and impressive academic achievements, it was unlikely she would falter in this regard. On the 13th, Shen Ting prepared herself. With grace, she bowed to the judges before elegantly seating herself at the piano, her delicate fingers lightly resting upon the pristine white keys. As her fingers glided, a cascade of ethereal piano melodies, tinged with a subtle melancholy, poured forth, captivating the audience and conjuring a serene, otherworldly ambience. Gradually, the tones grew richer, the piece enveloping the listeners in the soft, mysterious beauty of moonlight. Upon the conclusion of her performance, the judges, among them several music instructors, were visibly astounded. It was evident that such mastery could not be achieved without at least a decade of dedicated practice. Chapter 89. The darkness lifts. The judges remained enraptured by Shen Ting's performance. After a brief moment, someone initiated a round of applause that erupted like thunderous applause from the audience. The judges unanimously passed her performance, offering high praise. As Shen Ting descended the stage, a music teacher called out to her, his eyes gleaming with the recognition of talent. "Are you Shen Ting? Your piano skills must exceed 8 years, surely?" Shen Ting brushed aside a stray lock of hair, her fair complexion and gentle demeanor making her look endearing, her smile radiating sweetness. "Indeed, I have been playing the piano for nearly a decade," she replied, her tone humble and composed, devoid of any arrogance that might suggest superiority over others. The music teacher, recognizing her potential, inquired, "There is an international piano competition in early February, with a prize of 10,000 and a certificate of honor. Would you be interested in participating?" Upon seeing Shen Ting's eagerness to participate, the music teacher continued, "This certificate of honor holds some significance for students in the arts. Many college applicants are lacking such a credential. Art students? Pursuing acting certainly qualifies as a branch of the arts." Shen Ting felt a shameful thrill, observing her persuasion. The music teacher enrolled her and exchanged contact information to assist with her training. Meanwhile, Ji Fei's face flushed with indignation, and Li Yushan was equally incredulous. How could someone achieve such outstanding results and still have time to play the piano? Yet, unbeknownst to them, at Shen Ting's home, Miss Qin was wholeheartedly determined to cultivate her into the most exceptional child. The efforts Shen Ting had invested over the years were beyond what most could even imagine. She began dancing at 4, playing the piano at 6, and at 7, she was first introduced to acting at her grandmother's house. She adored the exhilarating sensation of performing on stage. However, following a certain incident, Miss Qin forbade Shen Ting from engaging in anything related to that realm. In the audience, the gentle Yu Qiqi enveloped Shen Ting in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Listen, you are truly remarkable. Is there anything you cannot do?" Shen Ting offered a faint smile. There were indeed many things she could do, yet equally many she could not. Unnoticed in the background, a young boy stood rigid and tense. This piece was Mr. Jiang's favorite, a melody his mother had tirelessly practiced in the depths of night, oscillating between lucidity and episodes of despair. The sound of her piano was oppressive, akin to a whispering witch, repeatedly cursing him. The melodious sound of the zither resonated with joy intertwined with longing, as the moonlight cascaded gently before him, dispelling all shadows of the past. The moon shone brightly. Shen Ting would likely never comprehend how deeply he yearned to embrace her in that moment. No one knew that this young woman before him was his sole redemption. He understood that he was finished. He would remain steadfastly devoted to Shen Ting for a lifetime. Yet, the young girl still did not reciprocate his affections. It mattered not. If she did not love him, he would silently cherish her from within the crowd, hoping to avoid her disdain. He would strive to become a better version of himself and master his temper, as long as Shen Ting did not develop feelings for another. For the thought of it would drive him to madness. He recalled how his mother had once descended into madness, seeking out Mr. Jiang in pursuit of that woman, wielding a knife to repeatedly cut her own wrist, using her life as leverage to compel Mr. Jiang to stay. Yet, she waited in vain. He had only glimpsed the fluttering skirt of that woman through the billowing white curtains, followed by the sight of blood. It was then he realized how swiftly one could perish. Previously, he had deemed his life worthless, believing that living held no meaning. But now, he wished to embrace life, to entwine with the goddess in the eyes of all the boys at school. Chapter 90. Little Dumpling. After a long day of busyness, the afternoon dismissal bell finally rang. Shen Ting approached the bike shed beside the security office to retrieve her bicycle. For some reason, her bike seemed unmovable today, with a hint of frustration. She crouched down to inspect whether it was broken. Drawing from her previous experience, she examined it with great care. The child nearby seemed to sense Shen Ting's gaze and attempted to flee. Shen Ting grasped the little one's clothing and then crouched down, inquiring with a seriousness that was almost comical, "Why do you cling to your sister's bicycle?" "Big sister, I got separated from my grandpa. I'm frightened of bad people, so I'm waiting here for him to find me." However, as twilight approached, Jiang Ye had yet to see his grandfather. The chubby little hand naturally rested on Shen Ting's. The child blinked, with delicate features, a fair and soft little face that radiated innocence and charm, captivating all who beheld him. Very well. Indeed, she found herself unable to resist any adorable creature. This little dumpling articulated each word with precision, hitting all of Shen Ting's soft spots. She pinched the chubby cheek of the little one, gently admonishing, "You should not believe everything you hear. In the future, refrain from casually divulging other people's addresses and never trust strangers." Jiang Ye blinked his large, glistening eyes. "Sister, you're so beautiful. You can't possibly be a bad person." His sweet little voice was utterly enchanting. As Shen Ting pedaled her bicycle, she ensured Jiang Ye's safety. They traversed narrow alleyways, and the little bun tugged at her clothing, his bright eyes sparkling at the sight of the street adorned with twinkling lights and numerous food stalls. "Do you want to eat?" "Sister, you've been riding for quite some time. You must be hungry." "I hope you haven't gone hungry," he said, his tone laced with concern. "Jenny, is that your name?" Shen Ting, slightly hard of hearing since childhood, at last grasped the little dumpling's name. Jiang Ye nodded, his eyes still fixated on the tempting array of street food nearby. He certainly had an untroubled spirit. Shen Ting parked her bicycle to the side and ventured off to procure some food. The year witnessed remarkable public safety, with no instances of bicycle theft and scarcely any reports of students being bullied. Finally acquiring something to eat, Jiang Ye beamed with a sweet smile, expressing gratitude to his sister. "Thank you, elder sister. I must confide in you that I am searching for my brother." Shen Ting observed the little one, feeling that his brother was truly a scoundrel for abandoning him at school. It seemed likely that this brother was a notorious ruffian. Jiang Ye, with a serious expression, declared, "Sister, my brother treats me very well. He never bullies me." Shen Ting thought to herself, "This child is rather unfortunate. Is not being bullied considered kindness?" Images of the little boy being tormented flashed in her mind, leading her to conclude that his brother was indeed a cad, a vile bully. For some reason, she was reminded of Jiang Ye, who had once tormented her. Now, she felt a curious inclination to discover who could possibly rival Jiang Ye's audacity and wickedness. If given the chance, she would certainly provide a thorough reprimand. The winter wind brushed against Shen Ting's face, bringing a slight chill, while her gloved hands provided a modicum of warmth. In summer, a girl riding a bicycle would present the most enchanting of sights. The little one's home was nearby, and in just a few minutes, she delivered him to a quaint villa that stood out amidst the surrounding towering skyscrapers. A faint chuckle emerged from the shadows. "Oh, a good student, waiting for me at home?" The boy's laughter resonated like a magnetic sound, stirring warmth within her. A timid brother broke the moment. Shen Ting had not anticipated her swift humiliation. She felt utterly unprepared to chastise Jiang Ye. She was utterly terrified of Jiang Ye. The winter nights fell swiftly into darkness, and the boy's strikingly handsome features were sharp and defined, his chin slightly raised, thin lips pressed together, exuding a languid smile. Shen Ting had no desire to converse with this shameless individual who bullied her younger brother. Jiang Ye's gaze naturally descended to Jiang Ye, whose chubby little hand was still clasping Shen Ting's. Damn it, he had hardly ever held her hand. The last time they merely linked fingers. He had been elated for a long while. The boy's icy stare fixed itself on Jiang Ye. "The old man has been looking for you for quite some time. Why haven't you reported in?" The little round figure twisted and squirmed, reluctant to go, hiding behind Shen Ting. Jiang Ye, recognizing he had upset his brother, obediently released her hand and followed the servant inside. However, she was now trembling with fear. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a mischievous grin, and the laughter he emitted made Shen Ting feel somewhat embarrassed. It was said that at night, those involved in human trafficking and murderers were more prevalent, and they particularly favored delicate young female students. Shen Ting genuinely felt an urge to strike Jiang Ye, who spoke with such nonsensical seriousness and maintained that infuriatingly carefree demeanor. How could someone be so detestable? Surely, He could never truly bring himself to bully Shen Ting. He only wished to frighten her. The boy's tall figure loomed, and the pressure of his presence was palpable as he leaned slightly, his dark tousled hair framing eyes that sparkled with mischief. Shen Ting, hold on tight. Uncertain whether it was fear or something else, she obediently sat in the back, the wind tousling her bangs, a picture of delicate grace and almost foolish tenderness. The young man, mischievous, swiftly extended his long legs. Shen Tingsu's fair fingers were initially gripping the seat, but the rushing wind terrified her. Clinging to the young man's waist, she alternated between crying and scolding, a pitiable sight. Even after disembarking, she clung to him, treating him as her lifeline, unwilling to let go. What? Are you reluctant to part with me? He teased, grinning. Akin to the ruffians outside. Shen Ting felt an overwhelming urge to strike this mischievous boy. Jiang Ye, if you continue to bully me and scold me, I shall bite you. The young girl spoke softly, her long eyelashes casting shadows over slightly reddened eyes, a charming shade of blush. Despite her evident anger, she remained endearingly gentle. Jiang Ye felt a surge of heat within him. He was, after all, captivated by this girl he had always perceived as soft and delicate, causing his heart to beat irregularly. Shen Ting, I've been patient for too long. Stand still and grant me a kiss. Just one, please. The moment he saw Jiang Ye holding her hand, a pang of jealousy twisted within him, reminiscent of a pot boiling over with vinegar. It was excruciating. Even a simple embrace from her was beyond her willingness. She approached, and his resolve melted instantly. Chapter 92. The tease. Even though Jiang Ye was just a child, he was still a boy. He could not tolerate Shen Ting's closeness to anyone else, except for him. Shen Ting, I know girls are fond of abs. I have six-pack muscles. If you give me a kiss, I'll show you. You can even touch them. Shen Ting's mind was filled with the words lecherous and lecherous. The girl before him possessed a delicate complexion, her skin smooth and supple, now adorned with a hint of rosy hue under the streetlight, radiating an irresistible charm. This young lady was not only academically accomplished, but also strikingly beautiful. Her soft, sweet smile melted into his heart at first glance. Her fair hands could skillfully play the piano, and her slender, graceful ankles moved with confident elegance. She was exceptional, yet her sole flaw was her disdain for him. Shen Ting released his grip. Had it not been for the bicycle still clutched in his hand, he would have preferred to retreat far away. Jiang Ye, please refrain from speaking carelessly. I might actually bite, she warned. The boy gazed at her face, his voice soft and gentle, his dark eyes glimmering with a myriad of emotions. A hint of infatuation flickered within them, causing Shen Ting's wrist to tighten unexpectedly. In that moment, Jiang Ye pulled her closer with a slightly rough grip, causing her tender skin to redden at his touch. What if he were to kiss her? Would it leave a mark? Shen Ting furrowed her brow, cursing this rogue in her mind 1,000 times. His grip was unbearably tight. In the next instant, she felt a sudden pressure at her waist, and before she knew it, she was lifted off the ground, spinning in a whirl of confusion. Fear gripped her, and she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Realizing what she had done, she panicked and attempted to push him away, but her efforts were in vain. Jiang Ye, you lecherous rogue. Raised in a well-mannered family, her choice of insults was limited to rogue and lecherous, spoken in a tremulous voice that only heightened his intrigue. The youth laughed unabashedly, declaring, Shen Ting, I am a villain, a rogue. Yet, I am only bad and lewd towards you. The grand miscreant. The leaves danced in the night breeze as he wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her effortlessly, akin to a chick. She felt a twinge of fear. His cool fingertips brushed gently against her lips, his gaze wild yet fierce. Shen Ting, may I steal a kiss? She was exasperated, her expression resolute as she firmly replied, no. If you continue like this, I truly will. Bite me? He interjected with a chuckle, his eyes sparkling with mischief, softening his earlier intensity. Jiang Ye set her upon his bicycle, cradling her face as he leaned down. Beneath the amber glow of the streetlight, everything was enveloped in a tender warmth. If it were summer, the cicadas would be serenading. Shen Ting swiftly covered his lips with her hand, then playfully bit down on Jiang Ye's hand. The girl bit with a bit of force, causing him genuine discomfort. Yet, witnessing her earnestness, he couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, he thought, I'm truly lost. In the past, had that scoundrel dared to bite him, he would have kicked him away without a second thought, perhaps even taught him a lesson. But Shen Ting's bite was sincere, the light casting a gentle glow on her cheeks puffed out adorably. Beneath her curled lashes, Her amber eyes shimmered beautifully. She was already radiant, but in this softened state, she was utterly enchanting. His heart melted as he gazed at her. Gradually, Shen Ting released her grip, and the youth looked at her, inquiring, "Have you bitten enough?" She obediently nodded, knowing she had wronged Jiang Ye, though she didn't quite believe it. Still, she was exceedingly compliant. Shen Ting paused for a moment, and Jiang Ye, still smiling, said, "I won't kiss you. Let's get going." Jiang Ye gazed at the slender, delicate figure for a long while, suddenly feeling that his own life was rather dismal. Chapter 93, Yearning to See My Sister. Upon returning home, Jiang Ye squatted at the staircase, clutching his toys and gazing longingly outside. Brother. Jiang Ye had always detested little children and chose to ignore him. Yet, his brother took the initiative to engage him, prompting the child to chatter incessantly. Jiang Ye lowered his head, observing the boy with a fierce and wild demeanor. The nanny harbored a deep fear of this young master. Although the boy's dark eyes were initially wild, they now bore a hint of shallow indifference. As if he were contemplating something, Jiang Ye spoke with a touch of gentleness. "Do you still wish to see that sister on your birthday tomorrow?" The little one nodded vigorously. "I hope my brother will bring her along. Will you be there too?" The small child remained fixated on his brother. Jiang Ye glanced at the faint bite mark on his palm, realizing that even a cornered rabbit might bite. Jiang Ye responded softly with a hum, clutching his toys. His pair of dark, glossy eyes still sparkling with excitement as he scampered upstairs in little steps. He understood that his brother still held him in his heart, aware of his fondness for their sister, and had specifically invited her over. The child was blissfully unaware that he was merely a pawn, a typical case of being sold, yet still counting the money. The morning sun began to shine, casting a gentle light on a splendid Saturday. Shen Ting had set out early for a run. Outside the community, numerous vendors had begun their sales. After jogging a few laps, Shen Ting decided to purchase breakfast. Beneath the shade of the trees, numerous stalls abound, and the early risers, the elderly gentlemen and ladies, engage in their morning exercises. "Hey, handsome, would you care for some savory pancakes?" Jiang Ye had been waiting outside for Shen Ting since dawn, as the first light of day began to break. He arrived on his motorcycle, one hand gripping a black helmet while the other fiddled with his phone. A nearby ant observed him for a moment and, with a smile, inquired, "Are you waiting for your girlfriend?" She added, "The girl here doesn't fancy my savory pancakes. Why not buy one for your girlfriend? She will undoubtedly adore it." Jiang Ye, without raising his eyelids, exuded an air of sarcasm, his demeanor unmistakably conveying disbelief. The ant, sensing his indifference, ceased her persuasion and continued to call out to the passers-by, a diverse array of individuals seemingly there to make purchases. A crisp 100 yuan note lay before the stall owner as a youthful voice, tinged with impatience, demanded, "Give me a serving. Make it exceptionally delicious, or I shall lodge a complaint." The ant couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought this prickly youth would be so indulgent towards his girlfriend? With a grin, she assured him, "Rest assured. My culinary skills are excellent. Your girlfriend will praise you for the choice you made." Whether it was the mention of girlfriend or the promise that she would absolutely love it, Jiang Ye ultimately decided to make the purchase. Just then, he coincidentally spotted Shen Ting, who was also on her way to buy breakfast. Upon recognizing his figure from afar, she dashed over with the speed of a rabbit, her short legs making her look adorably comical. Jiang Ye grasped her arm and teased, "Shen Ting, I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already this frightened. Just imagine how you'd react if I truly did something." Chapter 94, Abduction. The winter sun filtered through the branches and leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the young couple, their hair touched with strands of golden light. Jiang Ye had never pursued anyone before and was at a loss as to how to win her favor. He simply thrust the warm, fragrant pancake into Shen Ting's hands. "Don't be upset. I came here to offer my sincere apologies." Shen Ting maintained a stern expression, unwilling to acknowledge him. Who could fathom how long she had scolded this rogue last night? The very thought haunted her dreams, where he pressed her down, and she was unable to resist, leading to a series of unwanted kisses that startled her awake in the middle of the night. She had to drink warm water and wrestle with some vexing physics problems before she could finally drift back to sleep. Now, encountering this scoundrel so early in the morning, how could her mood possibly improve? Unbeknownst to her, whenever she was angry, her cheeks would puff up adorably, round and soft. Truth be told, if she were any chubbier, she would resemble a little pufferfish. Jiang Ye suppressed a smile, his youthful spirit radiant as sunlight, devoid of his usual roguishness and fierceness. "All right then. If you refuse to eat my offering, it means you have not forgiven me. If you haven't forgiven me, that implies my apology is insincere. Shen Ting pondered his words, finding them surprisingly reasonable. My apology is insincere. It seems, Shen Ting, that you indeed wish for me to feed you. The young girl's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with disbelief. Her gaze was exceptionally beautiful, clear and pure under the sunlight, reminiscent of sunlight refracting upon a tranquil water surface. With her hair styled in a high ponytail, thick and satin-like, the ends naturally curled slightly, she frowned in discontent as she reluctantly took a bite of the fragrant pancake. She had no desire to be fed by this rogue, wishing instead to distance herself from him. Jiang Ye noticed her willingness to eat, her manner refined and gentle, a stark contrast to his rowdy companions who devoured their food like ravenous wolves. Suddenly, he pinched a corner of the bag containing the savory pancake. Good student. Since you've forgiven me, could you do me a small favor and feed me a bite? He was well aware of the absurdity of his request, prompting Shen Ting to take a step back. Jiang Ye, undeterred, took a skewer and helped himself to a generous piece, stuffing it into his mouth. It was not as delectable as he had imagined. In fact, it was somewhat salty. Yet, he found truth in the words of the woman selling the food. She had never encountered such shamelessness, snatching a young girl's food, even after having given it to another. After all, not every girl was as accommodating as Shen Ting. Suddenly, someone behind her called out, Shen Ting, do you think I stood here for over an hour just to gain your forgiveness? Shen Ting could easily deduce that this was all Jiang Ye's fabrication. Yesterday, she had not discerned any concern for his younger brother in Jiang Ye's demeanor. Yet this morning, he presented himself as the model older brother. Shen Ting was no fool. She quickened her pace, eager to escape this malignancy. The youth behind her removed his black helmet, his sharp brows slightly arching as he spoke languidly. Shen Ting, do you understand the concept of gratitude? With a tone of obsessive arrogance, he added, if you truly do not wish to leave, I could simply take you away by force. Chapter 95. I hold you. Jiang Ye was indeed a person unlike anyone Shen Ting had ever encountered. Since childhood, Shen Ting has been the object of countless confessions from boys. As the frequency of these declarations increased, other girls began to ostracize her. In a fit of frustration, she wished for them to keep their distance. When her father learned of this, he chuckled, remarking that his little princess was adored everywhere. He advised her that if she ignored them, they would cease their unwarranted advances. Young Shen Ting, still naive to the complexities of male pride, innocently inquired, is that really possible? Her father reassured her, indeed, it is. Soon after, many boys ceased to follow her, although some still showed interest, yet not with the same fervor as before. However, Shen Ting's father never disclosed to her the existence of a more obsessive admiration, a deep-rooted affection that transcended mere infatuation. When it comes to matters of the heart, one's pride diminishes in the presence of the girl they cherish. Jiang Ye epitomized this latter sentiment, exhibiting an unabashed demeanor. If he truly desired Shen Ting to be with him, he would not squander time in such a manner. He possessed countless means to ensure her willing compliance. If you don't leave, I'll simply carry you to the car, he playfully warned. She blinked her large eyes, the amber depths glistening with moisture, reflecting with gentle light as she contemplated her refusal. Jiang Ye lowered his gaze, retrieving his helmet and placing it upon her head with tender precision. His hands, accustomed to countless brawls, deftly secured the helmet, methodical in his care. Shen Ting found herself unable to escape his grasp, nor did she wish to be lifted away. Gazing at Jiang Ye, her large eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Unable to stifle his laughter, Jiang Ye said, this time, I won't bully you. I merely wish for you to attend my brother's birthday celebration. Previously, he had been unable to enter Shen Ting's home. Now, he was determined to find ways to invite her to his own. Shen Ting genuinely did not wish to go. Jiang Ye added, he truly admires you. Without hesitation, he placed a helmet upon her head. She tentatively touched the cumbersome helmet, which was both unattractive and dark, seemingly infused with the youthful, formidable aura of the boy. It made her uneasy even to breathe. Although she had a fondness for children, the mere association with Jiang Ye rendered her reluctant to draw near. The throng of passers-by grew increasingly dense, and Shen Ting, fearing an encounter with a neighbor, instinctively turned her head to hide, appearing adorably endearing. He chuckled with a roguish charm, resembling a scoundrel, and teased, are you really not leaving? Or perhaps you genuinely desire my embrace? Naturally, Shen Ting had no intention of seeking his embrace. After much internal conflict, She ultimately apprehensively climbed into his vehicle. She understood that even if she did not cling to Jiang Ye, he possessed the means to ensnare her. In that instance, it would no longer be a matter of holding on, but rather of being embraced. The touch upon her waist was gentle, like a feather landing softly. Jiang Ye glanced up, observing the innocent, attractive face of the young girl reflected in the rearview mirror. He curled his lips into a smile, not pressuring her. He ignited the engine, leisurely advancing forward. This motorcycle was his prized possession, his chariot of battle, one that no one had ever ridden before. Chen Shudong had not even dared to touch it last time. Yet, with Shen Ting involved, everything transformed. The boy's tousled black hair danced in the winter wind, adding a touch of disarray to his otherwise fierce and unyielding demeanor. Today, he had likely cursed himself countless times in his mind. The girl behind him, with a sweet voice, inquired, "Is his name Jiang Cheni? If I go, must I bring a gift?" Hearing Shen Ting inquiring about the matters concerning the young rascal Jiang Cheni, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of irritation. Coldly, he remarked, "Indeed, no need for gifts. He has more than enough." The words dripped with jealousy, yet his demeanor was far more amiable than during the previous altercation. Chapter 96. The fairy sister. As Shen Ting pondered, a smile blossomed in her eyes, her spirits lifted, and she found Jiang Ye less disagreeable than before. After all, this morning, he had surprisingly shed his usual robed demeanor. As they traversed the bustling streets, the winter wind was shielded by the youthful figure beside her, allowing her to sense his faint warmth through the fabric of his clothing. She recalled their first encounter, when he had reeked of smoke. The boy possessed striking features. In profile, his countenance appeared rugged, with sharp brows and piercing eyes that exuded an aura of danger. He was indeed a fierce wolf, formidable in a brawl. The black earring he wore glimmered in the sunlight. Yet now, it seemed an eternity since she had witnessed him smoking, and aside from that occasion, she had not seen him engage in any fights. That incident in the office, she had overheard from outside. Before her stood a boy who appeared isolated and desolate, with everyone around him dismissing him as a mere delinquent. Could he achieve high marks? It was laughable. Were all the other students from the top class worthless? However, that day, she glimpsed something chilling in Jiang Ye's dark eyes, a stark contrast to his usual somberness. The young girl softly inquired, "Jiang Ye, are you confident about next week's exam? I can lend you my notes." Unable to suppress a smile, the boy tilted his head slightly, his jawline becoming strikingly defined. An alluring sight. He replied, "All right then, thank you, diligent student." Each time Jiang Ye uttered the words "good student," his tone was casual, laced with an inexplicable mirth that left Shen Ting feeling somewhat embarrassed. Little did Shen Ting know that he had grown accustomed to the events of that day. The disbelief of others did not faze him. He found it pointless to explain himself to this group, as if he were somehow in need of their meager approval. It was, indeed, quite laughable. His refusal to offer an explanation only led to his reputation deteriorating further, until eventually, people deemed him unworthy of their company. In the past, while he was diligently studying, these very individuals had trailed behind him, eager for his success. Reflecting on it now, he found it rather amusing. However, when Shen Ting finally spoke up to assert that he had not cheated, everything shifted. It was as though light pierced through the darkness, dispelling the shadows. In truth, Shen Ting was unaware that at the moment everyone had branded him a hopeless failure. Her single declaration of his innocence instilled in him a glimmer of hope. Thus, he agreed to retake the exam, not to salvage his own pride, nor to serve as a rebuke to others, but simply to honor the words of that girl. With her strikingly youthful beauty who had defended him, Mr. Jiang placed great importance on Jiang Shenyi's birthday, inviting a multitude of business associates to a lively gathering in a quaint villa. The elder Jiang typically remained aloof, preferring the solitude of the backyard. Jiang Ye had no intention of allowing those insincere individuals to behold Shen Ting, opting for a discreet exit. However, fate played its hand, and the back door was locked. Shen Ting, who had initially wished to avoid the event altogether, found herself amused by the turn of events. Her laughter was soft and sweet. The young man leaned against the wall, effortlessly lifting Shen Ting as if she were a sack of rice. With a sharply defined profile, he declared, "Shen Ting, I will help you scale the wall." Shen Ting was filled with disbelief. "Jiang Ye, please, put me down quickly." This act of climbing over the wall was not unfamiliar to her. It had occurred countless times after the first. "As long as you behave, you won't fall," he assured her. Jiang Ye possessed astonishing strength and did not wait for Shen Ting to finish her words before hoisting her onto the wall. Once atop, Shen Ting realized the inner side was quite low, with a small ladder that allowed her to descend on her own. After she jumped down, a group of children stared at her in awe. "Wow, sister, did you fall from the sky like a fairy?" Chapter 97, The Little Uncle. The children's eyes were wide with wonder, sparkling with curiosity, as their chubby hands reached out to touch her, yet they hesitated, fearing they might scare the fairy away. Shen Ting couldn't help but smile. Her laughter was enchanting, her large, luminous eyes curving gently, framed by long, curled lashes, exuding a natural shyness and innocence. Upon entering, Jiang Ye caught sight of the 17-year-old girl, fair-skinned and beautiful, bathed in sunlight that illuminated her, rendering her utterly captivating. It was not just her beauty. Her grace was equally remarkable. Shen Ting was truly extraordinary, a mesmerizing and talented enchantress. Jiang Ye stepped forward, tugging at Shen Ting while casting a fierce glare at the children, warning them, "This is my girlfriend. Dare you come any closer?" One child timidly asked in a sweet, innocent voice, "Sister Fairy, is that brother a wicked dragon who has kidnapped you? Aren't dragons supposed to take away princesses?" The children's logic was indeed quite peculiar. However, Shen Ting has a penchant for these obedient, soft little ones, extracting candies from her clothing pocket, one for each child. The recipients of the sweets beamed with joy, their smiles as bright as blossoms. Yet, the larger friend behind her bore a rather displeased expression, his countenance dark enough to seem as if it could drip ink. He fixed a steadfast gaze upon Shen Ting's delicate, pale hand, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance as he asked, "What about mine?" It was akin to the illusion of a great gray wolf pouting before a little rabbit, yearning for a carrot. Shen Ting offered a gentle smile, her clear eyes shimmering like the rippling surface of shattered lake waters, exuding an expansive beauty. She retrieved another candy from her pocket, one gifted by Jiang Ye that very day, and placed it in his palm. "Jiang Ye, why do you resemble a child yearning for sweets?" The sunlight cascaded down, casting a warm, golden hue upon the girl's fair, soft visage. Being so close, he could even discern the fine, delicate fuzz on Shen Ting's smooth skin. With deft fingers, he unwrapped the candy and placed it into her mouth, his fingertip brushing against her plump, tender lips. Only children carry sweets with them, yet hesitate to indulge. The sweet flavor of the milk candy spread through her mouth as Shen Ting pressed it against her molars, savoring the delightful taste, so sweet, so delightful. She had no desire to argue with Jiang Ye. She would graciously embrace her childlike spirit. Jiang Chun could hardly endure the tantrums of the neighbor's daughter, Xiao Shu. She was truly formidable, having dispatched his good friend Nan Xia with her bare hands, all the while weeping and claiming that Nan Xia had hurt her hand. Jiang Chun felt a profound sense of trepidation. He still held a fondness for his brother, even if his brother snatched away his candy. Upon catching sight of Jiang Ye, Jiang Chun felt an irresistible urge to wag his tail, darting over with his little short legs. The courtyard was strewn with small pebbles, and as Jiang Chun stepped on a fragment of stone, he nearly lost his balance. His brother's sturdy arm steadied him. Not far off, a man donned in a tailored suit, his silver spectacles adorned with delicate golden chains that glimmered in the sunlight, exuded an air of maturity far beyond his years. Jiang Ye spotted his uncle, Jiang Zhe, the son of a comrade of the elder Jiang. The comrade had perished in the line of duty while protecting the elder Jiang, leading him to adopt Jiang Zhe as his godson. Jiang Zhe possessed strikingly beautiful peach blossom eyes, which at this moment appeared cold and aloof, tinged with a hint of languid indifference, akin to a smiling tiger. Shen Ting felt a sense of discomfort, prompting Jiang Ye to turn his head and suggest that Shen Ting wait inside for him. Chapter 98. Approaching her, Jiang Ye's relationship with his uncle was not particularly close, yet it was certainly warmer than his bond with Mr. Jiang. During their childhood, Jiang Zhe had been a part of the events that Mr. Jiang had overlooked. Younger than Mr. Jiang, Jiang Zhe was originally named differently, but adopted the name Jiang Zhe due to his circumstances. He observed the delicate, graceful figure of the girl, a truly captivating sight. Her beauty was such that many would undoubtedly become infatuated, a prospect Jiang Yu could not protect against. Lowering his gaze, he assumed the demeanor of a concerned uncle, remarking, "Ayi, you seem quite taken with that girl. However, it appears she does not share your affections." Jiang Zhu adjusted his glasses, acknowledging that they inhabited different worlds. She was too pristine. Jiang Yi chuckled softly, expressing his fondness for her. Despite the chasm between their worlds, he was determined to make an effort to draw closer to her. Observing the earnestness in the young man, Jiang Zhe smiled, and moved ahead. By the way, seeing you so eager to embrace that child, I thought perhaps you had accepted Jiang Ye. Sunlight glimmered on his silver lenses, casting a delicate lavender hue. Since forgiveness is beyond reach, it's best not to draw too near. Uncle fears it may cause you distress in the future. Jiang Ye laughed lightly, his demeanor casual yet tinged with mockery. How could I possibly forgive them? I cannot overlook the past, nor can I grant them absolution. Jiang Ye patted his shoulder. I have matters to attend to in the hall. I shall take my leave. Do not wander about with that girl, those people outside. Jiang Ye understood implicitly. He had merely sought an excuse to engage with Shen Ting, introducing his partner to the home environment. If Shen Ting were to discover this, it would be quite the uproar. The audacious scamp. Upon seeing the beautiful sister, Jiang Ye suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As the other children seized Shen Ting away, the once vulnerable Jiang Ye was now pushed outside, his eyes, dark as black grapes, wide with confusion. His chubby hands slowly clenched. Shen Ting was aware that today a celebrant was Jiang Ye, and thus approached the little one. She crouched down, meeting the child's gaze at eye level. As Jiang Ye entered, he was greeted by a captivating scene. The warm-toned lights illuminated the girl's clean and beautiful face. Despite lacking a single exquisite garment among the crowd, she stood out as the most enchanting, exuding an exceptional grace. His gaze was solely fixated on her. The girl crouched down, clutching candies in her hands, offering several pieces to Jiang Ye. Her smile was sweet, radiating warmth that penetrated the heart, akin to a benevolent deity embracing all beings. He recalled how she had once shown such kindness to him, truly a case of notorious double standards. Little Chinny, happy birthday. Sister will treat you to some sweets. Jiang Ye giggled, meeting his brother's deep gaze, and timidly inquired, Sister, you've given me all the candies. What will you eat? I still have plenty here, Shen Ting said, pulling out one after another from her pocket. In her tender, fair palms rested several orange-flavored candies, adorned with charming little orange illustrations on the wrappers, exquisite and delightful. Wasn't this the candy that his brother had snatched away from him earlier? A mix of emotion stirred within Chinny, yet he obediently accepted with a bright smile. Thank you, sister. Jiang Ye, with a hint of annoyance, lifted Jiang Chinny, stating, All right. Your mother is looking for you outside. Hurry along. He almost urged him to leave without delay. Chapter 99. Serious Jiang Chinny twisted his little body, pleading with a hint of grievance. Brother, can I stay? Jiang Ye cast a cold glance at him. No? Furthermore, take your friends along. Their parents are likely searching for them as well. A young child captivated Shen Ting's attention, and the group of children seemed to occupy every inch of space around her. The jealous Jiang Ye truly wished to avoid these youngsters. As the children scattered, Shen Ting's eyes sparkled with laughter, clad once more in white, resembling an angelic figure of solace. She bid farewell to each child, a smile gracing her lips, a smile he had never witnessed directed towards himself. He stubbornly turned Shen Ting's gaze towards the group of children, compelling the young girl to look at him. Why do you always shy away from me? Why do you beam with joy upon seeing them? Shen Ting blinked, remaining silent, yet Jiang Ye comprehended her unspoken thoughts. He studied her for a long moment, muttering an expletive under his breath. In their 3 prior encounters, none had left a favorable impression on him. The first was a fight. The second involved mischief as he climbed a wall, and the third was when he bullied her. Moreover, he had a habit of skipping classes, engaging in early romances, and was anything but faithful. When he professed his affection for her, Shen Ting must have found it amusing. However, she never truly entertained such thoughts, for her nature was inherently gentle and tender. To put it plainly, her disposition was one of clarity. She had witnessed countless boys, enamored to the point of obsession, casually discard girls once their desires were fulfilled. She understood well that a delinquent seeking romance either played games or longed for something unattainable. Thus, she never took Jiang Ye's feelings seriously, recognizing that he merely sought a new toy. And she had no intention of becoming his latest plaything. Such was the simplicity of her resolve. Shen Ting had never regarded his affections with sincerity. The young man, head bowed, took Shen Ting's hand, leading her upstairs. Shen Ting felt a twinge of fear. She believed her decision to accompany Jiang Ye here was misguided, despite seemingly lacking any alternative. Even if Shen Ting had chosen not to come, Jiang Ye would have found some way to bring her along. The youth kicked the door open, revealing a hazy, milky light that illuminated shelves upon shelves of books, some in disarray, others piled haphazardly to one side. His chest heaved as he observed her, his emotions visibly tumultuous. Jiang Ye had previously recounted the knowledge he had acquired. Yet, truth be told, Shen Ting found little to be moved by. She struggled to comprehend. However, at this moment, she suddenly grasped that Jiang Ye seemed genuinely earnest. She had witnessed pretense before, but never had she encountered a boy's earnest endeavor. Today, she noticed the bloodshot hue in his eyes and the dark circles beneath his pale skin. He remained silent, merely fixated upon her. It is often said that a crying child receives milk, yet Jiang Ye did not indulge in such petulance. The last time he spoke of his actions, it was merely a suggestion put forth by the inept Chen Shudong and Yang Jiang, claiming that these girls were most tender-hearted and would undoubtedly be swayed. This was the sole instance Jiang Ye had permitted himself such vulnerability, yet Shen Ting felt utterly unmoved. The absurdity of it all left her speechless. Jiang Ye, early romantic ventures are detrimental. They hinder one's prospects for university, and without a reputable degree, one cannot secure a good job. Without a good job, one cannot sustain oneself. And failing to do so equates to a form of death. Countless earnest admonitions raced through her mind, but ultimately, only a few pitiful words escaped her lips. Did she truly understand that the Jiang family's wealth could sustain several generations? The youth could not contain himself and chuckled, his chest trembling slightly. How infuriatingly endearing she was. However, I desire not only a youthful romance, but also to kiss you. Shen Ting, what do you suggest? Chapter 100, His Childhood. The young boy gazed intently at Shen Ting's slightly elevated bosom. Before him stood a girl with a soft silhouette, her delicate curves enveloped by fabric. At the age of 17, Shen Ting was as innocent as a peach blossom barely beginning to bloom. Yet, she captivated the attention of many. His distraction was evident, and he swallowed hard. Shen Ting sensed the infatuated gaze upon her, feeling both flustered and indignant, countless reproaches racing through her mind. However, her upbringing had not included the vocabulary for cursing. Thus, the only words she could muster were a pitiful, "You're still a student." It's inappropriate to think about such things. Jiang Ye nearly laughed himself to death, his chest trembling with mirth. Shen Ting was oblivious to the reason for his amusement or whether she had uttered something amiss, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. In this room, the distant sound of firecrackers could still be heard. Shen Ting felt embarrassed. It was evident that Jiang Ye was thinking of that. Yet, just as she dashed toward the door, the boy grasped her hand. Shen Ting was on the verge of tears. "Why are you so wicked? And so lecherous?" She pushed aside his fingers, gazing outside. Although it was broad daylight, with the sun shining brightly, who would have anticipated a sudden downpour, accompanied by thunder and lightning? Shen Ting had no umbrella. She wiped the corners of her reddened eyes, which, from crying, resembled the tips of peach blossoms, alluring in their charm. She remained still, waiting for Jiang Ye to offer her his umbrella, though her stubbornness prevailed in that moment. It seems that I no longer wish to be associated with Jiang Ye in this lifetime. However, does Shen Ting realize that if he were to lend her the umbrella, she would inevitably seek him out for it in the future? At this moment, the diligent student appears rather lacking in cleverness. The young man chuckled, his clear voice imbued with a hint of magnetism, suppressing a smile as he said, "Shen Ting, a loan must be repaid. If you do not allow me to accompany you, your actions only intensify my suspicions that you wish to see me, that you harbor feelings for me. What's your narcissism?" Shen Ting found herself at a loss for words. Outside, the rain pattered incessantly, while the lively sounds from the front hall filtered through the courtyard, leaving this space enveloped in silence. Jiang Ye held a large bouquet of sunflowers, his expression devoid of emotion. Approaching the back door, Shen Ting could no longer contain her curiosity. "Jiang Ye, why aren't you playing with them? Why do you always bully me?" Being naturally observant, she allocated a portion of her attention to discover that Jiang Ye was gazing at the distant cemetery. His eyes held a chill, yet they bore a dim radiance. The heavy rain fell relentlessly, the air outside both humid and unpleasant, while this once tempestuous youth now exuded a newfound restraint. Shen Ting understood that Jiang Ye was unlike the others. Children like him, who were outcasts, essentially lacked a childhood. She was unaware of the circumstances within the Jiang family and had no desire to uncover Jiang Ye's story. Yet, upon seeing the bouquet of sunflowers, she could not help but inquire. The young man, already strikingly handsome, possessed sharp brows and eyes that appeared fierce and menacing, as if ready to strike. He suddenly spoke. "Shen Ting, today marks the anniversary of my mother's passing. In the shadows of a discontented marriage, The memories of his childhood are tinged with sorrow and grotesqueness, akin to a hand that clutches his heart, instilling in him a profound loathing. He harbors resentment towards Mr. Jiang, but equally towards his mother. Chapter 101. Do not bully me, an unfeeling man, a humble woman solely preoccupied with love. His only recollection is of that woman binding and concealing him in a dark attic, devoid of sound and sustenance. The past is shrouded in darkness. Yet Jiang Ye frequently visits to show concern for him, while old Master Jiang remained oblivious to it all until it was too late. The woman succumbed to madness, choosing to end her life on the day Jiang Ye was born, leaping from a building before Jiang Ye's eyes. To this day, he cannot fathom the cruelty of his mother, who etched a heavy mark on her son's heart even in death. Such mercilessness is truly unfathomable. Suddenly, Shen Ting found herself at a loss for words, her keen intuition sensing the anomalies, though clarity eluded her. Nevertheless, she generously offered Jiang Ye several pieces of her candy. Life, initially veiled in a thin mist, seemed gray and dreary, yet for Jiang Ye, it could also be sweet. The girl's voice was delightful, as though dipped in honey. Her soft, melodious speech resembled that of a beauty raised in the water towns, gentle and elegant, unperturbed by trivialities. Shen Ting raised her eyes, her large, amber orbs reflecting a gaze that stirred his very soul. She was indeed a delicate flower, previously burdened with grievances. Her anger was genuine, and she still held a certain disfavor towards him. However, she does not hold a grudge against his faults. She is a forgiving and easily appeased girl. Just moments ago, she was filled with anger, yet now she continues to soothe him. He chuckles softly, feeling both a pang of sorrow and a warmth in his heart. Shen Ting, have some pity on me, will you? The girl gazes at him with a look of skepticism. In the curtain of rain, heavy droplets fall incessantly, while a lone umbrella sways precariously in the yard. On the other side, blooming flowers endure the relentless patter of the rain. Beneath a pink umbrella, the girl gazes blankly at the boy before her. He envelopes her in his arms, yet his hands do not dare to cross any boundaries. To outsiders, it appears as though the boy stubbornly clings to the girl, unwilling to let go. He initially only yearned for her embrace, a thought that makes his heart ache with an indescribable yearning. His feelings for Shen Ting resemble an uncontrollable force, akin to a malady embedded deep within his very bones. He longs to hold her, but when the moment arrives, he hesitates to draw even a fraction closer, fearing her ire. Truth be told, Jiang Ye has likely never felt such frustration in his life. Even the thought of a simple hug seems daunting. What if a kiss were to provoke Shen Ting into tears? In that case, he would be utterly soft-hearted and helpless. The most unruly young master of the Jiang family conceals his fierce nature, adopting a gentle facade to cherish a young girl, truly a sight to behold. Shen Ting acts quickly, perhaps fearing Jiang Ye's impatience. Dressed in fluffy bunny slippers, she peeks out, clutching several notebooks. The girl hurriedly thrusts them all into his hands, her expression earnest as she implores him, "Jiang Ye, please do not bully me in the future. Study hard and prepare well for your exams." Jiang Ye nods in agreement. Shen Ting could not help but let a smile grace her lips. He was remarkably amiable today. Seizing the moment, she urged, "Then do study diligently from now on, and refrain from entertaining thoughts of early romance. Also, refrain from expressing any sentiments for her in the future." At that moment, Jiang Ye's expression darkened considerably. His countenance clouded with anger as he retorted through clenched teeth, "Shen Ting, utter another word, and I swear I will pin you against the wall and steal a kiss. Understand?" Chapter 102. The piano competition. Taken aback and somewhat alarmed, Shen Ting stepped back. How had he suddenly turned so wicked? Suppressing her surprise, she firmly addressed Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, focus on your studies. I don't appreciate your frivolous jokes." The young man tightened his grip on the umbrella's handle, his narrow, slightly fierce eyes glinting with mockery. He was not jesting. Sooner or later, he would indeed press Shen Ting down and kiss her until her lips were numb. Shen Ting was wrapped in a large coat, beneath which she wore a high-neck cashmere sweater. The delicate curve of her fair neck was accentuated as she lowered her gaze to her toes. Her chin brushed against the collar, and her long, curled eyelashes cast shadows upon her cheeks. The tea-colored ends of her hair cascaded over her shoulders, soft and beautiful, resembling a work of art. She possessed an exquisite and innocent visage, and her character was irresistibly endearing. Obedient and pure, she was stunning beyond measure. How could Shen Ting be so adorable? Yet she was also adorably naive. When accused of holding grudges, she would soften easily. And when it was claimed she bore no resentment, she would recall every misdeed he had committed. Shen Ting, we are friends, aren't we? Shen Ting nodded softly, a stray lock of hair playfully curling upwards, adding to her adorably dazed demeanor. The young boy's thin lips curled slightly, his eyes shimmering with a captivating light. From now on, please do not avoid me, he implored. The pain of being evaded pierced his heart, a profound ache indeed. Shen Ting raised her head, feeling a tinge of guilt, and replied softly, I am not avoiding you. With the weight of my studies, it is quite normal not to see each other often. Jiang Ye smiled at her words, his brows and eyes radiating warmth, as gentle as the springtime hues in the mountains, no longer carrying the same rebellious air as before. In truth, Jiang Ye was quite handsome when he wasn't putting on a tough facade. He had not anticipated that Shen Ting would have the audacity to say such a thing. They spent an entire day in the same class without crossing paths more than a few times, yet she found it entirely reasonable. I will diligently review the notes. For anything unclear, I hope you can clarify, he responded. The boy's tousled hair lay carelessly across his forehead, and his smiling eyes gazed at Shen Ting with a charming innocence. His fierce features softened as if viewed through a gentle filter. Shen Ting found herself momentarily dazed. The warmth of the boy's presence lingered on her pale cheeks. All right, she replied, her eyes curving into a smile. Her delicate face glowing like the sole ray of sunshine in early winter, bright and radiant. Upon returning home, she found her mother, Miss Qin, busy with a case, leaving a note suggesting that she heat up some food if she felt hungry. Gazing out at the falling leaves, she recalled Jiang Ye's lonely figure as he departed, and a wave of sadness washed over her. Jiang Ye's childhood must have been quite unhappy, she mused. She had witnessed the humble longing in his cold gaze as he watched Jiang Ye surrounded by a group of friends. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Shen Ting answered, greeted by the soft, elegant voice of a woman. Hello, Shen Ting. This is Teacher Li. The piano competition I mentioned to you is about to open for registration in the coming days. It holds considerable prestige. Would you like to enroll? Shen Ting instinctively nodded, suddenly recalling that the person opposite could not see her. Thus, she softly inquired, Teacher Li, I wish to enroll. However, I am still unclear about the details of the process and the related registration fees. Could you kindly elucidate? Teacher Li was quite fond of this promising student, appreciating her humility and composure. Moreover, as an educator, she naturally wished for her students to excel, so she meticulously shared all pertinent information with Shen Ting. She mentioned that the piano room was open for practice, with music instructors available daily for guidance. Shen Ting responded with a gentle affirmation, resolutely determined in her heart. Many uncertainties lay ahead, yet in pursuit of her dreams, she wished to strive earnestly, even if Miss Qin might oppose her. The incident regarding Jiang Ye's alleged cheating during the monthly exam had stirred considerable uproar within the school community. Frankly speaking, the boys from Class 2, who had once played basketball with Jiang Ye, were well aware that he would never stoop to plagiarism. However, many harbored animosity toward him, and as the number of accusations grew, so too did the belief in their veracity. Director Su's reputation suffered as a result. On Monday morning, everyone eagerly awaited Jiang Ye's results, with a significant portion of the crowd indifferent to the scores, merely gathering to witness the spectacle. Chen Shudong hurried to school early to check on Yi Gu's results, neglecting even his games. He nudged Yang Jiang beside him, speculating that Yi Gu would face a substantial setback, anticipating another humiliating defeat in the racing game. Yang Jiang cast a fleeting glance at him, saying nothing. Chen Shudong, feeling defiant, grasped Yang Jiang's clothing. Instantly, Yang Jiang's expression darkened, his demeanor turning unfriendly. Chen Shudong, let go of me at once. Though my head may bleed and my body may be bruised, my dignity shall remain intact. Chen Shudong clung tightly, refusing to let go. I won't release you. Just now? You looked at me as if I were a fool. Tell me the reason. Yang Jiang remained silent. No one seemed to remember the brilliance of the former junior high division of No. 1 middle school. In everyone's eyes, the legend was this fighting boy, Jiang Ye, the only one who could rival Fu Jinxing of No. 8 middle school in academic prowess. Yang Jiang had followed Jiang Ye since childhood, growing up and going astray together. No one understood Jiang Ye better than he did. As the biting winter wind stirred the shadows of the trees, a young boy dressed in clean, simple attire stood with a striking profile. To speak candidly, had Jiang Ye's temperament not been so volatile, he might have been more popular. The boy lazily glanced at the group, wearing a slightly disheveled shirt with the top button undone, exuding an air of nonchalance. His charm was tinged with a rebellious edge. Though he was not easily provoked, his striking appearance drew many furtive glances from girls. Chen Shudong rushed over, grinning playfully. "Ego, I know you're feeling down. How about we go racing today and have some fun?" Jiang Ye lifted his eyelids to glance at Chen Shudong, then pushed him away, brushing off his clothes with mild disdain. "Don't come near me. Keep your distance." Chen Shudong sulked, lamenting why he was met with disdain wherever he went. Yang Zhang's disdain was one thing, but he had come to comfort Ego. Why was he still being rejected? Suddenly, a notification pinged from the class group chat. Chen Shudong pulled out his phone to see a message from Director Su, which contained a photo of Jiang Ye's exam results from Saturday: 100 in mathematics, 253 in comprehensive science, 61 in English, and 87 in Chinese. The total score is 503. How outrageous. From a score of 0 to 503. Is this even humanly possible? Some classmates, secretly carrying their phones, caught a glimpse of a screenshot shared by an insider. Damn it. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Jiang Ye, that slacker who never studies, has managed to learn something. A group of underachievers wept bitterly, realizing that despite their relentless efforts, they couldn't surpass even Jiang Ye, who had scored 0. As Jiang Ye walked through the grove of trees on campus, he spotted a girl in the crowd. Her silhouette was breathtakingly beautiful. When Shen Ting met Jiang Ye's gaze, she smiled gently, her clear, luminous eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Her smile was soft and sweet, instantly softening his heart in an incredible way. In previous years, Jiang Ye had passed through winter indifferently, but this year, it was imbued with an added tenderness and innocence. His heart felt aflame, a blend of sweetness and bitterness. Chapter 104. Apology. Hey, do you know about Jiang Ye? A group of gossiping girls turned their attention to the girl who had initiated the topic. While the buzz of cell phones was not rampant in their school, some were still unaware of the situation's origin. This girl had sparked the conversation but remained silent, leaving the others in an anxious frenzy, urging her to continue. She took her time to respond. Jiang Ye didn't cheat. He genuinely earned that score. The teachers who initially accused him are now in the office apologizing to him. Is that true? Do these teachers really intend to apologize? I heard that even the vice principal wrongly accused Jiang Ye. Doesn't that mean? The crowd was abuzz with discussions about Jiang Ye's situation. As Shen Ting traversed through the throng of people, a group of girls beheld the remarkably beautiful girl before them, momentarily taken aback. My goodness, how could the school belle, Shen Ting, be so breathtakingly stunning? Her skin appeared so supple that it seemed to glisten, and her face bore not a single blemish. With exquisitely sculpted features and tea-colored eyes that shimmered like waves, a mere glance from her felt like one was drowning in a serene pool of water. One could only wonder how enchanting she would become in a few years. Clutching the homework assigned by her mathematics teacher, Director Su, Shen Ting passed by various places where discussions about Jiang Ye were fervently taking place. Early in the morning, she had learned about Jiang Ye's impressive grades from the gossip prodigy, Yu Qi, and was surprised to find everyone so animated. The formal recognition of Jiang Ye's abilities was a positive development, and Shen Ting felt a sense of relief. She knocked on the office door, announcing her presence before entering. Behaving with a decorum reminiscent of a young student, exuding a kind of almost gentle elegance, Jiang Ye lounged lazily to one side, embodying a certain roguish charm. Director Su had received several apologies from teachers earlier that day, who had also offered their contrition to Jiang Ye. To be candid, Director Su was not one to nitpick. The faculty remained somewhat uncertain about Jiang Ye's true capabilities, and misunderstandings could arise, but offering an apology sufficed. However, Qin Shu was known for his stubborn pride and would never concede he was wrong, especially to a student, particularly one who had previously struggled academically. Meanwhile, Liang Wei stood beside him, his neck craned in disbelief. How could Jiang Ye, the notorious troublemaker who seldom studied and was known for fighting and smoking, possibly achieve a score of 530? Yet, what no one knew was that Jiang Ye had once burned the midnight oil, studying until 4 in the morning, and had memorized ancient poetry to the point of exasperation. However, the mere thought of memorizing a bit more and writing a little extra brings him closer to Shen Ting, and his heart, enveloped in bitterness, begins to stir with a subtle sweetness. Director Su disapproves of Teacher Qin's actions, frowning as he addresses him. Teacher Qin, you cannot simply brush aside the apology you initially promised. It was indeed your error to mistakenly accuse the student of plagiarism. Offering an apology does not diminish your dignity. Furthermore, if this matter were to conclude haphazardly, what would happen to student Jiang Ye, who might develop autism? The few individuals lingering in the office couldn't help but chuckle silently. To be frank, even if the entire school were to become withdrawn, they could hardly believe that Jiang Ye would succumb to autism. Shen Ting gently pressed her lips together, a serene smile illuminating her tea-colored eyes, pure and beautiful. A group of boys were captivated by her charm. The youthful strands of hair falling over the boy's forehead had grown longer, casting a shadow over his eyes, which, devoid of arrogance, now bore a touch of youthful melancholy, concealing a pair of indifferent eyes beneath. Shen Ting set aside her assignments and departed, hearing Liang Wei's reluctant apology and teacher Qin's irate exit before she stepped outside. Chapter 105. The bet teacher Qin has never enjoyed a favorable reputation within the school, valuing his pride above all else and often looking down on students with poor chemistry grades. At times, his harsh words could bring a young girl to tears. Yu Qiqi has always been quite fearful of teacher Qin, and upon hearing about the need to apologize to Jiang Ye, she anticipated a furious outburst. Even when she visited the restroom, she treaded carefully, anxious about provoking bad luck, all the while munching on snacks. A pair of glistening apricot eyes gazed at her, filled with light. Yu Qiqi's manner of eating was utterly adorable, her cheeks puffed out, soft and sweet. She offered a few pieces to Shen Ting. "Isn't it delicious?" Yu Qiqi asked, blinking her eyes while holding the food. Shen Ting, with a sigh of resignation, pushed the chemistry workbook towards her, marked with a mix of crosses and checks. "Let us take a look at these questions first, if you get called upon later. I want to be able to assist you." Yu Qiqi's round, chubby face scrunched up in response. The class bell rang, and the atmosphere became tense as Qin Shu entered the room. Even the usually intimidating teacher of Class 9 seemed less fearsome than this. Sure enough, those who performed poorly were always the first to be scrutinized. "Teacher, I simply misread the question. I can solve this one," she protested. Qin Shu scoffed. "Now you've learned to argue? If you can't do it, you can't." The teacher one T hit you. He descended from the podium, seized Yu Qiqi's workbook, and remarked, "Look at you day after day. Even if you're not studying, you shouldn't be this careless. With your current level of knowledge, how do you expect to get into university?" Yu Qiqi had heard such words from teacher Qin countless times. This semester, thanks to Shen Ting's tutoring, her chemistry score had improved from 30 to over 50, and teacher Qin had not targeted her as much. The piercing words made Yu Qiqi lower her head in silence. "Are you not able to absorb anything I say now? It's true, you're not studying well, and you want to achieve much in the future." Shen Ting could no longer bear to listen. She knew how hard Yu Qiqi was working. "Teacher, Yu Qiqi has been putting in a lot of effort. Her chemistry score has improved by 20 points. For Yu Qiqi, who has struggled to grasp the intricacies of chemistry, achieving a score of 20 marks represents a significant advancement. Yet, is such progress truly commendable? In our class, the average score hovers around 68, while she languishes with a score in the 50s, a source of considerable embarrassment. However, Yu Qiqi perceives her achievement differently. She believes that this result is sufficient to move her parents, and perhaps even the nation. Shen Ting, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Your commendable grades may falter if you continue associating with classmates who lack diligence, cautioned teacher Qin. I must respectfully disagree with your assertion, teacher. Learning thrives on mutual encouragement among peers, and it is not imperative for everyone to study alongside the academically proficient, replied Shen Ting, her petite stature belied by the intensity of her gaze fixed upon the teacher. Many in the class shared a disdain for teacher Qin's philosophy. Being publicly shamed for one's academic performance can indeed engender feelings of inadequacy. Suddenly, a scattered applause erupted from the back. Lazy and disorganized, it was Jiang Ye, clapping with an air of defiance. Teacher, we may hold differing opinions, but I propose a wager. If Yu Qiqi achieves the average score in chemistry on the final exam, you shall amend your attitude. If she does not, you may act as you wish. Teacher Qin pointed towards Jiang Ye, asserting that the combined rankings of the three would not exceed 500. Chapter 106. Moving materials not exceeding 500? Jiang Ye had only recently edged just past the 500 mark, while Yu Qiqi's best performance had merely grazed the 200 range. What nonsense was teacher Qin spouting? Yu Qiqi felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. She tugged at Shen Ting's sleeve, overwhelmed by her apprehension. The youth seated below lifted his eyes, his elongated, clear gaze fixated on teacher Qin, exuding an air of languid confidence. All right, The youthful and clear voice of a boy resonated as he asserted, "However, the stakes must change. Teacher Qin, you must apologize to all the students you have reprimanded." Apology. Yet again, in his lifetime, apart from having apologized to Jiang Ye, Qin Shu had never extended such courtesy to anyone else. Very well. Regardless, Qin Shu was resolute in his disbelief that their collective number could fall within 500. It wasn't just Qin Shu who harbored such doubts. Even among the entire school, very few would be inclined to believe it. A wave of concern washed over the group on behalf of their classmates. The wager was established, and the class truly felt that Shen Ting was being burdened. Yet, the object of this burden was Jiang Ye, and no one dared to voice their thoughts. Moreover, as Yuchichi was a girl, there was a general reluctance to speak up. As the class concluded, Yao Yao informed the second-class students to gather the materials. Typically, each student would transport their own materials. However, this time, the materials included the review documents for the senior year, amounting to over 20 hefty volumes. The group of girls in the class felt the strain. Their delicate hands were destined to endure such hardship. Yuchichi linked her arm with Shen Ting's as they descended the stairs. "Listen, you can manage to carry some on your own later. Su Jiao will help me with the books. I will have him assist." Shen Ting was not fond of troubling others. Chiu Su Jia was Chi-Chi's boyfriend, and it was only fitting for him to help carry her books. Though they were good friends, almost inseparable, Shen Ting genuinely disliked imposing on anyone. "It's unnecessary. I can manage a couple of trips myself." Chi wore a pained expression. Shen Ting, clearly a bit troubled as well, offered a comforting smile to Chi, reassuring her, "It's all right, I will take my time." As Chi was about to say something, she happened to catch sight of Chiu Shujia at the corridor entrance. The moment she laid eyes on that radiant young man, her lips curled into a shy smile, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with his image. Shen Ting silently approached, greeting Yuchichi with a wave, graciously allowing them their space. The wind tousled his dark hair as beside him, Chen Shudong lamented, reproaching Jiang Ye. "Brother Ye, while we need not coddle the fairer sex, this cannot continue. Even brothers have their limits." When Shen Ting arrived, the books were not as numerous as he had imagined. Yet the journey from the school gate to this point, burdened with them, proved quite exhausting. She had indeed overestimated her own strength. Struggling, she placed the books on her lap and pressed onward. Despite it being winter, the girl's slender figure appeared delicate from afar, evoking a sense of tender pity. He recalled early September when he playfully teased her into carrying his books. On that day, the girl wore a dress, her straight legs demurely aligned, pale and exquisite. The graceful curve of her calves hinted at the budding allure and charm of her femininity. Carrying the books was always a laborious task for her. As she moved at a slow, deliberate pace, reminiscent of the tortoise in the fable of the tortoise and the hare, while Shen Ting was meant to embody the hare. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, his elongated, beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. In a few strides, he reached her side, effortlessly taking the so-called heavy books from her grasp. As the weight lifted from her hands, the tips of his fingers deliberately brushed against her palm, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. She looked up, her amber eyes reflecting the youthful grace of his face. Chapter 107. I am the flower of my country. I shall assist you. He held the hefty tome with an air of ease, as if the weight of the books bore no significance. Shen Ting felt a flicker of anxiety and insisted, "I'll manage it myself." The youth, adorned with black ear studs, exuded a rebellious charm. "A good student, I advocate unity and mutual assistance. Is that acceptable?" Shen Ting recalled the beginning of the term, her fair face flushing slightly. Jiang Ye noticed the beads of perspiration glistening on her smooth forehead, and the delicate tips of her fingers had turned a rosy hue. He clicked his tongue softly, fully aware of her fragility. Jiang Ye carried the books and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Just stay put. I'll take these to the classroom. As for being a good student, there's no need to repay me. Consider it a trade for the extra lessons." Shen Ting's finely arched brows furrowed slightly, pondering how he could possibly know. This year, Jiang Ye stood tall with long legs and considerable strength. Carrying nearly 20 pounds of books felt as effortless to him as lifting a plastic bag as he ascended the stairs. Shen Ting trailed behind him, the sound of jingling resonating from his pockets, a consequence of his temperamental disposition and persistent nicotine cravings. Thus, he indulged daily in mints and chewing gum, the clinking sound emanating from 2 metal tins. Lost in thought about her commitment to the chemistry teacher, Shen Ting chastised herself for her impulsiveness in agreeing. With only a month left to significantly improve her standing, she felt quite overwhelmed. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Ye suddenly halted. Shen Ting, momentarily distracted, collided into him. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, leaving her slightly dazed and with a throbbing head. Dazed? She pressed her palm to her forehead, yet still managed to murmur her gratitude to Jiang Ye, akin to a sweet zephyr softly penetrating his heart. The sensation of a girl's soft bosom lingered behind him, igniting a restless yearning within. The contours of the youth's Adam's apple were smooth and subtly pronounced, exuding an alluring curve. As his throat moved, he spoke in a hushed tone. Shen Ting, please retrieve a mint from my pocket. To alleviate this heat, you may take the book for yourself. His intellect was sharp. Even without explicit clarification from Shen Ting, he grasped her intent. She wished to move into the classroom independently and was reluctant to delve into Jiang Ye's pocket. With a dismissive scoff, Jiang Ye remarked, if you're helping, do it thoroughly, just stay close. As he carried the books, his youthful demeanor remained composed. Being a good student, could you kindly fetch my food? Shen Ting felt a flutter of anxiety, preferring to transport the books herself rather than fetch something for Jiang Ye. Hurry up, Jiang Ye urged impatiently. The corridor was quiet, nearly deserted. She blinked rapidly, confirming the absence of onlookers, and slowly reached into his shirt pocket. She casually grasped an item. Is this it? Jiang Ye sensed only a faint, delicate touch. It barely grazed him, yet it tantalized even more. Damn it. Suppressing the heat rising within, Jiang Ye gritted his teeth and replied, not that, I want the mints. Shen Ting was at a loss. The cold wind tousled her bangs, causing one corner to lift slightly, rendering her both innocent and dazed. Fortunately, Shen Ting was gentle-natured and patiently continued her search. Shen Ting, where else do you wish to explore with your hands? A low, hushed voice whispered in her ear, laced with a hint of laughter, sending shivers coursing through her veins. Shen Ting's pale cheeks flushed crimson, tender and inviting. Jiang Ye's gaze darkened slightly. He grasped her wrist, delicate and soft in his palm. At last, he found the cold metal box. Jiang Ye, who could effortlessly carry the book with one hand, insisted on her assistance. How could he be so mischievous? Jiang Ye, you are bullying me again. You must promise not to bully me anymore. Why should I? Jiang Ye found it amusing, glancing down at her. Shen Ting blushed deeply, contemplating. Because I am a flower of our motherland, you cannot bully me. You are a pest to our motherland. Therefore, I can bully you. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. The collar of his shirt unbuttoned, revealing a pronounced Adam's apple, complemented by his handsome face. His narrow, proud eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Shen Ting's hand was held tightly in his, her slender fingers intertwined with his, gripping firmly. If I allow you to bully me, would you like that? The warmth of his breath enveloped her as he leaned down, infusing her hand with his essence. Youthful exuberance radiated like a blazing fire. Yet, his expression bore an air of vulnerability, as if inviting admiration. Shen Ting dared not meet his gaze, hastily retracting her hand. Her porcelain-like face, delicate and flushed with a hint of pink resembling a subtle blush, furrowed her brow, resembling a stern teacher reprimanding a disobedient student. She shot a glance at Jiang Ye, her hazel eyes shimmering with a gentle frustration, reminiscent of a tranquil spring. Coupled with her stunningly beautiful visage, it was nearly impossible to discern her anger. Shen Ting felt a surge of annoyance. If he was so fond of moving books, then let him do it all by himself. If he adored mint candies so much, he could consume them single-handedly to his heart's content. She had no intention of concerning herself with Jiang Ye any longer. With quick steps, she dashed into the classroom, intent on ignoring him. Jiang Ye observed her petite, hurried strides and couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Ting, with her soft and obedient demeanor, was simply adorable even when angry. The youth grasped the cold metal box in his hand, his gaze lingering upon it, dark eyes filled with an undercurrent of agitation. He casually glanced outside, his thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Damn it, he nearly lost control of himself. A desire to kiss her surged from the depths of his being. If Shen Ting were to step even closer, he feared he might truly lean in for a kiss. The poor girl would have no idea how much she would be overwhelmed. At that moment, Shen Ting could still feel the warmth of that person lingering on her fingertips, and the memory of his smiling, narrow eyes made her heart race inexplicably. It felt as though a little being, out of rhythm, was dancing wildly within her chest. Shen Ting found herself unaccustomed to this sudden sensation. It arrived too swiftly, prompting her to seek fresh air. While on the balcony, she encountered Liang Wei. His face was pale, breathing heavily, appearing utterly exhausted. After every few steps, he would pause to catch his breath and mutter curses under his breath. It was evident that he had been mercilessly bullied by Chen Shudong and his gang over the past few days. The stack of books in his arms, piled high, could easily surpass his own height. It seemed as though he was carrying the burden of 2 or 3 individuals' worth of books. Given Chen Shudong's words, the books Jiang Ye held likely belonged to both Jiang Ye and Chen Shudong. Shen Ting glanced at the box of gum resting in her hands, feeling a slight headache coming on. She truly harbors a profound dislike for Jiang Ye. In her lifetime, she has never encountered anyone as irritating as him. She is reluctant to return the item to him, her grip on the iron box tightening with each passing moment. Shen Ting, that person's voice, laced with a cool, amused tone, is exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Turning her head slightly, she observes Jiang Ye, who appears somewhat languid, his long legs striding forward, slender fingers delicately grasping a box of mint candies, while the other arm hangs loosely, his eyes half closed in a relaxed manner, wearing a lazy smile. Ah. The diligent student has taken my precious possession and has no intention of returning it. What do you mean by precious possession? The way he spoke was so infuriatingly charming. Shen Ting felt a deep embarrassment. How is it possible that she encounters him everywhere? Chapter 109. I really like you. The youth's refined voice lazily broke the silence. Shen Ting, I didn't say anything. Why are you blushing? Shen Ting, feeling guilty, blinked and cast her eyes downward. Despite her cheeks burning with a fierce blush, she stubbornly retorted, I am not blushing. I will return your item. Jiang Ye couldn't suppress a laugh, his chest vibrating with amusement. Shen Ting, your face is nearly as red as an apple. And yet you claim you're not blushing? He found her irresistibly adorable. Ignoring him, Shen Ting treated him as if he were merely reciting a mantra, extending the item towards him. Her hand, holding the box, was exquisite, delicate and fair, with faint blue veins subtly visible beneath the surface, exuding a fragility that seemed like he could crush it effortlessly. He smiled with a hint of mischief. Diligent student, do you remember the wager I made with Teacher Qin today? My academic performance isn't stellar, and my social standing in class is rather poor. Want you help me out? The last few words were laced with a teasing inflection, originally possessing a melodious and soothing voice. It has now taken on a lingering tone, rendering it even more languid and captivating. It is evident that she does not enjoy the best of social relations. Is it not? Jiang Ye chuckled softly, the sound emanating from deep within his chest. His laughter radiated brilliance, leaving Shen Ting feeling somewhat aggrieved as she found herself at a loss for words. The girl's voice was tender, resembling that of a small, mistreated kitten, soft and endearing, as if she were playfully pouting. A delightful tickle stirred within Jiang Ye's heart as he remarked, to save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. And we are indeed in this together, are we not? He added, as a diligent student, you cannot heartlessly condemn us all to perish, can you? It was surprising that he had never previously shown such proficiency in language. Now, he was employing such articulate expressions. Why had he not utilized these phrases during the essay portion of the language exam? Jiang Ye tugged at her with one hand, causing her ears to flush crimson, and she wished she could strike him. Can you not speak properly? Why must you be so physical? He chuckled softly. All right, I want to be physical. How about I use my words instead? His words were laced with a hint of mischief. Anyone truly enamored with her would find themselves irresistibly compelled to kiss her. Countless times he had longed to approach her, to engage her in conversation. Yet, Shen Ting had previously harbored a fear of him, a fact Jiang Ye was well aware of. The fright in her eyes was almost palpable, often leading her to evade him after class. He was cognizant of all this. But what could he do? Despite having a multitude of thoughts he wished to share with her, he found himself at a loss for how to begin. All he could muster was a dry plea. Shen Ting, please do not be afraid of me, all right? Shen Ting was indeed startled, taking several steps back when she felt a sudden force from behind her. She lost her balance and was pressed against the wall by him. It was winter then, and he was dressed lightly, yet his chest radiated warmth. The boy's brows danced with mirth, though his tone bore a hint of menace. Shen Ting, could you do me a favor? Shen Ting desperately patted his arm, exasperated. Jiang Ye, are you annoying, or what? I can't teach you. Her eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated Jiang Ye would actually relent. Was it because she had just patted him? Suddenly, Shen Ting felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction at the thought of making Jiang Ye lose interest in her. The corners of her eyes lifted, struggling to suppress a smile, which made her utterly adorable. Jiang Ye chuckled, aware of her inner musings, and pressed down harder with his fingertip. Shen Ting, I just realized, I really like you. Chapter 110. Extra lessons. Shen Ting wished she could strike Jiang Ye. If only she had the courage, she would kick him away. Yet, she lacked that bravery. She feared him. The boy lowered his gaze, and Shen Ting quickly shielded her face, almost exasperated. Jiang Ye, stop talking nonsense. As he approached, he noticed the girl's flushed cheeks. A flicker of hope ignited in his heart, wishing it was his presence that caused her to blush. Was Shen Ting feeling shy? Even though Jiang Ye knew the likelihood of that was slim, he couldn't help but ask, Shen Ting, what are you doing out here? Aren't you cold? Shen Ting's heart raced as if her long lashes trembled. It's stuffy, so I came out for a walk. He recognized she wasn't being entirely truthful. She seldom lied, and he could see through it. Nevertheless, he didn't press her further, murmuring softly, good student, teach me an extra lesson. Shen Ting blinked in disbelief. Are you serious? Jiang Ye's lips curled into a somewhat exaggerated smile, not out of intimidation, but rather in sheer, delightful charm. Of course I am, dear teacher. Please rescue this wayward student. The boy's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glimmer as he pinned her against the wall, heightening the playful tension between them. Shen Ting, please help me. His originally clear voice now bore a slightly coy inflection. Shen Ting widened her eyes in astonishment. She had never envisioned Jiang Ye in such a manner. The sounds of laughter from their classmates echoed in the stairwell, drawing nearer. Shen Ting struggled against Jiang Ye's grip, which felt as strong as iron. Still not willing to oblige me, good student? Each phrase dripped with a languid, enticing tone, sending a shiver of exhilaration through Shen Ting's heart. Little did anyone know, she was actually quite sensitive to vocal nuances. As the laughter approached, Shen Ting's cheeks flushed crimson. Gripping his shirt, she softly pleaded, I promise, just let me go first. Jiang Ye's laughter was low and intimate, resonating in her ears and sending tingles down her spine. Upon releasing her, Shen Ting stumbled backward, her head colliding with the wall, causing her to see stars. Yu Chi drew closer, reaching out to touch Shen Ting's forehead before checking her own, curiously asking, no fever? Why is your face so red? Shen Ting shook her head, insisting she was fine. Jiang Ye clicked his tongue slowly, remarking, what a poor choice of friends Shen Ting has, running away at the mere sight of me. As the school day concluded, the tall boy outside the classroom wore a dazzling smile. Is Shen Ting here? Is Chi around? After school, the three of them were to attend remedial classes together. But Yu Chi had gone to the restroom first. Shen Ting finished packing her belongings and raised her gaze, noticing a group of boys in the corridor, all of whom turned their heads to look. The girl, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, had soft strands cascading down. In her chestnut-colored eyes, there seemed to be a misty landscape reflected. She wore a clean and tidy coat, and her face was delicate and beautiful. Yes, beautiful. It was a beauty that seemed on the verge of blooming. Yet, in the presence of boys, she appeared almost fragile. Her remarkable looks made many boys feel a sense of self-reproach. At this age, when feelings are budding, parents and schools regard early romance as a thorn in their side. The boys dared only to steal glances at her. Chi has gone to the restroom. Please wait for her. After speaking, Shen Ting grasped the strap of her backpack and headed to the self-study room next to the piano room. The school was not overly strict regarding the time before evening self-study sessions for the first and second years. From 7:30 to 9:30, evening study was scheduled by the school. Qiu Sujia looked at Shen Ting with a smile, holding a large box of candies. Shen Ting, I heard from Chi that you have been taking great care of her. Chi mentioned you like sweets, so these are for you. Shen Ting smiled gently. Her appearance was very graceful, and apart from her beauty, she possessed an enchanting aura reminiscent of a classical beauty. No, thank you. Chi likes sweets too. You should give them to her. Qiu Sujia did not insist, saying, I had already prepared a portion for Chi. I truly appreciate your care for her. Shen Ting gently pressed her lips together, a delicate dimple appearing, rendering her expression even more tender. I don't want that. Thank you, she remarked, her words as piercing as ever. Jiang Ye, leaning against the wall outside, had not anticipated Shen Ting's unyielding manner of speech, which seemed to target no one in particular. How endearing. The youth felt a surge of delight, his elongated eyes lifting slightly in a provocative manner as he passed by Qiu Sujia. Little teacher, shall we go? Aren't we supposed to have a makeup class? Shen Ting had no desire to entangle herself with Qiu Sujia, although she harbored no fondness for Jiang Ye. She had indeed agreed to his request. Since Jiang Ye relished solving problems, she thought it best to let him enjoy himself. The girl, with her delicate hands, withdrew a beige knitted glove from her pocket, concealing her dainty fingers. The boy, with a smile playing on his lips, found himself perceiving Qiu Su Jia in a more favorable light, his heart feeling at ease. The sunny young man gazed at the candy in his hand. A smile breaking forth. Was his affection for her truly so evident? In the study room, Shen Ting set down her backpack and retrieved her English workbook. Aware that Jiang Ye's foundational knowledge of English was lacking, having forgotten most of the vocabulary from middle school, she tightened her grip on a highlighter, marking key points and essential words. It's no longer feasible to progress step by step with vocabulary, since you are too lazy to memorize everything. At least try to remember these commonly used words. The young man, gazing at the words she had circled, found his languid gaze drifting to the soft, slender waist concealed beneath her clothing. Hearing such words from someone like her, delivered with utmost seriousness, struck him as somewhat incongruous. Shen Ting involuntarily chuckled softly. When the young girl smiled, her eyes curved beautifully, the corners slightly uplifted, glistening with brilliance, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Jiang Ye lowered his gaze, momentarily captivated by her visage. Indeed, she remarked, her eyes twinkling, remember these key points, and then we shall move on to the critical issues mentioned by the next teacher. Her voice trailed off abruptly. It was as if she had been jolted, her fluorescent pen fiercely marking a line on the paper. The youth encircled her waist with one arm, while the other supported her hips, the warmth emanating from his palm palpable and undeniable. Jiang Ye lowered his head, the boy's heated breath cascading against Shen Ting's neck, permeated by the essence of youthful exuberance. Shen Ting, in her fear, contemplated pushing him away. She regretted agreeing to this scoundrel. She had been yielding to his whims all along. Was it not said that such compliance would lead to disinterest? Why then did he persist in this manner? A model student, yet he was utterly insufferable. Chapter 112. Do not disturb my studies. A model student, yet he was utterly insufferable. Do not like him, like me. The boy's voice whispered in her ear, akin to intimate murmurs. Shen Ting was acutely aware of Qiu Su Jia's unsavory nature, having approached her under the guise of Chi-Chi in recent days. Though she wished to alert Chi-Chi every time she beheld the stars sparkling in Chi-Chi's eyes, she found herself unable to voice her concerns. Yet, in Shen Ting's eyes, Jiang Ye was far worse than Qiu Su. It was utterly vexing. Jiang Ye, are you not also a rogue? A lecherous one at that. The latter thought remained unspoken, for once uttered, it might incite his ire. And she feared that Jiang Ye would indeed kiss her. He shamelessly bullied the young girl, yet she was filled with trepidation. Jiang Ye's demeanor turned cold, his gaze fierce and wild, causing Shen Ting's slender legs to weaken in fear. She had heard that individuals like Jiang Ye were particularly drawn to those who were disobedient. The more defiant one was, the more his interest would pique. Thus, she resolved to acquiesce to his whims, pondering when he would eventually tire of her. Shen Ting remained oblivious to the fact that in Jiang Ye's heart, she was akin to an addiction, manageable while he was lucid, yet uncontrollable in his frenzied obsession. Was he truly malevolent? If he were genuinely wicked, she would have long been reduced to mere remnants of herself. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, pressing against Shen Ting's waist. His voice was laced with a rich undertone of desire, exuding an inexplicable sense of danger. Shen Ting straightened her back in fright. Jiang Ye, please don't move. I am afraid. Shen Ting was genuinely timid, clutching the corner of his shirt with a pitiful gaze, resembling a delicate flower adrift in a storm, lonely and vulnerable, or a fragile boat precariously swaying amidst tumultuous waves. Shen Ting, I am indeed bad. A rogue does not show mercy to girls, especially to those as beautiful as you. His cool lips grazed the delicate skin of her hand, his actions reverent like that of a devoted disciple. While she was the most pure and lovely moon goddess in existence. Jiang Ye, if you wish to study, then focus on your studies. If you continue this way, I shall not assist you any longer. The girl cast her eyes downward, genuinely appearing upset. Without him uttering much, Shen Ting had already reached this state. If only she knew of the man's lascivious tendencies, would she not be infuriated? Upon finally locating the study room, Yuchichi was greeted by the sight of Shen Ting explaining problems to Jiang Ye. Yuchichi felt a profound apprehension towards Jiang Ye, a true ruffian. Although he refrained from striking women, he possessed countless methods to intimidate others. Observing Shen Ting's flushed cheeks, Yuchichi increasingly suspected that Shen Ting was being coerced by Jiang Ye, clearly a victim of bullying. When Jiang Ye noticed Yuchichi, he did not temper the predatory gaze he cast upon her. His eyes, fixed on Shen Ting, resembled those of a long-dormant wolf, poised to pounce. The more Yuchichi pondered, the more plausible it seemed. With trembling lashes, she leaned closer to Shen Ting and whispered, "Ting Ting, have you been kidnapped by Jiang Ye? If so, just blink." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, as if to say that he could hear her whispers, despite her belief to the contrary. "Shen Ting, I still don't understand this problem. Could you explain it to me? Could you please make some space?" The look he cast was unmistakably one that conveyed, "Do not disturb my studies." Yuchichi internally cursed a myriad of frustrations. In Chapter 113, a major revelation, Yuchichi smiled awkwardly, remarking, "You truly are diligent." It was curious that he chose this moment to apply himself, competing for Shen Ting's attention. How mischievous. Yuchichi gripped her pen and continued to tackle her chemistry problems. Why must there be electronic formulas, chemical formulas, and these elemental inference questions? Could we not keep things simpler, more straightforward, and more genuine? Yuchichi was utterly devoid of enthusiasm for the chemistry exercises. After finishing the multiple-choice questions, she began to fidget with her hair, glancing around. "Ting Ting, no matter how I approach this inference question, I simply cannot solve it." Shen Ting felt as if the lingering sensation of a boy's cool lips still rested on her hand, her mind drifting as she attempted to disentangle her thoughts. At that moment, she dazedly lifted her head, her fingers momentarily pausing around the pen, and resolved to first examine the problem. Yuchichi nodded in understanding, with methodical explanations. It seemed as though Yuchichi grasped the concepts, though her eyes indicated comprehension while her mind continued to grapple with the material. Upon understanding, she proceeded to tackle the second question on page 37. Yuchichi resignedly continued to work on the problems, while Shen Ting, feeling parched, reached for her water cup. A slender, elegant hand automatically extended the cup towards her. Shen Ting accepted it and took a sip. Between the two, an unspoken connection seemed to spark. Yet it also felt as if nothing had ever changed. Yuchichi realized she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Shen Ting and the school's top student, Jiang Ye, appeared to share an extraordinary bond. Outside, dusk began to settle, while the stark fluorescent lights illuminated the room, where 3 students diligently studied, the only sound being the soft rustle of pens. The boy held a pale yellow pen, his dark hair falling just above his brows, and in his inky black eyes. Aside from the breathtaking girl before him, only the paper in his hand occupied his thoughts. The fervor and poetic essence of youth had only just begun to unfold. Shen Ting had been avoiding him these past few days, hastily nodding in response. Jiang Ye, however, remained concerned for Shen Ting, recognizing that a girl of such striking beauty could be vulnerable anywhere. "No need, there's a bus," she replied. He was obstinate and unreasonable, fixated on her well-being. Shen Ting had no choice but to evade the crowd. Yet, upon returning home, she unexpectedly encountered someone she hadn't anticipated. Fu Jinxing had always belonged to this neighborhood, though not to the same building as Shen Ting. He had merely come down to dispose of some trash. Upon turning the corner of the trash station, he immediately spotted Shen Ting, accompanied by the unfriendly Jiang Ye. The sky was overcast. In November, the leaves rustled in the evening breeze. The notoriously unruly Jiang, the young master, was struggling to untangle the strap of Shen Ting's helmet, his hands deliberately trembling. As a result, he could not manage to loosen it at all. "Jiang Ye, are you capable of this? If not, I can do it myself." The girl was impatient, and upon hearing her question, Jiang Ye felt a surge of irritation. Of course, he was capable. His fingers were ablaze, and a bead of sweat trickled down. The clasp simply refused to budge. Shen Ting was utterly speechless. She pushed Jiang Ye aside and effortlessly unclasped it herself. Damn. This only solidified the undeniable truth of Jiang Ye's incompetence. As Shen Ting took a few steps away, Jiang Ye hastily followed, only to encounter Fu Jinxing, who had just finished disposing of his trash around the corner. As a prospective university student, Fu Jinxing was not clad in the drab school uniform but wore a simple trench coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and his tall stature retained an undeniable charm. Later, Fu Jinxing's health deteriorated, leading him to the countryside, and subsequently, news of Jiang Ye in B City vanished. It was rumored that he had committed a grave mistake and was sent to C City by Mr. Jiang. Fu Jinxing had not delved deeply into the details. He only knew that Jiang Ye attended No. 1 high school, initially a revered academic prodigy, who eventually transformed into someone no one dared to provoke. Feeling somewhat helpless under Jiang Ye's glare, Fu Jinxing wished to avoid disturbing the two. It was quite a predicament to encounter them, even while merely discarding trash. Fu Jianqing understood that exceptional girls like Shen Ting would attract the admiration of numerous boys. In his mind, this girl was extraordinarily beautiful, gentle, and considerate, often displaying only a shy smile and rarely speaking much. Many boys were enamored by her, yet felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. What surprised Fu Jianqing was witnessing this hesitant desire to connect reflected on Jiang Ye's face. It was amusing to see someone who exuded a rebellious and unruly demeanor submissively bowing to this girl. Having observed the spectacle for long enough, Fu Jianqing decided to ascend the stairs, but was suddenly halted. Fu Jianqing, may I borrow your chemistry notes? I heard you are the best in the city, and a classmate of mine has been struggling with chemistry. The boy's footsteps slowed as he grasped the implication of the last sentence. Jiang Ye felt an undeniable irritation rising within him. His woman was seeking chemistry notes from someone else, and the thought only fueled his frustration. Damn it! He had an urge to lash out. I can lend you my notes, but I might only be able to give them to you tomorrow. Why don't you arrange a time and place? Tomorrow was Thursday, and the study room would be occupied in the afternoon, leaving them no choice but to study in the library. Shall we meet at the first high school library at 5:40? Jiang Ye's lips curled into a thin smile. His eyes narrowed in a semblance of amusement, yet his dark gaze bore an icy detachment. If there's anything Yuchi doesn't understand, I can assist her, ensuring she comprehends everything. What more do you need from chemistry notes? Shen Ting cast a glance at Jiang Ye, her expression unfriendly. It was evident he could not compete with her close friends. Shen Ting would never entrust Yuchi's chemistry to Jiang Ye. Last time, when Shen Ting went to submit the mathematics assignment, Jiang Ye ended up making the young girl Yuchi cry, her eyes wide and glistening with tears. It was quite pitiful. I still remember that moment. But why did he act that way? Yuchi mustered her courage to ask him a question, only to be thoroughly frightened. Jiang Ye spoke with a harsh tone, asserting that it was common knowledge, a fixed way of thinking that she simply needed to remember. Yet, I cannot recall. Since then, Shen Ting has never dared to let Jiang Ye explain problems to Yuchi again. Chapter 115. A cautious thought. Thursday afternoon's class was rather delightful. The physical education teacher was a young instructor who was quite amiable and had developed a good rapport with the class. However, it was precisely this familiarity that led to the second class's lackluster performance in physical education. Take Yuchi as an example. A girl like her often slacked off before the class had even reached its midpoint. She was particularly small in stature, yet her strength was remarkably lacking. During the last sports meet, the physical education teacher was nearly exasperated. You don't understand. Just now the teacher looked at me with such a fierce gaze. Yuchi lamented, holding a large grilled sausage, generously sprinkled with chili, savoring every bite. If you didn't slack off, the teacher wouldn't look at you like that. Yuchi pouted. Who can resist the aroma of the grilled sausages wafting from the snack bar all the way to the playground? Shen Ting, aware of Yuchi's cravings, glanced at the clock. The class was about to end. The physical education teacher called for dismissal. The library was directly opposite the playground, and the cafeteria was also conveniently nearby. Once dismissed, a throng of students surged towards the dining hall. Typically, I have not witnessed such swiftness in an 800-meter run. If only they could exhibit this same fervor during the track and field meet, their class standings would surely not be so dismal. A clean, cool youth entered through the school gate, cradling several books in his arms. Although the boy bore no school badge, the security guard recognized him. He was Fu Jianqing, the top student of the 8th high school. The physical education teacher, ambling towards the dining hall, also spotted Fu Jianqing. There is no one who does not admire exceptional students, especially those who are not only academically gifted but also obedient and well-behaved. The first encounter with Fu Jianqing was towards the end of a sports meet. He donned a pristine white shirt, his fingers were long and immaculate, and his delicate features radiated an air of indifference, his voice frigid and devoid of mirth. He left behind a bottle of mineral water. Shen Ting did not anticipate Fu Jianqing's swift arrival and stepped forward to greet him, only to be halted by Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye leaned in menacingly and whispered in her ear, "If you dare to approach him even a step closer, I will embrace you a little tighter today. If you dare to smile at him, do you believe I will bruise your lips with my kiss?" Shen Ting's cheeks flushed instantly. She longed to obliterate this rogue. How had he become even more wicked than before? Unbeknownst to her, he realized that enduring silence would only drive Shen Ting further away. He was selfish and greedy, yearning for all the exquisite aspects of her being. Having witnessed her radiant smile, he knew how dazzling and heartwarming it was, which only fueled his selfishness, selfish to the extent of not wishing for anyone else to behold it. When Yuchichi noticed Fu Jinxing, he was already standing before her. And she looked at the stack of thick books, pointing to herself. Are all these for me? In addition to the notes, there are exercises. Just follow along. And you should be able to comprehend. The young boy, with one hand supporting the book, slightly lowered his chin, gesturing for her to take it. Yuchichi truly felt a headache. Was he serious about this thick volume? Classmate Fu, you have no idea how clumsy I am. What if I don't understand it? What then? The cool young man tightened his grip on the book slightly, adjusting his glasses, which enhanced his scholarly yet rebellious demeanor. His cold, dark eyes, partially concealed by the spectacles, exuded a gentle warmth. It's all right. You can ask Shen Ting, or if worse comes to worst, you can ask me. After saying this, the cool youth relaxed his grip a bit. Yuchichi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. When she smiled, a shallow dimple appeared, making her look exceedingly endearing. Really, classmate Fu? Just because of that bottle of water, you're taking responsibility for my chemistry grades? She teased, her sparkling almond-shaped eyes reflecting the young man. Chapter 116. Setting the program for the performance. Fu Jinxing shook his head. I have never encountered someone with an 80 in physics, yet failing in chemistry. I am curious about the underlying principle. Yuchichi felt she had established a rivalry with Fu Jinxing. What nonsense. How could someone so handsome also possess such a sharp tongue? Annoyed, Yuchichi shot a glance at Fu Jinxing and said, Classmate Fu, is there anything else? A phone number. Yuchichi recited a series of digits. Classmate Fu, rest assured, I will definitely consult you about any questions I cannot answer. You might end up crying. No chemistry teacher is immune to the headaches caused by Yuchichi's peculiar inquiries. One bizarre question after another springs forth, and even the clearest explanations elude her understanding. She remains steadfast in her belief that her thoughts and methods are entirely justified. Prior to evening study sessions, the homeroom teacher, Yao, summoned the students slated to participate in the performance. Due to a notification from higher authorities regarding the tight schedule for the second review, the event was ultimately canceled. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced, others felt melancholic, while a few seethed with resentment, like Ji Fei. Ji Fei was truly incensed. Ever since Shen Ting's arrival, everything had been snatched away from her. Teacher, I am quite curious about how the judges score the performances. Everyone passed the first review. How is it that only Shen Ting was selected? Ji Fei was unable to absorb any further information. Consumed by the belief that Shen Ting had usurped her opportunity to perform, and in a fit of agitation, she bolted from the office. Yao instructed the other students to check on Ji Fei while she remained behind to counsel Shen Ting and the chosen host. Shen Ting nodded in acknowledgement. The young girl was clean, beautiful, and obedient, truly endearing to all. The news of the finalized program spread throughout the class. Naturally, Yuchichi was aware of Ting's capabilities, and at that moment, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she undeniably became one of Ting's little fans. Ting, how are you so exceptional? Excellent grades, stunning looks, and so many talents. If you were a boy, I dare say I would fall for you too. With the New Year's Eve performance looming, Shen Ting had no choice but to practice, spending the majority of her afternoon in the piano room. She could only spare time to supervise Yuchichi and a certain disobedient rascal. Shen Ting felt elated, her eyes gleaming with joyful laughter. Naturally beautiful, she now emanated a soft and sweet charm that left the boys passing in the corridor utterly enchanted. The boys lacked the audacity to approach Shen Ting, relegating themselves to gazing from a distance during physical education classes, breaks, and mealtimes. She was the goddess of the first high school, the shining light of the institution. No one dared to draw near, nor to tarnish her purity. Jiang Ye observed the hesitant glances of those who longed to approach, yet were held back, his expression visibly darkening. Chapter 117. New Year's Eve Gala commencing at 6 in the evening. The ceremony was expected to conclude around 9. Shen Ting had never worn makeup, and Yuchichi, determined to enhance her beauty, had even pilfered her mother's treasured cosmetics. Naturally endowed with rosy lips and pearly teeth, Shen Ting's brows were perfectly shaped, neither too bold nor too faint, but exquisitely wild. There was truly no need for embellishment. Yuchichi, armed with the makeup, found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Music teacher Li approached Shen Ting, noting that stage makeup often leaned towards the dramatic. Yet since Shen Ting was to perform Moonlight, a more subtle touch was required. Having spent considerable time on stage, Li possessed commendable makeup skills and decided to take matters into her own hands. A delicate layer of foundation was applied to Shen Ting's already fair and luminous skin, ensuring the base was light. Soft blush, sprinkled with a hint of shimmer, subtly emerged under the lights. Paired with a gown, she would undoubtedly resemble the most resplendent moonlight. Yuchi was utterly entranced. "Oh my goodness, Ting Ting, you are simply breathtaking. I feel compelled to kneel before you and submit. You are the embodiment of my ideal Moonlight Goddess." Shen Ting smiled with a reserved charm, her beauty both shy and radiant. As dusk settled, the backstage preparations reached their zenith. The supervising teacher, after inspecting the costumes and makeup for the first performance, wandered over to Shen Ting and, despite having seen countless beautiful girls, was momentarily taken aback by her presence. "The host belongs to Class 2, and Yao Yao has also informed the entire class to come and watch." After a careful count, she realized that one person was missing. "Is Jiang Ye here?" No one dared to comment. Everyone was carrying their phones today, and Yao Yao continued, "By the way, do you have his contact information? Hurry and get in touch with him, please. That gentleman is the school tyrant of number 1 high school. Who has his number? Who would dare to contact him?" Silence reigned. Eventually, it was Chen Shudong who rushed over in a flurry. "Yi Guo is backstage. He will be here shortly." Good. Yao Yao felt relieved. Still, they needed to ensure that Class 2's performance was impressive. Listen, the Moonlight Goddess, slaying all. We believe that our Ting Ting is the best. Go for it. Shen Ting was touched by that emoticon and couldn't help but smile. The backstage was devoid of any other presence, enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated behind her. Originally a beauty, her skin was fair and smooth after makeup, her features exquisite. With rosy lips and a pair of tea-colored eyes that sparkled with clarity, resembling water glistening with scattered stars. The corners of her eyes slightly lifted, innocence mingling with allure, creating an enchanting visage. Today, her gown was also white, the lace edging accentuating its soft beauty. However, the dress held some subtle tricks. With her head bowed, her eyelids fluttered, casting a sweeping gaze over her entire being, as if with tangible intent. Shen Ting felt inexplicably nervous and raised a hand to cover her chest. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing that low, brief laughter made Shen Ting's cheeks burn even hotter. He teased, "What are you covering?" The collar of the dress was not low, adhering to a conventional style. However, in comparison to the school uniform, it revealed a considerable expanse of skin. Chapter 118, Dare to Wear It Outside. Through the mirror, Jiang Ye realized that the gown worn by Shen Ting featured a hollow back, accentuating the graceful curve of her spine. The delicate contours of her shoulder blades were striking against her smooth skin. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted, his previous languor dissipating in an instant. His dark eyes narrowed as he stepped forward to support Shen Ting. This version of Shen Ting was utterly captivating, evoking a sense of breathlessness, a beauty poised to blossom. Despite the winter chill, she reminded him of a delicate butterfly in early summer, light as a feather as it alighted upon the tips of grass. It was a beauty that bordered on fragile and exquisite. The backstage lighting cast a kaleidoscope of shadows upon his tousled dark hair. The boy's pronounced nose and thin lips framed his striking features. His obsidian gaze was filled with fervor and an intense possessiveness. The beauty of her back was enough to drive anyone mad, akin to a tinder sprout. Both delicate and lovely. As a man, he understood the allure that such beauty held for others. Shen Ting found herself unable to bear his gaze, gripped by a profound fear. "Jiang Ye, please don't look at me like that." The boy grasped her wrist and pulled her closer, his cool hand brushing against her face, his fingertips grazing her skin. "Shen Ting, dare you to wear it outside?" His large hand caused her to momentarily panic. "This is a fashion show, Jiang Ye. We are merely friends. You have no reason to control me." Jiang Ye laughed coldly. "Do you truly believe I am just your friend?" Before she could comprehend, startled and about to tilt her head away, he tightened his grip on her hand, his heated palm resting against her slightly cool back. Suddenly, he pressed his warm and fervent lips against her, bestowing a kiss that left Shen Ting momentarily bewildered by the juxtaposition of tenderness and ferocity. In such a setting, within the confines of the performance hall, the cacophony from the adjacent room was still audible. Jiang Ye had audaciously dared to kiss her back. He entwined his fingers with hers, his lips caressing her skin with exquisite delicacy, displaying an unusual patience for one of his temperament. It seemed as though the young man was deliberately tormenting her, his broad palm gliding from her back to her neck, holding her loosely yet possessively. The warmth emanating from him enveloped her, and Shen Ting found herself frozen for several seconds, utterly astonished that Jiang Ye would kiss her back. It was only when thunderous applause erupted from outside that she snapped back to reality, abruptly pushing Jiang Ye away. His gaze lingered on her back, where a vivid strawberry mark was left behind, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Surely, she would not dare to venture out like this. Shen Ting felt an overwhelming mix of anger and embarrassment, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she was reluctant to ruin her makeup. Merely gazing tearfully at her reflection in the mirror, the ambiguous mark on her back a stark reminder. Outside, the world was a cacophony, utterly disconnected from her. There was no way she could present herself like this. Though Jiang Ye could not find Shen Ting, he was acutely aware that she must be hiding and crying. Upon finally seeing her, his heart twisted with pain. Shen Ting had never anticipated encountering Jiang Ye in the ladies' restroom, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, looking pitiable. Jiang Ye felt himself to be a fool, urging her to stop crying, admitting his own folly. Shen Ting turned away, unwilling to engage with him. The young boy's fingers trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. I simply have a bad temper. My mind is filled with useless thoughts. I will learn to control myself. Please do not be angry with yourself. Excessive anger can lead to aging and unattractiveness. In Shen Ting's heart, besides indignation, there lingered a peculiar emotion. She felt a sense of fear and confusion towards this boy, who once sparkled with light and radiated purity. Chapter 119. The Moonlight Goddess. Jiang Ye retrieved a white suit from one side. Originally, this garment had been taken from Jiang Ye to save face. But now it was offered to Shen Ting. Stop crying. Here, wear this, it will cover you. I was in the wrong this time. I promise to ask you first next time. Shen Ting was infuriated by him. He dared to think of a next time? How shameless. She longed to slap Jiang Ye, yet feared he would insist on holding her close again. Turning her head away, she chose to ignore him and declined to take his coat. With good humor, the boy draped his suit over Shen Ting's shoulders. Technically, it was not worn, merely resting lightly upon her. The coordinated colors did not render her dress unattractive. Instead, they added a unique flair. It was both cool and sweet, exuding an elegance laced with an air of unattainable sanctity. She resembled the mythical Moonlight Goddess. With this garment, she would remain concealed from prying eyes. Shen Ting glanced at it. Jiang Ye was correct, as this outfit indeed ensured that no one would notice, and she did not require others to cover the evidence of their affection. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, you are truly insufferable. The essence of her words circled back to that very sentiment. Jiang Ye suppressed a laugh. He found Shen Ting irresistibly adorable, even as she was bullied into such a state, still resorting to the mere words insufferable. Well, I acknowledge my villainy. If it pleases you, feel free to vent your frustrations upon me, the youth said, arching an eyebrow, his demeanor playfully rogue. Shen Ting frowned and continued, I shall no longer be your friend. You can handle the tutoring arrangements on your own. She appeared determined to sever ties with Jiang Ye. He chuckled softly and readily acquiesced, very well. Shen Ting's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, resembling a gentle stream glimmering with light. Jiang Ye playfully patted her cheek, mercilessly shattering her notion. Not friends, but rather a couple. Shen Ting recoiled in fright. The supervising teacher was searching for her, inching closer. Shen Ting hastily lifted her dress and dashed outside, donning a white hat. In the performance hall, the lights dazzled. After a fleeting moment of darkness, a finely crafted piano stood alone on stage. The 17-year-old maiden, with cascading long hair, bright eyes, and ruby lips, possessed skin as delicate as porcelain. She gracefully seated herself, the white lace floral hat given by her dance instructor obscuring much of her face. Those below could faintly discern her exquisite silhouette and dainty, fair chin, clad in a white gown that originally revealed her back. The attire was further elevated by a slightly oversized suit, lending her an air of nobility. Her hair flowed down to her waist, and on her feet were a pair of black leather shoes. The exposed segment of her calves beneath the long dress was equally enchanting, slender and fair, perfectly proportioned. Everywhere is a sight to behold. She resembles the Moonlight Goddess emerging from a fairy tale. The flash of the lights graces her visage, and her white gown seems to be adorned with a delicate halo of light, as her fingertips dance to a melodic tune. Under the illumination, her slender fingers possess an ethereal beauty. Both judges and contestants alike are captivated by her presence. The audience finds it difficult to articulate the magnificence of her beauty. On that day, the entire faculty and student body were entranced by the enchanting melodies of the exquisite girl, along with her unparalleled grace and allure. The boys of the school were utterly spellbound. That year, Shen Ting, the girl who astonished the entire school, attained her fame. A throng of admirers, their eyes filled with infatuation, surrounded her. Unbeknownst to them, the rebellious youth Jiang Ye also harbored a fervent admiration. Little did anyone realize that she was the Moonlight Goddess in the hearts of all the boys, and equally, the most resplendent moon in the heart of the audacious Jiang Ye. In Chapter 120, Captive, the girl's fingertips flutter swiftly, capturing the attention of the entire audience fixated on this extraordinarily beautiful girl. As the music ceases, her realm transforms into a hazy gray. Shen Ting rises, stepping to the right, her left hand extended, her legs slightly bent. Her right hand gently glides down from the air, forming a beautiful arc as her body leans forward, performing a graceful bow. In the instant she raises her gaze, the lights illuminate. The performance hall, warmed by the air conditioning, is devoid of the night's biting chill, and Jiang Ye beholds her radiant smile. Standing center stage, beneath her white lace hat, her exquisite face is unveiled to all. Her smile transcends the shy, gentle expressions of the past, presenting an elegance and vitality never before witnessed by anyone. Her eyes resembled a shimmering lake, imbued with countless twinkling stars. Just a mere glance from her left everyone breathless. She smiled with unrestrained joy, exuding a breathtaking beauty akin to a newly born, innocent fairy. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into fervent applause. That day, the soft-spoken young girl truly became the most noble and elegant goddess of moonlight in the eyes of all. Yuchichi, with her eyes crinkled in delight, exclaimed, "Listen, goddess. Your melody is simply enchanting. As your very first admirer, may I request an autograph?" Shen Ting was amused by her words, replying, "I shall grant you an autograph." Having just removed her coat, Yuchichi noticed a small red spot on Shen Ting's flawless skin. Do not blame her for being so observant. Truth be told, Yuchichi was nearsighted and should not have seen it. Yet, Shen Ting's skin was so fair that the exposed, elegant lines of her neck and arms radiated an ethereal whiteness, translucent and exquisite. Particularly striking were the beautiful butterfly bones of her back, reminiscent of a newly emerged fairy, astonishingly beautiful. Therefore, that little red mark appeared especially conspicuous. Listen, is that red mark? Shen Ting hesitated, fearing Yuchichi might discern something. There was a fleeting moment of silence in the air. Then, Yuchichi suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. Could it be an insect bite?" Shen Ting nodded shyly, not wishing her to probe further. As Shen Ting prepared to change clothes, Yuchichi stepped outside to wait for her. Halfway through, she belatedly wondered, what kind of fierce insect could possibly exist in the depths of winter? And where did that ill-fitting white suit come from? After Shen Ting concluded her performance, Jiang Ye stepped outside to embrace the cool breeze, seeking solace for himself. To be candid, Jiang Ye had only ever witnessed Shen Ting's obedient and composed demeanor. He had seen her shy, angry, smiling, and displeased. Yet he had always recognized her beauty and excellence. However, it was only today that he beheld an entirely different facet of her. She had always been enchanting, but this time she radiated like the luminous full moon. While playing the piano, she exuded an air of nobility and grace, and at the end of the performance, her brilliant smile was both radiant and proud, captivating all who gazed upon her and making them willingly her captives. Jiang Ye breathed heavily. In the frigid January air, the atmosphere felt unprecedentedly charged. He was aware of his feelings for Shen Ting, yet this surge of emotion arrived with startling swiftness. His heart felt as though it was being tightly gripped by an unseen hand, nearly drowning in this sudden and peculiar sentiment. His emotions were in turmoil, teetering on the brink of extremity. He closed his eyes, suppressing the inner tumult, enduring the anxiety that threatened to overwhelm him, while visions of her danced chaotically before him. The girl, with her long hair neatly tied into a ponytail, often adorned it with a pale yellow ribbon. On that day, she wore a white dress, and her slender calves beneath the hem glimmered with an ethereal whiteness. Chapter 121. Intoxication. The New Year's Eve Gala concluded splendidly, with 80 of the selection process determined by the judges and 20 by the student body. Undoubtedly, the first place was awarded to Shen Ting for her piece Moonlight. With only 3 weeks remaining until the final examinations, Shen Ting dedicated her afternoons from Monday to Friday to study, reserving her weekends for the piano room. Teacherly, a gentle instructor, devoted considerable thought and energy to Shen Ting's development. Meanwhile, Yuqiqi was also immersed in her studies, determined to conquer the challenges of chemistry. When Jiang Ye is in a good mood, he patiently explains things to Yuqiqi. However, when he is in a bad mood, Yuqiqi does not dare to speak. For several days, they have been reciting vocabulary and ancient poetry until past 1 in the morning, and Jiang Ye's dark pupils are laced with bloodshot veins. The well-behaved girl in the front row is intently focused on her questions. Shen Ting lightly bites the tip of her pen, her lips, not lacking in color, resemble the delicate hue of pink petals. Suddenly, Jiang Ye pauses, his eyes reflecting fatigue, only to be swiftly engulfed by an ink-like gloom. He is indeed besotted. Yet, ultimately, he does not dare to kiss Shen Ting. He fears her tears. When she cries, it causes him unbearable pain in his heart. As the final exams approach, to be candid, Shen Ting lacks confidence. Jiang Ye's performance in the sciences is commendable. However, in Chinese and English, Shen Ting feels uncertain. Jiang Ye's grades in these subjects fluctuate significantly. As long as he answers enough multiple-choice questions correctly, he can pass both subjects. But the likelihood of him answering fewer correctly is greater. This time, Yuqiqi only needs to perform steadily to place within the top 200. Conversely, Jiang Ye must remain within the top 300 to meet the requirements, which poses a significant challenge. On the day the final exams conclude, Qiu Shujia announces that she will treat them to a meal. Shen Ting initially intends to decline, but Yuqiqi directly takes her arm and leads her into a hot pot restaurant. Upon arrival, they discover that not only are they joined by Jiang Ye, but also by Fu Jinxing. The atmosphere is rather awkward. It is unclear who ordered 10 bottles of wine, and when the count is announced, Shen Ting is taken aback. Shen Ting and Yuqiqi only ordered a cup of milk. At the table, no one speaks, and the 5 of them find themselves in an uncomfortable silence. Ultimately, it is Yuqiqi who breaks the tension, saying, "Fu Jinxing, I heard you are going directly to be university next year?" Fu Jinxing paused his chopsticks and dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Yuqiqi's eyes sparkled with admiration. It was truly impressive. One wondered if she would also be granted direct admission after hearing this. As for whether it would be the case, Shen Ting already had the answer. Direct admission was impossible, for she would pursue the arts in her senior year and aim for admission to be Film Academy. The conversation gradually dwindled, as Shen Ting had consumed too much water while Yuqiqi tended to the inebriated Qiu Shujia. Thus, Shen Ting ventured to the restroom alone. Upon exiting, she was startled to the core. Jiang Ye appeared unruffled, his complexion normal, likely untouched by intoxication. His palm enveloped hers, radiating warmth. The youth gazed at her with utmost sincerity, a look so intense it nearly overwhelmed Shen Ting. She inquired softly, "Jiang Ye, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Ye held her hand tenderly, cradling it within his grasp. "Shen Ting, your friend lacks discernment. She has chosen someone who does not treat her well. Look at me. I am quite decent." Chapter 122. A particularly tender kiss. Shen Ting remained silent, fully aware of how Jiang Ye was perceived in her eyes. His tone turned earnest. Almost inadvertently, "I have not smoked in a long time, and I shall not indulge in it again. I won't engage in fights or skip classes. I strive to study diligently and take examinations seriously. Shen Ting, my reckless behavior was merely a sign of illness, but I shall recover." Her heart softened unexpectedly. "I understand." Jiang Ye could not help but smile. He felt he had improved. He was capable of controlling his emotions and had made strides to draw closer to Shen Ting. He was inching ever nearer to her. Beneath the warm orange glow, light and shadow danced across her face. The girl's fair, delicate skin radiated a gentle softness, while her chestnut tresses appeared remarkably tender. The boy's fervent hand drew Shen Ting closer, enveloping them in a profound silence. Shen Ting, momentarily lost in thought, lifted her gaze, inhaling the faint scent of alcohol that clung to him. He steadied her by the shoulders, his cool lips brushing gently against her hair, a kiss devoid of any desire, yet imbued with exquisite tenderness. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Shen Ting, please don't push me away." A wave of conflicting emotions washed over her, softness mingled with bitterness. She had witnessed Jiang Ye's carefree demeanor and was aware of his earnest efforts. She could not turn a blind eye, yet her heart remained tender. His gaze bore into hers, dark and intense, yet somehow illuminated by a glimmer of light. On the table, Qiu Shujia was thoroughly intoxicated, while Fu Jinxing observed the scene with calm detachment, amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded the flushed Qiu Shujia. The winter night, devoid of rain, was enchanting, with a crescent moon suspended in the deep, dark sky. Amidst the boundless stillness and the exhilaration brought on by alcohol, Jiang Ye's emotions were stifled. With a smile, he confessed, "Shen Ting, I truly like you." Shen Ting bit her lip, her ears tinged with a faint blush. "Jiang Ye, you're drunk. Stop speaking nonsense. I need to go home." Jiang Ye gazed at Shen Ting, illuminated by the moonlight, her chestnut eyes sparkling with delicate brilliance, exuding an almost ethereal grace. He found himself perplexed. He had encountered many beautiful individuals, yet none captivated him quite like her. "Shen Ting, I'm not drunk. That little bit of alcohol is merely enough to incapacitate that fool." Upon hearing Jiang Ye denounce Qiu Su Jia as worthless, Shen Ting pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the upward curve of her mouth. Yet, the truth remained that Qiu Su Jia was indeed inept. Why did she not find amusement in this? Consequently, Shen Ting laughed heartily, contemplating whether she ought to have informed Jiang Ye of Qiu Su Jia's shortcomings sooner. The conflict within her was palpable, her face contorting in a manner that bespoke her torment. Jiang Ye could not contain himself and chuckled. The moonlight was cold and clear, yet his eyes brimmed with warmth. "Shen Ting, one must grow on their own. You may guide her once, but she will still fail to discern people's true natures in the future." Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Shen Ting halted, gazing earnestly at him and softly uttering her gratitude. Jiang Ye remained still, while Shen Ting continued on her way. Beneath the street lamp, their shadows intertwined, with Jiang Ye slightly turned, his arm raised gently, resembling an embrace between reluctant lovers. He gazed at their shadows and ultimately smiled dreamily. As for the results day, the excitement in Class 2 was palpable. Jiang Ye stood at the threshold of 300, while Shen Ting secured the top position. And Yu Qi exceeded expectations, ranking 163rd in the entire grade. Truly unfathomable. This delighted Yao Yao immensely. She had never anticipated that the study group format could yield such swift improvements. Unaware of the wager between students and teacher, Yao Yao extolled Jiang Ye and Shen Ting in the office. Meanwhile, Qin Shu was nearly beside herself with rage and stormed out. Just as she exited, the jubilant cheers from that group reached her ears. It is likely that Qin Shu had never felt such embarrassment in her life. It is not that he looks down upon students with poor academic performance, but rather that he has grown accustomed to encountering such students. Having experienced bullying during his own school days, he has developed a certain bias. Many classmates also harbor discontent towards him. With his recent apology, it is likely that the entire class now regards him with disdain. Ultimately, Qin Shu, maintaining his pride, bowed to the class and expressed, "I am sorry to all of you." Witnessing the resolute Qin Shu apologize, Ji Fei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. To be frank, she found herself quite irritated by Shen Ting. He was like a radiant beam of light, one that dazzled everyone around him. Preventing Qin Shu from addressing the matter resulted in him sending apologies one by one in various class groups, igniting a flurry of activity within those high school chats. While the group maintained a facade of composure, with some claiming indifference, behind the scenes, many were recounting the humiliating remarks and embarrassing actions Qin Shu had previously made. For numerous individuals, this apology brought a sense of relief. Upon returning home, he intended to participate in a piano competition in City B by the end of February. Lost in thought, Shen Ting wore a smile upon her face. However, Mrs. Qin's work was exceedingly demanding. On the day of the new year, with the sun shining warmly, Shen Ting opened her window in the morning. Now, as night fell and the clock struck 8, a chill breeze swept outside. She approached to close the window, only to hear a faint tapping sound. Startled, Shen Ting trembled as she hastily shut the window. "Don't close it, it's me." "Is it Jiang Ye?" Although she recognized the voice, Shen Ting still attempted to close the window. "I'm tired and going to sleep. Please leave." Climbing through a young lady's window. He certainly had a lot of nerve. Then, in an attempt to enhance her credibility, she rubbed her eyes, adopting an expression of weariness. "Who feels sleepy at 8 o'clock in the evening?" Shen Ting appeared irresistibly adorable when she lied. He climbed through the window and gently lifted her chin, a smile dancing in his eyes. "Shen Ting, how can you be so charming?" It was the first time a strange boy had entered Shen Ting's room, and she felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Lowering her voice, she couldn't help but scold him. "Are you out of your mind? Is it appropriate to invade a girl's room during the new year?" Indeed, he was simply being mischievous. The cold wind from outside swept in, and Shen Ting tightened her grip on her clothes, staring at him. He brushed off the dust from his hands, his tone still laced with amusement. "Happy New Year." Shen Ting, I've wished you happiness. Won't you bless me in return? Shen Ting momentarily froze, taken aback. Well, I wish that your future is filled with surprises and devoid of disappointments. Such a diligent student was indeed different. Even a simple blessing became anything but simple. After delivering her well wishes, Jiang Ye took a box of chocolates and left. He looked at her earnestly. Shen Ting, see you tomorrow. Shen Ting could hardly wait for him to leave, nodding in response. As for seeing him tomorrow, she would be departing the next day. At that moment, she could only perceive him as somewhat deranged and a touch strange. Yet, unbeknownst to her, that flamboyant, audacious youth longed desperately for the chance to embrace her that day. Chapter 124. Finding her grandfather was from Sichuan, while her grandmother hailed from Hangzhou. Ever since her grandmother passed away, her grandfather had settled in the place where her grandmother had raised him, traversing the paths she once walked and gazing upon the beautiful scenery she had admired. In the city of C, the custom during the first year of junior high typically involves visiting relatives and friends. Early in the morning, Jiang Ye dressed meticulously, eagerly yearning to see Shen Ting. He attempted to reach her through several phone calls, but she did not answer. Eventually, he ascended to the upper floor, where neighbors informed him that she had left early that morning. His mind was a cacophony of confusion. Just yesterday, Shen Ting had nodded in agreement to meet him today. Now, she had departed without a word, revealing that he truly held little significance in her life. Her exit from his existence seemed utterly inconsequential to him. Frustration and a throbbing headache consumed him. The youthful turbulence bore the weight of an indescribable desolation. Liar, he muttered softly, his lips barely parting, his voice hoarse. Yet, he could not restrain himself from calling her once more, attempting to confront her with multiple calls. When his own attempts failed, he resorted to using others' phones. 1, 2, 3, until he had dialed over 10 times. The sound of his persistent calling met with the original ringtone of Shen Ting's phone. Just after disembarking from her flight, Shen Ting received the call. Hello, may I help you? Her voice was soft and somewhat sweet, yet not overly flirtatious. The line fell silent for a considerable time, leaving Shen Ting puzzled, as Ms. Qin urged her to hurry, indicating it was time to leave. Shen Ting chuckled in response, only to hear the abrupt sound of the call being terminated. She found herself perplexed by this stranger. On the other end, Jiang Ye, upon hearing the girl's delicate voice, felt an overwhelming urge to confront Shen Ting, but he knew too well that if she cried, he would never dare to harm her. His desk was cluttered with study materials, a chaotic array of books he had perused. He gazed at the scattered pens and assignments, a cold smile gracing his lips. For the first time, he realized that he held no significance in Shen Ting's eyes. The manner in which Shen Ting sought to distance herself from Jiang Ye was remarkably effortless. Perhaps, to her, Jiang Ye was merely an inconsequential stranger. He closed his eyes, and his mind was filled with thoughts of Shen Ting. Veins throbbed in his hands as he wrestled with the need for composure, deciding to seek solace in the restroom, where he splashed cold water directly over his head. The water cascaded down his dark hair, tracing the sharp contours of his brows and defined cheekbones. He gasped for breath. Yet a tempest brewed within his heart. Yuchichi feigned delight at the prospect of spending time with Shen Ting, but in truth, she was stepping out to rendezvous with Qiu Shujia. A vehicle halted before her, and as the window slid down, a youth with slightly tousled black hair and a mischievous grin emerged. Classmate Yuchichi, where are you off to? Let me give you a ride. What misfortune had led her to encounter Jiang Ye? Yuchichi was completely taken aback, turning to flee. Yet Jiang Ye had already flung open the car door, impatiently grasping her sleeve. He was unaware of Shen Ting's whereabouts, but he was certain that Yuchichi knew where Shen Ting had gone early that morning. The boy appeared quite menacing, and he cautioned, "Don't cry. I only have one question for you. If you don't tell the truth, I won't hesitate to strike a woman." Why was Jiang Ye so terrifying? Chapter 125. The Strange Brother. Previously, she had perceived Jiang Ye as merely cold on the outside, yet kind-hearted within. Oh, how distressing. Jiang Ye leaned against the car, rummaging through his pocket for a cigarette, but only finding a metallic piece of gum, accompanied by a sharp scent. Deep down, Yuchichi felt an innate fear of him. She dared not provoke a genuine delinquent like Jiang Ye. However, when he inquired about Shen Ting, she hesitated for a moment. I don't know. Though Yuchichi harbors a fear of Jiang Ye, she comprehends that Jiang Ye's feelings towards Ting Ting are entirely distinct, and she is aware that Ting Ting does not reciprocate Jiang Ye's affections. I am uncertain. It has been quite some time since Ting Ting last reached out to me. I ventured out with the intent of a rendezvous, and shortly, my boyfriend will arrive. If you do not depart soon, my boyfriend will indeed be here. Jiang Ye hung his helmet on the motorcycle and cast a cold gaze at Yuchichi, questioning her motives. Are you toying with me? Do you think I fear Qiu Shujia? I am not a virtuous man, and Qiu Shujia is no paragon either. However, I possess a ruthlessness that surpasses his. His eyes, frigid and devoid of warmth, offered her one final opportunity. The cigarette butt, ignited at an unknown moment, emitted a swirling haze, and the glowing embers danced in the dim light. Yuchichi, already trembling in trepidation, felt tears threatening to spill forth. She found herself unable to muster the courage to retrieve her phone and make a call. Jiang Ye's gaze remained lowered, the depths of his dark eyes chilling and foreboding. The malevolence within was palpable, instilling a fear that rendered her unable to lift her gaze. The cigarette but inched closer, and Yuchichi felt as though she could almost sense its searing heat. Ultimately, she could no longer bear the psychological strain. I am in Hangzhou. The air seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Hangzhou. Jiang Ye recognized it as the hometown of Shen Ting. It was early February, and the rural landscape was splendid. The sunset cast a warm, intoxicating glow that was breathtakingly beautiful. The wildflowers had just begun to bloom, and as one strolled along, the villagers appeared to bask in their contentment. With the sun shining brightly, she donned only a pink dress and a woolen sweater, and delicate petals adorned the shoulders of the girl. The children playing along the path gazed at her with curiosity. A group of children, quarreling over some trinket, frolicked in the yard, their garments muddied and grass clippings tangled in their hair. As Shen Ting stepped off the car, she chanced upon a small child weeping, having had his candy snatched away by an older kid. In a moment of kindness, she offered her only orange-flavored candy to the little one. Instantly, his tears ceased, and he beamed up at her, exclaiming, "Thank you, fairy sister." Witnessing Shen Ting's generosity towards a stranger ignited an unquenchable flame of frustration within Jiang Ye's heart. Growing fiercer by the second, Jiang Ye had exerted considerable effort to secure the fastest flight to Hangzhou, yet upon arrival, he found no transportation to the countryside. Ultimately, he spent 500 yuan to hire a man driving a tractor, enduring a bumpy ride to reach his destination. Throughout the journey, he felt as if he might vomit from the indignity of it all. Never in his life had he experienced such humiliation, riding a tractor while pursuing a girl who held no affection for him. How pitifully desperate he had become. Years later, Jiang Ye would come to understand that his actions during that time were labeled as simping in the future. Meanwhile, the small child, delighted with his candy, was perhaps fated to be teased by fate. The candy slipped from his grasp and fell into a puddle. Unable to contain his sorrow, he began to cry once more. A rather handsome older boy offered him a bright red bill, albeit with a slightly stern demeanor, urging him to stop crying and buy his own sweets. Then, with a furtive glance, he retrieved the candy from the filthy water, delicately rinsing it under the faucet with long, nimble fingers. Carefully peeling back the candy wrapper, he placed it in his mouth. Oh dear, this older brother is rather unclean, the child thought. Yet, he pondered, how could such a big brother be unaware of this simple truth? It was merely that he liked the child, nothing more than that. Chapter 126. Why are you so willful? Jiang Ye had been seated on the tractor for a considerable time, his body infused with an array of peculiar odors from the weeds and the earthy scent of the fields, which he found quite unsettling, even somewhat nauseating. Furthermore, the prolonged exposure on the tractor made him acutely aware of an itchiness that pervaded his skin, leaving him to ponder whether it was fleas or some other strange insect that had bitten him. In any case, Jiang Ye felt utterly uncomfortable, to the point of contemplating violence. Fortunately, this quaint village was not entirely lacking in charm, boasting a dedicated marketplace and hospitable accommodations. Reluctant to meet Shen Ting so early, fearing it would be too embarrassing, he nonetheless found it difficult to suppress the eager longing within him to see her. Shen Ting, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, was accompanied by Ms. Qin, who was managing a suitcase. Their grandfather had been waiting for quite some time in front of the old, weathered building. He cast a fleeting glance at her, his eyes slightly reddened. As he had mentioned, Shen Ting bore the closest resemblance to their grandmother among the younger generation. Ms. Qin, possessing a strong-willed personality akin to their grandfather's, contrasted with Shen Ting, who not only bore a striking resemblance to their grandmother, but also embodied her gentle demeanor. The elderly man was filled with a profound sense of nostalgia for his late wife, and upon Shen Ting's arrival, he was nearly moved to tears. Although he was genuinely delighted to see her, his joy radiated as he informed Ms. Qin of his intention to prepare a chicken for dinner. Ms. Qin, Noticing her father's uplifted spirits, felt a wave of happiness as well, eager to take charge in the kitchen. Having lived alone for some time, the old man had nearly depleted his stock of condiments, prompting Miss Qin to send Shen Ting to the small shop in town for some supplies. Given the rural setting, the small shop struggled to sustain itself, thereby necessitating Shen Ting's trip to the marketplace. Fortunately, the marketplace was conveniently close to her grandfather's home. Jiang Ye, staying in the hotel, was utterly infuriated by this dismal place. The food at the hotel was simply unpalatable, quite nauseating in fact. Young Master Jiang could hardly endure such suffering, and he abruptly set down his chopsticks, contemplating venturing out to purchase instant noodles. To his dismay, several nearby convenience stores offered only packaged noodles. What a wretched place this was. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Most of Jiang Ye's clothes had been sent for laundry, leaving him with only a thin garment, and in the chilly breeze, he felt a slight chill. The streets were sparsely populated, amplifying Jiang Ye's profound sense of frustration. Across the street stood a small supermarket, its entrance adorned with an antiquated wind chime, producing a gentle tinkling sound. A girl pushed open the glass door, and as the wind swirled, her bangs became slightly disheveled, drawing attention. In a moment of hazy clarity, Shen Ting, swayed by the wind, caught sight of the boy across the street. His thin clothing clung to his form, subtly revealing the contours beneath. With long, powerful legs, he cast his gaze upon her, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery. Shen Ting, burdened with bags of seasonings she had just purchased, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and embarrassment upon seeing Jiang Ye from across the street. After all, she had previously promised to meet him today. Now, they stood awkwardly at either end of the street, exchanging glances that felt as if they could pierce through the silence. Shen Ting found herself wanting to hide her face. What a coincidence this was. As Jiang Ye approached closer, Shen Ting steeled herself to greet him. The boy scrutinized her with a few cold glances, and then spoke. Shen Ting, this is no coincidence at all. I came to your house at 8 o'clock to find you, only to discover you were here. If I hadn't come to look for you, would you have ever informed me of your whereabouts? Shen Ting, you truly possess a heart of steel. She gazed at him, pondering how he could be so willful. As a teacher and a role model for parents and students alike, Shen Ting could not comprehend the existence of such obstinacy. However, recognizing her own missteps, she refrained from retorting. Aware of his notoriously bad temper, she preferred to avoid provoking him. Moreover, she sensed that Jiang Ye was particularly formidable at this moment, exceedingly difficult to contend with. Shen Ting, have you lost your voice? Jiang Ye's voice was not loud. Yet Shen Ting was lost in thought, barely registering his words, and thus she simply nodded, dazed. The boy found her vacant expression amusing, his chest quivering slightly with suppressed laughter. Realizing how foolish she had just been, Shen Ting's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Are you hard of hearing? His eyes sparkled with mirth. Shen Ting had long been reluctant to acknowledge the truth of her hearing difficulties. She turned away, wishing to ignore Jiang Ye, truly wishing to avoid him. The boy pivoted, lifting the item she held, and with an unusually earnest tone declared, "Why not be my girlfriend? Your hearing impairment is inconsequential. I would not hold it against you." He grinned mischievously. There are not many exceptional men like me in this world. Why not give it a try? How shameless. Observing her serious demeanor, as though she might threaten Jiang Ye with a sense of forced composure, he was utterly charmed by her. The breeze on the street was rather brisk. The boy sneezed, yet did not relinquish his grasp on Shen Ting's belongings. Jiang Ye, with a mischievous grin, leaned against Shen Ting, nudging her playfully while attempting to suppress the fierce upward tilt of his eyes. "I'm cold. Could you warm me up a bit?" he asked, his smile radiant. "Don't you have any gloves?" Shen Ting inquired. Jiang Ye shook his head dismissively. "What would a grown man like me need gloves for? They'd only hinder my speed in a fight." He left the sentence hanging, fully aware that Shen Ting detested the thought of him engaging in brawls. Lowering his gaze, he appeared like a wayward child awaiting judgment from an adult, his demeanor obedient and subdued. Shen Ting felt a warmth in her heart. Despite Jiang Ye's many flaws, he seemed particularly earnest in his affection for her. Noticing his hands reddened from the cold as he helped carry her belongings, she resolved to buy him a pair of gloves as a token of goodwill. Upon entering the small supermarket once more, the cashier, who held a favorable impression of her, directed her to the right aisle. After expressing her gratitude, Shen Ting found herself in a quandary at the counter, for there were no larger sizes suitable for boys. After much deliberation, she ultimately opted for a pair of women's gloves. Pale apricot in color, they appeared not overly feminine and felt quite comfortable to the touch. When Jiang Ye received the gloves adorned with petite floral patterns, he was left speechless. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Shen Ting, I'm not wearing this." "Do as you please. I refuse to wear them." Chapter 128. You are actually quite remarkable. The previously defiant youth responded calmly, refusing to relinquish the items he held. "Let us go," he urged. Shen Ting blinked, her chestnut-colored eyes fixed upon him, clear and unblemished, devoid of any frivolity. Amidst the verdant foliage and blossoms, the girl radiated an exquisite beauty. Her voice was soft, lacking any hint of aggression. Jiang Ye's brows arched slightly, the elongated corners of his eyes lifting, instantly revealing the youthful mischief within him. "Shen Ting, here I am, all alone and forlorn, having rushed over early this morning without so much as a morsel to eat. I once lent you my aid. Do you not understand the importance of gratitude?" His voice, though husky, carried a trace of mirth and gentle warmth. At that moment, the heat of his palm and the fervor in his chest were palpable. The girl's tear-brimmed eyes gazed at him intently. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of compassion, having initially intended to tease her mercilessly. "Shen Ting, were your words just now an expression of concern for me?" he asked, a somewhat reckless grin playing on his lips. Shen Ting, unwilling to indulge this logical trickster, strode forward. "Hey, Jiang Ye, are you not coming?" she called, gesturing for him to follow as she carried her belongings beside her. Jiang Ye possessed strikingly refined features, yet his pronounced brow bore an air of intimidation, exuding a certain delinquent charm. His languid gaze towards others suggested a hint of malevolence. It was apparent he was not the type to inspire trust, especially recalling his earlier smoking demeanor. Truth be told, Jiang Ye was not the kind of elegant handsome one would typically favor. He embodied a rugged masculinity and allure, yet carried an unsettling aura that made others hesitant to draw near, marked by his irascibility. "Shen Ting, do you have a particular fondness for playing the piano?" The boy recalled witnessing her play with an enchanting grace, akin to a fairy or the resplendent full moon in the sky. He yearned to converse with her and to comprehend her better, yet he lacked the art of charming a lady or initiating a dialogue. He could only awkwardly inquire about her affinity for the piano. "I truly enjoy playing the piano. What about you, Jiang Ye?" Upon this subject, Jiang Ye appeared intrigued. "I play basketball, volleyball, cards, and games like Donyo." The more he spoke, the more he sensed a disconnection. Shen Ting fell silent. Jiang Ye cursed inwardly, feeling foolish for discussing such trivialities with her. Did she perceive him as uneducated? Did she harbor disdain for his demeanor? He inhaled deeply, seeking to shift the conversation. "I have seen you play. You are quite skilled. You are indeed remarkable." This declaration exploded within his mind like a cascade of fireworks. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with fervor. How infuriating. Did she know that by praising others in the presence of an infatuated boy, she was inadvertently fueling his desires? He clenched the bag tightly. His voice edged with intensity. "Shen Ting, do you realize what you just said?" She blinked, perplexed, and queried, "What?" "I have long coveted you, and yet you dare to instill hope in me, Shen Ting. Are you?" Chapter 129. An incident. It was likely that whatever Shen Ting uttered next would not be particularly pleasant. "Let us go?" Shen Ting nodded, feeling that her own softness was perhaps excessive. A chilly wind swept through the narrow path as an elderly woman hurried past, momentarily pausing upon seeing her. Grasping her hand, she inquired, "My dear, are you the granddaughter of the venerable Mr. Qin who resides in the quaint villa?" "Yes, I am," the girl replied, her voice tinged with concern. "Grandmother, has something happened to my grandfather?" The elderly woman pointed ahead, her voice trembling. "Mr. Qin has just collapsed, clutching his chest and convulsing. I did not bring my phone, and I have yet to call for help." The subsequent words spoken by the grandmother barely registered with Shen Ting, whose complexion drained of color, plunging her into a state of icy dread. The radiant hues in her eyes dimmed slightly, akin to the fading brilliance of a celestial moon. Upon reaching the scene, she immediately spotted a gathering of individuals encircling the fallen elder. Her grandfather often spoke of the necessity to slaughter chickens, yet he feared the mess, thus entrusting the task to a butcher. However, Shen Ting had nearly forgotten those conversations. In recent years, her grandfather's health had been precarious. Only 2 years prior, he had been hospitalized due to heart complications, a time when she had genuinely feared he might join her late grandmother. She lamented her misplaced trust in allowing him to be alone. The individuals lining the roadside were predominantly elderly, some well into their 80s. The younger ones hesitated, fearful of being taken advantage of by the senior citizens. Though they possessed the will to assist, they lacked the strength to do so. Shen Ting could not afford to hesitate. The nearby clinic was not far, yet the arrival of an ambulance would undoubtedly consume precious time. Resolutely, she decided to carry her grandfather to the hospital. Tears welled in her amber eyes, her long, dark lashes trembling like delicate petals. This young woman, tender and vibrant, resembled the most exquisite bloom flourishing in this pristine locale. Some bystanders felt a surge of compassion, wishing to aid Shen Ting, but alas, they were a moment too late. A warm hand rested on her hand. The young man remained composed. I have called the hospital. I'll carry Grandpa. Can you manage your belongings? His voice brought a sense of calm to Shen Ting, who glanced over to find a strikingly handsome boy, his jawline elegantly defined. His strength was formidable. He could carry Grandpa unaided. However, the spot where Grandpa fell was covered in dirt and dust, which also clung to the boy, making his expression decidedly displeased. Grandpa was unconscious and could not grasp his clothing, his body slipping down repeatedly. Jiang Ye, worn out by the situation, wore an even colder expression. Shen Ting feared that Jiang Ye might lose his temper and drop Grandpa. Yet, he merely wiped his face and asked, Shen Ting, have you called your mother? Shen Ting, taken aback, shook her head. Her cheeks flushed, revealing her lack of composure and her dependence on Jiang Ye. She retrieved her phone and called Ms. Qin. Under the intensity of the young man's gaze, Shen Ting spoke with remarkable serenity, her gentle voice elucidating the situation clearly. Ms. Qin instructed her to wait patiently at the hospital. The hustle and bustle of the hospital became a backdrop as Grandpa was successfully taken to the operating room, allowing Shen Ting's anxious heart to finally find peace. Jiang Ye, thank you. A smile broke across her face, soft and sweet, as she handed him a tissue and pulled out a cup of milk from her bag for him to drink. Jiang Ye grinned mischievously, leaning towards Shen Ting. Good classmate. Seeing me so busy, how about a kiss? Shen Ting covered her mouth, her large eyes blinking in surprise. The youth smiled, his warm lips brushing gently against her hand, creating a delicate sensation that stirred her senses. Shen Ting widened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. How sweet it was to be cherished by him. In Chapter 130, Heart Flutter, on a winter night, the two found themselves in a secluded corridor of the hospital. Jiang Ye was somewhat moved, his breath coming in heavy, alluring gasps. Shen Ting touched her cheek, feeling a warmth that made her somewhat frantic. Her heart felt like a lost elk, recklessly charging ahead. Jiang Ye remarked, your mother has arrived. If you don't leave now, I might just take you away, and you won't be able to leave afterwards. Startled, Shen Ting suppressed her racing heartbeat in the flutter of emotions, ultimately breaking away from him and rushing outside. Jiang Ye gazed at the tissue and milk in his hands, and after a moment, he chuckled softly. Did she harbor a slight fondness for him? The closer he drew to her, the more he could sense it. Shen Ting was gradually indulging him. Ms. Qin hurried over, her refined features slightly disheveled. After grasping the situation, Ms. Qin expressed her profound gratitude to Jiang Ye. Young man, I truly didn't expect it would be you assisting us. But what prompted you to come here? Ms. Qin was somewhat incredulous that anyone would visit this place for leisure. Observing the boy's demeanor and understanding her daughter's nature, she quickly discerned the reason behind his presence. Jiang Ye remained composed, even in the face of Shen Ting's mother, a shrewd and intelligent woman. However, he feared that Ms. Qin might misinterpret Shen Ting's intentions. If that were to happen, it would undoubtedly distress her. Thus, Jiang Ye candidly admitted, I came to find Shen Ting. My significant improvement in the final exams is largely thanks to her guidance. Thus, I have come specifically to invite Shen Ting to dine. There was no profound truth revealed, nor was the matter addressed directly. Ms. Qin did not wish to pursue inquiries regarding Jiang Ye. In her view, Jiang Ye and Shen Ting were not kindred spirits. Shen Ting, a girl of commendable qualities, possessed a particularly gentle disposition, yet her stubbornness was notable. Conversely, the youth before her exuded a certain fierceness, lacking in the nurturing instinct. It was inevitable that the two would often find themselves embroiled in disputes, with neither willing to yield. The three of them awaited outside the operating room, where the silence was interrupted by the rumbling of the youth's stomach. Shen Ting could not help but chuckle, revealing her charming dimples. Upon observing the young man, Ms. Qin recalled that Shen Ting had hardly eaten that day, and the surgery would likely take some time. She then suggested, Ting, at this hour, there should still be restaurants open nearby. Why don't you take your classmate to eat? I will stay here with your grandfather. Shen Ting hesitated, still concerned for her grandfather's well-being. Miss Qin smiled gently, adding, Ting Ting, your mother is hungry too, so remember to bring back a meal for me. Ultimately, Shen Ting was persuaded. They found a nearby restaurant, where Jiang Ye made no objections, understanding her anxiety. The establishment was not overly crowded. However, beauty attracts attention. And several patrons cast lingering glances at Shen Ting, who remained blissfully unaware, gazing out at the hospital across the street. Jiang Ye arranged her chopsticks and served her rice. Playfully warning, Shen Ting, if you do not eat properly, I shall have to kiss you. Shen Ting gazed at him with her moist, tea-colored eyes. And Jiang Ye adored those eyes, wishing to kiss them tenderly over and over again. It was utterly enchanting. He covered Shen Ting's eyes, adopting a deliberately stern tone. Feigning ferocity, hurry and eat. The girl's long eyelashes fluttered, teasing Jiang Ye's palm, igniting a delightful tickle in his heart. Chapter 131. Her dream. Jiang Ye. How can I eat with you covering my eyes? Her soft, mellifluous voice mingled with the gentlest southern breeze, sweet to the core. Jiang Ye did not release his grip. Yet, the depths of his dark eyes revealed a hint of desire, not quite obsession. In the innocence of youth, he lowered his head, bending closer. His warm lips brushing against Shen Ting's delicate strands of hair. She felt a gentle warmth above her, thinking it was merely Jiang Ye's hand tending to her hair, allowing him to caress her with her soft and obedient demeanor. In moments of helplessness, one is perhaps most susceptible to stirring emotions. When faced with the troubles of those around her, Shen Ting was no saint. She could not remain rational, overwhelmed by fear and trepidation. The only pillar of support during this time was Jiang Ye. As he released his hold, Shen Ting did not inquire about his previous actions. Nor did Jiang Ye offer an explanation. They remained enveloped in silence. The surgery lasted nearly 4 hours, and as darkness enveloped the world outside, her grandfather's vital signs returned to normal. Mrs. Qin was conversing with the doctor to gather further details. The youth's dark eyes regarded her with unexpected seriousness and patience. Shen Ting, do not be afraid. I am here with you. In that fleeting moment, Shen Ting's heart melted, her eyes sparkling like fireworks in the night sky. She suddenly recalled the first encounter with the youth, whose gaze had been fierce and intimidating. In contrast, now his dark eyes exuded a profound and reserved depth, softened by an air of indifference and fatigue. The words he spoke then seemed to be a mere whim, yet now she felt the intensity of his fervent heart. He traversed great distances solely to behold her. Such a rebellious spirit as Jiang Ye, who appeared unyielding to anyone else, would crumble the moment he laid eyes on her. Whether one calls it love at first sight or mere attraction, his desire was imbued with a depth of feeling surpassing that of most. Family members may now visit the patient, announced a nurse to the two of them. Shen Ting entered the ward, where her grandfather was gasping for breath, bearing an expression of exhaustion and discomfort. Upon noticing the redness in her eyes, he forced a smile, albeit a strained one. Listen, my dear, I'm perfectly fine. Soon, I'll prepare braised taro chicken for you. He was keenly aware of his own condition. Even Shen Ting could discern that he was not well. Yet, his thoughts lingered on cooking for her, knowing that soon no one else would prepare such dishes for her again. With her eyes glistening, resembling those on the verge of tears, she looked at him with a hint of melancholy. Oh, my dear Ting Ting, do not cry, he reassured her, fully aware that she was the most obedient of them all, and if she said she wouldn't cry, she would not. Unlike your mother, who would raise the roof if she went 3 days without a beating. Jiang Ye found himself amused by the old man's words, even chuckling aloud. Only then did her grandfather notice Jiang Ye, recalling him faintly. You are the boy who carried me just now, aren't you? Jiang Ye nodded, refraining from speech, for he could only drive away one elderly figure after another. While his own elder bore no significant connections, Shen Ting's grandfather certainly did. Thank you, young man. Jiang Ye murmured softly, his usual fidgety demeanor suddenly giving way to an unusual stillness. The grandfather paid no heed to Jiang Ye, instead gazing at Shen Ting's increasingly radiant visage. Ting Ting, he remarked, I recognize you possess the same tenacity as your grandmother. You adore the stage and are remarkably headstrong. Your mother, too, harbors this stubborn flaw, which is why she dissuades you from pursuing art. However, my dear, one must always live for their dreams. At my advanced age, all I wish for is to witness you embark on the life you envision. Chapter 132. Return. Suddenly, the grandfather coughed, causing Shen Ting to panic. Just as she was about to rush out, Jiang Ye grasped her hand firmly. His gaze was resolute as he addressed her. Shen Ting, allow me to fetch Andy. You stay with your grandfather. Upon uttering those words, his hand trembled slightly. Had he just referred to the grandfather as Grandpa? Jiang Ye dared not meet Shen Ting's eyes, fearing her ire. Yet, the girl, with her delicate, cherry-pink fingertips, gently touched his palm. She lifted her small face, her long lashes glistening with moisture, her chestnut eyes clear and untainted by any hint of artifice. Thank you, Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's heart raced. He was acutely aware of his affections for her. Yet he wished she would not gaze at him with such innocence. After he departed, the grandfather reclined at the head of the hospital bed and retrieved a red savings book from the inner pocket of his clothing, presenting it to Shen Ting. Shen Ting did not answer the call, feeling a tightness in her chest. Grandfather, what are you doing? She asked. Mother can take care of me. We are not lacking in money. You should keep that money for yourself. Her grandfather chuckled softly. Listen, dear, no one understands you better than I do. You wish to attend film school, and the expenses alone amount to at least 40,000. Your mother, with her stubborn temperament, has become even more anxious since your grandmother passed away. She fears you may follow a similar path. She wants to provide the funds, but I must. Our dear Ting Ting is so lovely, with such a solid foundation. She is most suited for the stage and the screen. I am just concerned whether that old woman remembers me. When I meet her again, I fear she may not recognize me and might scold me instead. Watching her grandfather's gray hair and pale complexion, Shen Ting felt a deep pain in her heart. The elderly man seemed to be reminiscing, as if he were imparting his final wishes. Shen Ting bit her lip fiercely, her eyes stinging, rimmed with red. In the end, she did not accept the card. Instead, she informed her grandfather about the piano competition she intended to participate in. The flight tickets were arranged by the school, requiring no expense on her part. Ms. Chin rushed over in a flurry, fearing something had gone awry. By the time they resolved everything, it was already late into the night. The tall, youthful figure of Jiang Ye stood there, feeling an unprecedented fondness for someone, and for the first time, he found himself ensnared by a girl. Observing her furrowed brow, a sense of unease settled in his chest. In his distinctly defined hand was a piece of candy, orange-flavored, identical to what she was eating, except it was merely the wrapper. Jiang Ye, did you steal a child's candy? The thought of the young man pilfering sweets from a child made Shen Ting unable to suppress a smile, and ultimately, she surrendered to laughter. Jiang Ye felt a surge of irritation at her laughter, yet he had originally shown it to her with delight. The young man fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes deep and fierce. Stop laughing. Shen Ting, now unperturbed by him, laughed even more heartily. If you keep laughing, I might just kiss you. Do you believe it? At that moment, Shen Ting managed to stifle her laughter. Jiang Ye, thank you for today. Thank you for helping me. I will be leaving tomorrow. The young man lowered his head. Earlier, when he had gone to find Mrs. Chen, a phone call had come in at home. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked her, will you play the piano in the future? Shen Ting paused, not deceiving him. I want to play the piano. The young man looked down at her, the light casting shadows on her pale skin through her eyelashes. His jawline was strikingly handsome. Shen Ting suddenly spoke up. Jiang Ye, would you like to see? Chapter 133. Sincere and brave Jiang Ye broke into a smile, his voice low and husky, tinged with a hint of laughter. A wave of tingling warmth coursed through Shen Ting's veins, causing her cheeks to redden further. She felt a bit embarrassed, lowering her head to avoid Jiang Ye's gaze. If you want to see, then see. If not, forget it. Jiang Ye smirked playfully, leaning closer to her. Shen Ting, do you say that if I want to see, I should? But if I don't want to, then what? He opened his phone's notes app, lifting his chin as he asked her, tell me the time and place. I'll jot it down. B City. B City? The place where that woman committed suicide, along with his terrifying and tragic childhood. Jiang Ye nodded, indicating that he had noted it down. Subsequently, Jiang Ye pushed the bottle of milk towards Shen Ting. He was not particularly fond of milk, having been inundated with it by old Master Jiang during his childhood. The excessive consumption had fueled his growth spurt, but had also fostered a lasting aversion to the beverage. I don't really like it. You can have it, he remarked. Jiang Ye then moved to procure a bottle of mineral water for himself, tilting his head back to gulp down nearly half of it, his Adam's apple bobbing with a wild and carefree motion. The young man, already handsome with a striking profile, possessed a certain fierce charm. Suddenly, Shen Ting fixed a serious gaze upon Jiang Ye, asking, how much of your winter vacation homework have you completed? Her demeanor was stern, reminiscent of a scholarly elder. Despite being a delicate and obedient girl, She was surprisingly endearing in her concern. Damn it, how truly adorable, he thought, bemused by her lingering preoccupation with his assignments and academic performance. Even during the holidays, she's worried about my homework? He mused, feeling burdened by the multitude of things he carried while wishing she would focus on something else, perhaps on him. Shen Ting turned her face away, inwardly cursing his self-absorption. Jiang Ye, aware of her thoughts, glanced at the small tuft of hair atop her head and felt an overwhelming urge to touch it. As he raised his hand, however, the pure, chocolate-brown depths of her eyes met his. They were so clean and innocent that he dared not tarnish them. He had once struggled in the mire, countless times wishing to draw her into his quagmire, yet he found himself willing to be her devout follower. 2 days later, her grandfather's condition had markedly improved. The winter sun shone warmly outside, though the hospital room still felt somewhat oppressive. Shen Ting wished to take her grandfather for a stroll. The elderly man gazed out the window, his eyes clouded. Listen, was the young man who brought me to the hospital that day your classmate? Shen Ting responded with a soft Grandfather furrowed his brow slightly, and Shen Ting spoke again. Grandfather, he merely looks fierce, but in truth, he is quite kind-hearted. The elder chuckled lightly, responding, I never claimed he was a bad person. Shen Ting felt it was unnecessary to be so anxious. It was rather foolish of her. The young man appeared to have a rather volatile temperament, yet the affection in his eyes was nearly overflowing an earnest and courageous gaze. The elder understood this, and thus refrained from further comment. The youthful infatuation was as simple as joy, yet it was marked by a steadfastness and seriousness. He was uncertain of the young man's true character, but he glimpsed the fervent heart hidden beneath the boy's fierce exterior. In his youth, this boy burned with an intensity akin to a flame, sincere and brave, steadily drawing closer to Shen Ting. Although she had never witnessed Jiang Ye's efforts behind the scenes, she was aware of the way he stumbled through vocabulary and recited ancient poetry. It was a comical sight that evoked a tender ache within her. A sudden gust of wind blew outside, and as Shen Ting gazed at the ancient tree nearby, she was reminded of the boy's shimmering black ear studs and his pair of dark, narrow eyes. Chapter 134. Memories. In mid-February, sunlight spilled onto the ground, casting beams upon the cobblestone path, interwoven with countless strands of golden satin. The branches bore tender yellow buds, a herald of spring's vitality. Elder Jiang's health was in a precarious state. His constitution had already been frail before the new year, relying daily on a handful of medicine to sustain him. Later, at the beginning of the year, Elder Jiang received a call from Director Su, the essence of which conveyed that Jiang Ye had been falsely accused of plagiarism, alongside concerns about his placement among the top 300 in the upcoming final exams. Director Su was well aware of Old Master Jiang's persistent concern for Jiang Ye's academic performance, and he recognized Jiang Ye as a promising talent, determined not to let him succumb to despair. Thus, he candidly conveyed the entire situation to Old Master Jiang. The old gentleman, having devoted a significant portion of his life to nurturing a child he regarded with immense pride, found it utterly inconceivable that his beloved student could exhibit such bias. Without even posing a single inquiry, he tacitly accepted the notion of Jiang Ye's plagiarism. Plagiarism is a stain upon one's character. Old Master Jiang had personally guided Jiang Ye's upbringing, and he understood the essence of the boy's nature intimately. The notions of temperamental outbursts and extraordinary physical strength, along with a propensity for fighting, were mere manifestations of deeper issues. The former was a malady, while the latter was a means of self-protection. In B City, Old Master Jiang preferred residing in a spacious courtyard. Occasionally, he would summon Jiang Ye to his side. A group of children, perhaps influenced by the adult's discourse, became aware of Jiang Ye's condition. Children, merely 7 or 8 years of age, would hurl stones at young Jiang Ye. At that tender age, Jiang Ye's large, innocent eyes sparkled with a blend of sweetness and charm. When invited to join in play, his little face would radiate joy, adorned with a soft, delightful smile, his cherubic visage undeniably endearing. Upon returning home, he would be covered in bruises, bearing marks of blue and purple, prompting tears from Old Master Jiang, who had endured countless adversities throughout his life without shedding a tear. Eventually, it was young Jiang Ye, with a maturity beyond his years, who comforted his grandfather, gently patting his back and smiling softly, saying, "Grandpa, don't cry. I won't play with them anymore." In time, Jiang Ye blossomed into the exemplary child that every parent dreams of. With an array of school and municipal awards, he bore them with a sense of humility. Old Master Jiang, at last, found solace in the realization that his worries had been assuaged. However, fate is often unpredictable. Jiang Ye's mother tragically took her own life in front of him during his first year of high school, resulting in a gruesome scene that left him emotionally scarred. The young boy's gaze turned vacant and cold. From that moment on, he ceased to strive for anything and became a true delinquent, engaging in fights, smoking, drinking, and skipping classes. Old Master Jiang pondered whether the fault lay with him. If he had been able to guide his son better, perhaps Jiang Ye would not have suffered so profoundly. With the absence of a mother and never having known a father, Jiang Ye's pain deepened. As he entered his second year of high school, he was falsely accused of murder. Old Master Jiang was acutely aware of his grandson's character, regardless of the circumstances. It was inconceivable that Jiang Ye would commit a crime. Though Jiang Ye remained silent, Old Master Jiang refrained from inquiring further, and life continued on. It was not until recently, when a multitude of books appeared in Jiang Ye's room, that Old Master Jiang realized his grandson seemed to be finding his footing once more. Indeed, as long as there is hope and a semblance of anticipation, life can still be endured. During his hospitalization, he often reminisced about Jiang Ye's childhood. His laughter was soft and sweet, as he would tug at his grandfather's sleeve, asking, "Grandfather, would you like some candy?" Back then, the garden was lush and vibrant, untouched by decay. In truth, none of it was wrong. It was all merely for oneself. Yet, what guilt lies upon the innocent child? Chapter 135, Senior. The National Piano Competition is held in the grandest concert hall of B City, a venue that showcases true excellence, often attended by directors and agents. Each year, stars, singers, and actors are discovered here. Shen Ting not only values this award but also cherishes the opportunity it presents. Perhaps influenced by her grandmother, Shen Ting has always felt at home on stage, even developing a genuine passion for it. As Shen listened, she realized it was already evening. Teacher Li was the group leader, and only 3 individuals were participating. Shen had spent the entire day walking, feeling fatigued and somewhat drowsy. She stifled a yawn and turned her gaze toward the window. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, was momentarily dazzled by the girl's pure beauty. In a bustling metropolis filled with a myriad of faces, he felt that even the most celebrated stars displayed on the grand screens outside could not match the untainted beauty of the young lady before him. Shen, in her helplessness, gazed out at the scene. After all, B City was a thriving metropolis, vibrant and alive. The streets were bustling with traffic, illuminated as brightly as day. Above the city, countless panes of glass reflected the night. Shen glanced at her watch and decided to send a message to Jiang Ye, uncertain of her own motivations. She felt slightly mischievous, fully aware of Jiang Ye's affection for her, yet taking advantage of his feelings by having him come to B City without offering him any commitment. For the first time, Shen perceived herself as a somewhat unscrupulous woman. With Jiang's grandfather's health in decline, he was brought to the general hospital in B City for continued treatment, and Jiang Ye had accompanied him. Sitting in a chair, Jiang Ye had brought along a few books, but he found himself unable to concentrate on reading. Instead, he fixated on his phone, waiting impatiently for Shen's message. The youth's profile appeared aloof, his eyes and expression exuding a sense of indifference and rebellious pride. He decided to call Shen directly. With Teacher Li sitting in front of her, Shen hesitated to answer and ultimately declined the call. Undeterred, Jiang Ye tried once more. Startled, Shen felt her eyelashes flutter as she texted him, urging him to refrain from calling, as she was unable to answer at that moment. Jiang Ye chuckled casually, agreeing, but requested that she send him the hotel address first. Shen Ting silently cursed him as a scoundrel and a rogue. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, she decided to provide him with her address. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Shen Ting was to share a double room with a girl, while another male student, her senior, would also be present. Shen Ting carried a small suitcase, filled not only with clothing, but also with snacks stuffed by her grandfather. The older generation often believes one can never have enough to eat, hence her suitcase was rather heavy. The senior, having brought little with him, felt somewhat embarrassed watching Shen Ting struggle with her load. "Let me help you with that, Shen Ting," he offered. Shen Ting shook her head, and as the senior moved closer, she subtly stepped back, wishing to maintain her distance. The senior, being rather carefree, took no notice and simply carried the suitcase with one hand as he walked ahead, leaving Shen Ting standing alone outside. Disliking the feeling of being indebted to others, Shen Ting ordered a cup of milk tea for him. However, since the delivery person could not enter the hotel, she had to retrieve it herself from the lobby. Eventually, the senior did not accept it. as it was merely a small favor, and she would have appeared rather stingy for accepting something in return. "Senior, do you have anything else to say?" she began, but her words were abruptly halted. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, she was taken aback to see a familiar face, Jiang Ye. He stood in the corridor, his youthful and handsome features accentuated by the corridor's lighting, creating a more defined and attractive profile. His tall and upright figure exuded a certain masculinity. Shen Ting softly inquired, "What brings you here?" Jiang Ye stared at the girl standing in the light for a few seconds before suddenly lowering his head and chuckling softly. "Senior? Such words, uttered from Jiang Ye's lips, possess an inexplicable air of incongruity. Shen Ting paused for a few seconds, blinking softly. The boy's elongated, ink-black eyes sparkled with mirth. "Shen Ting, I hadn't realized you had a penchant for this sort of thing." "Senior, junior," Shen Ting innocently blinked, prompting Jiang Ye to belatedly inquire, "So, whom were you just calling senior? Pray tell, I would like to make their acquaintance." The boy, known for his fiery temper, had been a source of countless encounters for Shen Ting. The girl remained silent for a few moments, as the boy's gaze lingered on her. Shen Ting felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over her, although she had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, Jiang Ye viewed matters differently. She had been so affectionate in addressing another. His mind was now clouded with irrational thoughts, and the depths of his dark pupils seemed to shatter. "Jiang Ye, from where did you just arrive?" The youth stepped closer to Shen Ting, leaning down, his eyes dark and profound. Shen Ting, startled by his proximity, instinctively took a small step back. He chuckled in frustration, his voice low and magnetic, his gaze an abyss. "Allow me to deduce which room that man hails from." Shen Ting felt a twinge of panic, apprehensive of Jiang Ye's potential wrath. Hesitantly, she grasped his hand and whispered, "Jiang Ye, I came with." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. The girl's clear, tea-colored eyes met his, ripples of emotion dancing within them. "I came here with him for the competition." Shen Ting blinked, her lashes framing her eyes that seemed to convey, "We share no connection." Her soft, almost playful demeanor remained. "Shen Ting, do you know I have feelings for you? Yet you still so brazenly act coy? Are you afraid that I might cease to feel this way at any moment?" Jiang Ye's words caused Shen Ting's delicate face to flush once more, resembling a tender rose on the verge of blooming. Jiang Ye wished to convey an air of intimidation. Striving to appear formidable as he averted his gaze, his voice deliberately icy, attempting to extract further information while maintaining his stance. However, what followed was a chilling smile that crept upon his lips, evoking a sense of unease. Shen Ting felt compelled to rectify Jiang Ye's misconception. After all, the senior had assisted her, and thus she had invited him for milk tea. Upon hearing the term senior, Jiang Ye's expression darkened once again, a thin veil of hostility shadowing his youthful features. "Senior?" Jiang Ye scoffed, his irritability peaking as he fixated on the two words that irked him the most. He suddenly leaned closer, leveraging his height to diminish the space between them at will. In this confined moment, he lowered his head and inquired, "You address him as senior upon first meeting? Yet you've never referred to me in such a manner, have you?" The boy's brows furrowed, recalling the way her soft and sweet voice had called out to the senior, stirring something deep within him. Shen Ting, though gentle in nature, possessed her own temper. After patiently explaining, she found herself slightly irked by his obstinacy. "Jiang Ye, you are being utterly unreasonable. I have already stated that it is of no consequence. Your persistent fixation on this matter is unwarranted, and I do not believe you possess the authority to dictate my actions." However, as the words slipped from her lips, Shen Ting felt a pang of regret. Jiang Ye's temper was notoriously volatile, and provoking him could lead to unpredictable consequences. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ye's demeanor turned frigid, his dark eyes reflecting an ominous intensity. A tempestuous emotion brewed in his eyes, reaching an apex as he leaned forward, caught off guard by Shen Ting's sudden reaction. The youth lowered his gaze, yet his eyes sparkled with subtle mirth. His voice, gentle, inquired, "Shen Ting, may I have a sip? Would that be permissible?" Chapter 137. My moon. Shen Ting felt somewhat dazed. The youth indeed leaned in for just a sip. It was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against her face, so delicate that one might mistake it for an illusion if not for the careful attention. The warmth of the girl's lips bore no resemblance to the night, and as Jiang Ye drew closer, a faint fragrance of youthful softness enveloped him. Shen Ting's mind went blank, and she suddenly asked, "Jiang Ye, you're not angry. Were you just trying to scare me earlier?" Jiang Ye, anxious that she might be upset over his prank, felt remorseful. In a flurry, he began to explain, his hands fidgeting as he longed to hold hers, yet feared provoking her ire. At that moment, he felt like a complete fool, unable to do anything right. Believing she wished to avoid contact, Jiang Ye stepped back, only to collide painfully with the wall, causing him to wince. Gazing down, he noticed a smile dancing in her eyes. Her long lashes resembled raven feathers, and her chestnut-hued irises sparkled with a hint of triumph, as if to say, "You deserve this, you scoundrel." He chuckled softly, overwhelmed by her charm. "Damn it, Shen Ting. You're utterly adorable." Though Jiang Ye might not have grasped everything, he understood one thing: Shen Ting had feelings for him. The Shen Ting of the past would not have explained herself or sought to soothe him. After a brief silence, the stillness was pierced by the soft, delicate sound of her voice, so faint it seemed it might be whisked away by the wind. Realizing only belatedly what she had just uttered, Shen Ting found herself unable to meet his gaze, her head bowed in embarrassment. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by her light, airy response. Remaining still for a long while, apart from a slight tremor in his hands, he seemed devoid of any further reaction. Shen Ting sensed a hint of insincerity in Jiang Ye's affection. The young man nonchalantly took her hand, his fingers entwining with hers, and the soft touch sent a ripple through his heart. His slender brows arched slightly. As he led Shen Ting along, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter, a sound so vibrant it resonated within his chest, as if he had quietly acquired the most precious treasure in the world. At that moment, the sound of a door closing softly echoed from a nearby room. Yes, it was that senior. Shen Ting's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to cover his mouth. "Stop laughing." The senior must have witnessed everything. How embarrassing. Her cheeks burned with shame. He lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Shen Ting, I surely didn't mishear you just now, did I? Will you promise me once more?" Shen Ting remained silent, inwardly cursing this rascal, yearning for him to cease his inquiries. "Shen Ting, uttering a single affirmation is not shameful. I refuse." She attempted to swat his hand away. His eyes sparkled with a daring, unrestrained mirth, fixed intently upon her. Shen Ting could not withstand such a gaze, turning her head to evade his scrutiny, nearly on the verge of tears from embarrassment. "No speaking. And no looking at me right now. Why? Why did she agree to this rogue? This scoundrel who only knew how to torment her." The more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. Jiang Ye gazed at the young girl before him, convinced that no one in the world could possibly be as endearing as she was. The night in City B was anything but tranquil. Jiang Ye stepped out of the hotel, observing the illuminated streets that had once seemed insincere to him. Yet this time, his heart brimmed with sweetness, for the most beautiful girl in the world was now his. And on the other side, as the door closed, the senior felt an exhilarating thrill. The campus belle was now involved with the campus bully. Moreover, he had witnessed it firsthand. This was monumental news that he must keep to himself. He swiftly sent a message to his close friend. Years later, Yu Qiqi inadvertently overheard Jiang Ye's confession regarding this incident, and she couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. This became her justification for boldly mocking Jiang Ye without restraint. Chapter 138. Romance. Shen Ting sat on the edge of her bed, her heart racing fervently. The other girl, Feng Ying, was lively and spirited. The phone rang incessantly. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Ting made her way to the balcony to answer it. "Shen Ting." The voice of the young man was urgent and disordered. She could even sense his restlessness. Her heart raced even faster at his words. With her soft, delicate face and a slight smile curving her rosy lips, she appeared even more enchanting, sweetly alluring, making one wish to pinch her cheeks. Feng Ying, not one to eavesdrop, had a vague idea that it was Shen Ting's boyfriend. However, she never anticipated that someone as academically accomplished and beautiful as Shen Ting would choose a partner of such caliber. Unable to fathom the outcome, she decided to freshen up. Shen Ting clutched the phone, her palms damp with perspiration. The young man on the other end had yet to speak. Prompting Shen Ting to speak with a hint of irritation, "Jiang Ye, are you going to say something or not? If not, I'm hanging up." When girls fall in love, their tempers can flare up quite easily. Jiang Ye, unable to suppress a chuckle, let out a low laugh. Shen Ting could barely catch the sound, yet it sent a delightful shiver down her spine. "Shen Ting, you're not deceiving me with what you said today, are you?" Shen Ting furrowed her brow, secretly cursing him for his arrogance. Yet her heart brimmed with a sweet delight, a sweetness that penetrated deeply, surpassing all the candies she had ever tasted. She replied softly, "Yes, I am not lying to you." The boy across from her seemed to be engaged in some commotion, the sounds of clattering echoing through. Not hearing his words, Shen Ting frowned and inquired, "Jiang Ye, where are you? Why is there such a sudden uproar?" Images of the boy's fierce demeanor while fighting and smoking on the streets flashed through her mind, and she anxiously asked, "Jiang Ye, are you in a fight? Speak to me." The little girl, on the verge of tears, continued to speak. Jiang Ye, uncertain of his feelings, found himself enveloped in a realm akin to a jar of honey, where everything was sweet enough to make him forget all darkness. With a suppressed chuckle, he responded, "Shen Ting, I am just overly happy." Shen Ting paused, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, he was so joyous that he dared to address her in such a manner, this rebellious boy who disregarded rules. Yet, she had also witnessed this seemingly invincible troublemaker. Engrossed in ancient poetry, his face a portrait of confusion as he scratched his head. He was a rogue knight willing to bow his head for her. Thus the boy, who had never basked in a glimmer of light, heard the radiant moon and, with the gentlest voice in the world, said, "Jiang Ye, I am also very happy." Damn it! He longed to embrace her and kiss her, but he hesitated. Instead, he took his phone and ran outside, circling around to release his pent-up emotions. Shen Ting did not converse with Jiang Ye for long. By 9 o'clock, she began to feel drowsy, yawning softly. Jiang Ye could only think how irresistibly adorable she was, wishing to hold her as she drifted off to sleep. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ye continued to run outside. He could hardly contain his racing heart. So he called Shen Shudong and Yang Jiang. "Shen Ting is now my girlfriend." The two, engrossed in their game, responded with a dismissive "Shen Ting has always been your girlfriend." Jiang Ye paid no mind, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Later, for reasons unknown, he also called Fu Jianxing, declaring, "She has become my girlfriend." Fu Jianxing paused for a moment before responding, "Congratulations." Upon hearing this congratulatory remark, Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief. Chapter 139. Once humble, the piano competition was set for the day after tomorrow. Shen Ting was prone to lingering in bed in the mornings, while Feng Ying was an early riser, so she went downstairs to fetch breakfast. As Feng Ying brought the breakfast back up, her face bore a mix of excitement and disappointment. Just then, Shen Ting finished her morning routine and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Feng Ying gazed at Shen Ting, her expression imbued with compassion. Shen Ting was undeniably stunning, a beauty that would captivate throughout a lifetime, especially with her chestnut-colored eyes that seemed to drown one in their depths, innocent yet alluring. "It's such a pity," Feng Ying began. "I just saw a strikingly handsome guy at the elevator door downstairs. That face, that physique, truly, he would overshadow many." Shen Ting's expression momentarily froze as she considered Feng Ying's personality, which was typical of an enthusiastic exaggerator. "Then why do you look so down?" she inquired. Feng Ying immediately donned a despondent expression. "I had hoped to play matchmaker for you too, but then I remembered you have a boyfriend. What a shame. Nonetheless, it is of no consequence. Although he may possess a handsome visage, his demeanor appears rather frigid when he gazes upon others. He resembles the tyrannical bully depicted in novels, and it is certain that one would find themselves at the receiving end of his cruelty." Alas, where is Shen Ting headed? Shen Ting had already departed. The hotel adorned with tiled floors beneath her feet as she ran, the sound of her footsteps mingling with the erratic rhythm of her heartbeat. She was uncertain if it was exhilaration or something else entirely. All she knew was that she believed him to be the one. Upon exiting the corridor, she turned and beheld Jiang Ye. He stood beneath the trees in the early morning, a chill lingering in the winter air. The young man bowed his head, and under the soft glow of daylight, the shadows beneath his eyes spoke of fatigue and languor. Noticing her gaze, he offered her a smile. This fellow had not slept a wink throughout the night, his thoughts consumed by Shen Ting. Aware that she was not fond of many delicacies from B City, he had taken the initiative to procure steamed buns, dumplings, and soy milk from a renowned establishment. It was precisely 4:30 in the morning by B City's clock. The shop owner and staff had yet to arrive. Upon opening the shop and encountering Jiang Ye, the owner appeared somewhat bewildered. The young man, however, did not rush to make his purchase, opting instead to reserve a portion for himself. The owner immediately comprehended the situation, a young man procuring breakfast for his girlfriend, who was undoubtedly still asleep at such an hour. The sky was shrouded in darkness, yet it had not fully brightened. He donned the simplest of black woolen overcoats, accompanied by an unremarkable cap, standing outside the hotel. For reasons unknown, Shen Ting recalled the attire he had worn during her poetry recitation competition, which had an air of dishevelment. And in every previous serendipitous encounter, aside from that white shirt, his clothing had consistently conveyed a sense of untidiness. He truly resembled a young man of the streets. At that time, Shen Ting wished to distance herself from him, firmly believing him to be a rogue, unwilling to engage with him or entangle herself in any way. However, later on, she was perplexed when he changed his attire. Perhaps only that young man understood that ever since a jest made by a security guard in City C, he would don more respectable clothing whenever he encountered Shen Ting. Henceforth, even after laboring tirelessly for 3 days and nights, the youth's humility and restraint were entirely focused on this girl. Shen Ting gazed at Jiang Ye, never imagining that on such a frigid morning, he stood beneath the tree, bleary-eyed and arriving at an unknown hour. Yet, the soybean milk was warm. As she stared at him, her heart ached with a bittersweet sensation, filled with tenderness for him. This boy, in his earnest desire to draw near to her, had truly made considerable efforts to change. He refrained from smoking, avoided fights, removed his black ear studs, and transformed his once flamboyant exterior into a more subdued essence. He must have endured much hardship for her sake. Chapter 140. Do I eat you or it? Is it a bit cold this morning? The boy's voice was hoarse and stiff, his words of concern sounding clumsy, as if he were an awkward, inarticulate youth. Yet, a flicker of sweetness blossomed in Shen Ting's heart. The boy before her was indeed Jiang Ye, who cherished her deeply. Each step he took closer to her softened her heart. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and she subtly leaned in, bestowing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Carried by the morning breeze, the air was imbued with a faint, delicate fragrance of youthful innocence. Jiang Ye held something in one hand while entwining his other with Shen Ting's. The girl's tender lips brushed against him, warm and light, in stark contrast to his own passionate and forceful kisses. However, the girl's first initiative completely captivated Jiang Ye, leaving only the heartbeat of the youth in disarray. Shen Ting, the one who had initially shared the kiss, now felt a sudden shyness, unable to free her hand from Jiang Ye's grasp. She covered her blushing cheek with one hand, reluctant to acknowledge her recent actions. Her delicate hand, slightly cool, rested upon her flushed visage, and at last, Shen Ting found a modicum of comfort and ease. Yet, Jiang Ye showed no signs of relinquishing his hold. He placed her hand against his firm chest. She could feel his heartbeat, strong and rapid, transmitting from the youth's heart to her own. In a low, husky tone, he asked, Shen Ting, do you wish to devour me, or that? Shen Ting, bewildered, looked up to see his Adam's apple bobbing, the tension of youth enveloping the atmosphere. As the top student of the first high school, Shen Ting found herself momentarily stunned, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Dressed in a beige outfit, she emanated an aura of gentle elegance. Tell me, what do you wish to eat? He inquired, desire swirling around them. Blushing fiercely, Shen Ting pushed Jiang Ye away, declaring, I want to eat dumplings. Jiang Ye, with a glimmer of interest in his eyes, gazed at her with a hint of regret, saying, I thought you would prefer buns. I adore buns, soft, tender, and smooth. Despite her lack of knowledge on the subject, Shen Ting had encountered a few less-than-proper novels during her youthful days. Buns, soft, tender, and smooth, she echoed. A flush crept across her delicate face as she cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Ye with her misty, alluring eyes, internally chastising him for his lecherousness. The youth merely chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Shen Ting mused that when a boy treats a girl well, it is often rooted in affection. When such feelings reach a level of restraint, it transcends into love, an inescapable fate. Despite knowing this was a hopeless endeavor, he would still pursue his feelings with unwavering determination. It was her first encounter with someone discussing love while simultaneously praising themselves, and she found herself stifling laughter until a soft giggle escaped her lips. Her cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue from earlier shyness, and her eyes remained glistening with moisture. When she smiled, her eyes curved gracefully, her clear and beautiful pupils shimmering like the surface of a shattered lake, exuding a captivating beauty. The corners of her lips turned upward, her smile soft and soothing, akin to the sweetest honey in the world. Jiang Ye, you truly are shameless. The young man nodded earnestly, acknowledging the truth of her words. If I had any shame, how could I ever hope to win your heart? In her heart. Shen Ting noted yet another point about him. He was quite the narcissist. The young girl's earlobes flushed a charming red, delicate and adorable. She daintily fed him dumplings, while Jiang Ye, the rough-and-tumble lad, devoured them one after another. They finished their warm breakfast amidst the crispness of the morning air. Chapter 141. A date. Feng Ying inadvertently spotted them from the balcony above, her feelings a tangled web of complexity. Goodness, such a striking couple. Just moments ago, she had felt a twinge of regret, only to realize that Shen Ting's boyfriend was none other than that handsome lad. Oh dear, they were indeed a perfect match. Jiang Ye, having spent the night awake, gazed at Shen Ting with weary eyes. He lay awake, primarily fearing that Shen Ting might suddenly come to her senses, regretting her decision to break up with him. A blend of joy and apprehension enveloped him. As dawn broke, a gentle golden sunlight cascaded upon the young girl's hair, illuminating her bare skin with a porcelain-like radiance, exquisitely translucent and beautiful. Jiang Ye, would you like to go on a date? The girl's soft voice barely reached his ears. Listen, why didn't you ask me this when you kissed me just now? Why ask now? The boy's tone was gentle, teasing. Shen Ting, unable to withstand his playful banter, felt her cheeks flush a delicate crimson. She found Jiang Ye somewhat mischievous, yet she couldn't help but be drawn to him. So, are you going or not? The girl lowered her head, a hint of shyness coloring her demeanor. Her voice was sweetly soft, imbued with the tender dialect of the South, which melted Jiang Ye's heart. I will go. Don't mention just today. I'd be willing to date you for a lifetime. Jiang Ye nodded. But when the young girl released her grip, the warmth of her delicate touch vanished, leaving only the cool breeze. Noticing her eagerness, he spoke earnestly. Shen Ting, are you really going out like this? While you are indeed stunning, overexposure can lead to visual fatigue. Shen Ting was momentarily taken aback. Feng Ying, aware of the subtle thoughts that occupy a girl in love, rummaged through her bag and produced her lipstick, a vibrant shade of tomato red. Shen Ting hesitated, but Feng Ying skillfully applied the lipstick, revealing an exquisite hue. Goodness, Shen Ting, you look absolutely breathtaking. That handsome fellow is truly fortunate. She then advised Shen Ting, you mustn't be too proactive with this man. The more you pursue him, the more precarious your position becomes. Shen Ting nodded softly, expressing her gratitude, and inquired about what Feng Ying wanted for dinner, offering to bring something along. Feng Ying unreservedly asked Shen Ting to assist her in acquiring a portion of fried chicken. During a girl's first date, as they descended the stairs, she deliberately slowed her pace, meandering leisurely. Jiang Ye had never seen Shen Ting don such a hue of lipstick. Despite being aware of her beauty, he found himself momentarily captivated. A smile tugged at his lips as he took the initiative to grasp Shen Ting's bag and slung it over his shoulder. She resembled a soft, adorable rabbit, much like Shen Ting herself. However, when juxtaposed with Jiang Ye's tall stature of over 6 feet, it appeared somewhat incongruous, his cold demeanor rendering the scene mildly comical. Shen Ting yearned to hold his hand, yet their fingers perpetually missed each other. Pouting cutely, Jiang Ye cast glances at her throughout their walk, finding amusement in her little antics, and ultimately intertwined his fingers with hers, their hands firmly clasped. The brightness in Shen Ting's hazel eyes indicated her delight. Jiang Ye, unable to resist her tender demeanor, resolved that she should express her desires openly next time. Only those who voice their needs receive sustenance. Shen Ting acquiesced. The streets of B City boasted an abundance of street food, and as Shen Ting gazed at the skewers, her eyes twinkled with anticipation while looking at Jiang Ye. Her expression seemed to convey, I'm nearly drooling. Why haven't you bought me any yet? Oh, how infuriating yet endearingly adorable she was. How could such a being exist in this world? Provocative, unsettling, yet undeniably charming. Every cell in her being radiated cuteness. Jiang Ye was perhaps overthinking, as Shen Ting was merely inquiring if he desired to eat, or requesting him to release her hand so she could make a purchase. Chapter 142. Alluring elegance. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, raising his hand to tousle her hair, but suddenly paused as Shen Ting's phone rang. Amidst the bustling street, Jiang Ye shielded Shen Ting, embodying the role of a gallant protector. Upon glancing at the caller, Shen Ting recognized it was Teacher Li, and sensing urgency, she promptly answered. Hello, Teacher Li. The teacher's voice was hurried, as if she were on the move. Shen Ting, the piano competition has been rescheduled to 10 o'clock this morning. I lack the time to escort you personally. Please proceed to the venue and gather at the entrance. Shen Ting acknowledged with a nod. The youth, with his head bowed and dark eyes deep and inscrutable, left Shen Ting pondering his thoughts. He then affectionately tousled her hair, his gaze appearing cool yet composed. It's all right. There will always be time. Go on to the competition. I shall wait below. Nonetheless, Shen Ting felt a tinge of unease, glancing at Jiang Ye once more. She endeavored to rise on her toes to pat his head, seeking to offer him comfort. Yet, her height proved insufficient, and despite her efforts, she could not reach him. A slight frown creased her delicate brow, revealing her frustration. Jiang Ye, unable to contain himself, broke into a radiant smile, lifting her effortlessly by her armpits to bring her to his eye level. "Go ahead, touch my hair." Shen Ting felt an impulse to cover her slightly flushed face. Who allows others to pat their head? Isn't it customary to bow down? Little did she know, Jiang Ye had lowered his head for her many times before, wishing for her to draw closer to him this time. The bustling street was filled with passers-by, all casting glances in their direction. Shen Ting felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet she still reached out to touch his hair. Jiang Ye's hair was not soft. It had a certain firmness, even a bit prickly to the touch. However, observing the rebellious youth with his eyes downcast softened Shen Ting's heart. The blush on her cheeks faded, only to return with noticeable intensity as realization dawned upon her. "Jiang Ye, please put me down. So many people are watching." Her voice was soft and delicate, and Jiang Ye found it unbearable, yearning to press his lips against hers fiercely. However, he merely set Shen Ting down. Feeling a bit shy, Shen Ting decided not to linger and joined the others in the car. Throughout the journey, Feng Ying furrowed her brows, gazing at Shen Ting's lipstick with growing frustration, internally questioning why it remained intact, even doubting the capabilities of that handsome fellow. The venue for the piano competition was beautifully adorned. It was rumored that the judges were esteemed masters in the piano community. Upon entering, one was greeted by a quintessential European-style fountain, accompanied by lifelike sculptures. Outside the entrance, grand bouquets of flowers adorned the area, along with a banner announcing the competition. Numerous posters of renowned figures from the region, alongside various accolades, stood proudly at the entrance. Teacher Li awaited at the door. Once everyone had gathered, they were allowed inside to await their turn. Jiang Ye refrained from accompanying Shen Ting, primarily out of fear that others might discover their connection. He had met Shen Ting's mother and understood that should their relationship be exposed, she would likely face forced transfer to another school. Upon arrival, Jiang Ye ascended to the second floor, where the view was optimal. The lights dazzled, and after a brief moment of darkness, the stage revealed a finely crafted piano. Jiang Ye glanced at his watch. It read 11:35. For this performance, Shen Ting had donned the qipao made by her grandmother, acknowledging the significance of the occasion. She went to change, letting her long, naturally wavy chestnut hair cascade down. In the perfectly fitting qipao, every glance and smile radiated an enchanting allure. Chapter 143. Director Li. In this piano competition, the renowned director, Li, spent the first 2 decades of his life in the film industry in relative obscurity, experiencing a series of flops with his productions. It was not until a few years ago that he achieved a breakthrough with a dark horse project titled The Medicine Seeker. The male protagonist was crafted as a delicate, frail beauty, while the female lead exhibited both strength and intelligence, complemented by supporting characters with commendable wit. The narrative was succinct and engaging, shattering conventional norms in television dramas and garnering widespread acclaim across the internet. Following this, a succession of accolades followed, enhancing his reputation and stature. However, in recent years, Director Li has earnestly sought to create another masterpiece. Regrettably, he has yet to find an actor who embodies the essence of purity intertwined with desire, possessing an enchanting charm while remaining unblemished. He has been deliberating over the script for the unparalleled beauty for quite some time, but the perfect star remains elusive. Consequently, the script has languished, and Director Li has not directed much in the past couple of years. Observing his furrowed brow, a close friend decided to take him out to lighten his spirits. Shen Ting appeared in a stunning white qipao, exquisitely tailored to her form. The elegant lines of her youthful figure were elegantly enveloped by the qipao, featuring a single side slit that offered a glimpse without revealing too much. The meticulous stitching was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. The moment she stepped into view, she resembled a delicate, dew-kissed white rose, exuding an alluring charm of innocence. The fabric of the qipao was adorned with a subtle rose pattern, and the lace-cuffed sleeves accentuated her feminine grace. Her slender, fair figure was exceptionally proportionate, and even the segment of her ankle revealed by her high heels was remarkably exquisite. With her porcelain skin and striking beauty, the soft light caressed her face, creating an ethereal elegance that rendered her captivatingly irresistible. Upon her entrance, Director Li's pupils constricted in surprise. After many years, he once again beheld the captivating figure of the ethereal beauty radiating on stage. Enchanting and breath-stealing, the young girl possessed not only exquisite beauty but also an extraordinary grace. In that moment, Director Li felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. This girl was destined to shine brightly on the silver screen. Yet, he managed to restrain his emotions. In his youth, Li had encountered an elderly actress, a master of her craft, who, despite being in her 40s, could not compare to the current crop of popular leading ladies. However, adorned in a deep indigo qipao, with a charming smile that beckoned, she embodied a unique allure, bringing her character to life. In the presence of this young girl, he sensed a similar brilliance. The girl curtsied and took her seat. To be frank, the combination of piano and qipao often evokes a superficial allure. The judges regarded her subtle intentions with disdain. As her fingertips danced across the keys, a deep, resonant tone emerged, painting a vivid picture of a fierce battle amidst ruins. The anticipation of war reached its zenith, with both sides engaged in fervent conflict. Strangely, within the music, one could perceive the poignant despair of war. The flames of battle painted everything in a fiery hue. As the most reluctant hopes of life blossomed from the depths of despair, echoing like a song of sorrow, steeped in elegant tragedy. The music crescendoed, reaching a climactic peak, only to be abruptly silenced. The battle had concluded. Moments later, a gentle piano melody began to flow once more. In a posture of despair, the weary soldiers, who had steadfastly held their ground, gradually succumbed to the earth, their lives extinguished. A barren silence ensued. The lights dimmed, the music ceased, and all returned to tranquility. Shen Ting rose to her feet, as thunderous applause erupted below, akin to a frenzied wave surging forth, sweeping through the venue. Chapter 144, A Stroke of Genius. This piano competition deviated from traditional expectations. It demanded contestants to present original compositions. Shen Ting exhibited an overwhelming prowess that was nothing short of breathtaking. This girl was truly unparalleled. Director Li's eyes sparkled with fervor. He perceived her as the quintessential protagonist of the unmatched beauty, a seemingly innocent flower who was, in fact, a formidable force. Director Li was determined to cast her in this role. On the second floor, Jiang Ye was acutely aware of Shen Ting's popularity, having long known how adored she was. In the present moment, she resembled a newly emerged sprite, her innocent gaze already sufficiently enchanting. Deep within, Jiang Ye felt like a caged beast, fearing that as Shen Ting spent more time in this circle, encountering the elite and the powerful, she might grow disdainful of him, the rough-hewn man. Yet, despite his love for her, he could not imprison Shen Ting in the name of affection, dragging this moon down from the starry sky to confine her here. She deserved to shine in the brightest of places, rather than lead a mundane existence. Unbeknownst to Shen Ting, she did not see Jiang Ye, mistakenly believing security had barred him from entry, and thus she clutched her phone, dialing his number. Shen Ting, have you missed me so soon? The young man teased, his tone playfully irreverent. Shen Ting's ears flushed with warmth. She was easily flustered, playfully scolding him. Who said I missed you? Well, if you don't miss me, then I certainly miss you, Jiang Ye replied. His voice, when he spoke such words, was particularly alluring, rich with magnetism, as if he were whispering directly into her ear, sending delightful shivers through her. Her heart swelled with sweetness. Shen Ting recalled the matter at hand and inquired, Did you witness my performance? Nearby, someone remarked, That sounded remarkably like a crow's caw. Oh, do you concur? The individual replied, Indeed. Have you ever heard something so devoid of technical prowess? The youth could not suppress a chuckle as he leaned over the railing, observing Shen Ting by the exit of the audience seating adjacent to the stage on the first floor. The young lady, with a serious demeanor and a hint of annoyance, exclaimed, Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's assistant, fully aware of the young master's notoriously volatile temperament, had reluctantly arranged for him to be seated on the second floor. Fierce and untamed, he was not someone to be trifled with. However, the assistant felt compelled to monitor Jiang Ye's behavior and thus descended to fetch a platter of fruit. What ensued was a striking scene. The assistant spotted the rebellious young master intently focused on the spectacle below, remaining motionless for an extended period. Jiang Ye's pupils were as dark as night, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Just moments ago, he had laughed aloud. What on earth? The assistant thought. Is he attempting to intimidate someone? At over 40 years of age, and possessing a shrewd disposition, the assistant felt a twinge of fear as he noticed Jiang Ye smiling. Following his gaze, the assistant beheld a girl of such extraordinary beauty that she could captivate the entire audience. The young lady exuded a youthful innocence intertwined with an elegant allure, her eyes slightly upturned, resembling a beguiling enchantress. Good heavens! The assistant suddenly recalled. Isn't this the very girl Director Lee was inquiring about earlier? A prodigy at the piano, stunningly beautiful and possessing such grace. Clad in a white qipao. Her smile radiated like the moon in the sky. Absolutely breathtaking. Observing their young master, one could see the delight in his eyes nearly overflowing. As if he sought to embrace the very stars in the sky. The assistant couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young lady was remarkably impressive, almost as if she possessed some supernatural ability. The notorious and unruly young heir had evidently developed feelings for her. Director Lee had taken notice and wished for her to partake in a film. Moreover, this year's piano competition lacked standout performers. Perhaps this year's participants had succumbed to a degree of lethargy. The young lady's performance could certainly be deemed exceptional. Life seemed to unfold as if it were a charmed existence. The assistant cautiously glanced at the young master beside him. As long as Jiang Ye did not resort to any form of coercion, would the young lady not enjoy a smooth journey ahead? Chapter 145. Signing the contract, the assistant could hardly believe that this young lady was already the girlfriend of the notorious bully. His concerns felt utterly unfounded. Jiang Ye chuckled softly. Shen Ting, I witnessed your performance, and it was enchanting. The youth lacked formal education. His literary skills were mediocre, barely able to articulate a coherent romantic sentiment. Yet, the simple compliment warmed Shen Ting's heart, filling her with a sense of fulfillment. Where are you now? I haven't seen you at all, she inquired softly, her gaze cast downward, her tea-colored eyes brimming with affection. Jiang Ye found himself overwhelmed. Her demeanor suggested an undeniable fondness for him. His heart softened, and he feared the depths of his own infatuation, wondering if, in truth, Shen Ting did not harbor such feelings for him. The young man, panting heavily, suddenly sprinted away, clutching his phone. All Shen Ting could hear was the rush of the wind and his labored breaths. She asked in confusion, Jiang Ye, where are you? Why are you silent? Have you been stopped by security? Or have you been hurt? The youth possessed great strength, restraining her arms, yet he did not truly inflict pain. He held her close, resting his head on Shen Ting's shoulder. In a hushed and strained voice, he murmured, Shen Ting, do not pretend to be so fond of me. I take it seriously and shall not let you go. Shen Ting felt a surge of anger. How could her affection for Jiang Ye be deemed pretense? However, unbeknownst to her, beneath the youth's arrogant facade lay a dark heart and humble thoughts. During those most sordid years, he had become the school bully at Yizhong and a delinquent in City C, lacking any ambition. Yet, it was also during this time that he encountered his sole beacon of light. Ironically, in his most debased state, he felt that even reaching out to touch her would be a desecration. How could he dare to yearn for Shen Ting's affection, to be loved as he loved her? The clock in the auditorium chimed, announcing the competition would commence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was now mealtime. A throng of people surged out, creating a sea of bodies. Jiang Ye, anxious about the crowd, gently placed a hand on her head, guiding her closer to his chest. Shen Ting could hear nothing but the fervent heartbeat resonating within his warm chest, dispelling the earlier tension in an instant. Once the majority of the crowd had dispersed, Jiang Ye finally released her. Director Lee had never seen Jiang Ye exhibit such a cultured demeanor, calling him Li Shu with surprise. Turning to glance at the exquisitely beautiful young girl beside him, Jiang Ye shielded her, ensuring that Director Lee remained at a distance. I have yet to witness such a protective demeanor from this lad, Director Lee chuckled, his face lined with wrinkles, not particularly handsome. I do not consume people. I simply find that this young lady's attributes align perfectly with the character in my script, and I wish to inquire about her thoughts. Shen Ting appeared genuinely bewildered. Her delicate, curled eyelashes casting a shadow as she glanced at Jiang Ye, seemingly seeking his counsel. Jiang Ye's heart softened at her innocence. He was not a villain. He was the director of Seeking Medicine. Shen Ting comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although she realized she might be highly regarded by the director, she could not fathom that it was Director Lee himself. In fact, several talent agencies had extended olive branches to her, yet she felt little inclination. Director Lee, however, was a different matter altogether. With a hint of timidity, Shen Ting inquired, is it a contract of that nature? Or, Director Lee was amused by the straightforwardness of this young lady. Chapter 146. She is exceptional. Her pair of amber-hued eyes sparkled with an extraordinary clarity, as if they could speak. Would working without a contract be in vain? Shen Ting touched her slightly flushed cheeks, hesitating, but I lack any acting experience. She had only learned the performance techniques imparted by her grandmother, yet she had rarely taken the stage. Even though her grandmother had often praised her as a natural actress, she remained untrained. Despite not being formally educated in the craft, she was undeniably remarkable. There exists a type of individual who, once immersed in a role, can perform with remarkable vivacity. Director Lee certainly considered this aspect, yet the likelihood of finding another girl who met his criteria was nearly non-existent. After careful deliberation, he approached her once more. Lack of skill? I can enroll you in a formal program to cultivate your talent. As for the remuneration for acting, it can only be half. It is inconceivable for a business to operate without profit, nor could one invest without the prospect of gain. Shen understood this principle. Yet, she still inquired, Mr. Lee, I remain perplexed. Given the multitude of artists in this industry, there seems to be no necessity to select an ordinary person like myself. Director Lee was well aware of this. However, in the entertainment circle, few individuals can maintain their original intentions. Very few can embody the innocence of their early performances while later showcasing a captivating allure. Many may possess the ability to switch between these facets, but such transitions are particularly challenging. True beauty lies in the essence rather than mere appearance, and Director Lee was able to perceive Shen's potential. He wished to take a gamble. I am merely placing my bet on you. Shen understood. Jiang Ye had never considered her passion for acting, believing instead that a diligent student would only be inclined towards studying. The young man furrowed his brow and asked, She is still in her second year of high school. Can your television series be aired after the college entrance examination? Director Lee was taken aback by Jiang Ye's sudden display of decorum. Witnessing the most rebellious young master of the Jiang family bowing his head before a young girl, it was quite amusing. Suddenly, Director Lee recollected something. By the way, young lady, what is your name? Which university do you aspire to attend? With her eyes cast down, her long eyelashes fluttering, and a glimmer in her gaze, Shen replied, My name is Shen Ting, and I aim to enroll in the Film Academy in City B. Indeed, it was this very essence that captivated. This girl was pure and alluring, exuding a refreshing innocence while possessing an effortless charm. Director Lee was fully aware of the challenges posed by the admissions process at the City B Film Academy. Nevertheless, he encouraged her, saying, Good luck, and provided her with his contact information for future correspondence. Jiang Ye suddenly called out to him, his eyes swirling with emotions as dark as ink. The young man's jaw tightened slightly, his thin lips pressed together, and his nose stood tall and straight. His profile was strikingly handsome. Although you may not comprehend Shen Ting's achievements, I find your disdain for her aspirations rather unappealing and discomforting. He grasped Shen Ting's hand. She was the top student of C City No. 1 High School, one of the finest students in the city. You should not look down upon her accomplishments. She is remarkable. Director Lee was taken aback by his bluntness and pointing out his thoughts. He felt neither anger nor embarrassment. Indeed, at first glance, he had assumed that such a beautiful girl could not be academically inclined, yet he had overlooked the scholarly aura that could only be cultivated through diligent study. While her cultural scores were satisfactory, the entrance examination for the arts was considerably challenging. Director Lee's respect for this young woman grew. He inquired, I didn't catch your full name earlier. Which Shen are you? Director Lee's mind was momentarily stunned, as if fireworks had erupted within. Flashes of sparks danced across the sky. 2 years prior, at a banquet hall adorned with intricate lighting, a lengthy and opulent red carpet was laid out. The lady, accompanied by a group of women, spoke eloquently. I married long ago. My husband's surname is Shun, as in Shun Kongwen. My granddaughter is already in her teens. Her talent and performance should surpass mine. Her name is Shen Ting. Shen Ting, Shen Ting. Director Lee never anticipated that she was the granddaughter of that esteemed artist. He had mourned the passing of the old artist at the banquet, recalling their past friendship with a sense of sorrow. Director Lee attributed much of his current stature to his own erudition, seizing opportunities, and encountering benefactors along the way. To have gained the favor of the esteemed Mr. Jiang is indeed a blessing bestowed by that venerable artist. After her passing, Director Lee was unaware of her descendants. Who could have anticipated encountering them today? It is no wonder he felt that Shen Ting bore a striking resemblance to that dear departed friend, as if their spirits were intertwined. With a smile, Director Lee remarked, What a splendid name. I have other matters to attend to, but feel free to contact me directly by phone. We can discuss the script and your studies at a later time. Shen Ting nodded in acknowledgement. Director Lee is regarded as a well-respected figure in the industry, known for rejecting financial backing in productions and for his respectful demeanor towards female stars. Moreover, given his acquaintance with Jiang Ye, their relationship is quite familiar. Jiang Ye led her to the second floor, a venue purchased by his grandfather, allowing him easy access. The youth's gaze was profound as he observed the dishes laid before them, urging, "Please, eat." The assistant had prepared only for Jiang Ye, and upon seeing the young lady obediently following him with a sweet demeanor, he felt as though he were dreaming. The young man was certainly aware of the assistant's thoughts. With a slight smirk and a fierce glance, he quipped, "Perhaps you should donate your eyes. Can you not see that she is my girlfriend?" The assistant, feeling guilty, wiped his brow. It was not a matter of visibility, but rather the sheer improbability of such a delicate beauty being with the notoriously temperamental Jiang Ye was simply surreal. Nevertheless, the assistant felt compelled to offer a word of caution to the extraordinarily attractive young lady. "Do not be afraid, young lady. Should you find yourself in peril, just blink, and I shall undoubtedly come to your rescue." His enthusiasm was palpable, and even Jiang Ye could not ignore it. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to truly take your eyes?" The young man was visibly upset, a fact that any discerning observer could easily discern. The assistant, not wishing to provoke any misfortune, swiftly departed. Shen Ting gazed at him, perplexed by the sudden onset of his anger, especially as he seemed to be tormenting others without a hint of remorse. Jiang Ye felt a tightness in his chest, to be frank, as a man himself. He understood the base thoughts that others harbored when they looked at Shen Ting, and he had witnessed their ugliness firsthand. Upon learning of Shen Ting's aspirations to become an actress, his composure shattered. Shen Ting blinked, having made her decision long ago. The young girl softly grasped his hand. Her first deliberate approach, nuzzling against him like a gentle kitten. The young man realized he could not deter her, for he was the one who had fallen first, ensnared in a predicament from which he could not escape. Shen Ting was utterly bewildered, instinctively clenching her jaw, while the young man repeatedly brushed his lips against hers. The girl, fragrant and soft, appeared diminutive in his embrace, and Jiang Ye could detect the faint scent of milk candy emanating from her. After a moment of entanglement, he managed to exercise a modicum of restraint and released her, breathing heavily, a hint of seduction in his demeanor. "Listen," he murmured. "I cannot impede your dreams or your journey. I would even hesitate to bully you further. Yet, I implore you to safeguard yourself. The entertainment industry is rife with chaos, and beneath its glamorous facade lies a world of filth. While there are indeed many who are pure-hearted, who can truly ascertain the truth." Shen Ting, feeling dazed from the kiss, found her body rigid and her legs unable to support her, growing increasingly weak. She was also frightened, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. The young man caught her, aware that his previously unrestrained affection had startled her. He gently supported her hips, tenderly kissing the traces of tears on the girl's cheeks, as if soothing a child. The tenderness was overwhelming. If that assistant were present, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. Who has ever witnessed the audacity of Jiang Ye, the young master of Kyoto, so unabashedly kissing away a young girl's tears? It was a reckless display of affection, epitomizing the devotion Jiang Ye felt towards Shen Ting. The young man meticulously kissed away her tears, his heart's primal instincts growing increasingly voracious. He yearned not only to kiss her lips, but also the remnants of tears in her eyes, her delicate nose, her ears, and the nape of her neck. He wished to experience every part of her, caught in a moment of panic that she might cry again. He hastily ceased his ministrations. Jiang Ye playfully nudged her nose with his, patiently confessing, "Listen, I was wrong. I'm a rogue, utterly debauched." Jiang Ye gazed at her soft, supple lips, unable to resist planting another kiss. His heart raced with a fulfilling satisfaction. Shen Ting, flustered and red-faced, initially felt angry but found herself questioning her own feelings, charmed by his playful demeanor. What a mischievous scoundrel he was. How fierce he had been in the past. Now, he was capable of such endearing antics. Shen Ting was unaware that Jiang Ye had been quite the playful child, though the adults in his household either overlooked or disapproved of such behavior. Jiang Ye regarded her with a teasing smile, his elongated eyes fixed on her. His deep, resonant voice sent a shiver through Shen Ting, her ears flushing crimson. She pushed him away and descended the stairs, determined to spend the afternoon quietly listening to others perform. Refusing to indulge this mischievous rascal any longer, he leaned casually against a corner upstairs, exuding a languid charm. Touching his own lips, he then broke into a radiant, untroubled smile, looking utterly foolish in his delight. In the afternoon, it seemed that everyone finally showcased their true abilities. Among them was Shen Ting's roommate, Feng Ying, who also performed in the afternoon. Noticing Shen Ting's flushed cheeks, one could easily surmise that she had engaged in some mischief. With a teasing smile, Feng Ying inadvertently glanced up at the youth on the second floor, who languidly observed them, his gaze fixed on Shen Ting like that of a hawk, greedy and piercing. Goodness! This handsome boy seemed oddly familiar. Ah, indeed, it was none other than Jiang Ye from number 1 high school. With a hint of sympathy, she cast a glance at Shen Ting, but to be honest, Jiang Ye appeared remarkably handsome when looking so serious. Feng Ying soon immersed herself in the performance. When the award list was announced, Shen Ting secured the 3rd prize, which was commendable for a non-art student. Both she and Feng Ying attained the 2nd prize, much to Mr. Li's satisfaction. In the past, the school would boast about even a single 3rd prize, yet now they had 3 winners. Chapter 149. Her parents. As Shen Ting stepped outside, she spotted Jiang Ye leaning against the wall at the corner near the exit. How long have you been out here? Not long. I just came out, he replied with a smile, like a pristine youth. 3rd prize is quite impressive. Many did not receive any award. My Ting Ting is truly remarkable. Her heart swelled with joy, her bright eyes shimmering like rippling water, reflecting the essence of youth. Having just finished playing the piano, Shen Ting felt lighthearted and genuinely happy. Although the award was somewhat underwhelming, she had put forth her best effort. This merely underscored that there were many talented individuals, and she still had room for improvement. Softly, she said, Jiang Ye, I want to hug you. The air was sweet, and behind Jiang Ye blossomed a cluster of pale pink camellias. He had just purchased the flowers from the vendor outside. Although it was a purchase, it felt more like a snatch. The vendor intended to reserve the last bouquet for his wife, believing that life requires a sense of ritual. Every day, he would set aside a bouquet for her. Jiang Ye had no time for idle chatter. He tossed the money aside and hurried off with the flowers. The vendor felt somewhat dispirited, yet the amount left was sufficient to buy 2 bouquets. Upon reflection, he thought it wasn't so bad. He could always buy another bouquet later. The young girl leaned in gently to embrace him, her hands soft and fragrant. Jiang Ye felt as if his heart might melt. When Shen Ting noticed the flowers behind him, her eyes sparkled with a crescent-shaped smile, as if reflecting the beauty of spring blooms and autumn moons. Are these for me? She inquired playfully, fully aware of the answer. Jiang Ye, undeterred by her teasing, softly replied, Yes, they are for my little moon. Little moon? Shen Ting found this nickname delightful, far more appealing than the moniker Little Ear Sister given to her by Yuchichi. She struggled with her hearing, often unable to catch what Yuchichi said, thus earning that peculiar nickname. Do you not like it? He asked while twisting open his thermos to pour her some milk, placing the cup gently in her hands. You haven't had much to drink all afternoon. It will quench your thirst. The cup was filled with a rich, milky aroma. She stared at it, puzzled, wondering when Jiang Ye had prepared this for her. As the project presentation concluded, Teacher Li emerged. Jiang Ye paused, recognizing her as Shen Ting's supervising teacher. He still believed that Shen Ting was not particularly fond of him. He was the rebellious type, uninterested in classes and prone to fighting. A figure to be wary of at the school. In contrast, Shen Ting was obedient, held deep respect for her teachers, and had never considered the idea of early romance. He always felt that Shen Ting could not endure his relentless pursuit, so he casually agreed. Sometimes, he pondered how fate so delightfully played tricks on him, compelling him to meet the pure and pristine Shen Ting during the darkest year of his life. At the most chaotic moments, he encountered a girl who stirred his heart, making it almost incredulous to believe in her affection. The teacher emerged, and Jiang Ye knew that Shen Ting was afraid of her, undoubtedly fearful of being caught in a budding romance. He discreetly stepped back a few paces, leaning against the corner. Teacher Li approached, oblivious to Jiang Ye's presence, and greeted Shen Ting with a warm smile. Shen Ting, you performed admirably. Would you like to walk with us today? The individuals behind her intentionally distanced themselves. Parents? Where could she possibly have parents? And to dare utter such falsehoods without a hint of embarrassment. Yet, Jiang Ye felt a warmth in his heart. If only she did have parents, that would indeed be wonderful. His little companion. Teacher Li had a fondness for such a good girl like Shen Ting, and without needing to send a message of inquiry, simply smiled and agreed. Ah, perhaps this is the privilege of being a good student. Chapter 150. His seriousness. Teacher Li departed with the other students, and the young man lowered his head, his long, dark eyes fixed upon her, glimmering with a radiant smile. Ting Ting, who are your parents? Shen Ting finally regained her composure. She was not adept at lying, yet her acting skills were exceptional, and no one seemed to notice. The young girl blushed at his words. In truth, the old gentleman had his own ulterior motives. He wished to ensure that Jiang Ye could focus on his studies. With him watching over, perhaps Jiang Ye would take things seriously. The old man had spent half his life in military service, and in his desire to toughen Jiang Ye. He had once placed him in a military camp. Later, the child grew robust and devoted himself earnestly to his studies, bringing comfort to the elderly Mr. Jiang. Now, as he approaches the twilight of his life, his greatest concern remains Jiang Ye. He yearns to witness Jiang Ye thriving. Upon arriving at the airport, Jiang Ye had already secured his flight ticket. He then proceeded to purchase dinner, presenting her with an array of culinary delights. Shen Ting lowered her gaze in astonishment at the feast before her. Candied chestnuts, stir-fried rice cakes, sesame pancakes, savory crepes, and sweet rice cakes, sufficient to satiate several appetites. Unable to contain her laughter, she remarked on the sheer volume of food he had acquired. "Did you really buy this much?" "Indeed," he replied. He wished to share everything with her. After all, the young girl had just arrived in City B and should experience its local specialties. Yet, surrounded by onlookers, they felt somewhat foolish. Her mother was likely still at the law firm, but it was something for Chi-Chi to enjoy. Shen Ting felt a tinge of shyness as he cradled her in his hands, nodding in acceptance of his offerings. He had bestowed upon her numerous gifts. Yet she found herself momentarily devoid of anything to reciprocate, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. The flight was scheduled for 7 o'clock, and there was still time to savor a few more bites. Taking a small bite of the rice cake, Shen Ting gently lifted her gaze to meet his. His dark eyes sparkled with mirth. In truth, Jiang Ye possessed a gentle nature, a side she recognized was reserved solely for her. She could not shake the feeling that her Jiang Ye was not the person others described. She longed to save him, yet felt powerless in her efforts. Before boarding the plane, Jiang Ye grasped the luggage, one being Shen Ting's small suitcase, the other his exam papers. With his free hand extended toward her, he playfully beckoned. "Hold my hand." A smile threatened to break across her face. His gaze, brimming with anticipation, belied a tone that was undeniably domineering, reminiscent of those arrogant young lords from ancient times who forcibly took maidens. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. Suddenly, the youth lowered his head, his voice a beguiling bubble-like whisper. "Listen. I have never held another's hand nor kissed anyone else. I merely acted to impress." Shen Ting's long lashes fell like raven feathers, her brown eyes glimmering with a hint of joy as she grasped Jiang Ye's hand. On the airplane, Shen Ting had been diligently preparing her piece over the past few days, feeling quite fatigued. Jiang Ye gently placed a sleep mask over her eyes. In the hazy realm between dreams and wakefulness, she lifted the mask and beheld Jiang Ye. The dim light illuminated his pale skin, and his dark eyes were deeply set within his pronounced brow, his features sharply defined. He held a page of notes with utmost seriousness. Chapter 151. She went blind in the muted light. The girl's curled lashes cast shadows upon her porcelain skin, giving her an endearingly gentle appearance. Jiang Ye also took notice of her. He tested the temperature of a cup of water with the back of his hand, finding it pleasantly warm. Had she just awakened? Or was the light too bright? Shen Ting slowly lifted the cup to her lips, her voice soft as she inquired, "When did you begin studying on the plane?" It was only after she had fallen asleep that he started to make faint sounds of writing, her eyes shimmering with delicate tenderness. Shen Ting had not closely observed him before, but now she noticed the young man's English paper, densely packed with notes in various colors, elucidating meanings and comprehension strategies. At that moment, she could no longer contain herself. She nuzzled against him and squeezed his hand, smiling as she declared, "Jiang Ye, I find that I like you even more." The tip of his pen glided across the page, producing a soft scratch. He gazed intently at her, uncertain whether it was due to the girl's profound seriousness or the weight of her words. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins like a tempestuous sea or seething magma, momentarily seizing his entire being with an indescribable sensation. It was maddening. He felt a wild urge to twirl with Shen Ting, yet he feared being perceived as insane by others and dreaded the possibility of Shen Ting thinking him mad. He even worried that her agreement to be his girlfriend was merely a fleeting whim, and that she might demand a breakup once she regained her composure. The anxiety consumed him, stirring an uncontrollable irritability within. Nevertheless, he aspired to be an exemplary individual, a renowned scholar worthy of Shen Ting, Jiang Ye. After disembarking the plane, Shen Ting messaged Chi-Chi. Jiang Ye had accompanied her, and she would be spending the night at Chi-Chi's home. Mrs. Qin had met Chi-Chi and recognized her as a lively and cheerful girl, yet still advised Shen Ting to bring some fruit or similar offerings. "Be helpful and considerate," she urged. The night air was somewhat chilly, but the warmth of the boy's palm radiated, causing a delicate layer of sweat to form in Shen Ting's hand. She felt a hint of distress. Her cheeks puffed adorably as she pondered the unseasonable warmth of winter. What would summer bring? Jiang Ye, oblivious to her thoughts, found her distracted demeanor irresistibly endearing. He harbored an overwhelming desire to kiss her. Ting, is that where it is? He noticed her flushed cheek, warm against his lips as he tenderly pressed a kiss, yearning for another. Yet, he hesitated, fearing she might deem him a rogue, despite the truth that he was indeed a scoundrel. That evening, upon receiving exhilarating news from Ting, Yuchi could hardly contain her excitement and decided to step out onto the balcony. Outside, the red lanterns and warm orange streetlights illuminated the scene, creating a charming ambience that, while lacking the grandeur of a bustling metropolis, radiated warmth. Beneath one of the streetlights, Yuchi thought she spotted the notorious Jiang Ye. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was him. She was curious to see which new girlfriend this scoundrel had acquired, who could be so blind as to fall for Jiang Ye. The girl's delicate face was adorned with a hint of rosy blush, though she was slightly obscured from view, making it difficult to discern her features. All Yuchi could gather was that the girl's airily styled bangs exuded a sense of gentle tranquility. The more she looked, the more she felt the girl resembled Ting. The two appeared to be reluctant to part, fidgeting with one another, and Yuchi was convinced that the girl was undoubtedly Ting. She felt as though her eyes had deceived her. Chapter 152. The landlord Ting must have been kidnapped. I refuse to believe that Ting would willingly associate with Jiang Ye. Despite her fears of Jiang Ye, Yuchi hurriedly slipped on her slippers and dashed downstairs, realizing that if she delayed any longer, Ting would be reduced to mere scraps. This descent marked the swiftest she had ever moved. Panting heavily by the time she reached the ground floor, she inquired about Jiang Ye's whereabouts to Shen Ting, her cheeks flushed like the tender cherry blossoms of spring. Did you see everything? Yuchi nodded, eager to discuss it with Shen Ting, advising her to adopt a more reserved approach, cautioning that she was too easily taken advantage of. Upon entering Yuchi's home, a cozy apartment of less than 100 square meters, she felt a warmth that Shen Ting was familiar with, having visited several times before to tutor Yuchi. Chi-Chi's parents are the epitome of a warm and loving couple, navigating the mundane realities of life with playful banter and mutual consideration. They have two daughters, Chi-Chi and YK. Like her sister, YK is lively and exuberant. Upon entering the room, she eagerly pulls Shen Ting over, exclaiming, "Pretty sister, you arrived just in time. We were just playing do di ju." Chi rolls her eyes and retorts, "YK, how come I've never seen you so enthusiastic towards me before?" Unfazed, YK makes a playful face at her sister from the sofa, embodying mischief. Chi clenches her fist in mock frustration, thinking that 3 days without discipline could lead to chaos. The family surrounds her with warmth. Y's mother heads to the kitchen to slice fruit, while the others indulge in the local delicacies of B City amidst the ongoing game of do di ju. Shen Ting, having grown up in a home where her parents shared a deep bond, finds this lively atmosphere somewhat unfamiliar but ultimately comforting. She learned card games while living with her grandfather, and Y's father, a skilled player, refrains from overwhelming the children, allowing the three girls to play while he enjoys watching television. Shen Ting is adept at calculating cards, though her accuracy varies after losing several rounds. She finally hits her stride, winning 10 consecutive games. Both Chi and YK find themselves questioning their existence in light of their defeats. Regardless of whether Shen Ting is the landlord, victory seems to favor her. The two sisters exchange disdainful glances, navigating their sibling rivalry. In this environment, Shen Ting sheds her weariness, revealing a shy yet charming smile. She is indeed striking, yet the only man in the household is her father, who seems oblivious, fixating only on her mother. Later, Chi, unable to contain her curiosity, starts probing into various matters, feeling a sense of loss for having missed out on something important in her mere 20 days of existence. That night, the moonlight was resplendent. Shen Ting's eyes were particularly enchanting, clear and pure, with her shoulder-length hair dense as satin, the ends slightly curled, exuding a gentle elegance. Chi, he is truly wonderful. He has made a concerted effort to draw near to me throughout our time together. I feel I should not let him slip away, unbeknownst to me. A particular word struck Yuchi, who smiled and said, "As long as you are happy, that is enough." Shen Ting and Yuchi shared a bed, while Jiang Ye called Shen Ting, inquiring if she was enjoying herself. She responded with a sweet smile, stating that they had just been playing cards. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, never anticipating that Shen Ting would engage in such activities. Leaning against the railing, he braved the gusty winds and asked, "What game are you playing, landlord?" The girl's voice was soft and melodious, and Jiang Ye found himself yearning to see her again, feeling uncomfortable even through the screen. Exercising patience, he inquired, "Did you win or lose?" "I won," she replied, her tone soft, laced with a hint of pride. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, thinking of something. "Listen, you are quite clever." Shen Ting's face flushed with shyness. The boy's voice on the other end was cool and laced with laughter. "I can play games like Sha Jinhua and Don Yonyo. If you ever wish to play, I shall bring you along next time." After saying this, he worried that it might make Shen Ting feel inadequate. "Would you dislike this version of me?" Shen Ting asked softly. "Not at all," he assured. Chapter 153, Gentle Care. Suddenly, memories of the boy's sleek black hair, the sweat glistening during the basketball game, and his handsome jawline flooded her mind. He excelled in all these seemingly trivial pursuits. Shen Ting suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia for her past, smiling as she said, "Jiang Ye, next time we play basketball, I will definitely bring you water." The girl's voice in the microphone was sweet and soft, instantly warming his heart. The young man gazed at the moonlit sky, pondering, are we truly in love? Will we not casually part ways? The gentle breeze brushed past, his voice carrying the coolness of the night, like the scattered glimmers of light submerged in the vast sky. Even though they were apart, he endeavored to shine brightly for the sake of reaching the moon. She sensed his unease and the deep-seated anxiety within him. In the microphone, his little moon softly replied, "I won't, Jiang Ye, I like you too." The wind whispered through the night, and his heart was suddenly jolted, beating fervently, untouched by the cool night breeze. A servant was tidying up the balcony when he noticed the rebellious young master leaning against the railing, gripping his phone tightly, as if wishing to merge with it. The corners of the young man's eyes glimmered with red, his hands trembling as if he were unwell. Suddenly, he erupted into mad laughter, catching the servant's attention as he exclaimed, "Shen Ting is my girlfriend. She said she likes me. I'm so happy." The servant's lips twitched, unsure of who Shen Ting was. However, the current Jiang Ye resembled a lunatic, utterly beside himself with joy. Opposite him, Shen Ting felt an overwhelming embarrassment, while Yu Chi, eavesdropping, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Stop it. If you keep talking, I'll hang up." Shen Ting pouted, her voice softer and sweeter than usual, while the once fierce boy now wore a gentler smile. "Shen Ting, are you a child? Why do you still act coy?" That last with a rising intonation tugged at Shen Ting's heart, causing it to flutter sweetly. "So what if I acted coy? It's utterly adorable. I cherish your playful demeanor. I adore everything about you." After entering a romantic relationship, boys often shower their partners with sweet nothings, delighting the girls with their affection, filling Shen Ting's heart with bliss. Yet, Shen Ting felt she should remain rational. Thus, she inquired seriously, "Did you study today?" He replied, "I did." Shen Ting tilted her head, slightly surprised. "What did you study? Be fond of?" Yu Chi couldn't contain her laughter. It turned out that Yi Gu was simply a love-struck fool. If this were to get out, it would be utterly amusing. Shen Ting lowered her head, her delicate and beautiful face betraying no response. Jiang Ye began to panic, fearing Shen Ting might be upset. That day, on the last bus, the vehicle was packed, and the young man shielded her, compromising for her sake amidst the crowd. At that moment, he was irritated and tempted to smoke, but when he glanced at her, his hand, which had been searching his pocket, froze. He gruffly asked her for some candy. Surrounded by people, the boy, unaccustomed to bus rides, appeared impatient yet ensured that no one encroached upon Shen Ting's space. It turned out he had been trying to treat her gently for quite some time. That night, the moonlight was perfect, and the fireworks had long since faded. Shen Ting held her phone, her eyes shimmering with tender emotions and gratitude. On the other end of the line, the boy's voice was distinctly cheerful. "Good night, my little moonlight girlfriend." Chapter 154. Wearing a skirt as the new school year approached, time flew by, and before long, Shen Ting and Jiang Ye, a couple once deemed unlikely by many, had been together for over 3 months. In early June in City C, the cicadas sang from the trees outside the window, heralding the arrival of a sweltering summer. During summer, the school only enforced the uniform on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Early in the morning, one could see Ji Fei holding her white dress. Ji Fei had a reasonably delicate appearance, slender and proportionate, dressed in her white dress. She stood out amidst a sea of girls clad in white and blue uniforms. Li Yushan had long gathered around Ji Fei, exclaiming in excitement, "Fei Fei, you look absolutely stunning in that dress. Your legs are so slim and fair, not even the hottest star could compare." A group of girls felt somewhat awkward, thinking Li Yushan's praise was overly exaggerated. Ji Fei's complexion could only be described as fair, and her legs, while not particularly thin or straight, paled in comparison to those of the numerous leggy stars in the entertainment industry. It was rather bemusing that Li Yushan would say such things. Amidst the flattery, Ji Fei felt a sense of pride, especially since her dress was quite short and decidedly alluring. Someone nearby inquired, "Ji Fei, how much did that dress cost? It looks quite luxurious. Surely it wasn't cheap." Upon hearing this, Ji Fei beamed with delight. Coming from a family of modest means, with parents who indulged her, this dress had been custom-made by a designer at her father's request. There were only a handful of such dresses on the market, making it impossible for anyone to wear the same outfit. "This dress of mine is a private custom design. My father mentioned that it is my gift for the coming-of-age ceremony as I enter my final year of high school." A group of girls gasped in awe, and the mere mention of private custom made them perceive me as affluent. Ji Fei relished the feeling of being the center of attention. Still harboring resentment over Shen Ting's dazzling brilliance at the New Year's Eve gala, every boy in the school seemed entranced, and for an entire month, the school's confession wall was adorned with messages related to Shen Ting. Such superficiality was unbearable for Ji Fei. Aside from being slightly outperformed by Shen Ting academically, she felt somewhat less attractive. How could she possibly compare? Suddenly, someone remarked, "Ah, summer is indeed sweltering. I believe this weather is perfect for wearing dresses. But why does Shen Ting, who is so beautiful, never wear them?" A girl responded, "Shen Ting has worn dresses before, once at the beginning of the school year and once at the New Year's Eve gala." Another girl scoffed, "When she did wear a dress, it was merely a long one. I wonder if she is conservative or if she has scars on her legs. Or perhaps her legs are just thick." There were a few girls in the class who held a certain disdain for Shen Ting, their jealousy manifesting in sour remarks about the girl. After all, her beauty was evident from the first glance. A precursor to her present exquisite allure, a beauty so captivating that it transcended visual fatigue. Seizing the moment, Li Yushan suddenly declared, "You all didn't know? Shen Ting's thighs are quite unattractive, covered in unsightly scars, likely from injuries sustained in her childhood." Yuchichi, who had been diligently focused on her work, could no longer tolerate it and hurled an eraser at Li Yushan, striking her back. "I am unaware of your familiarity with the situation, yet you choose to spread unfounded rumors. Recently, Yuchichi has lost some weight and only dared to don her little dress today, initially in high spirits. Her mood has soured as she clutches the fabric of her skirt with increasing agitation. It is a pity that she is wearing a dress, otherwise she would truly confront Li Yushan." Chapter 155. Enrolling in the Arts Examination. The act of slandering others persists, and while no one intervenes, the fabrications only grow more intense. Truly commendable. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, fresh from a basketball game, stands on the court as Jiang hands him a bottle of mineral water. The young man tilts his head back to drink, with droplets cascading down, accentuating his alluring Adam's apple. His jawline is distinctly defined, and his profile is strikingly handsome. "Goodness, Brother Yi, your little girlfriend is now with the top boy from Class 3. The top boy from Class 3? Jiang Ye has heard of him. Rumored to be a lackluster student who consistently ranks 10th. Shen Shudong quietly reminds him, "Brother Yi, your rank is only within the top 100. Jiang Ye casts a cold glare at Shen Shudong, exclaiming inwardly, "Who asked for your opinion? One day, I shall surpass him." Shen Shudong, ever the sycophant, eagerly agrees, "Indeed, you are absolutely right." Though Jiang Ye cannot recall the name of the top boy from Class 3, he knows that this individual has professed his feelings for Shen Ting multiple times on the confession wall. Shen Ting seems indifferent, and Jiang Ye does not wish to dwell on it. Yet, this time, fate has orchestrated an encounter. To take action in the presence of the Taisui truly requires audacity. Jiang Ye grips the water bottle, effortlessly vaults over the railing, and dashes towards the classroom office with fluidity. "Goodness, did you not find Brother Yi incredibly cool just now?" Shen Shudong wore an expression of one who was merely an observer. He wagered that Yi Ge would indeed leave the school bell's lips swollen today. Truly, he was commendable in his pursuit of fostering romance. Soon, they would be off to witness the unfolding drama. The distance between the teaching building and the classrooms was not considerable, yet the expansive area between the two structures was occupied by a basketball court. The youth, endowed with strength and long legs, sprinted swiftly. Jiang Ye approached with fervor, while Shen Shudong cast a glance at Shen Ting, one that seemed to wish her good luck. This was troubling indeed. Shen Ting instinctively distanced herself from the academic monitor of Class 3, fearing that Jiang Ye might genuinely feel jealousy and lose control of his emotions. Just as she was about to speak, the tall youth, with an imposing presence, advanced with a fierce demeanor. A girl cradled a thick volume in her hands, engaging in lively conversation with a nearby boy. Jiang Ye shot a menacing glare at the boy, then, bending down, he proceeded to tie Shen Ting's shoelaces with those hands that had never met defeat. Shen Shudong's inner thoughts erupted in disbelief. Goodness! Ye Gu is actually lowering himself to tie her shoelaces. Shen Ting, momentarily taken aback, lowered her gaze to Jiang Ye. She genuinely felt as though the entire world believed she was finished, and even she had resigned to despair. Yet, the youth fastened her laces and casually took the book from her grasp. Shen Ting was left astonished, her amber eyes fixed upon him in a daze. Jiang Ye seemed indifferent to the boy, yet the depths of his dark eyes hinted at a challenge regarding his actions. Throughout his life, Jiang Ye had never submitted to anyone but Shen Ting. He willingly lowered his so-called lofty head for her, for in her presence, he had never been a prince. In truth, there are many who cherish Shen Ting, yet it is only Jiang Ye who possesses the audacity to dote upon her as if she were a princess, holding her close to his heart. Upon entering the classroom after submitting her assignments, Shen Ting found the atmosphere hushed, for following her was the formidable campus leader from No. 1 high school who would dare to gossip. Her mind was still preoccupied with the discussion among the teachers regarding the film performance examination training classes. A tutor from B City had come to recruit students. This film performance class represented her first step towards becoming an actress, and she was determined to enroll. Throughout this year, each individual has been on a journey of personal growth, and she too, like a flower, was approaching the moment of true blossoming. Chapter 156. A surprise as early summer enveloped City C, the temperature soared. Chi-Chi donned a delicate blue dress adorned with exquisite embroidery, exuding a blend of elegance and playful charm. Hearing that today was Chiu Su Jia's birthday, she had chosen to wear the dress. Ting Ting. Do you think wearing a skirt makes me look a bit plump? Is it unattractive? The concerns of young girls extend beyond studies and beauty to encompass the trivialities of what to eat, and perhaps not much else. Shen Ting gazed at her, her gentle and lovely eyes framed by lowered lashes, and earnestly replied, "You look wonderful." Yu Chi-Chi finally felt reassured and skipped down the stairs. The journey remained unknown to all, and no one comprehended what would unfold thereafter. Ultimately, Shen Ting received a tearful call from Yu Chi-Chi. The sight of a girl embracing a boy's waist was indeed a picturesque scene. In Shen Ting's presence, Jiang Ye had retreated significantly, for his affection was fervent, yearning for an unbreakable bond. Yet, he had now learned the art of patient and profound love. The domineering and unreasonable Jiang Ye has also learned to bow his head before the one he cherishes, even allowing her good friend a moment of reprieve. While many might consider this a matter of course, he is, after all, the tempestuous Jiang Ye. Deep within him lies an intense possessiveness and obsession, reminiscent of his mother, who wishes to keep her beloved close at all times, watching and possessing, even when he knows it is futile. Yet, he repeatedly convinces himself not to exert too much control over Shen Ting, not to be overly possessive. He can bid her farewell with a smile, but he finds it impossible to part from her. It is only later that he realizes the afflictions his mother bore were not without reason. Loving too deeply can indeed be a sin. When he finds Yu Chi-Chi, she is cradling a cup of milk tea, tears streaming down her cheeks, sobbing like a little child. Shen Ting has never seen Yu Chi-Chi in such distress, her eyes swollen, and the sight pierces her heart. Jiang Ye gives space to Shen Ting. Though he does not fully comprehend the bonds of female friendship, he recognizes Shen Ting's sorrow. Yu Chi-Chi, observing Shen Ting's tearful state, confides, "Listen, I actually know. I know he doesn't like me." Her sorrow is palpable, leaving Shen Ting at a loss for words of comfort. "I also know he likes you, but I always thought that with my heart and soul devoted to him, he would eventually come to like me." Amidst her tears, Yu Chi-Chi unexpectedly lets out a laugh, and soon both girls find themselves chuckling together. Shen Ting pushes a dessert toward Yu Chi-Chi and says, "Chi-Chi, Chiu Shujia is not worthy of your affection. You are surely a delightful surprise to someone who is waiting for you." Yu Chi-Chi held the spoon, yet refrained from eating. Suddenly, she remarked, "Listen, I sometimes find myself quite envious of you." Shen Ting was perplexed, feeling there was little to envy about herself. "What is there to envy in me?" Yu Chi-Chi lowered her gaze, stirring the dessert with the spoon. "It seems to me that you possess an unwavering confidence, not merely the ordinary kind. Moreover, you have a clear vision for your future." Yu Chi-Chi could not articulate her thoughts precisely, but she sensed that Shen Ting was unlike many other girls. She was resolute, resilient, and had her own plans. Shen Ting's confidence exuded a comfort that did not unsettle others. Rather, it radiated a profound inner poise. Her established principles guided her actions, rendering her impervious to the whims of others and sparing her from self-doubt. With a gentle smile, Shen Ting replied, "In fact, I find myself rather envious of you. I tend to deliberate excessively on the consequences of my actions, which often leads to hesitation." In contrast, Yuqiqi pursued her passions with relentless determination, striving wholeheartedly for what she loved. Each individual possesses their own unique brilliance. Yuqiqi admired Shen Ting's self-assured excellence and her refined upbringing. Conversely, Shen Ting too admired Yuqiqi's fearless bravery and the harmony within her family. There was no need for self-deception nor to forsake what one already possesses. Yuqiqi gazed at the dessert in her hand, reminiscing about her first encounter with Qiu Shujia. She had always had an aversion to basketball, perpetually at risk of being struck by a stray ball. Her vision blurred. The gentle September breeze caressed her, and a young boy, enveloped in the warm sunlight, unexpectedly appeared before her. "Apologies for the unfortunate incident, dear classmate." The youth exudes a gentleness akin to a warm breeze, and the radiant young man has since captured her attention. She frequently frequents the basketball court, learning to knit scarves, nurturing others, fortifying her own resilience, and also mastering the art of letting go. Yet, is there truly a hierarchy of worth among people? Because she does not possess a slender figure, merely qualifying as adorably plump, does that render her unworthy of affection? The young girl scooped a generous spoonful of dessert, and as she savored it, laughter erupted, albeit in a most ungraceful manner, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Listen, I aspire to attend B University. Given Yuqiqi's academic standing, this ambition seems almost laughable, as she could at best secure a place in one of the better second-tier universities in the city." However, Shen Ting spoke earnestly and gently. "You can do it." Indeed, she can. Qiu Shujia's disdain for her is his loss. A girl of her caliber will surely find someone who will cherish her. Let us consider these past 6 months as though she were bitten by a dog. On one hand, Yuqiqi appears to be unbothered. On the other, Shen Ting cannot simply allow Qiu Shujia to evade consequences. Having been a model student for so long, she has restrained her true nature, never acting on impulse. Nevertheless, after a few days, Shen Ting sought out Qiu Shujia. Upon encountering Shen Ting, Qiu Shujia resembled a lovesick puppy, employing his usual tactics to charm her. Shen Ting regarded him coolly, her brow furrowed, lamenting her failure to intervene on Yuqiqi's behalf. Yet, the situation had reached an impasse. "Qiu Shujia, I did not come here seeking you out. I simply did not expect you to stoop so low as to bully someone to this extent." The girl's voice was a melodic blend of the sweetest honey, yet her demeanor was distant and frigid. Qiu Shujia remained silent. Shen Ting, facing this taller boy, showed no sign of retreat. "In winter, when Chi was suffering from severe stomach pains, you drank excessively, yet she still took care of you. You desired small cookies, and she wanted to make them. As it was her first attempt, she burned her hands 3 times just to produce a meager amount. Yet you carelessly gifted them to others, leaving me feeling utterly appalled." There are numerous matters Shen Ting preferred not to enumerate, yet she bore witness to them all. How could Qiu Shujia possibly remain oblivious? Shen Ting stood calmly opposite Qiu Shujia, her brows and eyes composed and steady. The light from outside enveloped her, her delicate figure resembling a blooming white orchid, exuding an enchanting yet chilling fragrance. "What right do you possess to compel Chi, who is entirely devoted to you, to forsake you time and again? Enough is enough." Qiu Shujia glared at Shen Ting with an intensity that seemed capable of tearing her apart. "Shen Ting, are you not also toying with the men around you? What makes you think you have the right to speak to me in such a manner? As for whether my girlfriend has the right, I cannot say, but I believe I am entitled to teach you a lesson." Following the youthful fury in his voice, Shen Ting quickly dashed to Jiang Ye's side, taking his hand. With a soft, playful tone, she said, "Jiang Ye, he just bullied me." Qiu Shujia was momentarily taken aback. Throughout it all, he had been the one being bullied, and in the end, he merely retaliated, only to find himself in the role of the aggrieved party. Jiang Ye's gaze was sharp and cold, appearing quite fearsome. Qiu Shujia knew all too well that she could not provoke Jiang Ye, and she was acutely aware of his status. Even if Jiang Ye fell out of favor with Mr. Jiang, it did not diminish his claim to inheritance. Even if Mr. Jiang were to leave him nothing, he would still be a man of wealth, possessing all of his mother's assets, as well as the entirety of his father's shares and properties. Moreover, Jiang Ye was notorious for his rebellious nature and erratic temperament. The entire school was well aware of this fact. Yet, what did it matter? These individuals still had to feign respect towards Jiang Ye, enduring any humiliation with a forced smile. Qiu Shujia, do not draw near him, and do not entertain any notions of opportunity. The profound intensity and obsessive certainty reflected in the depths of the young man's dark eyes pierced Qiu Shujia's heart. Damn it! Ironically, she still had to smile and declare, I will not approach Shen Ting. As Qiu Shujia departed, Jiang Ye's expression remained rather unforgiving. Shen Ting recognized Jiang Ye's anger and clung to his arm playfully. Jiang Ye, I was just so frightened. The boy's tousled hair framed his face, and in his disheveled gaze, he mercilessly patted the delicate face of the girl beside him. Shen Ting, knowing fear yet still daring to seek out Qiu Shujia alone, I truly do not know how to respond. The girl smiled brightly, her eyes reflecting his image. And despite her earnestness, she bore a hint of innocence. With her eyes slightly upturned and her sweet voice captivating, she pleaded, Brother Jiang Ye, please do not be angry. All right? Jiang Ye found himself unable to withstand her charm. He held little ire towards her. Gripping her hand with a gentle yet firm pressure, he cautioned, next time, do not be so audacious. Her hand brushed against his fingertips, the calluses on his palm providing a ticklish sensation, an oddly comforting feeling that was difficult to articulate. She softly replied, acknowledging the situation. For several consecutive days, rumors circulated, the origin of which remained unclear, claiming that Jiang Ye and Shen Ting were the ringleaders in bullying Qiu Shujia. It was further alleged that aside from their academic prowess, Class 2 comprised nothing but a group of good-for-nothings. The school forum erupted in a frenzy of insults, with Class 2 and the sports class embroiled in a vehement dispute, spiraling into a situation that was increasingly difficult to control. As the homeroom teacher, Yao Yao became aware of the situation and felt compelled to intervene. Although she was unaware of the specifics concerning Shen Ting and Jiang Ye, she unequivocally sided with Shen Ting regarding the bullying. She could not fathom her students bullying others without cause, and the escalation of this incident could tarnish Shen Ting's reputation. Months later, she found herself in the office with Jiang Ye once more, previously intimidated by him. She now felt a profound certainty that she had developed feelings for the person before her. The boy's tousled hair was cut shorter, accentuating his resolute demeanor. Yao Yao refrained from reprimanding the two. Instead, she inquired of Shen Ting whether the allegations regarding the bullying of Qiu Shujia were true. Shen Ting, still somewhat apprehensive in Yao Yao's presence, lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, teacher. Her voice was gentle, reminiscent of the most tender breeze in Jiangnan, imbued with a sweetness. She then began to express her thoughts hesitantly, lamenting that she should not have rejected Qiu Shujia's confession, for had she not done so, he would not have been driven to anger, Jiang Ye would not have come to her aid, and none of this turmoil would have occurred. She portrayed herself as a delicate victim, and Jiang Ye, suppressing a smile, quietly asked her, where did you learn all of this? Beneath her elegantly arched eyelashes, her chestnut-colored eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she softly replied, Chi taught me. Yao Yao remained oblivious to their whispered exchanges below. After a moment of serious contemplation, she acknowledged, I am aware of this matter. Chapter 159. The competition. Yao Yao gazed at the petite beauty, reminiscent of misty mountains in hues of azure after the rain, comprehending that youths of this age would undoubtedly be enamored by her. However, she couldn't possibly attribute the fault to the young girl. The boy, with his head bowed, had delicate lashes casting shadows over his eyes, obscuring his gaze. He inquired, how does the teacher intend to handle this? Yao Yao found his sudden concern somewhat amusing. She set aside her documents and remarked, this incident is primarily their fault. I will merely speak with the head of the physical education department about it. If you have nothing else to attend to, you may leave. The boy remained silent. His jawline taut. I have a superior suggestion. The physical education department has held our class in disdain for quite some time. The conflict shall only escalate. To eradicate this issue, it would be best to earn their respect and admiration. At that moment, Yao Yao truly regarded him. Observing the sharp and refined contours of his face, his jaw slightly clenched, and his thin lips pressed together. He was entirely different from the student she had encountered the previous year. Back then, Jiang Ye was a rebellious spirit, unafraid of authority and dismissive of teachers. He was known for brawling, smoking, dyeing his hair, and donning outlandish attire. Quite the troublemaker. Yet now, there was a fervent light in his eyes. Yao Yao found herself intrigued by his thoughts. Setting down her teacup, she encouraged, "Do share your superior's suggestion." Dressed in a crisp white shirt, with neatly tousled hair, his dark eyes fixed on Yao Yao as he declared, "Since the physical education department belittles our athleticism, let us challenge them to a basketball match." Playing basketball? Indeed. It is certainly feasible, but do you stand a chance? Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for our entire class. Yao Yao's voice echoed in his ears as he gazed out at Shen Ting beneath the trees. Shen Ting had come out first, only to later realize that Jiang Ye was still inside. She felt too shy to go back in, so she waited outside. The greenery at the first high school was splendid. The brown branches supported lush foliage, and Shen Ting inhaled the subtle fragrance of grass, wood, and earth. Lost in thought, she observed the birds perched on the branches, hesitantly pacing back and forth, obediently awaiting him. Jiang Ye replied cheerfully, declaring that they would not lose. How could he allow his little friend to bow her head in defeat? The little moon should wait for her star to draw near. Upon seeing Jiang Ye emerge, a charming girl bounded up to him with a spring in her step. The youth grasped her delicate, soft hand. With a twinkle of laughter in her eyes, she inquired, "What did you just discuss with the homeroom teacher?" Jiang Ye chuckled, "In a couple of days, our class will face theirs in a basketball match." The two classes had long harbored conflicts. Class 2, with its superior academic performance, was viewed by the lowest performing class as a group of pretentious fools, solely focused on their studies. Typically, the two classes were bitter rivals, and a single spark could ignite a fierce confrontation. The teachers were equally troubled. The sports class comprised a bunch of students uninterested in academics, who, upon witnessing the bookish nature of Class 2, began to mock them endlessly. It was only later that the students of Class 2 realized the disdainful attitude towards the sports class, which led to a further intensification of their discord. The basketball match was seen as an opportunity for the sports class to showcase their strengths. After all, it was their area of expertise. However, if their Class 2 secures victory, the sports class shall no longer dare to speak ill of them. Yet, Class 2 is beset by worries. Apart from a handful of basketball enthusiasts, it appears that there are few formidable players in their ranks. Jiang Ye gathered the previous competitors, and they trained together. A group of boys striving earnestly. This atmosphere invigorated the learning environment of the class, and Yuchichi no longer thought of Chiu Shujia, immersing herself in her studies. Chapter 160. Her Jiang Ye on the day of the competition. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. It was a clear summer day, neither overly hot nor oppressive. Beneath the teaching building, Shen Ting had her long hair tied into a ponytail, waiting for Yuchichi for an extended period. In the summer breeze, her bangs fluttered gently, exuding an indescribable charm of purity and elegance. Yuchichi, though not particularly fond of basketball, was nonetheless elated for Class 2's moment of glory. Let us go, let us go. As they approached the basketball court, they were surprised to find a multitude of students inside. Most were girls, while the boys on the court donned short sleeves and shorts, perspiring profusely. Shen Ting glanced up and spotted Jiang Ye in the crowd, clad in a red jersey. His complexion was a cool white, perfectly complementing the vibrant red. He radiated youthful exuberance, his muscular lines smooth and well-defined. A throng of girls gazed at him, their faces flushed. Before long, both boys and girls encircled the court in 3 layers, and Yuchichi guided Shen Ting as they gradually edged closer. Although the game had yet to commence, with still half an hour to go, the place was already teeming with people. Shen Ting had never anticipated Jiang Ye's popularity would be so immense. She stood at the periphery, unwilling to approach, simply fixated on him. Jiang Ye tossed a bottle of mineral water to Yang Jiang, and then went to the lounge area to retrieve an umbrella. The young boy rushed over, bowing his head as he held the umbrella for her. The weather was sweltering. How could she have forgotten to bring an umbrella? Noticing her silence, he assumed she was feeling faint from the heat, and, with a flourish, produced a fan for her. One hand held the umbrella while the other fanned her gently. A cool summer breeze swept by, causing Shen Ting's heart to flutter. How attentive Jiang Ye was. Initially feeling a tinge of jealousy, her heart was now filled with thoughts of him. She gazed at him, her eyes a shade lighter than pure black, neither the usual brown nor completely dark, resembling the delicate hue of light tea, as if washed clean by raindrops. Sunlight danced in her crystalline gaze, casting brilliant sparkles. With a gentle smile, sweet and soft, she formed a heart with her fingers, encouraging him. Jiang Ye, keep it up. In the background, Yuchichi felt a pang of envy. Jiang Ye clasped her hand, his throat tightening, yet he refrained from kissing her in front of so many people, smiling as he replied affirmatively. In the past, during the beginning of the school year, the first time he saw her smile, even if it was just the corners of her lips turning up, it carried a sweetness that resonated deeply within him. He thought to himself how genuinely pure she was. Moreover, there was an ethereal elegance about her, reminiscent of the purity following a rain on gardenias. At that moment, he longed to draw closer to her. As Jiang Ye and his group took the stage, Yuqiqi finally dared to embrace Ting Ting's arm. Now, she hesitated even to hold Ting Ting's hand, as if it bore Jiang Ye's distinctive four-character mark. Shen Ting stood in the second row, sunlight spilling down upon her fair skin and rosy lips. Her long eyelashes, damp with mist, fluttered like butterfly wings, yet her gaze remained tranquil and serene. The girls on the sidelines shouted hoarsely, "Come on, Class 2. Rise up, Class 12. Class 12 was the sports class, and that group had booming voices. Yuqiqi decided to borrow a megaphone from the physical education teacher. Instantly, the atmosphere of Class 2 intensified. The screams echoed, elevating the competition to a fever pitch. Among the cacophony of cheers were names like Jiang Ye, Qiu Shujia, and several others. Suddenly, the field fell silent, only to erupt into even more fervent applause. Jiang Ye, clad in a red jersey, casually lifted his shirt to wipe away sweat, revealing his toned abs. Coupled with his strikingly handsome face, he was simply breathtaking. Chapter 161. Spirited and vigorously alive. Jiang Ye just made a three-pointer. Wow, that move was so cool. Shen Ting's heart raced as she immersed herself in the fervent excitement of the youthful crowd, feeling the tender pulse of her age quicken in sync with her beating heart. Clenching her fingers, she thought, "Jiang Ye, I think I like you even more." His black hair was drenched in sweat, cascading down his chiseled cheeks, dampening his jersey. Yet he remained unfazed. Class 2 rallied together, with Jiang Ye as the main force, while the others provided support. The boy executed seamless passes and dribbles, standing tall as the tallest and most dazzling player in the game. Jiang Ye dunked the ball, surveying the court with an air of confidence reflected in his deep, dark eyes. Class 2 worked in harmony, the atmosphere buzzing with energy, while the young boys below brimmed with vitality and exuberance. Jiang Ye seemed to possess boundless strength. During the first half of the match, there was no sign of fatigue, and he played as if he were invigorated. Occasionally, he would steal a glance at her, the corners of his lips curling upwards. Shen Ting felt her cheeks flush, dizzy from the surge of youthful hormones. The boy exuded a carefree spirit, with a wildness evident in his eyes and brows. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, she realized just how popular Jiang Ye truly was. As the first half concluded, the score between Class 2 and the athlete stood at an unprecedented 17-13, a remarkable achievement. Jiang Ye lounged casually in the substitutes area, surrounded by a group of blushing girls who approached with a bottle of water and a clean towel. "Jiang Ye, you should drink some water," they urged. His gaze, cool and intimidating, sent a shiver down their spines. He spoke nonchalantly. "Do you think I have anger issues? Or perhaps you believe I have a girlfriend? Do you think you compare favorably to her in looks or grades? Or are you simply unafraid of a beating?" As Shen Ting approached and overheard his words, her brow furrowed slowly. Was this the rhetoric of a bully? "Why are you so fierce?" she asked, handing him the towel. Sweat trickled down his brow, glistening on his high cheekbones. Jiang Ye leaned against a tree, casually wiping his face. "Am I not already taken? Just showcasing my girlfriend, right?" He was unaware of where he had picked up such phrases, and Shen Ting felt her face grow warmer. The boy, feeling the heat, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a few gulps. His movements were unrestrained, and water dripped down his chin, tracing the line of his Adam's apple, dampening his collar. His youthful physique radiated a palpable energy, the embodiment of vitality. Jiang Ye's abdominal muscles were fair and firm, their contours smooth, a testament to his rigorous training. Shen Ting delicately licked her lips, and one couldn't help but notice that her figure was rather appealing. With a light chuckle, Jiang Ye intended to tease her, while the group of boys behind him erupted in raucous cheers. Brother Yi is astonishing. His way of showering affection is truly unique. Shen Ting, feeling slightly embarrassed, discarded the towel she had just received along with her pink umbrella and departed. The afternoon sun was not overly harsh, and as the girl stood in the sunlight, her exposed neck and arms radiated a snow-like whiteness, as if they rarely basked in light, their translucence strikingly beautiful. It was then that the group realized Shen Ting was wearing a dress today, a knee-length skirt, no less. Her slender calves were exceptionally pale, exuding an inexplicable, delicate beauty reminiscent of fragility. In the light, she appeared ethereal, Chapter 162. Do you know shame? Was this truly an unflattering leg shape? And scars on her legs? Such beauty was hardly something to scoff at. These remarks were utterly absurd. The boys began to understand the depths of a girl's jealousy. However, Jiang Ye, with a somewhat possessive and chilly gaze, fixated on them, causing them to swiftly avert their eyes. Certainly, they did not wish to provoke him. Jiang Ye rushed over, holding the umbrella, only to find Shen Ting coldly regarding him, clearly unwilling to engage. She turned her face away, yet in the eyes of the boys, it appeared as though the studious and demure school beauty Shen Ting was casting disdain towards Brother Yi. A wave of concern washed over the boys for her. Although Jiang Ye held deep affection for Shen Ting, he was known for his volatile temperament and bouts of rage. His unpredictable nature was coupled with an aversion to any semblance of submissiveness. One should not seek warmth from a cold shoulder. Chen Shudong and Yang Jiang are undoubtedly aware that during the courtship between Jiang Ye and Ran Ran, it was Ran Ran who took the initiative. Shen Ting is indeed high-minded and genuinely reserved. Therefore, when Jiang Ye approached, it was evident that he was truly smitten. Yet now, a group of boys sensed that Jiang Ye was on the verge of an outburst, only to witness the youth clad in a red jersey, holding an umbrella with one hand while the other gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. The collective moral compass of the onlookers shattered. What on earth? Is this the same Jiang Ye who unleashed a torrent of insults on the court? Is double standard his family's specialty? Shen Ting cast her gaze downward, recognizing the handkerchief he had used. Her cheeks flushed slightly, their softness betraying her embarrassment. Jiang Ye, are you not aware of shame? To offer me a handkerchief that you've used? The boy's laughter reverberated in his chest, and he leaned closer, the corners of his elongated eyes lifting in a manner both audacious and arrogant. Shen Ting, no one has ever taught me about shame. Perhaps you could instruct me. Hand in hand, his voice, low and husky, sent shivers coursing through Shen Ting's veins. She inwardly chastised him, calling him a rogue and a lecher. Wasn't it obvious? He had long harbored a desire for her. Jiang Ye, his fingers gripping the umbrella's rib, maintained his playful demeanor. Listen, be a good girl, will you? There's nothing on this handkerchief but my sweat. It's quite clean. Shen Ting widened her eyes in disbelief, her amber irises clear and pure. Her face was a portrait of incredulity. The once radiant moonlight of the girl behind her suddenly dulled as she fled, clutching her flushed cheeks. As Jiang Ye stepped off the court, the opposing sports team finally exhaled in relief. With Jiang Ye off the field, they too felt a sense of ease. Without saying much, that player is exceptionally fierce. Even the girls cheering for their own class have turned against them. The entire arena resonates with the names of Class 2 and Jiang Ye, with only occasional mentions of Qiu Sujia. It is utterly bewildering. The prowess of the sports class should not be underestimated. Yet, with Jiang Ye in play, it is strangely evident that scoring has been minimal. Their spirits are dampened. The sports class intends to fervently chase the score only after a brief intermission. During the halftime break, Jiang Ye also intends to take a moment to rest. On the court, the remaining members of Class 2, while the sports class blatantly disregards the rules, even allowing a larger individual to overpower one of Class 2's boys. The youth with dark eyes coldly observes the bullying tactics of this group. With a formidable teammate absent, Yang Jiang feels a twinge of anxiety and promptly calls for a timeout. He is drenched in sweat, wipes his face, and approaches Jiang Ye. Brother Ye, you should take the floor again. Those contemptible bastards from the sports class are about to surpass us. In truth, the sports class holds the least respect for the three of them, perceiving them as lacking in ability while still attending Class 2. Chapter 163. Are they digging up his ancestral grave? Most of the boys in the sports class are enamored with Shen Ting, the delicate beauty raised in the water town, who excels academically and possesses both charm and elegance. She stands as the sole beacon of brilliance in the crowd, a unique landscape amidst the chaos. The members of the sports class, known for their volatile tempers, are merely a group of hot-headed youths, often described as physically strong yet mentally simple. The captain of the sports class, upon witnessing the boy who had just been bullied and injured leave the court, gestures a middle finger at him, arching an eyebrow at Class 2, silently conveying his disdain for what he perceives as a group of rubbish. His expression is aloof, unmistakably revealing his displeasure. Yet another teammate is nearly victimized. Yang Jiang unleashed a torrent of expletives, expressing his frustration with the shamelessness of those around him, claiming it was all deliberate while the referee appeared oblivious. He found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Ye made a gesture for a timeout, signaling to the referee for a substitution. Yang Jiang harbored a deep-seated apprehension about Jiang Ye's potential ferocity. He knew Jiang Ye all too well. He was deeply emotional. In the past, when he was bullied, he had cowered under the blows. Later, Jiang Ye single-handedly confronted a group of 7 or 8 ruffians, armed only with a bottle, and ultimately reduced those who tormented him to pleading for his forgiveness on their knees. Fortunately, when he ended up in jail, there were no surveillance cameras, and the existence of prior footage of his bullying led to his release. He had once chuckled, suggesting that had there been any footage, Jiang Ye's life would have been irrevocably ruined. At that time, surrounded by swirling smoke from his cigarette, his youthful face bore a sharpness, an air of bravado mixed with nonchalance. He flicked off the ash as the moonlight was shrouded by clouds. Yang Jiang thought it was impossible that there were no cameras. Despite his volatile temperament, he was not foolish enough to jeopardize his future. It was then that Yang Jiang realized Jiang Ye was not only deeply sentimental but also astute. However, he had little time for contemplation as the second half of the match was about to commence. A few boys from the sports class were brought in, and upon seeing Jiang Ye on the court, they internally lamented while feigning calmness. Glancing up at the scoreboard, it read 22-22. Everything was level. There was no cause for concern. They could hardly believe Jiang Ye still possessed such vigor. Yet, within mere minutes of the game resuming, their faces drained of color. What the hell? This guy is a lunatic. Have they disturbed his ancestors' graves? Jiang Ye. They were merely playing a game, not engaging in a duel. Was such gravity truly necessary? Utterly overwhelming, indeed. After all the effort to seize the ball, it was but a fleeting moment before it soared away. For the entirety of the half, Jiang Ye dominated the court, dribbling and shooting, while the girls' voices grew hoarse from cheering. The chants from Class 2 rang out harmoniously. Jiang Ye, you are the best, you are the strongest. The young man remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on a girl outside, sheltered beneath a pink umbrella. A gentle breeze swept through, causing her bangs to flutter, embodying a pure, elegant beauty. His moon was watching him. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled, seemingly imbued with starlight. Gradually, the score began to widen. Xiao Su Jia thought to himself, this person was utterly insane, playing as if his life depended on it. Damn. Everyone on the basketball court was riveted by Jiang Ye, his movements fluid as he dribbled and dunked with ease, launching the ball with one hand from a distance. The young man possessed considerable strength, and another three-pointer found its mark. The group of boys from the sports class looked as if they had just consumed mustard, their expressions sour. Jiang Ye was undoubtedly a madman, after all. No one was truly digging up his ancestors' graves. With only 3 minutes remaining, the current score stood at 31-26. If the sports class wished to secure victory, they needed 2 three-pointers. Achieving 2 three-pointers was indeed a daunting task, especially since most were already exhausted, unless Jiang Ye and his team committed fouls, allowing the ball to fall into their hands. Some attempted to draw a foul, but they remained vigilant. Chapter 164. A grudge must be avenged. When Jiang Ye took to the court, he had warned them that if the opposing team wished to catch up, they would have to force them into fouling. As expected, with only a minute left on the clock, Jiang Ye cast a cold glance over the playground. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the class monitor of the physical education class, the very same individual known for bullying and humiliating others. Jiang Ye's aim was impeccable. He threw the ball directly at the boy's knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground, directly facing an injured member of Class 2. The students from the physical education class were momentarily stunned, as were those from Class 2. Wow, Yi Ji's temper is quite something. How incredibly impressive. We are exhilarated. An eye for an eye. Shen Ting was aware of Jiang Ye's volatile temperament, yet she had not anticipated such a fierce retaliation. However, he had never acted this way towards her. She was the sole exception to his youthful ire. The students from Class 2 were stifling their laughter. Even though the ball had been claimed by the physical education class, they could hardly create any significant stir. With only a brief moment left on the basketball court, the final score read 31-28, marking a victory for Class 2. A throng of students erupted in excitement, embracing one another, and Yu Qiqi was equally thrilled, exclaiming, "Ah, Jiang Ye is simply on fire. Our class is truly exceptional. Just listen, I feel inspired to tackle those problems again." Meanwhile, Liang Wei, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Does he even grasp his own worth?" Ever since his unfounded slander against Jiang Ye failed, Liang Wei's academic performance had steadily declined. If he performed poorly again in the upcoming end-of-semester exams for the second year, he would be expelled from Class 2. The established rule at the prestigious school was that classes for the third year were determined by academic performance. Rumor had it that Jiang Ye had not even passed the second year's assessments, and if this trend continued, he risked failing his retake exams and jeopardizing his high school diploma. In the past, students without a high school diploma could still take the college entrance examination. However, in recent years, a high school identification card had become a prerequisite for the exam. As the crowd on the basketball court gradually dispersed, a group of boys, brimming with excitement, hoisted Jiang Ye towards the lotus pond situated behind the court, yet soon, the area was devoid of any presence. As she walked, she was suddenly pulled aside. He was panting, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his eyes dark and startling. Leaning against the bare trunk of a tree, Shen Ting asked, "Jiang Ye, what are you doing?" His abrupt appearance startled her heart. The wind, mingling with her faint fragrance, forcefully invaded the boy's lungs. He pressed his hand against the willow tree behind her, cornering her in a confined space. Breathing heavily, his dark eyes fixated on Shen Ting. The position they found themselves in was undeniably embarrassing. "Are you looking for your dear brother?" He was beginning to act provocatively again. Although this place was secluded, Shen Ting still feared being seen by others. At her age, she was unafraid of being caught by a teacher, but she was easily embarrassed. Shen Ting reached out to pry his arm away, smiling as she asked, "Why are you so mischievous? Bullying someone from the sports class?" Jiang Ye chuckled lazily, his body drenched in sweat while she smelled sweet and soft. The moment he drew close, he felt he had sullied her. Thus, he released her. They had what they deserved. "You really are incorrigible." "Jiang Ye, I suddenly remembered something." Leaning against the wall, he lowered his head, his eyelashes casting shadows. Rummaging through his pocket to produce a candy, unwrapping it, and offering it to her lips. "What is it?" she asked, tilting her head to gaze at him. "During the birthday party for Ji Fei, when we played Truth or Dare, did you go easy on me?" In chapter 165, she let it go. The boy cast a sideways glance, his eyes full of sincerity. Yes. At that time, Chen Shudong's final draw had landed on Shen Ting, and everyone knew Jiang Ye was adept at playing cards. Thus, he was well aware that Chen Shudong had drawn Shen Ting. However, Shen Ting has indeed made great efforts to diminish his presence. Initially, he stood up with the intention of bullying her, yet, much like the delicate feathers of a raven, his long eyelashes cast a shadow over eyes that sparkled with clarity. In an instant, his heart softened. As Shen Ting lifted his gaze, the corners of his eyes seemed to bloom with the vibrant hues of March peach blossoms, exquisite beyond compare, soft and tender, a gentle thank you escaping his lips. The young man affectionately ruffled her hair, not wishing to exert much force. After their meal, the physical education teacher from Class 2, taking a leisurely stroll by the lotus pond, observed the girl being led by the boy's hand in a domineering manner. He paused for a moment, then noted the palpable aroma of youthful infatuation that surrounded them, despite the summer heat. The teacher glanced at his empty hands and rubbed his balding head, lost in thought. Nearing 30 and still without a girlfriend, he felt a twinge of frustration at the sight of these youngsters, each with partners as beautiful as flowers. Yuchichi wished to avoid being a third wheel. Sometimes, Shen Ting would take her to meals, other times they would dine together, or she would go alone. Outside the railing of Class 2, a sunlit youth clad in a clean tracksuit waited at the entrance, clutching a cup of milk tea. The lovely girl ambled along at a leisurely pace, prompting Qiu Shujia to feel a flicker of impatience. Yuchichi had once raced to meet him. Now, she strolled so slowly. Yet, Qiu Shujia concealed his feelings, as he had always been somewhat indifferent towards Yuchichi, devoid of any genuine sentiment. This offering of milk tea was merely a superficial gesture to enhance his social appeal. Other girls remained oblivious to the underlying reasons, only aware that they had parted ways. In this moment, he appeared somewhat sentimental while delivering the milk tea. Qiu Shujia hailed from a well-to-do family, his academic performance reasonably commendable, and as an athlete, he believed that with a little effort, he could gain admission to University B. This led him to harbor a sense of superiority, convinced that only individuals like Ran Ran were worthy of his affection. However, before he could make his move, Ran Ran had already entered into a relationship with Jiang Ye. Subsequently, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he found himself entangled with Yuchichi. As Yuchichi approached, Qiu Shujia extended his hand, anticipating that she would be touched by the gesture. To his dismay, the girl's profile was cold and distant. She barely acknowledged him. Had he truly been overlooked? Qiu Shujia clenched his jaw and tightened his grip in frustration. With a resounding thud, he discarded the milk tea into the trash. If she had no interest, then he would simply let it go. Yu Qiqi observed his frosty demeanor, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. In that moment, any lingering affection dissipated. Perhaps she had moved on. From that point onward, she ceased to seek information about Qiu Shujia, and no one mentioned him again. It dawned on her that in the vast sea of humanity, avoiding someone was surprisingly effortless. A considerable time later, perhaps during the latter part of their senior year, Yu Qiqi learned that Qiu Shujia was now in a relationship with the senior Ran, who had secured admission to University B. Yet, these developments held little significance for her. The entirety of her high school experience had been devoted to the hope of encountering him. Now, however, her time was dedicated to striving for her own future. Through the growth of her youth, she had come to understand pain and had become increasingly resilient. During their final year of high school, she shed considerable weight, dropping from 101 to 90. No one mocked her anymore. Admirers began to pursue her. Yet none could ever ignite the same spark as that once captivating young man. Chapter 166. The quarrel. The summer of the second semester of sophomore year was particularly sweltering. City C, already akin to a furnace, felt even more unbearable. Despite the absence of a glaring sun, the oppressive heat was palpable. Outside, the incessant chirping of cicadas was irksome. Typically, students poised to enter their third year would attend supplementary classes until the end of July during this summer break, and today, teachers from City B arrived for recruitment. With Shen Ting's exceptional academic performance, she could have easily secured a recommendation. However, when it came time to sign the agreement, the beautiful young girl declined. In the office, she expressed, "Teacher, I am truly sorry for disappointing your expectations. I have no desire to attend University B. I wish to enroll in the Film Academy." Shen Ting's eyes radiated purity and determination, glowing with an alluring fervor. She exuded confidence. Yao Yao could not suppress a sigh. "Shen Ting, you are still young. You do not comprehend the implications of your future. You have had little exposure to acting. Embarking on this path is akin to wagering everything. What teacher does not care for their students, especially this obedient and lovely girl before her?" Shen Ting was too innocent. The entertainment industry was a chaotic labyrinth. One who associates with the virtuous will become virtuous. One who associates with the wicked will become wicked. It was not that entering this realm would definitively lead to such outcomes, but she truly seemed ill-suited for survival in that environment. A girl like Shen Ting, who was so well-behaved, should either become a life-saving doctor, follow a teaching profession, or, at the very least, pursue a career in law. Becoming an actress or a star was far too perilous. Yao Yao wished to offer further counsel, yet Shen Ting appeared outwardly compliant, while inwardly she had already firmed her resolve. In blunt terms, she was impervious to persuasion. Shen Ting nodded thoughtfully, although Yao Yao felt frustrated. Deep down she harbored affection for Shen Ting and was reluctant to criticize her. Glancing outside, Yao Yao casually handed her fan to Shen Ting and cautioned, "It's hot outside. Do take precautions against the sun." She then lowered her head to attend to the assignments she had set. Shen Ting grasped the fan, casting a glance at Yao Yao before ultimately stepping outside. She understood her teacher's intentions, yet she was unwilling to relinquish her dreams. Anyone who has ever watched television dramas or navigated the internet is familiar with Zhu Ding. Zhu Ding is the sole individual with extensive experience who has received accolades from the prestigious M-Country Oscar Awards, which represent the highest commendation for acting. The stars nurtured by Zhu Ding include the only actor to have won an Oscar, while others in the country are merely referred to as predecessors. What remains unknown is that teacher Zhu once praised her acting, acknowledging its youthful immaturity, but also its innate spirit, declaring her to be the most spirited talent he had encountered over the years. Upon returning to the entrance of her community, Shen Ting spotted Mrs. Qin, who was holding her briefcase and appeared utterly fatigued. Mrs. Qin carelessly tossed her briefcase onto the sofa and poured herself a glass of water. Casting a cold gaze at Shen Ting, "I heard from Yao Yao that you declined the guaranteed admission?" she inquired. "Mother, you know I aspire to attend the Film Academy." Shen Ting replied, maintaining her composure. With a heartfelt tone, she said, "Listen, dear, I hope you can lead a simple and ordinary life. The life of a star is perilous. It solely relies on one's appearance. If you do not wish to pursue a career as a lawyer, you might consider becoming a doctor or a teacher." Chapter 167. No Permitted Departure. Shen Ting hung her head, remaining silent as she tightened her grip on the strap of her backpack. Miss Qin had always taken great pride in her daughter. believing her to be the epitome of excellence, and thus, she could not fathom that Shen Ting would disregard her counsel. It was merely a matter of timing. Listen, my dear, I understand you have grown and developed your own opinions. However, the sacrifices I have made to raise you were not intended for you to chase the fleeting dreams of a subpar star or actor. Subpar? Shen Ting's eyes widened, disbelief and indignation swirling within her hazel irises. Mother, on what grounds do you deem acting to be beneath consideration? Wasn't grandmother an actress? A revered artist, no less. Ms. Qin's chest heaved with frustration. Shen Ting, let me be unequivocal. You must sign the admission agreement for B University. I have no time to waste. And as for your dreams of acting, you should abandon them. Shen Ting felt at a loss, her hazel eyes glistening with unshed tears. On what basis do you dismiss all that I aspire to? With a stern expression, Ms. Qin retrieved Shen Ting's piano competition certificate and her application form for the arts examination from her briefcase. And what of you? You have utterly squandered my investment in your future. B University is a prestigious institution. You must attend. Ms. Qin was unyielding. No matter how much you resent me now, you will come to realize that I act in your best interest, and one day, you will be grateful for my guidance. Shen Ting was unwilling to allow her mother to negate her dreams. Mother, it is not solely prestigious universities like B University that define success. Nor is the path of becoming a teacher or a doctor the only avenue for a girl. Ms. Qin's temper flared, her gaze sharp and fierce. So, you think pursuing the arts and becoming a star is a valid path? Have you not seen or heard the harsh criticisms directed at those individuals? Of course, Shen Ting understood the weight of a crown must be borne. She felt neither fear nor trepidation. One cannot remain stagnant. But, mother, being an actress is my dream. Ms. Qin, with her silver glasses reflecting the harsh light, radiated a cold, piercing glare. Can dreams be consumed as sustenance or currency? Teaching is a stable profession, and medicine is a secure career path. Which of these is less reliable than your aspiration to stardom? But this is a profession I am passionate about. You cannot dismiss it so easily. The girl, who had never uttered a curse word throughout her life and maintained an innocent spirit, had never opposed her mother before. Ms. Qin's stance was unwavering, completely oblivious to Shen Ting's determination. I forbid it. You shall attend B University. Any major will suffice, but you cannot choose the arts. Shen Ting clenched her fingers, the pale tips turning slightly red. Tears, forced from the pressure, brimmed in her eyes. The corners tinged with a rosy hue reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Mother, this is the first time in many years that I wish to strive for something fervently. Throughout my life, I have followed your path, becoming a model student as others would define it. Yet, I have dreams and my own thoughts. I want to act. Why can't you accept that? I said you are not allowed to go. Ms. Qin exhibited no signs of retreat in her steadfast mindset. Shen Ting was obliged to conform to her wishes. The young girl, with her petite stature, lowered her head and obstinately declared, Mother, if you still disapprove, then so be it. However, you cannot thwart my aspirations for the arts examination. Shen Ting, pursuing the arts examination is tantamount to betraying the nurturing I have bestowed upon you. I cannot permit it. Chapter 168. The fear of public opinion in the sweltering heat of City C. A gentle rain began to fall outside, while Ms. Qin stared at the registration form in her hands. With a swift motion, several pages were torn away. Please, do not tear it. I beg you, do not tear it. Despair rippled in Shen Ting's eyes. Those were her heartfelt efforts. How could her mother act in such a manner? Shen Ting bit her lip, her gaze wavering, as tears swelled in her eyes, yet she remained silent. To Ms. Qin, her silence was merely a form of silent protest, which did nothing to quell her ire. I see you have grown wings, believing I can no longer control you, and now you wish to pursue the arts examination and talent selection? Her words were laced with fury, and in that moment, the cup she had just grasped was slammed down heavily. Shen Ting had long been struck at her most sensitive point. Raising her head, she asserted, This is my life, my choice. I simply wish to pursue what I desire. Even though you are my mother, you should not dictate the course of my life. Ms. Qin, still seething, retorted, Your life? Then tell me, what does your future hold? Will you contend with the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, or will you be subjected to the scorn of countless individuals? Shen Ting was momentarily speechless. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head with reluctance. The words may belong to others. Yet I believe I can captivate them with my performance. And even if I say a few words, what of it? A sharp sound echoed. the air heavy with tension. Her face bore an unprecedented fury, her gaze concealing a deeper sorrow. At that moment, Shen Ting was still unable to comprehend. Shen Ting. Each word was enunciated with a painful intensity. Her teeth clenched in anger. Do you truly understand the weight of public opinion? Do you think you are solely yourself, without consideration for the future? Did you ever ponder that my raising you to this point was not for you to merely play the fool? Such a life is utterly disgraceful. Shen Ting tightened her grip, her nails digging painfully into her palm. She released her lips, which had turned pale from being bitten, and raised her head with slightly reddened eyes, her voice trembling. Mother, what is wrong with my life? I am merely taking responsibility for my choices. I have done nothing wrong, so why can't I? Mrs. Qin roared hoarsely, what is wrong? You dare to question me? In the future, you will be ruthlessly criticized, and your reputation will be utterly shattered. If you dare to pursue the arts, you will no longer be worthy of being called my daughter. Gazing at the remnants of the registration form scattered on the ground, Shen Ting pressed her lips together with a forceful pallor. She clenched her jaw tightly, gripping her palm, determined not to reveal any hint of weakness, yet her reddened eyes betrayed her, along with the tears threatening to spill over. Standing frozen for what felt like an eternity, Shen Ting finally began to ease her grip, her palm indented with crescent-shaped marks, the pain rendering her numb. Her voice was hoarse and hollow, punctuated by a casual chuckle. You are absolutely right. My sole aspiration is to bring you disgrace. Your illustrious career as a lawyer would be utterly tarnished by having a daughter like me, a mere mediocre actress. Shen Ting, with a vacant expression, exhaled the pent-up anguish from her heart. From now on, consider your daughter to be dead. Miss Qin, taken aback by her words, stared blankly at her hands, and then at Shen Ting's retreating figure as she dashed out of the house. A photograph lay on the ground, depicting Zhu Ding smiling beside Shen Ting under the stage lights, his hand gently resting on her hair. The 13-year-old girl within the frame had her soft locks tucked behind her ear, exuding an astonishing beauty. Chapter 169. Do not cry outside. The rain poured heavily. Shen Ting rushed out, quickly becoming drenched. Her hair clung to her cheeks, and her eyes, red-rimmed, appeared pitiful. She walked along the street, devoid of any shelter, without a phone or wallet, save for a meager 10 yuan in her purse. She heard footsteps behind her, blending with the rhythmic patter of raindrops. Shen Ting quickened her pace, the dimly lit street enveloped in relentless darkness, with the orange glow from a nearby convenience store casting a flickering light. How foolish of you to run in the rain, he remarked, his grip firm as he seized her shoulders, guiding her to the shelter of a nearby shop awning. Though his strength was not overwhelming, his demeanor was fiercely intimidating. He pushed the girl against the wall beside the street. Shen Ting, do you not see that it is raining? Why do you continue to run in it? Do you truly believe your body is invincible? Are you willing to risk your life? Shen Ting lifted her head, the rain pouring down gently, mingling the scent of rainwater with that of the earth. Her bright eyes glistened with moisture as she gazed at him. The girl, already pale, bore a distinct mark of a slap on her delicate face, a vivid red imprint. Yet, within her eyes, it seemed as though stars had fallen into water, both luminous and soft, tinged with a touch of sorrow. Jiang Ye, initially wishing to utter something, found his mind a blank canvas at that moment. All he could think was how much he longed to embrace her. Outside the shop, the rain fell in torrents, soaking the streets thoroughly. Inside, the proprietor munched on sunflower seeds, engrossed in the television. Shen Ting, once petrified, had feared the presence of a villain. It was only when the boy grasped her shoulder that she sensed her safety. Jiang Ye rambled on in a flurry, but Shen Ting did not listen. She merely noticed the boy before her, his short black hair giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. He seemed to be angry, yet despite his intimidating demeanor, there was an inexplicable comfort that settled her heart. Jiang Ye was handsome, but his overly strong and cold demeanor rendered him less remarkable in an era that celebrated delicate and refined beauty. Nevertheless, as Shen Ting looked at him, she found him somewhat charming, an emotion she could not articulate. A sense of grievance welled up within her, profound and overwhelming. Her petite frame trembled slightly. She had not cried until that moment when tears cascaded down as if they were free-flowing. Jiang Ye, she called his name intermittently, punctuated by a sob, as if accusing him of having spoken to her unjustly. Jiang Ye could not bear to hear her voice soften further, his heart nearly melting into a puddle of mud. Please, don't cry. I haven't even begun to scold you yet, he thought. Jiang Ye stood with one hand inserted into his pocket, devoid of the ability to console, his head bowed as he gazed at her, his expression impassive, seemingly agitated. Shen Ting, what have I done to deserve this? Why are you crying? The more she wept, the more he felt an urge to torment her. Abruptly, he lowered his head and, akin to a feral cub, savagely pressed his lips against the corner of her mouth, indulging in a possessive kiss. Shen Ting, still reeling from her own grievances, was momentarily stunned by the juxtaposition of his fierce yet tender caress. His kiss was fervent, ultimately dissolving into a gentle embrace. The torrential rain poured around them, a cacophony that mirrored the raindrops within her heart as her youthful, fervent heartbeat persisted. She felt a flutter of unease and, amidst the clamor of the television, she softly inquired, "Jiang Ye, do you have your ID with you?" Chapter 170, The Past. "Jiang Ye, do you have your ID?" The question echoed like a thunderclap, leaving the rebellious youth momentarily bewildered. "I do," he stammered. Shen Ting's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with a beguiling allure. As if she had been wronged. Suddenly, she shook her head. "Never mind." Jiang Ye remained enveloped in confusion, pondering, "Were you hoping to book a room?" As the girl lifted her gaze, there was an innocence about her that was disarming. "Damn." Jiang Ye fell silent, fully aware that the young woman before him could not possibly entertain such notions. He pressed on, "Did you have a fight with your mother?" The moment those words escaped his lips, he sensed their implausibility. Shen Ting was far too obedient, making it hard to believe she could ever err or defy her mother. It was precisely for this reason that Mrs. Qin had erupted in such fury. Shen Ting nodded softly, her hair damp and disheveled. The warm, tangerine-hued lamp cast a soft glow, as Shen Ting appeared to resemble a petite, plush cat. Inside the small shop, the proprietor finished tidying up and gazed out at the torrential rain. Through the glass window, he caught sight of them. Two youths, drenched, their hair dripping with water. The young girl's cheeks were flushed, her eyelashes lowered, in astonishing beauty. Shen Ting noticed the shopkeeper as well, dressed in her school uniform. She felt a twinge of shyness and averted her gaze. Jiang Ye turned, his tone fierce, questioning what they were staring at. The shopkeeper mused about the audacity of youth. Recalling his own days when merely glancing at a girl would ignite a blush, today's youngsters seemed far bolder. The rain and city sea fell abruptly, only to cease shortly thereafter. Jiang Ye, seeing that she remained still, assertively took her hand. "Let us go. I'll take you to change." Shen Ting, led by him, felt the refreshing coolness of the post-rain summer. The boy in his white shirt pulled along the girl clad in a white and blue school uniform, while the shopkeeper observed their fleeting silhouettes outside. The horizon was ablaze with brilliant hues, a picturesque expanse of blooming flowers. Mrs. Qin, previously engulfed in anger, had already regained her composure. She picked up the certificate that lay on the ground. Shen Ting had a passion for performance, a fact Mrs. Qin was well aware of. Much like her mother, Miss Song Yuyan, a once celebrated star in City B, whose acting had earned her widespread acclaim. Logically, one would wonder how such an ethereal celebrity could settle for an ordinary husband. Conversely, Miss Song Yuyan had fallen for Shen Ting's father at first sight, subsequently pursuing him with steadfast determination. Miss Song Yuyan's origins do not stem from a prestigious lineage. Her rise to stardom is solely attributed to her remarkable acting skills and her ethereal beauty. However, she has long been the subject of scorn. Detractors have cast doubts upon her resources, insinuating that she has engaged in unscrupulous relationships and played the role of a mistress. Yet, Ms. Song remains unfazed by these allegations, for her heart is ablaze with a fervent passion for her craft, rendering all criticism trivial in comparison. As she approached her 50th year, Ms. Song had already grown indifferent to the world around her. Nevertheless, an outlandish claim surfaced, accusing her of being a kept woman. The online community, much like ravenous leeches, particularly the journalists, besieged her home relentlessly. Having long since withdrawn from the entertainment industry, Ms. Song found herself isolated. It was later revealed that a 60-year-old tycoon harbored ulterior motives toward her, seizing this opportunity to demean and coerce her mother. This scandal was initially suppressed, yet the internet buzzed with speculation, disregarding the truth. It was during this tumultuous time that Ms. Qin came to understand the trepidation inspired by public opinion. As she neared 50, she faced unfounded slander, leading her into a state of profound melancholy. She passed away at 54, leaving behind no regrets about her chosen path in acting. However, as a mother, how could Ms. Qin allow her daughter to endure similar accusations? Chapter 171. Smoking Jiang Ye took Shen Ting to an internet CAF, where Chen Shudong lounged in a chair, casually propped up, while Yang Jiang pressed his head down to read. Yang Jiang was engrossed in a game, the screen frozen on game over. In a moment of exasperation, Yang Jiang slapped Chen Shudong's head and exclaimed, "Damn it, Yang Jiang, Are you out of your mind? My inability to excel is all your fault for constantly gaming like this. Jiang cast a glance at him. Exasperated, you fool. I haven't even mentioned how your antics prevent me from winning the game. This abyss of gaming. Insulted by the true gaming void. Shen Shudong turned the tables and pinned Jiang down. Damn it, do you even have a shred of awareness? Jiang twisted away, and the two engaged in a tussle on the ground. With a click, the door swung open. Jiang Ye observed the two with a solemn expression. You two are perpetually entangled in this nonsense. Jiang swiftly pushed himself up. Ye go. I thought you weren't playing games anymore? What brings you here all of a sudden, and in such a state? The keen-eyed Shen Shudong noticed a delicate, damp little hand. A girl, drenched, was sheltered by Jiang Ye, her modesty preserved. Jiang recognized the situation and pulled Shen Shudong away. Jiang Ye handed Shen Ting the clean clothes and towel he had just purchased from the convenience store, instructing her to change in the restroom. Moments later, the girl emerged clad in a pristine white skirt, her slender legs radiating a translucent whiteness. Jiang Ye's Adam's apple bobbed as he closed his eyes, contemplating how this quarrel had escalated. Shen Ting's suppressed emotions surged once more, the bittersweet ache feeling as if it had shattered her heart. An emptiness enveloped her, desolate and barren. Her mother disapproved of her dreams, rejecting everything about her, even attempting to erase her past accolades. Her pale fingers trembled once again, and she felt as though she was on the brink of breaking down, desperate to avoid tears, unwilling to face such humiliation. Clutching the towel, she inhaled deeply, seemingly finding some relief. Jiang Ye, I wish to try your cigarettes. Jiang Ye did not intervene, aware that Shen Ting was beyond persuasion at this moment. He handed her the cigarettes and lighter from the corner. His voice was husky. Listen, I fear you might choke and cry. Shen Ting was particularly obstinate now, determined to embrace the role of a rebellious student. Yet, she found herself incapable of doing so. With trembling hands, she struggled to extract a slender cigarette, her fingertips quivering as she attempted to ignite it, only to extinguish the flame repeatedly. The corners of her eyes tinged with crimson, tears threatening to spill forth. This was a result of frustration, stemming from a lighter that refused to spark. She was not weeping out of sadness. Jiang Ye could not help but chuckle, his long, strong hand enveloping hers from behind. The lighter emitted a soft click. A pale blue flame leapt into existence, dancing delicately in the wind. Shen Ting was momentarily stunned. Sensing his gentle laughter, the young man embraced her, his other slender hand brushing against her waist with an almost ethereal touch. Shen Ting felt her mind clouding. She took a puff, only to be overwhelmed by a fierce cough that threatened to expel her very lungs. She bowed her head in embarrassment. The young man's fair, elongated hand, seemingly untouched by the mundane, encircled her, drawing her closer, resting her upon his solid thigh. I thought I knew you, he mused. Obedient, compliant, occasionally adorably foolish. Bringing me joy. Jiang Ye's gaze fell, sweeping over Shen Ting's dazed expression. He remained silent for a moment, the corners of his lips curving slightly. Recently, I've come to realize that I only understood the subdued Shen Ting. The true you is confident and unafraid. However, listen closely, while others are cast out for men. You have departed from home to pursue your dreams. How remarkably exceptional. His final words were delivered in a low tone, the ending laced with a hint of huskiness. The individual lowered his head slightly, his voice almost penetrating her heart like a whisper. Shen Ting could not help but shudder slightly at his gaze. Chapter 172, Breaking the Precept. With eyes veiled like misty rain, she gazed at him intently. A petite figure seemed to droop, her eyes cast downwards. Jiang Ye took the cigarette from her hand, his slender fingers delicately grasping it. He inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, swirling smoke enveloped him. He tapped the cigarette's tip, ash cascading down. His elongated eyes appeared somewhat vacant, the contours of his profile strikingly handsome and sharp. The youth exhibited a languid demeanor, his expression a playful semblance of a smile. As Shen Ting observed, she found him rather charming. Amidst the scent of smoke, for the first time, she was not overwhelmed to the point of tears. Yet, her delicate brows furrowed gently. Jiang Ye extinguished the cigarette, lifting his hand to cup her soft face, playfully chiding. Silly girl, this is how one smokes. For her sake, he could forsake smoking or indulge in it. Breaking the precept was trivial. As long as she delighted in his transformation, he would adapt. Shen Ting nestled in his embrace, curling up softly. Resting against his neck, she quietly inquired, Jiang Ye, is being an actor truly so criticized? The youth, hailing from an affluent lineage, had grown amidst a swarm of parasitic relatives. These relatives, branches of the Jiang patriarch, had come to fawn over them now that the family had flourished. Yet, even they understood that the fleeting stars and young models were mere trifles. And Jiang Ye was acutely aware of this. However, he did not wish to overshadow the light in the girl's eyes. Even in the most chaotic of environments, there could exist a refreshing current. Indeed, Shen Ting understood this, much like her grandmother, who, despite being mired in muck, still harbored dreams. Shen Ting, from a young age, accompanied her grandmother in theatrical performances. Her early training likely included dance and piano, which refined her grace and elevated her temperament. Subsequently, she learned to express the emotions of various characters. On stage, she could unabashedly embody others, experiencing their lives vicariously. The oppressive nature of her own existence fueled her yearning for the freedom found in performance. In the realm of drama, Shen Ting radiated joy and exuberance, captivating all who beheld her. After speaking, Jiang Ye instantly regretted his words, lamenting the very utterance that escaped his lips. In this era of advanced technology, if Shen Ting were to act, her mere presence would attract financial support, even if she stood still. At that time, she shimmered brilliantly, adored by the world. No longer belonging solely to Jiang Ye. Selfishly and humbly, he contemplated that if he spoke ill of her, she might forego the opportunity. Yet, upon witnessing the dazzling light in her eyes, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the profound darkness within his heart could be obliterated by love. To truly fall for someone could transform one from the depths of despair to the heights of bliss in an instant. He wished to draw her into his own abyss. Yet simultaneously, he was willing to venerate her as a deity. Jiang Ye's emotion swirled within his gaze, and he ultimately surrendered, stating earnestly, "Ting Ting. The essence of youth lies in living without regrets. Every aspiring student fervently strives along the path of education, and every dream-chasing youth shines as brightly as the stars. No dream is insignificant. Even when aware that their efforts may seem futile, they are determined to persevere." In the end, Shen Ting contacted the admissions officer of the art program in City B, articulating her current situation in detail. The admissions teacher was quite taken with the beautiful girl, thus granting her a few extra days. This marked her first significant disagreement with her family, a true testament to her stubbornness. Ultimately, she still sent Shen Ting to Yuqiqi's place. Yuqiqi had just concluded her July supplementary classes and was lying in bed, engrossed in her phone, when she learned of Shen Ting's situation, leaving her utterly astonished. She had never experienced such a monumental event as running away from home. How impressive indeed. Chapter 173. Understanding. Upon hearing Yuqiqi's murmurs about Shen Ting's mother, Yu's mother began to grasp the underlying reasons for the quarrel between the mother and daughter. This young girl, appearing soft and sweet, turned out to be remarkably resolute in her pursuit of dreams. Mrs. Chen's sentiments were not lost on Yu's mother. However, it is essential that a child finds joy in their pursuits. The future belongs to the youth. One can inform them of the challenges that lie ahead and the arduous path they must tread. Yet one must not forcibly strip them of their right to chase their aspirations. A child approaching 18 ought to assume responsibility for their own decisions. They possess their own thoughts and are independent individuals. They should no longer be subjected to parental constraints. As the sky darkened, Mrs. Chen felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Just as she regained her composure, she rushed out to search for Shen Ting. Gazing at the numerous certificates and trophies adorning the walls, she was transported back to a time when the girl's youthful face radiated joy. Since her mother's passing, Mrs. Chen had been engulfed in a cloud of melancholy. The subsequent divorce led her to Sea City with Shen Ting, where she sought to escape her grief over her mother's death, ostensibly to better care for Shen Ting. Yet, in truth, she had scarcely worried about Shen Ting at all. Ms. Chen comprehended Shen Ting's emotions and recognized the depth of her passion for performance. It reminded her of her childhood days spent waiting in the wings for her mother. She would watch her mother on the screen, where even a fleeting shot showcased her mother's unwavering dedication to embodying a character to the fullest. In her youth, Ms. Chen failed to grasp the twinkling light in her mother's eyes until she saw it reflected in Shen Ting's gaze, realizing that it was fervor. However, no one paid attention to the long-buried past. Even during her mother's battle with depression that led to her tragic suicide, Ms. Chen felt utterly powerless to vindicate her mother's name. The endless cycle of blame and anguish plunged her into self-reproach and incessant quarrels with her husband, culminating in a peaceful divorce. The obedient Shen Ting remained by her side, becoming her pillar of support, her sole glimmer of hope. Yet now, she was poised to shatter that hope, akin to committing murder. Miss Qin clutched her phone, feeling helpless as she dialed Yao Yao's number. Xiao Yao. Ting Ting is missing. I had an argument with her, and I even hit her. Such a young girl. Running out in the pouring rain without her phone. What if she gets bullied? What if, in that moment, even the strongest of women appeared vulnerable? Yao Yao urged, please don't panic. Shen Ting should have gone to Yuqiqi's house. Let me get you the contact information. If she is not there, we'll search for her, and if all else fails, we can report it. Miss Qin was taken aback. She had scarcely paid attention to Shen Ting over the past year, only knowing she had a good friend, vaguely recalling the name Yuqiqi. It dawned on her that she was, in fact, the inadequate mother. Suppressing Shen Ting's nature with her narrow-mindedness, she yearned to extinguish her child's grandest dreams. With her hands covering her face, tears streamed through her fingers. The caller was Yu's mother, and they exchanged a few words. Yu's mother was not one to meddle. Yet her fondness for Shen Ting led her to speak more than usual. When Shen Ting answered the call, she felt an innate resistance. Contemplating how her accolades might have been torn apart by her mother, perhaps even reduced to ashes, a swarm of anguish gnawed at her heart, akin to countless ants biting relentlessly. Listen, it was wrong of mother. She should not have been so extreme. The certificates remain untouched, and the application forms can be filled out anew. Chapter 174. A deceiver. Shen Ting was taken aback. Miss Qin's capitulation seemed too effortless, akin to a ruse. Listen, mother was merely overly concerned about the world's gossip, fearing you might suffer harm. I have come to terms with it. You may pursue your dreams of attending film school. Yuqiqi nudged Shen Ting, gesturing towards the glass window. Is that your mother out there? Outside, the rain fell heavily, cascading down the glass. The area below was deserted, and a solitary figure appeared desolate. That was Miss Qin. Shen Ting sniffled softly and, with a gentle voice, inquired, is what you said true? Will you truly send me? Miss Qin chuckled lightly, as if she had come to a realization. I cannot possibly hinder my child from pursuing her passions. Shen Ting's heart stirred. Then where are my certificates, ID card, and bank card now? On the other end of the phone, a soft sigh escaped. I have everything ready for you. As long as you prepare well, you can go to City B for your interview on August 1st. The arts preparatory class that Shen Ting chose specializes in performance. In truth, enrolling is merely a preliminary step. One must also succeed in the interview. This esteemed institution guarantees passage through the performance department's entrance exams. Thus, attendance at the interview is imperative. Otherwise, one risks immediate disqualification. Shen Ting inquired a few more times. Is that really true? Miss Qin, slightly exasperated by the questions, replied, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. With her mother's support, Shen Ting felt a sense of fulfillment, her smile soft and sweet. She called Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, I'm going to City B on August 1st. My mother agrees to let me study performance. Aren't I amazing? Her voice carried a delightful lilt. Jiang Ye could almost envision her tender and sweet smile, a desire to pinch her cheeks overwhelming him. He pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, murmuring, yes, Shen Ting is the best. Shen Ting responded with a bright laugh. The girl remained blissfully unaware that the boy, gripping his phone tightly, nearly crushed it. Deep down, he harbored a fear regarding the path Shen Ting had chosen. In Jiang Ye's room, the moonlight failed to penetrate, leaving only the harsh glow of a bright incandescent bulb that cast a stern shadow on his profile. Slowly, Jiang Ye opened his exam papers. The old man had been rebellious, restless, and utterly worry-inducing over the years. Yet, he had never witnessed Jiang Ren so tranquil, as though nothing could disturb his world. Though he felt on the verge of a breakdown, he persevered, resolutely tackling the questions time and again. Because a gentle and upward-spirited girl resides in his heart, he strives to become an aspiring young man. Unbeknownst to others, this rebellious youth endures the pain of shattered teeth, resisting the urge to destroy the thoughts of Shen Ting. On the final evening of July, Mrs. Qin prepared a feast of Shen Ting's favorite dishes, expressing her concern that she might not have the chance to enjoy them again. Mrs. Qin's heart was a tumult of emotions as she urged her to sleep well. That night, Shen Ting fell into an unusually deep slumber, and in her hazy dream, she saw Jiang Ye, the fierce Jiang Ye. He gripped her neck, coldly declaring that she could never escape him in this lifetime. The scene shifted, and Shen Ting dreamt she had missed an important interview, sending chills of terror through her. She jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. The little Peppa Pig clock on her bedside read 8:40. Her flight was at 10, leaving her with only 80 minutes. yet it was rush hour, making it nearly impossible to reach the airport on time. Though the odds were against her, she was unwilling to concede defeat. Shen Ting hurried to the entrance, slipped on her shoes, one hand pushing her luggage, the other pushing the door open. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge it. Panic set in. Mrs. Qin was absent, and when she called, only silence greeted her. She realized that Mrs. Qin had deceived her. Chapter 175, Defying Fate. At this juncture, how could Shen Ting not comprehend Mrs. Qin's intentions? Clutching her suitcase, she trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. After all her struggles to pursue her dreams of acting, why must her mother stifle her life at this critical moment? Yet, how could she resign herself to the idea of attending B University so placidly? Shen Ting felt an overwhelming sense of despair, contemplating the perilous act of leaping from the window. However, the height of the third floor posed a significant risk, potentially resulting in disability. She could only place her hopes on Ms. Qin, yet Ms. Qin was neither home nor answering her phone. It seemed she was resolute in preventing Shen Ting from entering the B City Art Center. After countless unsuccessful attempts to connect, Shen Ting found herself crouched on the floor, cradling her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. For the first time, she experienced a tumult of anger and despair. She refused to accept her fate. Surely, there must be a way. At that moment, a sudden and fervent knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by a youthful voice. Shen Ting, aren't you expecting me to take you to your interview in B City? Jiang Ye, concerned that Shen Ting might have left early, had inquired with the elderly woman downstairs and learned that she had not departed. Sensing that something was amiss, he understood the significance of this opportunity for her. Yet he had always been selfish and despicable, wrestling with his indecision throughout the night. After making dozens of phone calls to Shen Ting, all unanswered, he dared not contact Ms. Qin and instead rushed over. Shen Ting, he called, urgency in his tone. My mother has locked me inside. She cried, panic lacing her voice. What should I do? The flight departs in 80 minutes. But Jiang Ye, I truly do not wish to give up. Her words, tinged with a sob, were heart-wrenching. Jiang Ye paused, his dark eyes fixed on the door as he solemnly urged, step away from the door. Huh. Shen Ting did not comprehend his meaning until she suddenly heard a heavy thud. Bang. Jiang Ye appeared to be ramming the door. Shen Ting swiftly retreated a few steps, listening to the sound of heavy impacts. She found it hard to believe that the security door could be easily breached. Realizing there was no hope, she spoke with a quivering voice, Jiang Ye, please stop. It's futile. I want to go. I will focus on my studies and attend B University instead of pursuing a career in acting. However, the youth seemed oblivious to her pleas, relentlessly kicking the door. Through the barrier, Shen Ting could almost hear the cracking of bones. Overwhelmed, tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she cried out in despair, Jiang Ye, stop. I implore you, cease this. I will no longer study acting or apply to film school. Do not waste your efforts. Listening to the girl's tearful entreaties, Jiang Ye's eyes were bloodshot, veins throbbing at his temples, exhibiting a hint of madness. Shen Ting had never truly understood Jiang Ye, who was indeed a reflection of his name. Growing up in a military compound, he had always resisted authority, often scaling walls to escape. When caught, he was confined within the courtyard, but he managed to kick open the door of the military academy. Although that door was not as sturdy as the current security door, Jiang Ye deemed it sufficient. He first hurled his body against it, followed by powerful kicks. His body ached, yet the thought of Shen Ting's despairing gaze, as if she resided in the darkest abyss, terrified him more. The singular thought occupying his mind was to fulfill her wishes. With tears brimming in her eyes, Shen Ting felt as though her heart might shatter. Her boyfriend was striving for her sake, and she too should not surrender. Searching frantically and finding nothing but a kitchen knife, Shen Ting attempted to strike the door handle with the back of the blade. Chapter 176. Do not fear in the darkness. Jiang Ye, a youth steeped in hesitation, ardently endeavored to elevate the moon residing within his heart to the vast expanse of the sky. Shen Ting toiled laboriously with a knife against the doorknob. Witnessing its imminent release as neighbors gathered, casting judgmental glances at the tempestuous youth. Some among them brandished their phones, poised to summon the authorities. Jiang Ye turned to the girl within, urging her, listen, step back. Shen Ting retreated a few paces, while Jiang Ye lifted his leg and forcefully kicked the doorknob. With a resounding crash, the knob shattered, and he thrust himself against the door, which creaked ominously as it swung open. He stumbled forward into the room. The boy's hair, cropped neatly yet disheveled, framed his slender face, his eyes tinged with a subtle crimson and shadowed by dark circles, revealing the toll of his distress. His countenance was particularly grim, exuding an aura of palpable rage. Jiang Ye, who bore the scars of past torment, had once laughed madly through his pain, evoking a sense of dread. Now, in his recent frenzy, he resembled a man driven to madness, as though he had clawed his way from the depths of hell. Yet, despite his turmoil, the sight of the girl before him, her eyes reddened with urgency and tears, compelled him to force a smile. "Do not fear. I am here to take you away." Shen Ting regarded the young man, her arms bruised and battered. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice soft and laden with emotion. "Jiang Ye, you must be in so much pain." Her chestnut eyes glistened with unshed tears, and as he had once gazed into their depths with an inexplicable yearning, now, witnessing her sorrow for him brought an agonizing ache to his heart, rendering him utterly desolate. She cautiously extended her hand, grasping his cold fingers. Her voice soft and tender. "You should go to the hospital first. I can manage on my own." The young girl before him exuded a heart-wrenching vulnerability. He closed his eyes momentarily. Her delicate hand was warm, imbued with the essence of summer, causing him to shiver slightly. With a hint of amusement in his tone, Jiang Ye replied, "It doesn't hurt. I'm perfectly fine." She gently acknowledged, The purity in her eyes rendered his clumsy lie transparent. She smiled softly, her lips curving upward, her voice raspy yet soothing, as if comforting him. "Jiang Ye, it's all right. You are my boyfriend. Therefore, you can shed your fade of strength in front of me. It truly doesn't hurt. For you, I willingly endure." Jiang Ye dared not linger, grasping his luggage and her hand, opting to forego the elevator as he sprinted through the dimly lit corridor. Shen Ting gasped for breath, her gaze falling to where he held her hand tightly. His palm was warm and strong. Observing the sturdy silhouette of the young man, she instinctively tightened her grip, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Their figures, illuminated by the summer sunlight, painted a scene of exquisite beauty, almost dazzling to behold. At the entrance of the community, a bright red motorcycle awaited. A trophy from a previous encounter with the gang, now proving its worth. Jiang Ye moved swiftly, securing the luggage in a matter of moments. Shen Ting paused for a moment, realizing that the boy before her had just been awkwardly attempting to be endearing. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter, vibrant and lively. Jiang Ye's expression darkened further. If he were to be doused in ink, he would appear irredeemably black. The delicate fingers of the girl embraced his slender waist, and even through the fabric, a tingling sensation crept into his heart, stirring a restlessness within him. The young lady pressed against his back, her eyes radiating a blend of innocence and affection. Chapter 177, Worthy of Existence. "Will you embrace me?" The boy spoke in a gruff tone, yet the tenderness in his gaze was unmistakable. "Huh, what good does that do?" he retorted. "If you fall, I won't be able to save you." With that, he pulled her hand around him, encircling his waist completely. She pouted slightly, resting her cheek against his back and closing her eyes. His shirt was soft, perfumed with the freshness akin to morning dew. She inhaled deeply, finding the scent quite agreeable. Almost forgotten, Jiang Ye turned his head, lifting his chin to indicate leftward, reminding her, "There's breakfast in the car. It's easy to reach." Shen Ting recalled the first time he had bought food, so much of it, that she couldn't help but smile at the memory. Curiously, she reached behind her, discovering a bag hanging there, containing a shao mai, 2 buns, and 2 dumplings. The food was still warm, exuding a faint residual heat. Although Shen Ting lacked appetite at that moment, she nonetheless opened the bag and began to eat leisurely. Blinking, her long, curled eyelashes fluttered gently as she took small bites of the bun, asking, "Jiang Ye, have you eaten?" Before the boy could respond, she noticed a fair, delicate hand, with slender fingers, offering him a dumpling. Shen Ting blinked in surprise, wondering how the dumpling had vanished in a single bite. The vehicle continued to roar to life as Shen Ting, with a playful smile, inquired, "Why did you not procure as many items as last time?" Jiang Ye, glancing at the route, with his sharp and refined profile, initially intended to gather more, but considering your inability to consume much, it would be a waste. The last time he bought a plethora of items, Shen Ting merely nibbled at a few, resembling the act of feeding a small kitten. Jiang Ye, typically indifferent to most matters, seemed to retain every detail when it came to Shen Ting. With a carton of milk in hand, Shen Ting's heart brimmed with delight. The youth before her may falter in many endeavors, yet his affection for her undoubtedly stood as his most earnest pursuit. Boarding would cease 45 minutes prior to departure. And with an hour remaining, she was still en route. Shen Ting felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's driving skills were commendable. Despite encountering traffic, he adeptly maneuvered through the narrow gaps. At 9:10, Shen Ting finally arrived at the airport, where Jiang Ye parked the motorcycle a short distance away. She alighted, eager to grab her luggage, and dashed toward the terminal. Jiang Ye grasped her hand firmly, stating, "Let me handle the check-in. You go ahead and board." "All right." Shen Ting had no time to waste as she sprinted toward the airport entrance. Jiang Ye, despite the discomfort coursing through his body, felt a lingering warmth in the fingers she had held. Straightening his posture, he inquired softly, "Did you forget something?" Before he could finish, Shen Ting suddenly opened her arms and leaped into his embrace. Rising on her toes, she swiftly planted a kiss on his lips. Then, leaning close to his ear, she sincerely whispered, "Thank you, boyfriend." The warmth of the girl's breath brushed against his ear. In an instant, it seemed as though the pristine moon had descended from the heavens. The young man's hand faltered momentarily before it fell. The lingering warmth by his ear and the gentle softness upon his lips made him feel as though he could acquiesce to anything. Chapter 178. The interview. Upon disembarking from the plane, Shen Ting hurriedly made her way to the training base. The training center was situated on the most bustling street in City B, an artistic hub. As soon as Shen Ting entered, someone promptly attended to her luggage. The receptionist inquired about her details, provided her with a room key, and issued a number plate, instructing her to proceed to the first floor for her interview. The waiting hall on the first floor was filled with a throng of people. A group of girls was engaged in lively discussions when one of them brushed against Shen Ting's arm. "Hey, Shen Ting, what brings you here?" Shen Ting looked up to see a girl in a flowing white dress. She recognized her as Senior Feng Ying. Feng Ying, stroking her chin with a contemplative expression, remarked, "You can't possibly be telling me that you forsook such excellent grades in pursuit of your dreams?" Just as Shen Ting opened her mouth to respond, she choked on her words, nodding softly. "Oh my!" Feng Ying exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features. "Is this truly the mindset of someone with good grades? Last year, my artistic scores were sufficient to gain admission to the finest art academy, yet my professional course scores fell short. And you, Shen Ting, have chosen to abandon your studies for the sake of art examinations. Is this what it means to be a top student?" Feng Ying was about to utter a few more words when sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant glow upon Shen Ting. Her profile, partially veiled in light, appeared strikingly elegant. As the dust motes floated gently downward, the sound of footsteps echoed in the air. Feng Ying opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. She was utterly captivated by the beauty before her. A girl rushed out in a frenzy, exclaiming to her companion, "Oh my goodness, do you know who I just saw?" Her companion, already accustomed to her dramatic flair, prompted her to continue. "It's Director Li, the renowned Director Li. Do you think he has come to observe our auditions with the intention of casting?" Another individual immediately stood up, adjusting her attire. Feng Ying instinctively glanced at Shen Ting, who kept her gaze lowered, displaying an unruffled demeanor, calm and composed. Next up, number 25, Shen Ting. Shen Ting rose, donning a subtle, sweet smile. The attendant paused momentarily, then opened the door to escort Shen Ting inside, closing it behind her. Concern gnawed at the attendant for this striking girl, for the mentors within were notably stern. Apart from a few child stars, hardly anyone emerged unscathed. Many left in tears, while others appeared dejected. Moreover, aside from Director Li, who seemed to be merely spectating, there was also their sponsor, Jiang Ye, and possibly the heir of the conglomerate, the son of the group's owner. The critiques from such individuals could indeed be daunting, and the attendant felt a twinge of embarrassment just standing outside, hoping fervently that the girl would enjoy favorable fortune and encounter simpler questions. Upon entering, Shen Ting looked up to find herself in a rehearsal room of approximately 100 square meters, partitioned by a large floor-to-ceiling window. The area she stood in was relatively small, serving as a waiting room. A woman in a light-colored suit sat behind a writing desk, glancing up at Shen Ting. "Please wait a moment. Once the current audition concludes, it will be your turn." Shen Ting softly nodded, her curiosity piqued as she approached the floor-to-ceiling window to peer inside. In the center of the room sat a row of sofas occupied by 3 individuals. To the left was a mature lady clad in a blue suit, adorned with spectacles. The woman in the middle appeared slightly younger, while the last was an elderly gentleman, his white hair meticulously groomed, exuding an air of refined elegance. Shen Ting's gaze settled on the final figure, her eyes widening in surprise. He wore a deep purple shirt, the collar slightly open, striking a familiar chord within her. At that moment, the lady at the writing desk handed her a card, which contained her examination prompt, an impromptu performance of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Chapter 179. The tool. The golden morning sunlight streamed through the glass into the audition room, illuminating the slender girl standing in its glow. Shen Ting, clad in a simple white t-shirt that radiated luminosity, possessed tea-brown eyes reminiscent of a tranquil pool. "Good morning, teachers. My name is Shen Ting." She spoke in a gentle voice, reminiscent of the melodious tones of the Jiang Ye waterways. Unadorned by makeup, she exuded a classical elegance that was both rare and captivating. Her examination prompt had already appeared on everyone's phones, and Jiang Ye held his materials tightly, astonished by the girl's exceptional talent. Logically, such a girl would have no trouble gaining admission to B University. Her choice of this path seemed rather intriguing. Behind the silver frames of his glasses, Jiang Ye's enchanting peach blossom eyes, with their subtly upturned corners, held a mysterious smile. "Esteemed teachers, I am ready." The beautiful girl standing before the trio beamed as she performed a slight bow, capturing the attention of all present. A group of individuals stood in silence, while two female instructors exuded an air of profound mystery, their faces taut with seriousness. The elderly gentleman presented himself with an air of haughty restraint. The expressions of these three individuals inadvertently emanated an immense pressure. Director Li, wishing to gauge Shen Ting's capabilities, adopted a rather somber demeanor. The task assigned to Shen Ting was undeniably challenging. The preceding performances had merely involved enacting a singular scene, while she was required to present four. With her fair, delicate visage, she raised her hand, gazing at Jiang Ye, her lips trembling and her eyes brimming with poignant tears. Suddenly, her cheeks puffed up as she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Ye, her expression shifting with remarkable speed. Jiang Ye found himself stifling a laugh, astonished that he had become, of all things, a mere tool for a young girl. He lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Shen Ting with a hint of seriousness. To his surprise, he was met with a pair of glistening, tear-filled eyes. They were akin to pale, shimmering glass, yet possessed an enchanting vivacity. The girl, undeniably charming, blinked playfully, her exquisitely beautiful face unable to conceal the exuberant joy that radiated from within. It was as if a refined young lady of ancient lineage had encountered her beloved, her delight palpable, yet tempered by an involuntary modesty. Ultimately, the sorrowful emotion she portrayed was utterly authentic, manifesting as a delicate weep reminiscent of a mewling kitten, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld it. Her performance, despite her relative inexperience with genuine acting, was nothing short of breathtaking. The three instructors present unanimously approved Shen Ting's profile, their gazes fixed upon her. At last, the elderly gentleman spoke with deliberation. "Your improvisation and the authentic portrayal of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were commendable." His words struck home like a hammer, earning the consensus of the other instructors. "Regarding the performance, you may still be lacking a touch of finesse, yet there exists a remarkable spirit within you. This quality is indeed commendable among the majority." The teacher's evaluations were a blend of praise and criticism, preventing any sense of arrogance or complacency. Shen Ting successfully passed the review and was escorted out by the staff. Director Li, scrutinizing the impeccable documents in his hands, raised his gaze to Jiang Ye and inquired, "What are your thoughts on that young lady?" Jiang Ye, seated on the sofa by the window, was bathed in the dappled sunlight filtering through the tree branches. His demeanor cool and distant. His long legs were casually crossed, exuding an aura of strength. A subtle smile played on his thin lips. "Quite good." Director Li concurred, feeling pleased with his discerning eye, believing he had unearthed a gem. Chapter 180. Scoring criteria for the subsequent performances. Director Li found little desire to remain, thus he departed. And as an investor, Jiang Ye similarly lacked any inclination to linger. With the departure of these two prominent figures, the three reviewing teachers finally felt a sense of relief. Whether it was merely their imagination or not, they couldn't shake the feeling that the two had come solely to observe Shen Ting. Outside, the sun shone brightly, while Mr. Zhang's assistant was left speechless, grappling with 1,000 unspoken thoughts. Since their last encounter with the young master Jiang Ye, it had only been a few months. Yet here he was, once again perfectly crossing paths. Do Kun could not comprehend why misfortune seemed to plague him. At over 40 years of age, he had worked by Mr. Zhang's side since graduation, adeptly winning his superior's favor. The young man gazed intently at the girl inside the glass window, whose mere silhouette sparked a myriad of thoughts, his brow furrowed. Jiang Ye is sponsoring this. Do Kun's expression turned awkward, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, Jiang Ye is one of his employers, and he happens to run an entertainment company, boasting artists of the caliber of award-winning actors. Jiang Ye's expression turned cold. Witnessing Shen Ting's exuberance during the performance, radiating joy akin to a lover basking in admiration, truly incited jealousy. Jiang Ye, possessing a handsome and refined appearance, exuded an air of elegance, particularly accentuated by his glasses, which lent him a commanding presence. He epitomized the archetype of the aloof yet charming elder that young women currently adore. Jiang Ye found this displeasing, and his mood soured. It would be far better to enroll Shen Ting in a formal academy than to remain in this environment. Upon Shen Ting's arrival, Feng Ying handed her belongings to her and whispered softly, inquiring whether the questions had been challenging. "Did you pass?" Shen Ting nodded, indicating that it had not been too difficult. Feng Ying finally exhaled, relinquishing the tension that had lodged in her throat. By chance, she glanced at the data card in Shen Ting's hand, noticing 3 As. Could it be? Is it truly the case that a genius shines wherever they go? How could one's grandfather still be such a force? Feng Ying looked at herself and, conceding, realized she could hardly feel anger. She was aware of her own limitations, understanding that her academic performance fell short, which was precisely why she had come here. Unexpectedly, talents emerged from unexpected places. Following the successful interview, over the next 6 months, all the girls would undergo comprehensive training in acting, dance, physical expression, and music, accompanied by monthly assessments. Each evaluation would feature 3 judges, with a total of 3 lead instructors, the very same ones who had conducted the interviews. Those who succeeded in the interview would have the autonomy to select their instructors. During the assessments, judges would have the option to assign scores ranging from 1 to 5 stars. Ultimately, the most exceptional candidate would be granted the opportunity to attend the most prestigious academy in City B. If fortune were to smile a little more favorably, perhaps I could receive guidance from teacher Zhu Ding. Of course, all this hinges on one's own excellence. After witnessing Shen Ting's performance, the other girls appeared somewhat pale and exaggerated. Then, a young boy entered, a delicate visage, a clean and fresh newcomer, akin to a young pup. This boy was named Su Jingqing, with a soft smile that hinted at an idol's charm, though he lacked somewhat in the realm of acting. Outside, Jiang Ye gazed into the waiting room, where Shen Ting's figure had vanished, clutching his phone, his eyes fixed intently upon it. No calls, not even a message. Beside him, Do Kun was genuinely apprehensive. At last, the long-awaited ring of a phone broke the silence, and a gentle voice, imbued with a thin sweetness, emerged. "Jiang Ye, I passed." Chapter 181. Joy having successfully navigated the interview, Shen Ting was free to retreat to her own room, this day hers to organize as she pleased. At this tender age, young girls are particularly fond of the coolness of the season. Thus, Jiang Ye beheld a scene. A spirited young girl clad in a blue short-sleeved top and a white pleated skirt, exuding youthfulness as she emerged from the entrance. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon the young master of the Jiang family as he observed her, his gaze lingering on her fair, slender legs. The echo of her sweet, soft voice lingered in his ears. He reined in his thoughts, gently probing. Was the interview difficult? Did the instructors have any particular criticisms regarding your attire? Shen Ting replied softly. It was somewhat challenging, yet the teachers did not put me in a difficult position. My clothing was quite simple. Jiang Ye pressed his tongue against his molars, his dark eyes exuding a chilling aura, while the subtle curve of his lips suggested a smile that was neither here nor there. Is that so? He was certainly aware that Shen Ting initially dressed quite simply. Her current attire was indeed refreshing. Did she assume he was oblivious? Shen Ting nodded softly, just as someone brushed past her. You must be Shen Ting. I'm the one behind you. I witnessed your performance. It was truly remarkable, he remarked. Shen Ting lifted her gaze to meet a clean, youthful face resembling that of a puppy. Clutching her phone, she replied gently, "Thank you for your kind words." The boy, noticing her grip on the device, exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you were on a call. My apologies." Shen Ting assured him it was no trouble, her large eyes sparkling with light. The two figures, side by side, indeed painted a pleasing sight, with the very air around them imbued with sweetness. Through the microphone, a cool voice emerged, laced with frustration. "Shen Ting, look up." Beneath the sweltering August sun, a tall and handsome figure stood in the shade, beads of sweat glistening on his dark hair. Shen Ting rushed towards him, her mind racing with questions about Jiang Ye's presence here and why he hadn't sought a cooler spot to sit. Observing his perspiration, she felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of him enduring the heat for too long. "When did you arrive?" she inquired. He glanced down at her short skirt, a lazy smile lingering on his lips. After a brief pause, he teased, "Is this what you're wearing?" The thought of being caught by her boyfriend in such a revealing outfit conjured an image of impending doom. Shen Ting had once failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Now, however, the realization hit her hard. Her fingers clutched the hem of her skirt. Feeling utterly out of place, the young man let out a soft click of his tongue, leaving Shen Ting bewildered by the source of his thermos. As he twisted open the lid, a rich aroma of milk wafted forth. She stood there, momentarily stunned, cradling it in her hands, her thoughts drifting towards the ice cream outside. How could Jiang Ye not notice? His thin lips curled slightly as he leaned closer, saying, "Shen Ting, why are you so disobedient? Even if you act cute, you still can't have ice cream." In an instant, her small face fell. Jiang Ye, with his hands in his pockets and beads of sweat on his forehead, stepped away a few paces, leaning against a tree to provide her with some shade. The breeze rustled the leaves, momentarily washing away the summer's sweltering heat, leaving only his warmth. With a sweet voice, she took out a tissue from her short sleeves to wipe his sweat, saying, "It's really hot outside. You should drink this. Next time, don't be so willful as to run off to be city. Focus on your studies. We still have to attend school together in the future." The film academy was adjacent to B University, and her future was intertwined with his. "Damn, it's infuriating," she thought, clenching the cup tightly. Her voice took on a fierce tone as she exclaimed, "Shen Ting, why are you so endearing?" She blinked in confusion, asking what? Jiang Ye needed no explanation. He lifted her chin and leaned down. A wave of warmth brushed against her lips, his tongue gently caressing her. The scorching sun seemed to lose its fiery hue. Chapter 182. Affectionate Preference. Su Zhenqing, glancing at the young man in black outside, let out a soft chuckle. "It's quite the endeavor, isn't it? A boyfriend who traveled such a distance? What a pity." Shen Ting was undeniably beautiful, yet Jiang Ye was far too fierce. Su Zhenqing had initially intended to inquire how she managed to exhibit such natural and unpretentious acting, but now he found himself overlooked. Awkwardly touching his nose, he turned away. On this sweltering summer day, Jiang Ye held her in his arms, both of them with sweaty palms. Shen Ting even brushed against the perspiration on his forehead. Worried that Shen Ting might find him unappealing, Jiang Ye playfully squeezed her cheek, assuring her, "Don't find me dirty. If you don't believe me, just take a whiff. It's all the scent of your man." Shen Ting's cheeks flushed a vibrant red as she playfully hit him. The petite girl, with her delicate strength, resembled a soft little kitten, almost as if she were being coy. Jiang Ye, having not consumed any milk, squinted against the blazing sun. Although Shen Ting wore little clothing, beads of sweat still gathered on her forehead. The young man took her hand and led her into a nearby convenience store, where a refreshing breeze greeted them. Shen Ting blinked her eyes at the freezer, where an array of delightful ice creams beckoned her. Jiang Ye raised his gaze, a hint of cool indifference and playful mockery flickering in his eyes. He was aware that it would be best for her to avoid ice cream lately, and the sight of her pitiful expression brought a smile to his face. He then deliberately adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "You cannot have any." "Brother Jiang Ye, is it really impossible to have just one ice cream?" Shen Ting, who had somehow drawn close to him, gazed up with hopeful eyes. A playful strand of chestnut hair fell at her lips, fluttering softly with her breath, the ends curling charmingly in front of her rosy lips. Her bright eyes sparkled like two shimmering pools of water before him. In that moment, an inexplicable impulse surged within him. "You may have just one." Shen Ting quickly nodded, pointing at the purple chocolate ice cream. As Jiang Yu selected the smallest one, she pouted in disappointment. Shen Ting suddenly recalled an event from long ago, when Jiang Ye whimsically gifted her a box of strawberries at the end of September. The early morning sun had only just risen, and the strawberries glistened with dewdrops. At that time, Shen Ting felt a certain trepidation towards him, her hands uncertainly clutching the strawberries. Now, however, she held an ice cream bought by Jiang Ye, intertwining her fingers with the hand of this spirited individual. In truth, Jiang Ye had exerted considerable effort to maintain his affection for her. Driven by love that knew no bounds, rushing forth without hesitation, Shen Ting glanced at him, noting the taut lines of his youthful profile. What prompted his sudden arrival in B City? Was it out of concern for her? Surely, her grandfather was not facing any significant issues. Jiang Ye maintained a stern expression, devoid of any hint of a smile, which rendered him rather intimidating. The lady at the front desk furrowed her brow, internally lamenting the fact that such a beautiful girl had chosen a boy who appeared so unapproachable and uncaring. The lady curtly announced, 6 yuan. Jiang Ye surveyed the counter behind him, requesting an umbrella, a pack of tissues, and a set of wet wipes. Squinting, he noted the absence of an electric fan and added a hand fan to his list. The lady found him rather bothersome, her displeasure evident. After completing the payment via scan, he bestowed upon her an unparalleled and unreserved affection. Chapter 183. The nature of desire. Art students face stringent requirements regarding physicality, and the instructors have devised 3 plans, the first of which focuses on physical form. Daily running, dietary restrictions, and exercise must all meet established standards. The second round of training consists of performance classes, guided by professional instructors who provide demonstrations. After 3 class sessions, they must demonstrate their learning, with the teacher assigning grades. Shen Ting, fatigued from a day of labor, can finally rest. Although they are art students, the instructors also place significant importance on their academic performance. Thus, the evening is dedicated to studying. Those who achieve a score exceeding 500 may choose to either study in the library or receive guidance in the study room, a factor that contributes greatly to the success of many performance training institutions. Shen Ting's score hovers around 700, instilling confidence in her teachers. Jiang Ye studies in the library, and Shen Ting, lacking the time to accompany him, focuses on her own work. Aside from moments spent with the elderly gentleman, he studies alone. The young girl jogs over, her fair face flushed. With a sweet demeanor, she approaches him. Jiang Ye pushes the water cup toward her, his voice hoarse from a prolonged silence. Drink some water first. In the past, Shen Ting might have been shy about accepting it, but now she naturally takes the cup and drinks. Having exerted herself throughout the day, she feels drowsy while reading and succumbs to sleep, resting her head on the table. In a haze, she finds her head resting on his thigh, her vision blurred as she notices the boy leaning forward in his chair, his eyes partially closed. His profile sharp and refined, exuding an air of seriousness. His left hand cradles the spine of the book, while his long fingers rest delicately on the edge of the pages, forming a subtle yet striking curve. In that moment, a sudden surge of wild emotion wells up within Shen Ting. Realizing the fantastical image she had just conjured, she becomes momentarily speechless. What had she just thought? Had she been influenced by Chi? Previously, Chi had accidentally clicked on an inappropriate web page while reading a novel, and Shen Ting had witnessed it. 2 naive young girls, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, found themselves in an awkward conversation, with Chi mustering the courage to play the role of a seasoned veteran. She was a curious soul, particularly fond of posing questions. Listen, I read in a novel that boys at this age are all quite strong. Is that true? To be honest, she had no idea, yet why was she shyly discussing such matters? Her little head was throbbing with confusion. Undeterred, Chi pressed on. Jiang Ye is so fierce. Does that mean he is quite lecherous? Is he, or isn't he? At that moment, Shen Ting abruptly stood up, her face nearly crimson, enunciating each word with emphasis. Chi. Chi thought curiosity was perfectly natural, but why was Shen Ting's face so flushed? The more Shen Ting pondered, the more shadows clouded her thoughts. After flipping a page, Jiang Ye casually noticed that Shen Ting had awakened. Closing the book in his hands, he straightened up and asked, Awake? Have I been asleep for long? Shen Ting felt too shy to remain sprawled over his lap and slowly sat up. She truly did not intend to be sluggish. Rather, she was grappling with the remnants of a sleepy temperament. Half an hour, she murmured, casting a glance at the books strewn across the table. The comprehensive science papers lay one after another, with scarcely any marked points. Most students likely toiled for hours, while Jiang Ye's temperament made it difficult for him to study peacefully. The more he wrote, the more agitated he became. Just then, he popped another mint into his mouth. Shen Ting gazed into his dark eyes, smiling as she said, I want one too, like a little girl yearning for sweets. Jiang Ye frowned. The candy was not sweet, and had a slight bitterness to it. However, Shen Ting has already grasped it in her hands. It is somewhat bitter, yet that slight sweetness suffices to bring joy. An untimely phone call interrupted her thoughts. Mrs. Qin had been calling her all day, berating her choices, even if it ultimately led to a dismal conclusion. Jiang Ye observed in silence, respecting her wishes. Shen Ting answered the call. Mother, Must I die for you to abandon acting, to cease being an actress? Mrs. Chen's words carried a cold undertone. Mother, must you drive me to despair? Forcing me to study English, traditional Chinese medicine, or to pursue a career in law? Do you truly believe that would be better? It is preferable to your current path. Shen Ting inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling slightly, her fingers clutching the phone tightly while the other hand balled into a fist. Mother, this is the first time I have witnessed your unreasonable outburst. As a lawyer, your irrationality and extremism regarding my pursuit of acting is disheartening. Once again, her thoughts were thrown into disarray by a single statement. Overwhelmed, Shen Ting wept, questioning why, simply because you are my mother, I should relinquish my dreams. Everyone else supports her. Jiang Ye grasped her hand, his long, cool fingers restoring a semblance of clarity. She had many supporters behind her. Her father, grandfather, and grandmother all respected her aspirations. She was not alone. Mother, one must grow up. I cannot remain under your protection forever. It is time for you to let go of the future that lies ahead. Do you remember what grandmother once said? Only on stage, in performance, do I become the complete Shen Ting? She blinked, acknowledging that not everyone follows the same trajectory of growth. I simply wish to pursue what I love and persist unwaveringly. Even if it proves unsuitable, I am eager to give it a try. A sound akin to something dropping echoed from the microphone. Miss Chen, panting as if surrendering her struggle, said, Shen Ting, you have matured. This is your own choice, and I can no longer intervene. Please ensure your safety, avoid wandering aimlessly, and take care of yourself. You may also reach out to your father. He is in City B and can look after you. Taking a deep breath, Ms. Chen hung up the phone. She picked up the photograph from the ground, depicting a smiling Song Yuyan and a youthful Shen Ting. Above them was the banner for the performance competition. Since childhood, Shen Ting had followed Ms. Song, her passion for acting intensifying, especially given her inherent talent. Ms. Chen suddenly recalled her mother's serene visage, gazing at the cabinet filled with trophies that attested to her acting prowess. Some affection should not be extinguished. She should not serve as a stumbling block. It was time to let go. Shen Ting sensed Ms. Chen's concession, her youthful eyes sparkling like stars adorning the night sky. With Ms. Chen's acquiescence, Shen Ting dedicated herself even more diligently to the training institution, rising early and sleeping late. She devoted herself to rehearsing performance techniques and completing exercises each evening. Once slender, she had now lost a few more pounds. Jiang Ye, watching her with concern, found himself unable to utter words that would dissuade her, as he wished for his little moon to find satisfaction. Jiang Ye's name reappeared among the top 10 rankings once again. Chapter 185. Compliment me. The review period of my senior year is bustling, and during this semester's final exam, that troublesome student Jiang Ye managed to secure a spot within the top 10. Old Master Jiang, who was still recuperating in the hospital, anxiously awaited his discharge. Eager to celebrate Jiang Ye's achievement amidst the festive season. Subsequently, Jiang Ye ventured into the kitchen to lend a hand. Despite his elite and capable demeanor, Jiang Ye harbored a fondness for cooking. Jiang Ye reclined on the spacious sofa in the side hall, facing an open terrace separated by a floor-to-ceiling window. Clutching his phone, he strode toward the balcony. The residence, situated on the first floor, boasted a terrace with an elevated railing that overlooked the void below. Perched upon the mountainside, the villa offered a breathtaking vista of verdant lakes and majestic mountains, all within his gaze. He dialed a number, and the mechanical beeps echoed in his ears, eliciting a hint of impatience as he unwrapped a mint candy. Hello, is there something you need? A soft, dulcet voice replied, imbued with sweetness, akin to honeyed whispers. The young man scoffed. Can I call you without a reason? Shen Ting, well acquainted with his slight temper, suppressed a smile that threatened to break through. Mr. Jiang Ye, I am quite busy, you know. If there's truly nothing, I shall hang up now. Silence reigned on the other end, and Jiang Ye, convinced she might actually end the call, glared into the distance, gritting his teeth. You dare hang up. At that moment, Shen Ting could no longer contain her laughter. How had she never noticed how amusing Jiang Ye was? Previously, she had only perceived him as intimidating. With a serious expression, he declared, I placed in the top 10 for this final exam, then paused, recalling her earlier mischief. In a softer tone, he added, you should coax me. I am not in the mood to act cute. To suggest that Jiang Ye, a man of such resolute character, would ever engage in coquetry is preposterous, even under duress. Such behavior would be inconceivable. Yet, Shen Ting had borne witness to it. At this very moment, he was indeed attempting to cajole her, yearning for her praise. Our Jiang Ye is truly exceptional. In truth, he was far from it. Jiang Ye possessed a volatile temper, a domineering nature, and a penchant for disobedience. Moreover, he was not without his carnal desires. However, he cherished Shen Ting as if she were royalty, holding her every need and desire close to his heart. He relentlessly endeavored to improve himself, to temper his inherent stubbornness, and to honor her wishes. What was she to do? She had harbored affection for Jiang Ye for nearly a year, and yet her feelings only intensified. Shen Ting gently touched her cheeks, which were flushed with warmth. Jiang Ye, she murmured, I don't believe I've ever explicitly stated my feelings for you. But now, I find myself truly enamored with you. The late evening drizzle had draped the landscape in a delicate veil of mist, evoking a scene of ethereal beauty. Within him, however, it was as if a tranquil lake had been stirred, its placid surface now rippling with emotion. Ting Ting, he implored, utter those words once more. Shen Ting, ever demure, would not repeat such sentiments. The voice of Madame Qin echoed through the receiver, summoning her to dinner. Reluctantly, Shen Ting ended the call. The boundless beauty of the scenery outside failed to elicit any joy within Jiang Ye. The little tyke at his feet tugged at his trousers. Brother, will the fairy sister be coming here as well? Jiang Ye remained silent, instead thrusting a handful of sweets into the child's hands. She's not coming, he said gruffly. Eat your candy. Though his tone was fierce, he did not lose his temper. His heart, however, remained heavy with unspoken emotion. The venerable Mr. Jiang, his health somewhat precarious, favored tranquility. Consequently, the location for this gathering was chosen to be a villa nestled on a hillside overlooking the lake. The surroundings were utterly hushed, seldom disturbed, and the environment was aesthetically pleasing and serene. The sole drawback was the extreme inconvenience of transportation. Therefore, it was impractical for him to seek out Shen Ting. Chapter 186. Joyfully sweet and mellow little Jiang Chini, clutching the candies his brother had given him, toddled up to Grandpa Jiang. Grandpa, have a candy. Mr. Jiang, try as he might, could not maintain a stern countenance. His clouded eyes, beyond the ailments of old age, held affection for Jiang Chini. He said with a smile, Who gave Chini these candies? Jiang Chini's small face was round and exceptionally pinchable. He tugged at his cheeks, gently pinching them. Seeing that no one was around, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he beamed. Brother gave them to me. He then spoke in a hushed, mysterious tone. Grandpa, I'll tell you a secret. But don't tell anyone else. In front of Mr. Jiang, the little dumpling was exceptionally endearing. The old man nodded, and Jiang Chini continued. Grandpa, brother knows a fairy sister, and the fairy sister will surely bless you. She will also bless Chini to have an endless supply of candies to eat. Such childish whims. Mr. Jiang caught sight of Jiang Ye's ashen face at the corner. He chuckled coldly, rather displeased. Truth be told, this little rascal's mouth was indeed quick to change its tune. Jiang Ye was rendered speechless. Mr. Jiang, having not witnessed Jiang Ye so discomfited in a long time, had someone take Jiang Chini away. Speak. Which young lady have you been causing trouble for this time? Jiang Ye, meeting the old man's earnest gaze, was at a loss. He sat down on a chair nearby, his back ramrod straight. He appeared unexpectedly clean. He smiled, his dark eyes shimmering with light, and his low, husky voice carried an unexpected touch of tenderness. Grandfather. Her name is Shen Ting. She was the top student at Yizhang before, unmatched by anyone. She is truly remarkable. She plays the piano and acts beautifully, even winning first place in city competitions. Yet, she has her own aspirations, and I cannot bear to see her unhappy or to hinder her excellence. That boy, who used to engage in fights and smoke, found himself softened by her presence. She is gentle, embracing my bad temper and teaching me how to study. She is not only beautiful but also possesses a kind disposition and works exceptionally hard. He paused for a moment. I really like her and wish to accompany her for a lifetime. Thus, I am determined to strive for self-improvement to be closer to her. The sole passion of this youth's life was devoted to her. Though he spoke grandly, old Master Jiang understood the truth. Were it not for the girl's amiable nature and her striking beauty, Jiang Ye would not have subjected himself to such indignation. However, Jiang Ye possessed an inherent madness. Once he genuinely fell for someone, he would love her for a lifetime. A relentlessly obsessive soul. Old Master Jiang had encountered that young lady before, in B City. His obedient grandson had specifically flown there to spend New Year's Day with him, under the pretense of companionship. However, he did not see Jiang Ye at that time. Later, while taking a breath of fresh air, he spotted his grandson holding the hand of a girl who was exceptionally beautiful, clad in a pristine white winter dress with an immaculate hem. The girl's nose was slightly reddened from the cold, and his grandson wrapped her in layers of his scarf, shielding her from the chill. The boy's palm felt like fire as he held the girl's hand, warm and comforting. It was evident how precious this young lady was to him. However, being an actor posed certain challenges. It was not the profession itself that was flawed, but rather the turmoil it would bring to Jiang Ye in the future. As the girl gained notoriety, the number of suitors would only increase, and Jiang Ye's volatile temperament would struggle to contain itself. His grandson had never truly received love since the day he was born. As he aged, his vitality waned. In the days to come, once he departed this world, Jiang Ye would undoubtedly face profound solitude. If there were indeed a fairy, he would fervently wish for her to bless his grandson with joy and fulfillment in his future endeavors. Chapter 187. I fear for your sadness. This year was tumultuous and chaotic. Old Master Jiang's health deteriorated further. The entire family wore expressions of concern. Aware that his time was limited, Old Master Jiang chose to remain in B City, weary of the struggles and disinterested in hospital visits. Mr. Jiang observed his father clinging to this place while casting a disapproving glance at his wayward son. Did he really want to push his grandfather to the brink of despair? Jiang Ye held little affection for Mr. Jiang, his gaze cold and indifferent. For years, his grandfather had been at home, and Mr. Jiang had shown no concern, preoccupied with his own pursuits. Now, such feigned concern seemed utterly meaningless, a display of hypocrisy. With a sudden clap, Mr. Jiang exerted his strength, confronting Old Master Jiang. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, time stretching into languor as nearly everyone turned their attention to Jiang Ye. No one dared to intervene. Suddenly, Jiang Chen clung to Jiang Ye's leg. The small child stood before him, pleading, "Daddy, don't hit brother." Though he was too young to fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Chen instinctively sought to protect his brother. Although his older brother is rather fierce, it is only he who insists on administering medicine when he falls ill, albeit with a touch of disdain while bathing him. Their father merely showers him with treats and toys, offering hugs, yet he invariably passes him off to the aunt. As for their mother, she is preoccupied with her own affairs, scarcely attending to him unless father is present. Jiang Ye's dark eyes resemble those of a brooding wolf cub, capable of devouring one if given the chance, filled with profound disappointment. The elongated corners of his eyes droop, conveying a sense of chill when raised. They emanate an eerie allure. His pitch-black pupils mirror the wintry night sky, exuding an unyielding coldness even to light. Mr. Jiang has endured much, yet the mere thought of him sends a shiver down his spine. A smile that fails to reach his eyes chills one to the very marrow. Jiang Ye ventured out, riding his motorcycle in search of Chen Shudong and Yang Jiang for amusement. However, as soon as he arrived at the school, the motorcycle ran out of fuel. The only possession in his pocket, aside from a crumpled 10-yuan note of unknown origin, was his absence of a mobile phone. This meager sum was insufficient even to procure fuel. Frustrated, he kicked at the gnarled tree by the school gate, causing a shower of leaves to descend from its withered branches. He found himself in a foul mood. Yet, he had long since given up smoking and possessed no candy. A tempest of agitation surged within him, restless and uncontained. As the sound of rain began to diminish, a graceful figure emerged through the misty drizzle. The young girl, clad in winter attire, was shedding her youthful innocence, blooming into exquisite beauty. Shen Ting's hair tips and white shoes were drenched as she passed by the towering trees, eventually stopping beside him. The pink umbrella dripped with water, resting beside her. He lifted his gaze, the inky depths of his pupils reflecting her charming visage. The youth's hair was slightly damp, one side of his face swollen and red. She softly uttered, "Jiang Ye." The girl lowered her head, her chestnut eyes exuding an unblemished purity and graceful tenderness. She continued, "I heard about your grandfather and the matters at home. I was afraid it would sadden you." "I am not sad," he replied. He had grown accustomed to it. Had that home not always bestowed upon him such burdens? Shen Ting set the umbrella aside and knelt beside him, positioning herself next to his thigh. Chapter 188. Does it hurt? He parted his lips, intending to express that his surroundings were rather grimy. In the next moment, a cool sensation brushed against his right cheek, light and gentle. She lifted her gaze, her fingertips cradling his face. The boy's beautifully defined lips pressed together, the corners tinged with a rosy hue. The girl, filled with concern, inquired, "Does it hurt?" He instinctively grasped the hand resting on his cheek, raising his eyes to meet hers. The strands of hair on his forehead had grown long, and a hint of desolation lingered in the depths of his dark eyes as he relished the warmth of her touch. Her hand felt soft, almost ethereal. Yet, as she traversed through the winter rain to reach him, there was a trace of chill. His palm burned with heat, yet he felt no pain. He spoke in a hoarse whisper, "I'll only dare to follow secretly later." Shen Ting had rushed out after receiving a call from Jiang Ye on Jiang Ye's phone, having just fabricated a story about visiting Chi-Chi's home. Hearing his words, she felt a pang of discomfort. "But I've already lied to get out. It can't be for naught." His dark eyes widened in surprise. The girl's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she slowly unfolded her joy. "Jiang Ye, shall we go play together? Please?" They had been in a relationship for quite some time, but had seldom indulged in genuine outings. Although he currently harbors little interest, Shen Ting cannot help but ponder. At the very least, she wishes for Jiang Ye not to be alone in this dim and oppressive environment. Jiang Ye gazes at her, contemplating that aside from the internet CAF, his usual haunts seem to be places of conflict, which he certainly cannot share with her. Nevertheless, when she suggests they venture out together, a flicker of joy stirs within him, intensifying his inner turmoil. His features, already sharp and handsome, appear quite fierce when devoid of a smile, often startling those who cross his path. Onlookers typically retreat in fear, yet only Shen Ting, with her gentle demeanor, draws closer to him. Shen Ting opens her umbrella and playfully gestures for him to follow. "I spotted a delightful little shop with Chi-Chi before. Let me take you there." She guides into a quaint store specializing in handcrafted toys, where one can create small ceramics, toys, or keepsakes. Inside, a few children are present, accompanied by guardians engaged in conversation. The children, their hands caked in clay, playfully smear the mud onto Jiang Ye's black jacket. Anger wells up within him, yet he refrains from reprimanding the little ones, clenching his jaw in frustration. Shen Ting suppresses a laugh, gently pulling Jiang Ye down to sit, and helps clean him up. A little girl in a pink winter dress approaches, tilting her head and inquiring, "Sister, do you want to play with this too?" Having produced numerous creations, she assumes Shen Ting shares her enthusiasm and offers her favorite little rabbit. Children often inexplicably gravitate towards those who are pleasing to the eye. Shen Ting rests her chin on her hand, blinking innocently, and mischievously replies, "Not quite. It is this big brother who wishes to play." The little girl widens her eyes in astonishment, wondering whether this brother is also a child. Jiang Ye raised his gaze to Shen Ting, who cradled her face in her hands and smiled at him. This juvenile display made Jiang Ye feel quite uncomfortable, and although he wore a stern expression, he found himself unable to voice his desire to leave, for Shen Ting was still present. The shop offered two types of models, one for crafting resin pendants and the other for shaping clay into ceramic charms. The task appeared deceptively simple, yet Shen Ting had never attempted it before. The shopkeeper presented a sample design and inquired about their preferences. With her eyes cast down, the two leaned closer together. The girl's delicately curled eyelashes framed her clear eyes as she remarked, "The rabbit looks lovely," pointing with her slender fingers at a cartoon rabbit before Jiang Ye. Meanwhile, she chose the simplest crescent moon for herself. Jiang Ye looked down at the little girl's proud demeanor and smiled softly, leaning in to observe her creation. Shen Ting struggled with her task, her hands clumsy. Even the most basic three-strand braid eluded her, and she was particularly awkward while crafting the moon. Upon seeing that he intended to make the rabbit, a group of nearby children gathered around, chattering and teasing the clumsy brother. Just as Jiang Ye finished shaping the rabbit's ears, he heard, "No, you must first create the rabbit's head." "Oh dear, how clumsy." With his hands smeared in clay, Jiang Ye, despite his irritable nature, found it futile to argue with the swarm of children buzzing around him like flies. Resigned, he closed his eyes and murmured, "Be quiet." Although Shen Ting's hands were unskilled, her moon was simple and soon completed. She then moved a small stool to sit opposite him, resting her chin on her hand, her eyelashes resembling raven feathers. Softly reclining, she caught his gaze and revealed a bright, innocent smile. Jiang Ye had initially intended to scold her with a myriad of reprimands, yet the words lodged in his throat, leaving him in a state of resignation as he lowered his eyes and furrowed his brow. The children continued to chime in, "Brother, why are you still not done?" A few expressed their disdain. "Oh, you still have clay, just like us." In a fit of surrender, Jiang Ye placed the mold into the oven. After completing this task, he instinctively reached to wipe his face with the back of his hand, only to have a delicate, fair hand gently offer him a tissue. Observing the bashful expressions of the little ones, his slender brows lifted slightly in amusement. "Look, they are indeed different. So adorably proud." Most of the time, his demeanor was icy, with striking features that exuded a hint of aloofness. His sharp brows could appear somewhat intimidating. Yet, witnessing his childish side, her heart softened. As the city lights began to twinkle, Yu Weiwei stepped out to buy instant noodles and fortuitously passed by this scene. The 17-year-old girl's complexion was fair and gentle, exuding an elegance that was enviable. She smiled as she watched Jiang Ye craft the mold. His movements were particularly clumsy. Yet he appeared earnestly focused, imbued with a hint of indulgence and a touch of tenderness. Yu Weiwei's eyes widened. She had only ever witnessed Jiang Ye's wrath, his wild brawls, and his arrogance. This was the first time she saw him unguarded, at the mercy of the moment. Beneath the lights, the most captivating sight was the girl opposite him. Before Shen Ting glanced over, Yu Weiwei discreetly hid behind a tree, shielding their line of sight. In her fascination with Jiang Ye's creation, Shen Ting had forgotten about her own mold, prolonging the baking time significantly. As they emerged, a small silver crescent moon accompanied them. The shop assistant punctured a tiny hole in it, suitable for use as a keychain. Alas, it was rather unattractive. Shen Ting felt a pang of disappointment, turning to snatch Jiang Ye's rabbit. He cast a glance her way, her chestnut eyes curved with mischief. So hideous, it should belong to my Jiang Ye, she teased softly. Lowering her gaze as she affixed his keychain, their proximity palpable, a diminutive moon adorning the key. Just then, a little girl approached, longing to draw closer to her sister, yet hesitating. Shen Ting knelt down, observing her reluctance, utterly endearing. With gentle affection, she nuzzled the girl's cherubic cheeks and took her hand. The little girl, both bashful and sweet, giggled and leapt into her mother's embrace. Yet, Jiang Ye's expression darkened considerably. Unable to contain his turmoil, fearing the words that might escape his lips, he almost turned to leave. After several strides, his pace quickened, and the girl's voice floated on the night breeze. Perplexed, Jiang Ye? It was the first moment he grasped Shen Ting's obliviousness, unaware of his possessiveness. The tumult of his emotions left him quietly elated, while her casual declarations of affection ignited a fire within him, nearly consuming him. He was entranced by her tender demeanor. Yet he knew that such warmth could easily be bestowed upon others as well. Chapter 190. The madman. He struggled to suppress the turbulence and selfish obsession roiling within him. Shen Ting blinked, entwining her pinky with his. Jiang Ye, you haven't given me the little rabbit yet. Her voice was soft and melodic, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Pure and innocent. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, an inexplicable allure. Reluctantly, Jiang Ye surrendered the unappealing rabbit to Shen Ting. A small moon and a little rabbit now lie peacefully in her palm, both somewhat unappealing. The delicate brows of the young girl furrow slightly, as if contemplating a matter of great significance. How stingy, how excessive. Shen Ting puffs her cheeks, tilting her chin slightly in a display of haughty defiance, yet inwardly, she cannot suppress a smile. How dearly she cherishes this little moon, she remarks with a suppressed laugh. Jiang Ye, holding an umbrella in one hand, cradles his little moon in the other, treasuring it immensely. Shen Ting pays no heed to his response. His expression reveals all. She feigns distress and asks, "You hold the umbrella and it, but Jiang Ye, I wish to walk hand in hand with you." His chestnut-colored pupils resemble the clear, bright waters of a lake after a gentle rain. Jiang Ye places the little moon in his pocket and reaches out to grasp her delicate, slender hand. "I truly cherish it, for it is made by you." Before he finishes speaking, a gentle touch graces his cheek, akin to a feather's caress. This man is obstinately stubborn throughout his life, harboring a concealed obsession and possessiveness that breeds within him, greedily enamored with Shen Ting's tenderness. Yu Weiwei, who has been trailing them, speaks with a triumphant air as if uncovering a hidden secret. "TSK, TSK, what a pity, Jiang Ye. It seems she doesn't care for you much." This remark pierces through his thoughts like a sharp thorn. Jiang Ye subtly shifts his fingers, a faint sound of intertwining bones echoing. He knows well that Shen Ting does not harbor such deep affection for him. Yet he finds it impossible to quell his growing fondness. He understands that who could possibly love a madman? Yet, deep within, he yearns for her closeness. Jiang Ye has long been deceiving himself into believing that his affliction will mend. However, this year, during the days when Shen Ting is absent, he has succumbed to his illness thrice. Now exposed, he cast a cold glance at Yu Weiwei. Having been expelled initially, she now seized a rare opportunity, reveling in her triumph. Jiang Ye scoffed, his eyes imbued with profound iciness. "I refrained from settling the score for how you harmed Ting Ting in the past. And yet you now dare to provoke me?" In the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. She struggled to cry out for help, but her voice was stifled in her throat. The frigid winter night enveloped her, rendering her speechless, as the pressure around her neck made breathing a laborious task. Panic seized her as she met a pair of obsidian eyes. With a single hand, he could easily extinguish her life. Regret washed over Yu Weiwei. She should not have sought to sow discord. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled desperately. He observed her labored breaths with a cold detachment, his gaze fierce. Resembling that of a wolf cub, he was akin to a rabid dog, untamed and unrestrained. Yu Weiwei grasped the small moonlight that Shen Ting had given her. Striking Jiang Ye, his eyes narrowed slightly. Gradually regaining his composure, Jiang Ye loosened his grip. Yu Weiwei sank to the ground, coughing violently. He stepped forward, but she hurled the object far away and fled recklessly. This terrifying demon was akin to a madman. Within his heart lay someone he could not touch. Someone whose mere mention drove him to madness. If a girl like Shen Ting were to discover that she had fallen for a madman, she would undoubtedly regret it. Chapter 191. Acting. Shen Ting's final training session in B City was a genuine performance, with each participant receiving a unique script. She portrayed a concubine who was initially humble but became even more so. Once chosen to stand by the king's side, serving him was akin to serving a tiger. After several days of contemplation regarding the plot, emotions, and performance, Shen Ting gradually immersed herself in the role as the assessment time approached. The evaluation panel consisted of 10 members, including the original judges, a mentor, and directors Li and Jiang, the latter two of whom Shen did not recognize. Director Li perused the materials, yet his gaze persistently lingered on Shen Ting. This particular short script was deliberately arranged by Director Li, as the young actress's skills were still somewhat immature, intended to temper her enthusiasm. The costumes and props were all meticulously prepared. The woman appeared disheveled, with her hair styled in ragged straw figures. Upon someone's entrance, a flicker of hatred ignited in her eyes, quickly suppressed by a wave of joy. Has my sister brought news from the emperor? The visitor set down a flask of poison, seemingly sighing in lament. Sister, your methods are far too ruthless. The woman let out a cold laugh. I call you sister, yet you forget from what wretched place you have crawled. Now you deceive me, harm me, and still do not spare me. Truly, you possess a heart of malice. Shen Ting took a step forward, her slender figure swaying. I have lost, and I have lost utterly.